Chapter 1. The disciple shall be audacious. Lu Yuyin copyright infringement contact deleted. The Supreme Heavenly Tao Law. Readers of this book gain an additional 1,000 luck points. Wishes made here are bound to come true. No female protagonist. Original image. Qingyan Continent. Eastern region. Within the bustling Jiangxian tavern, a rugged man, his face alight with excitement, stood atop a stool, spitting words in fervor. Speaking of the 8 great beauties of the Eastern region, the Xianling sect monopolizes 5 of them, and as the foremost among these beauties, Lu Yuyin is not only as stunning as a celestial being, but her demeanor is also refined and extraordinary. Her cultivation talent far surpasses all the prodigies of the Eastern region. Isn't that a bit misleading? When it comes to talent, her disciple Mou is certainly her superior. A voice interjected with a light chuckle. The man immediately shot a glare and snorted disdainfully. Mou's foundation is shattered. Now, what comparison can be made? His lifespan must be nearly exhausted. Yet, Lu Yuyin has only cultivated for 800 years and has already entered the transformation stage, taking charge of the Xianling sect. Truly an ancien millennium heavenly prodigy. If I could win her favor, with you, have you looked in a mirror? How dare you covet Lu Xianzi? Indeed, you're like a wretched frog dreaming of a swan. How audacious. Before the man could finish his retort, he was angrily interrupted once more. You shut up. He intended to fire back, but upon recognizing the speaker, he quickly swallowed his words. Damn it. These are all figures he cannot afford to offend. Ever since the recent rumor spread, claiming Lu Yuyin is seeking a partner, the talented and distinguished have flocked to propose day after day. Although all returned empty-handed, and the Xianling sect publicly declared that the sect master had no intention of seeking a partner, the fervor among the suitors remained undiminished. The world believes that Lu Yuyin simply has not found someone her liking. Moreover, with a woman's natural modesty, they think she merely spoke those words out of shyness. Their reasoning is simple. Since so many esteemed individuals and prodigies have failed to capture her attention, is it possible that she might favor someone like themselves? Unfortunately, many harbor beautiful illusions, yet countless hearts are left broken and disappointed. Those who sought her hand in marriage never even caught a glimpse of Lu Yuyin. No one knows. At this very moment, Lu Yuyin is leading her once gifted disciple, whose foundations have been ruined, toward the ancient forbidden zone. Xiaoyu, you mustn't come any closer. Turn back now. In a desolate cave, a flustered voice of a woman echoed, tinged with urgency and alarm. Master, this Jiao Longdan poison must be purged. You wouldn't want to fall into demonic possession, would you? The young man's voice brimmed with concern. Within the cave, a woman clad in a flowing palace dress, graceful and ethereal, sat on the ground with her delicate face flushed. Her breathtakingly exquisite visage was beaded with fine droplets of sweat, and her lush red lips were bitten, stained with crimson. Her ethereal, clear eyes seemed to veil a layer of mist, filled with shyness and struggle. The most primal of impulses surged wildly within Lu Yuyin's heart, like tender shoots in February yearning for the gentle caress of spring breezes. She was a woman of unparalleled beauty, whose figure, looks, and grace could captivate any generation. Even the young Mo could scarcely withstand. Gazing at his master's formidable and flawless form, he felt as though his body were ablaze, his heart racing like a drum. He quickly bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to break free from his wandering thoughts. Yet his gaze grew ever more anxious and troubled. Master, this is urgent. We cannot delay any longer. Looking at her disciple, whose demeanor was as striking as his appearance, Lu Yuyin's beautiful eyes betrayed a flicker of complex emotion. She struggled to suppress the heat rising within her, and with a flushed face, she sighed softly. Xiaoyu, we cannot do this. You must leave. Do not let the poison from your master's body affect you. Mou resolutely shook his head. No, if it comes to that, I shall marry you in the future. You are being utterly foolish. Lu Yuyin's stunning face turned a deep crimson, yet her shy eyes could not help but drift into a moment of daze. Xiaoyu seems to have grown up in the blink of an eye. When she brought him back to the sect, he was just an adorable little child. Now he dares to confront his master? His audacity has truly grown. She lightly bit her red lips, her enchanting gaze fiercely fixed upon him, yet her heart bore no trace of anger. Mou gazed quietly at his master, memories flooding back to him. 300 years ago, he was an orphan from Blue Star, who, in a moment of reckless bravery, jumped into a lake to save a drowning child. The child was rescued, yet he sank forever to the lake's depths. Perhaps destiny deemed that he should not perish in such a manner. He mysteriously retained the memories of his past life and was reborn into this world of cultivation. The family into which he was reborn, the Mo clan, was a formidable lineage. Not only did he have both parents, but he also had a younger sister 4 years his junior. From a young age, his intelligence earned him the affection and esteem of the clan elders. By the age of 3, he began his cultivation journey and entered the chi refinement stage by the days, and by 7, he was already in the late stages of the chi refinement. The reputation of the Mo clan's prodigy spread far and wide, with many predicting it would flourish because of him. Sadly, he seemed destined to be a solitary star, fated to be an orphan. On the eve of his 8th birthday, a group of mysterious individuals invaded the Mo clan, slaughtering his entire family. Had he not gone out early to prepare a birthday gift for his mother, he too would have perished. He would never forget the scene that greeted him upon his jubilant return home. The ancestral home engulfed in flames, and the ground soaked with blood and strewn with corpses. The assailants were still present. He thought he too would meet his end. Yet he felt no fear, only rage and a sense of injustice. Those 8 years had gifted him with too many beautiful memories. Parents and uncles who cherished him, and a younger sister who delightedly chased after him with her favorite treats, calling for him to eat. These were things the orphan from his past life had never experienced. Thus, even in death, he wished to do something for the family he had found in this world. Alas, a mere child in the chi refinement stage was as insignificant as an ant before that group, let alone able to escape or seek revenge. Just when he was about to be struck down, a woman of celestial beauty descended from the heavens, slaying all those assailants. He still vividly remembers her first words to him. "Child, do you wish to come with me?" He said nothing but nodded firmly, gazing up at her. From that moment on, the Xianling sect gained a prodigious talent that would shock the world. Mou became the 6th direct disciple of sect master Lu Yuyan. At 14, he entered the foundation establishment stage, shattering the historical records of the Xianling sect. At 40, he reached the golden core stage, becoming the youngest golden core cultivator in the history of the eastern region. At 120, he broke through to infant transformation. His brilliance once again illuminated the eastern region, unprecedented in history. For decades to come, the name Mou became an idol for all young cultivators. At 180, he was a mid-stage infant transformation cultivator, undeniably the first prodigy of the eastern region, with countless admirers, while his contemporaries remained largely in the foundation establishment stage. Just when everyone proclaimed Mou to possess the demeanor of an immortal, he encountered a mysterious, powerful being during an outing who ambushed him. His foundational path was shattered, and his realm plummeted from mid-infant transformation to the early foundation establishment stage. Had it not been for the sacrifice of his protective elder, who shattered their own foundation to save him, he would have long since been dead. Regrettably, even with the sect exhausting its resources and Mou retreating for 100 years, they could not mend his damaged foundation. His cultivation made no progress, and his lifespan dwindled perilously. Thus, in the final year of his life, Lu Yuyan took the risk of leading him to this ancient forbidden zone, seeking a final glimmer of hope. Little did she expect that upon entry, they would encounter a mid-transformation stage Jiaolong. Though they fought valiantly to escape, Lu Yuyan inadvertently fell victim to the dragon's inner Dan poison. Dragons are lustful, and the poison within their core is particularly potent. If not purged within an hour, she would surely fall into demonic possession. And the only antidote lay in the union of man and woman. Lu Yuyan naturally understood these circumstances. However, Xiao Yu is her disciple. How could she engage in such shameful acts with him? At this moment, her breathtaking visage, capable of bewitching all men in the eastern region, was filled with shyness and struggle. On one side lay reason and shame, on the other desire and life. What choice was there? At this moment, she felt as though her body were on fire, her beautiful eyes clouded, her heartbeat quickening. The tremors resonating from the depths of her soul were consuming her reason entirely. "Xiao Yu, master is feeling so hot," Lu Yuyan murmured in a daze, her entire being collapsing to the ground. Her face, radiant as fire, bore a trace of seductive purple, her expression dazed and agonized. Her smooth, elongated legs were fully exposed to the air, and her fair hands were restlessly tugging at her own garments. "This is bad, the poison is taking effect." Mo's heart jolted in alarm, and he rushed toward his master without hesitation. "Master, I shall be audacious." Chapter 2. Shall we try again? The moment Mou touched Lu Yuyan's body, the flames she had struggled to suppress were finally ignited. Boom! An invisible thunderclap resonated violently within Lu Yuyan's mind. It was as if a dam had burst, unleashing a torrential deluge, unstoppable and overwhelming. Oh, my nemesis. With a soft, shy sigh, the scene unfolded. Her final thread of rationality was utterly obliterated. The cave was suddenly infused with the vibrancy of spring, a panorama of limitless beauty. 2 hours later, the cave finally returned to tranquility. With her body glistening with fragrant sweat and her charming face still flushed with a lingering shyness, Lu Yuyin sat cross-legged, fully dressed. The last remnant of poison still needed to be completely evaporated. Mo Yu gazed longingly at his master, entirely devoid of his previous domineering bravado, transforming his master into his beloved, though his heart felt a twinge of discomfort. He harbored no regrets whatsoever. In fact, there was an inexplicable thrill and excitement. Having arrived at the Xianling sect at the tender age of 8, yet possessing the soul of an adult man, how could he not harbor fantasies about such an extraordinary beauty as his master? However, as time passed, this ethereal and graceful celestial beauty gradually evolved into the embodiment of his ideal mentor. Reverence and care intertwined within him. Now, this sentiment had become even more intricate. His master was no longer merely a mentor, but also his beloved. This relationship could not be altered, regardless of the other's acknowledgement. His heart could not help but ripple with emotion. The exquisite moments he had just experienced were something he had never enjoyed in his previous life, and even now, he felt a lingering warmth coursing through his body. He never anticipated that his usually composed and elegant master would possess such a wild and proactive side. Alas, in just a year his lifespan would be exhausted, and he would no longer see his master and senior sisters. Mo's gaze dimmed, and he sighed bitterly within. If only there were a system to reverse fate, how splendid that would be. Yet he had been invoking the system since he was 1 year old, with no results, leading him to abandon such hopes long ago. In this lifetime, ding dong, the conditions for system awakening had been met, and sensing the host's sincere summons, the fortune system was booting up. A mechanical doll-like voice suddenly echoed in Mo's mind, rendering him momentarily dazed. Is there truly a system? Mo remained in a stupor for a while before jolting back to his senses, then exclaiming in a mix of excitement and irritation. Damn system, do you only appear the last moment? Please do not wrong me. Esteemed host, this system has always been here, but you previously lacked the qualifications for awakening. Are you blaming my incompetence? Though the words were harsh, their meaning was entirely accurate. Only by relying on one's own strength to earn the affection and dependence of the Fortune Maiden could one qualify to awaken this system. Mo found himself at a loss for words against its haughty remarks. However, he had no time to dwell on such matters and hurriedly inquired, "What functions do you possess?" In response to his dissatisfaction, the system displayed no emotional fluctuations, its doll-like voice remaining sweet and melodic. This system is known as the Fortune System. As long as the host earns the complete love and reliance of the Fortune Maiden, they can obtain corresponding fortune points. Fortune points can be used to restore the host's constitution, and later, to purchase various techniques, elixirs, treasures, and more from the marketplace. Can restore my constitution? Mo's eyes immediately lit up, and his heart began to race as he eagerly pressed on. Does this mean I can also repair my damaged foundation? Indeed. Then how many fortune points do I currently possess? Temporary host. Mo. Age, 299. Realm, early foundation establishment. Fortune points, 0. Constitution, chaotic divine demon body scrap state, one of the 3 supreme constitutions of the universe. Its power is beyond description, currently repaired to 2. Note, fortune points can only temporarily be used to repair the damaged constitution, and the system will automatically deduct points until complete restoration. Important note, please ensure to gain the reliance of one Fortune Maiden at 100 within 1 year, showcasing your talents. Otherwise, this system will be forced to sever its bond with you. The host must take this seriously. Upon completing the task, the system will be bound to you for life, unwavering until death. It will also fully restore the host's shattered constitution and realm, while rewarding the chaotic yin-yang canon. Is this technique powerful? Mo inquired, perplexed. Cultivating for 1 hour increases one's cultivation by 10 days. Holy moly! Mo's eyes widened in shock, completely dumbfounded. Cultivating for 1 hour increases cultivation by 10 days? If he were to cultivate for 7 or 8 hours a day, wouldn't that be equivalent to cultivating for 70 or 80 days? Goodness, he was already a prodigious talent if this continued. He couldn't bear to imagine. His heart raced wildly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a broader grin. As expected of a system's creation, Its effects were indeed astonishing. However, after the initial ecstasy, he abruptly halted. Temporary host? Gained the reliance of one fortune maiden at 100 within a year? Otherwise, the system bond would be severed? Goodness. Was this a year-long test he was subjected to? System, what do you mean by this? MOU was once again displeased. He had thought himself to be the destined protagonist, only to be told that it was not guaranteed. Who could withstand such a blow? Please remain calm. Esteemed host, careful selection is a responsibility to both parties. This system's causality is immense. If you lack the capability, it will ultimately harm yourself and the system. Furthermore, please trust that the system's functions are proportional to its thresholds. Higher thresholds yield more powerful functions. MOU felt somewhat comforted. Yet the crux was that he had no choice. Even if the so-called causality meant he would face the heavenly path in the future, he would unhesitatingly agree. Without the system, he would have only 1 year to live. But if he completed the task, he could be reborn. Even a fool would know how to choose. His eyes couldn't help but glisten with unshed tears. After a century of despair, he finally glimpsed hope. No one knew the pressure and darkness he had endured for 100 years. Now, he was on the brink of rebirth. After a considerable time, he finally calmed his emotions, then gazed thoughtfully at the Constitution section. No wonder he had cultivated so abnormally in the past. It turned out to be the chaotic divine demon body. Though the system did not elaborate, the phrase "one of the three supreme constitutions of the universe" spoke volumes. What a pity that it was currently in a scrapped state. It seemed the immediate priority was to fulfill the system's requirements. MOU's gaze hardened with determination. He then turned his attention to his master. A transparent panel, visible only to him, quietly manifested. Name: Lu Yuyin, Fortune Maiden. Age: 800. Realm: Early Divine Transformation. Constitution: Innate 5 Spirits Sacred Body, naturally attuned to the 5 elemental energies, with a terrifying cultivation speed, a favored child of the heavenly path. Dependence on host: 10. Upon seeing his master's constitution, MOU couldn't help but be astonished. No wonder his master had reached the divine transformation stage in just 800 years. Yet upon observing the dependence level, his heart sank. Only 10? However, after some reflection, he could understand his master was a formidable figure in the divine transformation stage. What dependence could she have on him? But if that were the case, how could he possibly reach 100? Factors influencing dependence included not only feelings, but also one's strength, character, charm, and more. To rapidly increase dependence in a short time would require more than mere feelings. Yet, in terms of emotions, there might still be a way. He couldn't help but glance at his master, his heart stirring with ambition. Realm Classification: Chi Refinement Stage, Foundation Establishment Stage, Golden Core Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, Divine Transformation Stage, Void Return Stage, Doubt Integration Stage, Great Ascension Stage, Tribulation Stage, Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Golden Immortal, Great Luo, Golden Immortal, Primordial Great Luo, Golden Immortal. Chapter 3. After all, we are not strangers. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words and could only inwardly lament. System, how can I make my master? The system replied, please, host, figure it out on your own and refrain from asking me such embarrassing questions. MOU couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. This dogged system appears utterly frivolous, audacious enough to deem the matter too embarrassing. Embarrassment, indeed. He nearly let loose a torrent of expletives. A serious system would never allow its host to engage in such antics. After a prolonged period of frustration, he finally adapted to the absurdity. Regardless, although it is said that a household may only possess one mistress, surely one could maintain several homes, couldn't they? He could almost envision his future, surrounded by a multitude of breathtaking beauties vying for his affection. Just the thought is exhausting. He chuckled to himself. MOU nearly broke into a broad grin. Reflecting on the delightful moments spent with his master, he staunchly believed that the youth should endure hardships. Without enduring the trials of life, how could one ascend to greatness? However, after his moment of levity, he found himself troubled once more. Given his understanding of his master, even if they were to share such an experience, upon returning, he would not be granted any undue advantages. How then could he aspire to greatness, let alone achieve a dependency of 100? After pondering fruitlessly for a long while, he grit his teeth and asked, System, is there no novice gift pack for me? Dear host, the novice gift pack is only available once your dependency reaches 30. You have not yet met this requirement. MOU felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his anger nearly reaching its peak. As expected, he knew this obstinate system would not easily grant him any benefits. Sensing his discontent, the system's voice chimed in once more. The gift pack contains a small celestial elixir that can restore your physique by 40 points, enabling you to commence your cultivation. Keep it up. Restore my physique by 40. Upon hearing this, Mou could not suppress his inner elation. All prior dissatisfaction vanished in an instant. Was it merely a dependency of 30? He refused to believe he could not achieve such a trivial goal. Now that they had established an interaction between 0 and 1, as long as they continued to spend time together, opportunity would surely arise. Heaven be praised. He had not made any progress in his cultivation for over a century. Now, not only could he resume his training, but he could also. Ahem. This novice gift pack is indeed quite impressive. He ceased his complaints, gazing at his master with fervent eyes, eager to embark on a task immediately. At this moment, although Lu Yuyin appeared perfectly attired, to him, it felt as if she were utterly exposed. The alluring images that persisted in his mind were vivid and intoxicating. Her figure was both commanding and graceful, with a delicate and supple waist that remained etched in his memory. Most striking were her fair, rounded, and proportionate legs, breathtakingly beautiful. Even though he had just been slightly dazed, the impression lingered deeply. Truly, she was as exquisite as mutton fat jade, with a texture more refined than silk. He felt a surge of fiery passion within himself, reminiscent of moments before. Suddenly, Mou was jolted back to reality, startled by the intensity of his thoughts. He hurriedly examined his inner state, discovering a mysterious crimson energy coursing through his veins, stirring his beastly blood to a boil. How could he have fallen victim to the dragon's blood pill poison? He glanced at his master, who sat in meditation, unable to suppress a lamentation to the heavens. It seemed his master's expelled toxins had been inadvertently absorbed back into him. Is the second-hand poison truly that potent? He now feels a surge of energy coursing through his veins, a relentless heat enveloping his entire being. Thoughts, both appropriate and inappropriate, surge forth uncontrollably. This is dire. His gaze fixates on his master's alluring figure, unable to tear itself away. His body quickly becomes feverish, and certain thoughts grow increasingly difficult to suppress. To him, his elegant and ethereal master appears as a tempting enchantress, enticing him to air. Master, I too have been poisoned. Mou's eyes blaze crimson as he can no longer restrain himself, biting down and exclaiming. Lu Yuyin, who had just purged the residual toxins from her system, abruptly opens her beautiful eyes. Panic washes over her delicate face as she rushes forward. Xiaoyu, what has happened to you? She supports Mou with both hands, her consciousness sweeping over him. In an instant, she comprehends the situation, her expression filled with overwhelming guilt. Is this the result of self-evaporated toxic gas pollution? How careless. Previously, witnessing his fierce demeanor made me forget that he's merely a foundational cultivator. What should I do? Is it necessary to? Her cheeks flushed suddenly, and the uncertainty of how to face Mou intensified her feelings of anxiety and nervousness. After 8 centuries of cultivation, today marked her very first experience as a woman. Just moments ago, her rationality had been nearly overwhelmed by the intoxicating effects of the Jialong Dan, leaving her no time to contemplate anything else. Yet now, she was fully aware. If she continued in such a manner, would it not be utterly mortifying? She bit her crimson lip, her exquisitely beautiful cheeks nearly bleeding from the intensity of her blush, as she cast a shy and flustered gaze toward Mou. Should this be witnessed by other cultivators from the Eastern Domain, it would surely dazzle their titanium alloy eyes. As the esteemed leader of the Xianling sect, Lu Yuyin has astonishingly reached the transformation stage in a mere 8 centuries, embodying both exceptional talent and beauty. She epitomizes the harmonious blend of genuine strength and allure, exuding an elegant grace alongside an ethereal, otherworldly demeanor. The number of admirers enamored by her is indeed as numerous as the fish crossing a river. Alas, many of these individuals have yet to catch a glimpse of Lu Yuyin's radiant smile, let alone witness her current bashful expression reminiscent of a shy bride. However, the increasingly agitated Mou is equally oblivious. His mind oscillates between the realms of humanity and beast. Just moments ago, he had recklessly acted to save his master, disregarding all else. Yet now, he finds himself urging his master to make her own decisions. Mou grits his teeth, struggling to endure. The delicate touch of his master's soft hands, however, feels like adding fuel to the flames. Unable to brusquely shake her off, he fervently recites within his mind, rosy skeleton. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is also desire. My master is truly exquisite. Sensing the tremors coursing through her precious disciple, Lu Yuyin bites her silver teeth, having already made a resolute decision. After all, Xiaoyu is not a stranger. Chapter 4. The great gift arrives, Xiaoyu. Fear not, for your master shall rescue you. Lu Yuyin whispers with unwavering determination. As she gazes at the nearly frenzied Mou, a blush inevitably colors her cheeks. 2 hours later, Mou sits cross-legged, brimming with vitality. His starry eyes glance at the graceful figure not far away, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. She is breathtaking, even if only her silhouette is visible. It remains incredibly beautiful and enticing. Originally, the process of detoxification should not have taken so long. The poison within him could have been expelled in just 1 hour. However, the two of them tacitly chose not to interrupt the process. Mou remained silent, and Lu Yuyin feigned ignorance. It was only after 2 hours, When Mo finally succumbed, that the ordeal came to an end. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. The damage to his foundation had indeed taken its toll. Yet, upon glancing at the translucent panel hovering above his master's head, his mood transformed into one of delight. Name: Lu Yuyan, daughter of fortune. Age: 800 realm. Early transformation stage dependency on host. 20 physique. Innate 5 spirit sacred body. His heart began to race fervently, and his gaze towards his master brimmed with fervor and anticipation. Had there been an addition of 10 once more? If this continues, would it not soon culminate in 100? He was acutely aware that this was not merely a matter of frequency, but rather a reflection of his master's psychological transformation. In haste, he summoned his personal panel. Host: Mo age: 299 realm. Initial stage of foundation establishment. Attribute points: 0 physique. Chaotic divine demon body, currently damaged, with 4 repairs completed. Restoration to 40 is required for cultivation. Notification: upon elevating the target dependency to 30, the host shall receive a beginner's gift package, which includes elixirs for physique restoration. Best of luck. Upon reading the final line, Mo could not suppress an exhilarating thrill within. His fervent gaze involuntarily returned to his master, Lu Yuyan. With her back turned to him, unmistakably sensed his furtive glance and could not help but emit a soft, vexed hum of discontent. The little lecher. Had he not yet had his fill? She made a concerted effort to adjust her mindset, feigning tranquility before finally turning to face him. Her expression composed as she remarked, "Let today's events fade from memory once we step outside. I shall remain your master henceforth. Do you hear? I cannot forget." Mo's eyes shone with clarity, her tone calm yet resolute. Do you not often say that a cultivator should have clear thoughts and follow their heart? That even amidst a sea of flames, the path remains open? I am indifferent to worldly perceptions. After all, the Eastern region is not devoid of master-disciple pairs achieving enlightenment together. When I attain a level equal to yours, that shall be the moment I take you as my bride. You will belong solely to me. Lu Yuyan felt a rush of embarrassment and anger. The tranquility she had cultivated over 8 centuries of cultivation shattered in an instant. This impudent lad, who previously addressed you with utmost respect, now dares to speak so casually? He even has the audacity to claim you as his own? Truly, such boldness is outrageous and defies all decorum. Yet, she finds herself unable to truly feel anger. Especially when considering his frail condition, her heart softens. Her exceptionally gifted disciple, once the pride of the Eastern domain, now has but a year of life remaining. In the realm of cultivation, a mere moment of seclusion could span a century or two, an ephemeral blink in the grand tapestry of time. Though reluctant to admit it, she understood deep within her heart that this expedition into the Forbidden Zone would likely serve only as a balm for her restless spirit. The essence of the Great Tao is not something that can be easily discovered. It was precisely for this reason that when she heard Mo proclaim his intention to marry her upon surpassing her cultivation level, an even deeper ache resonated within her. In her eyes, Xiaoyu was merely offering her comfort. Even when faced with her own demise, she still found herself worrying so much about this foolish boy. She gazed blankly at the first man in her life, and suddenly a tender and radiant smile graced her face, breathtakingly beautiful. Very well, I shall await your proposal. As long as you can match my realm, what harm is there in being your companion on the path? Yet, before that moment arrives, everything must remain unchanged. Lu Yuyan suppressed the bittersweet pangs in her heart, and with a sudden smile, she reached out to gently trace the handsome contours of Mo's face. Her touch is soft as the gentle spring breeze of February. Xiaoyu, remember the words spoken today, never give up. Mo was momentarily taken aback. Although he had expressed such sentiments, he never truly expected his master to acquiesce. At best, he thought she might not be angered. However, his nature was such that he acted according to his own thoughts, indifferent to how others might perceive it. After all, his master was already his woman. Though he currently lacked the strength to prove it, once his power grew, he was resolute that she could never escape him. The fact that his master had now agreed was beyond his wildest dreams, even with the stipulation attached. Yet, it seemed that surpassing her cultivation, once he regained his strength, might not be an insurmountable challenge. He quickly burst forth in excitement. It's settled then. You cannot go back on your word. With that, he seized her delicate white hand and fervently kissed it multiple times. Noticing that he did not pursue any further inappropriate actions, Lu Yuyan pondered for a moment, then feigned calmness and restrained herself. She merely could not bear to witness his disappointment, convincing herself it was not a matter of romantic feelings. However, as he continued to hold her hand tightly, she could no longer contain her embarrassment and exasperation, retorting, "You little rascal. What do you intend by not letting go of my hand?" Yet, as soon as the words escaped her lips, she instantly regretted them. The tone possessed none of the grandeur befitting a master. Rather, it resembled the playful banter of a young couple. She swiftly concealed the blush of embarrassment in her eyes, restoring her countenance to its usual noble and frosty demeanor, radiating an aura of sanctity that seemed untouchable. Cast a peculiar glance at his master and feigned seriousness, stating, "I merely noticed that my injuries have improved somewhat." "Ah, is that truly the case? Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" The once haughty and ethereal instantly lost her composure, rushing over in excitement. Her face flushed with fervor, she instinctively grasped his hand. In her clear and luminous eyes sparkled immense surprise and anticipation, her entire being quivering with exhilaration. Master, how could I ever deceive you? Shall we not give it another attempt? Nodded eagerly. Observing his barely contained smile, felt a sense of being outmaneuvered, prompting her to scold him playfully. No. This is excessive and detrimental to your health. We shall wait a couple of days. Ah, must we truly wait? Come now, master, you are well aware of my capabilities. Exclaimed, his face a portrait of urgency. Recalling certain details, S. cheeks flushed a brilliant hue, and she hastily released his hand. The little rogue, truly. Mou's eyes were filled with urgency. If his dependency increased by another 10, he would obtain the novice gift pack. What was he waiting for? He had but a year to live. His only hope lay in utilizing the system to cultivate back to the golden core stage. Otherwise, he would inevitably perish. However, Lu Yuyan remained oblivious to these matters. She merely wished to delay things for a couple of days out of pure concern. After all, even for cultivators, 3 consecutive attempts seemed rather excessive, didn't they? Just as she was caught in her thoughts, Mou had already reached out and grasped her hand. Striding purposefully toward the distant pool. Master, you wouldn't want to witness the depletion of my lifespan, would you? I must swiftly restore my foundation and then reconstruct my golden core within a year. Lu Yuyan's heart tightened at once, and she hesitated no longer. Indeed, Xia Yu's time was limited. Even if he could restore his foundation, failing to reform the golden core within a year would still lead to his demise. Very well. Upon uttering this phrase, Lu Yuyan, whose demeanor was as ethereal and pure as a celestial maiden, transformed entirely into a bashful little quail. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Her alluring eyes cast downwards, and with her enchanting legs, she feigned calmness as she hurried toward the pool. Chapter 5. You mustn't. Master, please, do not speak. A clear, melodious voice rang out, tinged with embarrassment. With a splash, Mou was unceremoniously kicked into the pool by his flustered master. Then, her graceful figure stood poised above the water's surface like a fairy upon the waves. Her elegant silhouette and breathtaking beauty resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens. With a delicate gesture, the fairy subtly raised a cerulean barrier, cloaking the pool from view. 3 hours later, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the silvery moonlight illuminated the earth. Lu Yuyan stood at the edge of the pool, her expression shy yet feigned calmness. Her long, exquisite legs shimmered under the moonlight, glistening like fine porcelain, reminiscent of beautiful jade. The exaggeratedly graceful curves, accentuated by her slender waist, delineated a captivating arc. This caused Mou, who had just regained his composure, to salivate uncontrollably once more. However, at this moment, he refrained from acting recklessly. It is not that he has become honest. Rather, the transparent panel before him has transformed him into a paragon of virtue. The chaotic divine demon body has been restored to level 6, and upon reaching level 40, cultivation shall commence. Congratulations to the host for successfully increasing the dependency of the Daughter of Fortune to 30. The next phase of the task, please elevate this dependency to 100 within the span of a year. The novice gift package is ready. Shall it be claimed? Open it at once. Mou internally shouted in exhilaration, his eyes soon sparkling with delight. Minor restoration pill, one capable of mending damaged foundations and physiques, with effects varying according to the severity of the injury and the robustness of the constitution. Second transformation recovery pill, one this can partially restore lost cultivation due to injury, proving remarkably effective for lower tier practitioners. Heavenly deception talisman, one upon use, it perfectly conceals one's aura, revealing only the realm one wishes to display, rendering it imperceptible to those beneath the celestial realm. Celestial protection, passive skill. When the host suffers a fatal attack, it will automatically manifest, shielding against any harm for a quarter of an hour, with a cooldown period of 1 month. The items have been securely stored in the system's space, inaccessible to others. Gazing at the contents of the grand gift package, Mou is utterly overwhelmed with excitement. These are precisely what he urgently requires. Restoration of his constitution, the resurgence of his strength, the concealment of his realm, and a quarter of an hour of an invincible shield. This novice gift package is truly considerate. He hastily employed the technique of stealth, swiftly darting behind a large boulder in the distance. He was eager to test the efficacy of these elixirs. Behind him, Lu Yuyan couldn't help but roll her eyes, her cheeks flushed. Still hiding? It wasn't as if she hadn't just witnessed everything. As Mou swallowed the pills in one go and activated both the Stealing Heaven and Changing Earth talisman and the Heavenly Immortal's protection skill, he sensed a peculiar vitality surging within him, though he couldn't quite pinpoint its nature. The energy from the returning essence pill transformed into a stream of pure innate chi, swiftly coursing through his meridians. Ultimately, it converged into his dantian like a turbulent river. His cultivation level surged from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the mid and then to the late stage in rapid succession. At this moment, the medicinal energy was still in the process of being assimilated, swirling rapidly within his dantian. Mou's expression was one of ecstatic frenzy. He had a premonition that once he fully assimilated the medicinal power, he would undoubtedly be able to the golden core once more. At that time, his lifespan would extend to around 800 years, relieving him of the fear of aging. As for the energy from the supplementing heaven pill, it traversed through his meridians, swiftly mending his shattered foundation. Mo radiated vigor, the shadows of despair in his eyes completely vanishing. Then, as he gazed at the physique section of the system panel, his body trembled slightly. The chaotic divine demon body had been restored to 46, allowing for cultivation. A second-tier returning essence pill had elevated him by not just 2 minor realms. Meanwhile, the minor supplementing heaven pill had directly restored his physique from 6 to 46. He had a newfound appreciation for the system. It was truly extraordinary, even though he hadn't fully recovered yet, compared to his cultivation speed a century ago. A physique of 46 was already comparable to the top talents of the Eastern Domain. Haha, I'm back in action. Damn it. Mo couldn't contain his excitement. Roaring with joy, his eyes glistening with tears. The torment of this century is a suffering that those who have not personally experienced it can never truly comprehend. With all its hardships and despair, from an unparalleled prodigy, the foremost genius of the Eastern Domain, to a mere wastrel, unable to cultivate and awaiting death. Were it not for an unwavering resolve, one might have succumbed to despair or even sought an end to their own existence. Yet, Mo has gritted his teeth and persevered. Among these are his own convictions, as well as the concern and unwavering support from the sect. At last, his dreams are on the cusp of realization. Surely, his revered elders would be immensely delighted upon hearing this news. The mere thought of that scene fills him with boundless anticipation. This little rogue. Upon hearing his coarse words, Lu Yuyan, lost in her thoughts, cannot help but flush with embarrassment, letting out a soft huff. Moments later, Mo returned to his original spot, exuberant, and embraced his master with such fervor that it felt as though he intended to meld her into his very being. Master, thank you. That is unacceptable. Lu Yuyan, her face a vivid hue of mortification and annoyance, chided him. This is the 3rd time. Does this little rogue think of nothing else? Thank you. Lu Yuyan's expression momentarily faltered before transforming into one of profound shyness. It seemed she had misinterpreted his words. Master, what is unacceptable? Mo appeared utterly perplexed. Lu Yuyan hastily feigned composure, pushing him away and admonishing, I am your master. Be mindful of your boundaries. Remember to correct this bad habit once we are outside. Oh. Mo nodded, somewhat helplessly, before gazing at her with excitement, his voice trembling. Master, I can cultivate now. What? You can cultivate? Are you certain you're not deceiving me? The previously stern Lu Yuyan's eyes sparkled with sudden brightness, her body quivering slightly as she was engulfed in disbelief. But she quickly regained her composure, seizing his hand to investigate. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Mo swallowed hard at the sight. Lu Yuyan shot him a glare, yet couldn't he suppress the upward curve of her lips. Could it be that his foundation had truly been restored to nearly half? A wave of immense joy surged within her heart, her exquisite cheeks adorned with shock and elation. A century had passed. This scene, which she had envisioned countless times, was it finally about to materialize? It felt as if she were caught in a dream. Deep within, Mo felt a surge of emotion. Nodding affirmatively, I believe there is hope for the restoration of some of my cultivation. Truly, the heavens have eyes. Lu Yuyan could not help but feel her eyes well up with tears, and then she embraced him tightly. After a considerable time, she gently pushed him away. Her cheeks flushed, only to find herself in a state of inner turmoil once more. Would that truly be effective? Surely, she could not accomplish it alone. However, upon recalling the few beautiful female disciples who had not returned for a century, a resolution blossomed within her heart. It was time to bring them back. With a decisive wave of her delicate hand, she declared, Return to the Sect. Chapter 6. Return to the Sect on the periphery of the ancient Forbidden Zone. A group of cultivators soaring on their swords exchanged astonished glances. Did I see that correctly? Was that not Mo and his master Lu Yuyan? Indeed. It was Mo. Who would have thought he had emerged from seclusion? Wasn't his foundation shattered? Could he have already recovered? They exchanged looks of disbelief, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes, a tempest of emotions stirring within. Subsequently, they all retrieved their transmission jade talismans, urgently dispatching messages. In the eastern region, within the borders of Mingyue country, lies a magnificent mountain range spanning 1,000 miles. Towering peaks pierce the heavens, and the aura of spiritual energy permeates the area, resembling an ethereal realm. Occasionally, one could observe cultivators soaring on their swords, weaving through the mountains, creating a scene of extraordinary vibrancy. The majestic mountain range is the very location of the Xianling sect's entrance. At this moment, within the grand hall of the sect, 3 venerable elders, their demeanor exuding authority, sit with faces marked by disappointment. Below them, 6 formidable middle-aged men stand, their heads bowed in silence, too intimidated to utter a word. The atmosphere is heavy and solemn. A lean elder with a goatee, visibly agitated, pounds the table in anger, exclaiming, Little you has but a year left. You have been gone for so long. And now you return to tell me you have found nothing? How can I have such incompetent disciples? Do you even have the audacity to come back? What purpose does your return serve? The men, drenched in shame from the tirade, lower their heads in guilt, not daring to offer a single defense. As if they truly bore the blame. Just as the elder's scolding reaches a fervent peak, a sudden commotion arises from outside. accompanied by the jubilant cheers of many disciples. This exacerbated his already irritable mood, causing his expression to darken even further. Even the kindly old man beside him could no longer suppress his desire to intervene. He furrowed his brow and muttered angrily towards the door, "These little rascals. Do they not know what madness they are inciting?" The elder with the goat-like beard glared fiercely at the disciples standing below, scolding, "What are you still doing here? Do you not see who is causing this unnecessary commotion? Have you abandoned your training?" "Yes, master." The few disciples, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly rushed outside like soldiers fleeing the battlefield. "Alas, third brother, do not blame them. The injury to Xiaoyu's foundation is not easily remedied," sighed the tall, white-haired elder, a look of despair and desolation filling his eyes. As an inner sect elder of the Xianling sect, Zhou Buyu commanded respect wherever he went. Yet now, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Isn't it the duty of a disciple to endure their master's reprimands? How many times were we scolded by our master in our youth? After rebuking his disciples, Lei Lai scoffed dismissively, his emaciated frame brimming with agitation as he continued. "Moreover, they have been away for decades without even a whisper of the essence of the great path. Should they not be reprimanded?" Wang Sanyu, who had been silent until now, abruptly rose to his feet. His towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, exuded an imposing presence as he spoke in a gruff voice, "If you ask me. That incident from back then was undoubtedly orchestrated by several major sects, and we cannot rule out the possibility of their collusion." He added, "If Xiaoyu truly meets an untimely end, I shall ensure that a number of those talents pay for it with their lives." Zhou Buyu, immediately incensed, slammed his hand on the table and admonished, "Nonsense. Fifth brother, how can you be more reckless than third brother? Do you wish to provoke a sect-wide conflict?" Wang Sanyu retorted defiantly, "Let them come. When has our Xianling sect ever feared them?" Zhou Buyu's face twitched in frustration as he pointed a finger at him, sneering. "Ah, Wang Sanyu, if you possess such courage, wait until our little junior sister returns and repeat those words to her. Then you will truly be a force to reckon with." The once formidable elder, now cowed, shrank back into his seat in silence. The little junior sister was not truly fearsome. What was daunting was that whatever she said, their master would invariably believe. In her early days at the sect, their master even went so far as to humor her by scolding them in turn to elicit her laughter. If one round did not suffice, he would repeat the process. And if it proved effective, it would not end until she became weary of it and called for it to stop. In the master's words, "What choice do you have when there is only one little junior sister?" Thus, it came to pass that she became the most revered figure among them. With her elder brothers too intimidated to provoke her, Lei Lai hastily interjected, "Eldest brother, do you think our ancestor will gain anything from his journey to the Divine Enlightenment continent?" Hard to say. Although the Divine Enlightenment continent cannot be compared to the Qingyun continent, it does not necessarily harbor the essence of the Great Path either. The injury to the foundation is exceedingly difficult to heal. Even with the cultivation of third uncle, there are no signs of recovery. It is truly a dire situation. Zhou Buyu shook his head pessimistically. Third uncle was, after all, the protector of Mou, a mid-stage transformation god expert whose own foundation had been shattered, causing his realm to plummet to the early stages of the nascent soul. At that moment, a middle-aged male cultivator who had ventured out hurriedly returned, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "Master uncle, master, and master uncle, it is the sect leader who has returned with junior brother Mo." I looked around for junior brother Mo, but where was he? The middle-aged cultivator, observing the empty grand hall, was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the situation, he dashed outside in haste. Outside the hall, Mou found himself encircled by a multitude of fervent cultivators, both male and female, forming concentric circles around him. Many held exquisite jade boxes, eager to present them to him. "Junior brother Mo, this is the everlasting elixir I discovered in the heavenly demon forbidden zone. It is said to extend one's lifespan. Please take it and give it a try. Junior brother Mo, this is a supreme grade great recovery pill, reputed to possess remarkable healing properties. You must consume it and see its effects. Master uncle, this millennium ginseng from the snowy region was fortuitously obtained by my nephew. It may be of use to you. Senior brother Mo, this is the 9-flavored Remania pill, said to be crafted by the legendary healer Ouyang Meng." Mou felt a surge of warmth and gratitude in his heart. He raised his hand, and once the crowd quieted, he expressed his heartfelt appreciation. "I am deeply touched by everyone's kindness, but these gifts are of no use to me at present. Please, keep them for yourselves." Among these individuals, there were many familiar faces, yet a significant number were evidently recent disciples elevated to core positions in the last century. Those who managed to arrive here were, at the very least, core disciples of the sect, as well as stewards and elders from both the inner and outer sanctums. Although he could not recognize everyone, the uniform attire of the sect worn by all still evoked a profound sense of familiarity within him. Upon hearing Mou's words, the expressions of those present all dimmed, and a wave of sorrowful emotions surged within their hearts. The foremost genius of the Eastern domain, the pride of the Xianling sect, is now contemplating surrender? The circumstances surrounding Mou have long ceased to be a secret within the sect. It is common knowledge that his lifespan is dwindling. Thus, When the members venture forth, their inquiries revolve not only around the elusive essence of the great Tao and healing elixirs, but primarily focus on gathering rare treasures capable of extending life, in hopes of prolonging MOU's existence and grasping at a thread of hope. Yet now, junior brother MO declares that he no longer requires such efforts. It seems the precious medicines previously sought have exhausted the potential of his life to its utmost limit. His remaining lifespan is likely beyond any further extension. Some young and beautiful female cultivators have already begun to weep. MOU offers little explanation. It is prudent to maintain a low profile until he possesses the means for self-preservation. He had previously underestimated the ruthlessness of others, leading to his current plight. He would not fall into the same trap as a century prior. Enough, everyone may disperse. Standing nearby, Lu Yuyin could no longer bear to witness the scene and immediately gestured imperiously. If they lingered any longer, those tearful, lovely disciples would surely crowd into Xiao Yu's embrace, which is truly unacceptable. Xiao Yu, follow me into the hall. With her dignified authority restored, Lu Yuyin walked ahead with an air of aloofness, while MOU respectfully followed in her wake. All elders of the sect assemble in the main hall for a meeting. The cold and commanding voice of the woman echoed throughout the peak of the Xianling sect. Chapter 7. Lu Yuyin's intentions in the spacious and magnificent council hall. Lu Yuyin sat regally at the head of the table, her expression one of authority, while only 6 individuals occupied the numerous empty seats. Among them was MOU, who, despite his current foundation-building strength, remained an elder of the inner sect. The other 5 elderly cultivators were the entirety of the inner sect elders currently safeguarding the Xianling sect. Among them, Zhou Buyu and 2 others shared the same master as Lu Yuyin. The remaining 2 were direct disciples of their second uncle. As for the other 20 or so inner sect elders, they were presently traversing the Qingyun continent and beyond, tirelessly seeking that rare opportunity for MOU's survival. In essence, the elders wandering beyond the sect far outnumbered those stationed to protect it. Such a scenario would be unimaginable in any sect. For the mountain gate represents the very foundation of a religious order. If it were to be infiltrated, it would lead to utter chaos. Yet, the Xianling sect has maintained this precarious state for a full century. Junior sister, did you not take Xiao Yu to the ancient forbidden zone? Why have you returned so soon? Just as she settled in, the lean yet impatient Lei Lai could hardly contain his curiosity. Even the typically composed Zhou Buyu could not suppress a frown as he inquired. Junior sister, does this expedition yield no fruits? The others remained silent, their gazes fixed anxiously on Lu Yuyin and MOU. Their expressions betraying a mix of anticipation and trepidation. We did not uncover the essence of the great Tao, Lu Yuyin replied, her eyes flickering momentarily before she spoke vaguely. Of course, there were gains, but they are rather too embarrassing to disclose. Noticing her senior's eagerness to probe further, she hastily raised her hand to interrupt them, declaring urgently, enough. Regarding Xiao Yu, please refrain from further inquiries. From this day forth, Xiao Yu shall enter seclusion on the back mountain, and during this period, no one is permitted to disturb her. Furthermore, I shall summon several esteemed elders to return discreetly to the sect, merely to announce that Xiao Yu has emerged from her retreat. As for the other disciples, let us leave it at that for the time being. After careful consideration, Lu Yuyin chose not to call everyone back, wishing to avoid arousing suspicion among those with ulterior motives. As these words were spoken, the assembly exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting profound shock and astonishment. Initially, they had been taken aback by the sudden return of the junior sister and MOU to the sect, but now their confusion deepened further. To return and immediately enter seclusion, and to summon several esteemed elders as well. Shouldn't their foremost priority be to exhaust every effort in the outside world to seek out the last glimmer of hope for Xiao Yu? The several elders could not help but exchange dumbfounded looks, utterly at a loss. Yet, despite their status as senior brothers, they felt a certain trepidation in the presence of this junior sister, leaving them to respond in silence. They then turned their concern towards MOU, offering gentle words of solace. However, after only a few exchanges, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by Lu Yuyin, her expression frosty. Enough. Time is of the essence. Do not waste it here. Xiao Yu, come with me to the back mountain for seclusion. Watching Lu Yuyin hastily lead MOU away towards the back mountain, the onlookers felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Couldn't this junior sister allow them a few words with Xiao Yu? Truly, her domineering nature remained as unyielding as ever. As the figures faded from sight, Lei Lai could no longer contain his dissatisfaction. Third senior brother, why didn't you dare to voice your thoughts in front of the junior sister? Wang Sanya teased. And you, fifth junior brother, are you not the same? How dare you criticize me? Enough. Everyone, quiet down. We must immediately contact several uncles and convey the junior sister's message to them, Zhou Wuyu commanded gravely, his brow furrowed. Although the junior sister had spoken little, the abrupt summoning of the esteemed elders suggested 2 possibilities. One being that they had completely abandoned hope for Xiao Yu. Yet, with Xiao Yu's life still hanging by a thread for another year, who would dare to declare abandonment at this juncture? Surely, that would invite the wrath of the ancestors. Regardless of how unlikely such a scenario might be, even if it were true, there was no need to retreat into seclusion at this moment, was there? This is rather unreasonable. Thus, the remaining possibility emerges. Perhaps Xiaoyu has a chance of recovery, which is why he has chosen to enter seclusion. Meanwhile, the junior sister has suddenly summoned several elders at this moment, likely to ensure his better protection. Zhou Buyu felt a surge of emotion within, yet maintained an expression of composure on his face. The gravity of this matter is indeed profound, no caution is excessive, and we must not allow a repetition of events from a century ago. Once the others fell silent, their expressions reflected deep contemplation. Lei Lai could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Senior brother, is there a possibility for Xiaoyu? Third brother, refrain from asking what should remain unasked. Focus on your own responsibilities," Zhou Buyu admonished sternly, his countenance exhibiting an unprecedented severity. Observing the solemn demeanor of his elder brother, Lei Lai instinctively swallowed his words, offering a timid defense. "I was merely expressing my joy. Just speculating. Third brother, what the senior brother has stated is correct. Once this matter leaves this room, let everyone act as if they are oblivious, not even to entertain guesses." The other two elders nodded in earnest agreement. After sharing a few more words of caution, Zhou Buyu solemnly declared, "During this period, everyone must remain vigilant, particularly regarding the back mountain. Anyone who dares to trespass will face the consequences as per our rules." After considerable deliberation, and ensuring that nothing was overlooked, they dispersed. The so-called back mountain is an isolated peak located behind the main summit and serves as Lu Yuyan's residence for cultivation. Atop this mountain lies a grand formation for gathering spiritual energy. Once activated, it can absorb the spiritual essence from a radius of 1,000 miles, making it a true sanctuary for cultivation. However, the consumption of spirit stones is equally staggering. Even Lu Yuyan, in her earlier days, hesitated to activate it frequently. Yet, for the past century, MOU had been cultivating within this formation, leading to an enormous depletion of resources. As the formation activated once more, the mountain was instantly flooded with spiritual energy. MOU quickly settled into a meditative posture, continuing to refine the essence of the recovery pill. After Lu Yuyan established a barrier, she too sat quietly not far away, her beautiful eyes fixated on MOU, soon becoming entranced. As time passed, the expressions on her face began to shift continuously, ultimately culminating in a complex sigh. Since dual cultivation would aid in restoring Xiaoyu's foundation, it was wise to help him find a dual cultivation partner sooner rather than later. However, among her 4 female disciples, although they were exceptionally gifted and stunningly beautiful, and shared a profound bond with Xiaoyu, Xiudi's whimsical nature and Fei Yan's forthright temperament were evidently not the best matches. Xiaorou appeared to be quite suitable, possessing a gentle and serene disposition, skilled in nurturing others. Yet, as the eldest sister, Ryu also displayed steadiness in her actions, her heart pure and untainted, embodying utmost clarity. This moment rendered her indecisive. Perhaps it would be best to allow them to choose for themselves. With a firm resolution, Lu Yuyan cast a lingering glance at MOU. She then decisively retrieved her communication talisman to send a message to her 2 disciples. "Your junior brother has emerged from seclusion. If you wish to become his companion, return to the sect at once." In a secluded realm, a strikingly beautiful and ethereal woman furrowed her brow, then took out her communication talisman to check. In an instant, a flicker of astonished delight ignited in her pure, clear eyes, sparkling like the stars. "The junior brother has emerged? Time to go home." A warm smile graced her lips as she unhesitatingly forsook the treasures she was about to acquire, vanishing in an instant, leaving a group of bewildered and regretful cultivators in her wake, lost in their despondency. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away, a graceful and exquisite woman was also hastening towards Xianling's sect, her beautiful eyes slightly glistening with tears. "Junior brother, if second senior sister cannot save you, then allow me to leave a path for you." At this moment, MOU remained blissfully unaware that he had been sold by his master, and not just once, but twice. At this moment, he was enveloped in immense joy. Chapter 8. Return to the Golden Core Period. Within the sea of his Dantian, a golden orb, roughly the size of a soybean, was slowly rotating, continuously absorbing the ethereal liquid within, thereby augmenting its own vitality. This process persisted for more than 10 days. Ultimately, the orb had transformed into the size of a pigeon's egg, emanating a pure and terrifying power, deep and enigmatic. This is precisely the golden elixir that many monks have yearned for throughout their lives. However, unlike the previous pale golden hue, this elixir radiates a mysterious and noble purple-tinged gold. Its power surpasses that of his previous initial stage of golden elixir by a remarkable threefold. And MOU's expression is one of profound excitement. After a full century, he has finally returned to this realm. It feels as though he is in a dream, unable to suppress the tremors of his body, a wave of laughter almost escaping him. The golden elixir stage, once easily traversed by him, had later become an unattainable height. Now, it has once again become his new starting point. He vows never to find himself in a helpless, stagnant state again. He is determined to strive for the pinnacle of the Tao and seize control of his own destiny. Although the initial stage of the golden elixir cannot be compared to the mid-stage of the nascent soul he once achieved, he is not the least bit concerned. There is still time. He cannot help but whisper with heartfelt gratitude, "Thank you, system. You're welcome. Assisting the host in becoming stronger is my duty." MOU's lips curl into a smile. Then, could I possibly have a few more recovery pills? And perhaps a few minor healing pills as well? Consider them as a loan? No. The system does not permit borrowing. I lack that authority. Please do not make things difficult for me. The system's childlike voice is melodious, yet its words are harsh. MOU can't help but roll his eyes, realizing that it is merely sweet talk. Nevertheless, he feels no disappointment. He is already quite content with his current situation. The rest will depend on his ability to conquer his master. Although this task will be daunting, it is inevitable. However, it seems that he must first consider a different candidate. To elevate his master's reliance on him to 100 within a year is nearly impossible. Where can he possibly find another destined daughter? He cannot help but feel a headache coming on. Upon seeing him awaken, Lu Yuyan, who had been resting with her eyes closed, immediately opened her bright eyes and eagerly inquired, Xiaoyu, how are you? Is there any improvement? MOU quickly smiled and nodded. I have partially restored my foundation. It won't be long before I am fully recovered. What? You've truly regained part of your strength? Lu Yuyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her body trembling as she rushed towards him. With both hands tightly gripping MOU's arm, her consciousness surged forth. Beginning to examine his body, MOU smiled and relaxed, allowing her to inspect him, feeling a warmth in his heart. After a lengthy examination, Lu Yuyan could not help but furrow her brow. The damaged meridians and acupoints had indeed miraculously healed significantly. However, the most crucial area, his chi si and dantian, remained shrouded in chaos, enveloped by an impenetrable darkness. Even with her formidable consciousness, she could not ascertain the conditions within. It was only at this moment that she realized she could not see through MOU's realm, which left her profoundly shaken. While there are numerous techniques to conceal one's realm, to do so with foundational cultivation and evade the scrutiny of a transformation stage cultivator is truly remarkable. This is truly astonishing. Yet, what perplexes her the most is that, upon first emerging from the barrier, she could effortlessly discern his realm. Why is it that now she finds herself unable to do so? Could it indeed be, as Xiaoyu suggested, that their relationship has instigated this transformation? Recalling certain scenes, her cheeks involuntarily flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and she refrained from pressing further. After all, every cultivator harbors their own secrets. However, it wasn't long before she was enveloped by waves of excitement and joy, tears of elation welling in her eyes, their rims reddening. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself, pulling MOU tightly into her warm embrace. Her voice choked yet joyful. Do you have any idea how much everyone in the sect has worried about you over the past century? I was truly afraid you would meet the same tragic fate as Little Four. The memory of her tragically deceased fourth disciple silenced her. In truth, the ones who cared most for MOU were undoubtedly her and her fellow senior sisters. Even now, the women continue to wander the world in search of that final glimmer of hope for MOU. In the face of perilous zones and secret realms, they ventured forth without a moment's hesitation. The bond among the disciples is even deeper than that of many couples. Additionally, the sect's ancestors, esteemed elders, and disciples alike have been deeply troubled by MOU's injuries. The ancestor journeyed far to the divine awakening continent in search of medicine, while 5 esteemed elders, aside from one who tended to his own wounds, stood guard over the sect. The remaining 2 tirelessly traversed the realm. And the majority of disciples above the Golden Core stage had not returned to the sect for decades. The ancestor once proclaimed that MOU is the most exceptional prodigy in the history of the Xianling sect. If nurtured properly, he could lead the sect beyond the eastern region and into higher realms of existence. Therefore, it is imperative that every effort be made to rescue him. Furthermore, as an orphan, MOU has always regarded the sect as his home. He treats his fellow disciples with warmth and loyalty, earning the admiration and respect of all within the sect. After his rise, whenever he learned that a fellow disciple had been bullied by a talented individual from another clan, he would invariably seek to reclaim their honor, regardless of the circumstances. In his view, the so-called reasoning is always secondary to the principle of justice. The path encompasses the martial arts of boxing, swordsmanship, mysticism, strength, and dominance. Among the sects, the principle of supporting kin over justice prevails. In the realm of Qingyun, there exists an unspoken code regarding the conflicts among the youth of various sections. To avert the outbreak of large-scale battles, the elders seldom intervene as long as the young prodigies engage in fair competition. Thus, MOU emerged as an extraordinary presence, effortlessly overpowering the younger generation of the eastern region. Even many prodigies of an older generation found themselves unable to hold their heads high in his presence. Consequently, MOU's reputation as a genius soared to unprecedented heights in the eastern region, establishing him as the indisputable leader of the new generation, with numerous admirers. Within the renowned Xianling sect, known for its unity and protection of its own, MOU became the idol of all the young disciples. Alas, the ambush from a century ago nearly ignited a cataclysm within the Xianling sect. After a considerable moment, Lu Yuyan regained her composure from her reverie. Wiping away the tears from her eyes, she gently pushed MOU away, feigning calmness, and earnestly advised him, this matter must remain confidential for the time being. Do you understand? I understand. Mou nodded solemnly. He was acutely aware of his master's concerns and would not allow the tragic events of a century past to repeat themselves. Lu Yuyin then broke into a joyful smile, relieving years of worry, her expression becoming remarkably light and breathtakingly beautiful. Mou was momentarily captivated. Lu Yuyin quickly composed herself, restoring the dignified demeanor of a master. However, upon retracting the barrier and sensing the situation outside the mountain gate, her expression darkened, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of anger. Outside the mountain gate of the Xianling sect, hundreds of individuals were descending on flying swords, a grand spectacle as they ascended the mountain amidst laughter and camaraderie. Are these suitors never ending? She felt a surge of anger within her. The previous visitors, despite their intentions, at least presented themselves with some semblance of dignity, all being distinguished individuals without partners. However, this latest group not only includes many who are already bound in relationships, but also a considerable number of elderly men. If such a person were to dare to speak, she would undoubtedly shatter the very bones of her opponent. However, after the fury subsided, doubt began to creep in once more. What do these individuals think? They certainly do not seem to be here for a marriage proposal, do they? Could it be for some other matter? Her gaze flickered towards Mou, and suddenly, she appeared deep in thought. Chapter 9. The Challenge of the Underworld Sect. At this moment, a captivating beauty, her features alluring and her demeanor proud, stood imperiously outside the gates of the Xianling sect. Clad in a fiery red gown that accentuated her seductive figure, she exuded an irresistible charm. However, within her eyes burned a fierce, unapproachable madness. Surrounding her were several hundred excited sect leaders, elders, and disciples, with the majority being from the Xianling sect. They stood resolutely, confronting the woman in red, along with the 30 or so individuals flanking her. These individuals, including the woman in the crimson dress, Zuoqiu-chan, hail from the archrival of the Xianling sect, the Yuming sect. The Yuming sect is renowned alongside the Xianling sect, being one of the 8 major sects in the eastern domain. The location of its mountain gate lies 100,000 miles to the north of the Xianling sect. For such formidable powers, a distance of over 100,000 miles is hardly an exaggeration to call them neighbors. Historically, neighbors have often been embroiled in disputes, and the relationship between the two sects has always been strained. A century ago, it was the Yuming sect that nearly sparked a conflict. Presently, they have merely refrained from completely severing ties. On this expedition, apart from the 3 leading elders of the Yuming sect, the entourage consists entirely of young prodigies, exuding an air of cold arrogance and exceptional demeanor. Among them, besides Zuoqiu-chan, there are 2 other young men who stand out like a phoenix among hens, with their cultivation level all at the mid-stage of the golden core. Such strength, even within the Xianling sect, would qualify one for the position of a steward. In a smaller sect, it would not be excessive to hold the esteemed title of elder. The 2 individuals in question are none other than the other 2 paragons of the 10 outstanding talents of the Netherworld sect, the 5th-ranked Qingdu and the 8th-ranked Mo Xiu. On the other hand, Zuoqiu-chan holds the 10th position. Although their rankings are not particularly high, they have nonetheless garnered considerable repute among the younger generation in the eastern region. At this moment, other talented disciples from various sects eagerly approach to pay their respects, unable to suppress their proud expressions of honor at the mere opportunity to converse with them. The envy on the faces of the onlookers was palpable. However, Qingdu and his companions maintained a composed demeanor throughout, their faces adorned with aloof and reserved smiles. Yet, moments later, the atmosphere outside the gate of the Xianling sect grew strangely tense. All eyes were drawn to the young gentleman striding towards them. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of elegance that seemed to overshadow even the exquisite Lu Yuyin by his side. Upon his arrival, a tempest of hatred surged within Zuoqiu-chan's enchanting eyes. Mou, a name that, to this very day, compelled her to grit her teeth in resentment. Countless sleepless nights had left her yearning to consume his flesh and drink his blood. Fortunately, once a peerless prodigy, he has now become a mere shell of his former self, unable to cultivate and on the brink of exhausting his lifespan. Yet, as she gazes upon Mou, surrounded by the excited disciples of the Xianling sect, her heart cannot find solace. This is still insufficient. She yearned to personally trample him beneath her feet, compelling him to plead for her mercy. The mere thought of that scene ignited a morbid thrill within her, flushing her cheeks crimson. Moments later, Zuoqiu-chan turned her head to glance behind her, gritting her teeth as she proclaimed, "Brother Qin, Brother Mou belongs to me. Do not dare to covet him. The humiliation from over a century ago would be avenged today. Since Sister Zua has given her orders, we, as brothers, shall not contest with you." Qingdu's tone was calm, yet his eyes brimmed with an indomitable aura. Mo Xiu similarly nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Mou was now merely a succulent morsel on a cutting board, ready to be sliced as they pleased. "Then I extend my gratitude to both esteemed brothers." Zuoqiu-chan cooed sweetly, but as she turned back, her expression morphed into one of icy disdain, her eyes, filled with loathing, fixated on Mou. Alas, he did not spare her a single glance. At that moment, the Grand Elder of Xianling sect, Zhou Buyu, was striding purposefully towards them, accompanied by several elders. "We pay our respects to the Grand Elder." Upon sighting Zhou Buyu and his companions, the disciples of Xianling sect hurriedly bowed in deference. What commotion is this? Zhou Buyu's countenance darkened upon noticing Mou, who was supposed to be in seclusion, interrupted by these individuals. One disciple hastily replied, reporting to the Grand Elder. A disciple of the Yuming sect has insulted Uncle Mo without provocation. I could not contain my anger and kindly taught him how to speak properly, unbeknownst to me. In my fervor, I accidentally broke his legs. The flames of fury in Zhou Buyu's eyes blazed even more fiercely. These individuals have not appeared for a century. Did Xiaoyu deliberately come forth to provoke upon just emerging? The intent is glaringly apparent. He could not help but reprimand the disciple. Should you repeat such behavior, you shall confine yourself to the depths of the Qianlong abyss. Since your leg is already broken, what purpose does your hand serve? The disciple, who had anticipated a scolding, instead broke into a foolish grin, his voice resonating with exuberance. The other disciples of the Qianling sect were likewise stirred with excitement, wishing fervently to deliver another thrashing to that individual. Indeed, this exemplifies the true essence of our Qianling sect. How dare one insult Master Mo? It is a fool's errand. At that moment, the elder in the purple robe from the Netherworld sect emerged with a grim expression. His emaciated frame exuded a terrifying aura akin to an abyss. As he sneered, Elder Zhou has imparted wisdom indeed. No wonder the disciples of the Qianling sect are so arrogant and overbearing. I, Lang, have been enlightened. Today, let the disciples of the Netherworld sect engage in a proper exchange with the prodigies of the Qianling sect. As he spoke the latter part, Lang Xingshan's tone turned sharp as a blade, radiating the formidable presence of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhuqiu-chan, clad in a crimson gown, coldly inclined her head towards the direction of the Qianling sect and proclaimed with haughty pride, I, Zhuqiu-chan, a disciple of the Netherworld sect, have come to challenge the prodigies of the Qianling sect. Is there anyone who dares to accept? With that, her eyes, brimming with animosity, fixed directly on Mou. While the members of the Qianling sect maintained a facade of composure, their hearts were already filled with curses. The despicable and shameless spectral sect has audaciously challenged the prodigies of the Qianling sect in public. Is it not merely because they covet the talents of Qianling sect, who are away from home, that they seek to compel Brother Mo to take action? In such circumstances, the onlookers naturally discern certain truths. Instantly, a cacophony of discussions erupted. Clearly, none anticipated that the Yuming sect would openly challenge the Qianling sect. How audacious to issue a challenge when the genuine prodigies are absent. Isn't this rather shameless? This is clearly a case of ulterior motives at play, particularly concerning Mou. A wave of intense curiosity swept through the onlookers from various sections. Would Mou accept the challenge? Chapter 10. The Resentment of Zhuqiu-chan. Do you believe there exists anyone within the Qianling sect who can rival Zhuqiu-chan? A young cultivator inquired with a curious expression. I find it highly unlikely. The true prodigies are not among the ranks of our sect. Zhuqiu-chan is one of the top 10 prodigies of the Yuming sect, possessing unparalleled talent and combat prowess. Indeed, she is merely 400 years old yet already a mid-stage golden core cultivator, a veritable genius. It is said that in her second year of entering the mid-stage of the golden core, she defeated a late-stage demon cultivator, showcasing her terrifying strength. Someone nearby added boastfully. However, this did not capture anyone's attention, for such facts had long ceased to be secrets. The young individuals present were all distinguished disciples from various sects, well acquainted with the current prodigies. The most frequent discussions revolved around the illustrious achievements of certain gifted individuals. They even knew their preferences inside out. Young cultivators from other major sects would rank their own talents based on combat capability and potential, creating lists of the top 10 geniuses and 8 outstanding prodigies. Akin to a star-chasing culture within the realm of cultivation, the most exceptional talents of the entire eastern region were predominantly concentrated within the 8 major sections. The Qianling sect certainly boasts its share of prodigies. Yet, the disciples of the Qianling sect now wore expressions of concern. Among the 10 prodigies of this generation, only one remains within the sect and injured Mou. However, this senior brother Mo is not only suffering from a significant decline in cultivation but also has a dwindling lifespan. How could he possibly be sent into battle? The other disciples were not afraid to step up, but should they fail, the embarrassment would not solely fall upon themselves. It would reflect upon the entire sect. This is not a moment for rashness, hence, no one dares to act recklessly. Is the Qianling sect comprised entirely of cowards? No one dares to challenge? Zhuqiu-chan placed her hands on her hips, her teeth clenched, her eyes filled with an overwhelming hatred as they fixed upon Mou. Almost naming him directly. It was only then that Mou calmly turned his head to glance at her, stating with tranquility, over a century has passed. Yet you remain nothing more than a willful shrew. Do not think that I need to conceal my power, even if I didn't. Such a harpy is unworthy of my effort. His words shattered Zhuqiu-chan's pride in an instant, her complexion contorting into a ghastly expression, her alluring form trembling with rage. However, before she could retort, disciples of the Qianling sect began to erupt with indignation. How dare you, a mere woman, belittle our Qianling sect? I shall exchange a few moves with you. A scholarly-looking young cultivator shouted as he stepped forward. Almost simultaneously, countless disciples of the Qianling sect rushed to take their stand. Young, I possess slightly greater strength. Allow me to go first. Brother Chen, let me take my turn. Today, she must bleed. Do not vie with me. I shall lead this first charge. Their thoughts had shifted from the question of victory to the necessity of confrontation. The disciples of the Xianling sect may accept defeat, but they would never yield to cowardice. Zhou Buyu and others maintained their calm demeanor, yet their eyes burned with cold fury. The audacity of this despicable shadow sect is truly astonishing. Knowing full well that the sect's prodigies are away, they still extend an invitation to the other sects, only to publicly issue a challenge thereafter? Is this an attempt to compel Xiao Yu into a duel, to discern his true capabilities? What a splendid performance indeed! At that moment, a robust young man suddenly emerged from behind Mou. His gaze towards Zhuo Qiuchan was imbued with cold indifference and disdain. So, you are the one who, years ago, drugged my family's young master, only to offer yourself as a bedfellow, Zhuo Qiuchan? Ha! With such a character as yours, you dare to covet my family's young master? Truly shameless. As these words were spoken, Lu Yuyan couldn't help but cast a playful glance at Mou, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Mou hurriedly whispered in explanation, I gaze upon my master, this unparalleled beauty, every day. How could I possibly take notice of such mundane and ordinary women? I didn't even spare her a second glance back then. Humph, who knows you? Lu Yuyan feigned indifference with a scoff, yet the corners of her mouth betrayed her, curving upward in delight and pride. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the venue had erupted into a cacophony of excitement, with fervent discussion swirling around. Goodness. Such explosive revelations from back then? So what? That's Mo you were talking about. He had many beautiful female cultivators pursuing him. Yet this young man seems to be one of Mou's followers, right? What was his name again? Ah, yes. This must be Yin Wuji, one of Mou's former followers, known for his low profile. Indeed, that's him. I didn't expect him to still be around after all this time. This man is quite loyal. Yes, back in the day, Mou had 10 young prodigies following him. Now, it seems there is only Yin Wuji left. Even if there are others, surely there can't be many, considering who would want to follow someone deemed a failure? Zhuo Qiuchan's enchanting visage instantly morphed into a chilling mask of fury. Her eyes burned with a wrath that seemed ready to consume. Years ago, after drugging him, she had crawled onto Mou's bed, only to be rejected. That humiliation remained her greatest shame, though a century had passed. The memory still felt like a dagger to her heart. Yet, with so many female prodigies rejected by Mou, she could not allow herself to feel too pitiful. Still, in the dead of night, the haunting memory would resurface, igniting her imagination with fantasies of how different things might have been had she succeeded. Would they have become an enviable celestial couple? However, since Mou's foundation had been shattered and his cultivation diminished to the foundational stage, such thoughts had become a distant memory. The rejection by Mou had become her most profound disgrace. Now, Zhuo Qiuchan believed no one would recall that incident. But now, as the old wounds were reopened, she felt utterly exposed, as if her very soul lay bare before the onlookers. Most painfully, Mou had not even glanced her way. That blatant disregard ignited her resentment to a boiling point. Ultimately, she could no longer contain her fury, hissing through clenched teeth, how could I ever fancy a self-righteous, arrogant fool like him? I only entered his room to discuss the Tao. Zhuo Qiuchan's outburst left even the disciples of the Xianling sect, not to mention those from the Yuming sect, astonished. Long Qinshan furrowed his brow, sighing inwardly. Despite Zhuo Qiuchan being a rare talent in their sect, her temperament would likely hinder her long-term prospects. In contrast, Mou was akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, surpassing all in every aspect. Thankfully, he was now incapacitated. Otherwise, who among the current youth would dare claim to be a prodigy? Hearing Zhuo Qiuchan's brazen words, Yin Wuji could not suppress a derisive laugh. You shameless harlot, do you think you could ever win my lord's attention? Dream on. Come, let me witness the true strength of the 10 prodigies from the Yuming sect. With that, Yin Wuji's aura shifted dramatically, a chilling energy radiating around him. He then respectfully bowed to Zhou Buyu, declaring, I, Yin Wuji, a follower of Mou, request a duel, hoping for the elder's approval. Granted. Zhou Buyu nodded solemnly. Thank you, elder. Yin Wuji exclaimed, then soared into the air, standing tall. He pointed at Zhuo Qiuchan with eyes cold and contemptuous. Harlot, come forth and meet your demise. Zhuo Qiuchan's face, already flushed with anger, now turned an indignant shade of purple. You insolent dog of the Yin family, I shall not rest until I have your tongue. With a fierce shout, she prepared to charge at him. However, she was urgently restrained by Mo Xiao, who wore a simpering expression. Sister Zhuo, why waste your energy on such a person? Allow me to avenge you. He had pursued Zhuo Qiuchan for quite some time, yet she remained indifferent to his advances. Today was an opportunity he could not let slip by. With that, he laughed heartily and shot into the sky. A horrifying sword light erupted from his hand, filled with a savage and tumultuous energy, stirring the very air around them. Chapter 11. Equal in power, Mo Xiao's sword strike resembled a meteor plummeting to the earth, infused with a furious and violent aura that transformed the surrounding atmosphere into chaos. The overwhelming might enveloped the area for thousands of meters. Many young cultivators watching could only look on with awe. Yet, Yin Wuji remained unfazed. He raised his hand to unleash a green sword light, meeting Mo Xiao's strike with equal ferocity. With a thunderous crash, the two forces collided, resulting in a spectacular display of light and sound. To everyone's astonishment, the initial clash ended in a stalemate. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, amazed that a relatively obscure follower of Mo could possess such strength. What might the other renowned followers have been capable of? The younger disciples of the Xianling sect were equally stunned. If Mou's follower was this formidable, how exceptional must Mou himself have been to attract such talent? The term follower often referred to subordinates or servants, with many claiming to have numerous followers who were merely family servants or average talents riding on their coattails. True prodigies rarely wished to be anyone as follower. Even among Qinqing's followers, few could stand out. In stark contrast, Mou was an anomaly. His followers were genuinely talented individuals, all eager to rise alongside him. Yet, to become one of Mou's followers was no simple feat. If one lacked sufficient talent or fell short of his expectations, they were dismissed without hesitation. It was this very arrogance that made being a follower of Mou a prestigious matter. The more Mo Xiu observed Yan Wuji, the more jealousy brewed within him. He had initially believed he could easily defeat Yan Wuji in a single strike, thereby impressing Zhuo Qiuchan and winning her favor. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself evenly matched. This stoked the flames of his fury further. The battle between the two sides became increasingly intense. Many prominent figures from various sects, though unfamiliar with Yan Wuji, could discern with their keen insight that this young man possessed a cultivation level in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. However, in comparison to the already emerging talent of Mo Xiu, it seemed his combat prowess might still fall short. Nonetheless, this revelation was sufficient to astonish them greatly. In their sect, such a prodigy, who could be nurtured as a core talent, merely serves as a follower of Mou? What an extravagant situation. Mo Xiu was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that this individual possessed mid-stage Golden Core cultivation. Yet, this surprise was merely momentary. I acknowledge your prowess to a certain extent, but to aspire to be my rival, you lack the necessary qualifications, Mo Xiu declared coldly, his fury reigniting as he unleashed a strike. In the flickering brilliance, a sword force surged forth, fierce as a river in reverse, unceasingly cleaving toward Yan Wuji. The area within a 2,000-meter radius was enveloped beneath this singular strike, the violent gust causing the onlookers' garments to flutter wildly. The magical energy contained within the sword light intertwined with a hint of the might of heaven and earth, rendering the sky above dark and somber. Many young cultivators watching could not help but be captivated, their eyes reflecting profound envy and admiration. Even the disciples of the Xianling sect could not deny their inner acknowledgement. This Mo Xiu indeed possesses a certain degree of talent. The power of this sword has more than doubled compared to before. Just as many believed that this battle would be decided by this strike, Yan Wuji let out a cold snort. His towering frame suddenly erupted with boundless combat spirit. And he disdainfully laughed. Who can't boast? Come back when you can defeat me. As he spoke, a cerulean vortex rapidly whirled around his body. And in the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a colossal sword of light, shooting forth. It illuminated the small space shrouded by dark clouds, akin to sunlight breaking through the heavens. This sword strike, equally fierce and commanding, surged forward with unwavering resolve. The latent power it contained was by no means inferior to that of Mo Xiu. Witnessing this scene, even Zhou Buyu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, I never imagined that Yan, the young man, not only advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core but possesses such formidable combat prowess. Quite impressive. However, although both individuals shared the same realm, there was likely a disparity in their true combat capabilities. After all, Yan Wuji had only recently entered this stage, while Mo Xiu had dwelled in the mid-stage of the Golden Core for 2 to 3 decades. The outcome was unlikely to be favorable. For Yan Wuji to have any chance of victory, he must surpass his opponent in the comprehension of sword techniques and Taoist principles. Yet, in a contest between two geniuses, relying solely on insight to overpower the other is no simple feat. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the two attacks collided with a thunderous roar, resulting in an unexpected outcome, a stalemate. The young man known as Yan Wuji is far from ordinary. At this moment, even Mo Xiu's gaze had grown solemn. He was reckless, yet not foolish. The strength and talent of his opponent were undoubtedly on par with his own. He no longer underestimated him but instead summoned all his focus and energy. The battle between the two gradually intensified. Meanwhile, atop a majestic peak of the Xianling sect, 3 ethereal elders sat quietly within a grand hall. In the center was a frail old man clad in a gray robe, his benevolent face reminiscent of a kind farmer. Yet his eyes held a depth of experience and sorrow. His long white brows cascaded down to his cheeks, complemented by 3 long, dense silver whiskers, giving him an air of otherworldliness akin to an immortal. To his left sat an elderly woman in a flowing green garment, her silver hair cascading gracefully. Though her beauty had faded with age, her demeanor remained elegant and dignified. Her features were soft, and her bright eyes betrayed a striking beauty in her youth. Alas, even for an immortal, the passage of time had left indelible marks upon her visage, with deep crow's feet etched at the corners of her eyes. Before her lay a table laden with rare and precious treasures, sought after throughout the world. On the other side stood a tall elder clad in black robes, his expression stern and his gaze commanding. His hair and attire were meticulously arranged, exuding an air of rigid discipline. Though the two men and the woman possessed differing auras, each radiated a profound and vast energy. At that moment, the gray-robed elder shook his head in bitter resignation, sighing, "Fourth junior sister, Xiaoyu has but a year left to live. Even if we were to present him with these rare herbs, extending his lifespan would be a formidable challenge." What? I refuse to believe it. The old Taoist of heaven clearly foretold that his celestial fate was not yet fulfilled. The silver-haired elder trembled, her complexion paling instantly. She abruptly rose, her entire being emanating a sense of agitation and fury. How could such a phenomenal talent as Xiaoyu simply perish? Was this how the heavens conspired against the Xianling sect? After a pause, the elderly woman sat down in despair. Her face etched with self-reproach as she lamented, "Over the past century, I have traversed the various forbidden zones of the Qingyan continent. I have heard nothing of great origins or ancient elixirs, not even credible legends. What a waste of time." The gray-robed elder smiled wryly, interrupting her with a wave of his hand. He sighed, "Fourth junior sister, there is no need for self-blame. Some matters are destined by fate and beyond human influence. We can only do our utmost." The green-clad elder's gaze dimmed, her frail form trembling slightly as her voice turned low and hoarse. "I am not stubborn. It is just that the thought of that young one facing death in a year fills me with a sense of anguish and guilt. We have watched him grow. And now we must witness his departure. I cannot accept it." A heavy silence enveloped the room. Who among them could bear such a fate? Yet, what could be done in the face of their unwillingness? After a long while, the gray-robed elder finally sighed. "Ultimately, it is we who have failed to safeguard him." These words plunged the heart of the white-haired matron into a deeper abyss of distress and guilt. Yet, no one could have anticipated the ruthlessness of those individuals from years past. It was believed that with the protection of the third senior brother and the esteemed reputation of the Xianling sect, no one in the entire eastern region would dare to take action. However, who could have foreseen that there were indeed those who would strike? And the assailants remain elusive to this day? A profound humiliation indeed. The attack was executed by 4 cultivators at the transformation stage, a truly monumental affair. This formidable power is sufficient to obliterate numerous large sections. Yet, it was employed to assassinate a mid-stage nascent soul junior. In that incident, Xianling not only suffered the loss of an extraordinary genius with the potential to transcend the void return stage, but also witnessed the crippling of a celestial transformation elder. The humiliation and hatred run deeper than the ocean itself. After a considerable pause, the elderly woman in green shifted the subject, her gaze filled with concern. "Where is Xiaoyu? Let him come and see me. It has been a full century since I last laid eyes on him. I wonder what that little fellow has become now." Her eyes dimmed with sorrow. How could she not worry? From an unparalleled prodigy to a being unable to cultivate. How many could withstand such a fate? One can only hope that this young one possesses a steadfast mind and has not been crushed by it all. Previously, Yu Yin had taken him out, but less than half a month later, they returned in haste. He is currently in seclusion. The elder in gray shook his head with a bitter smile. The elderly woman in green looked at her senior brother in astonishment. In seclusion? What is one secluding themselves for at this time? Sigh. To her, this was merely Yu Yin, the master, unwilling to accept the reality. Yet, no matter how reluctant one might be, isn't this the time for feasting and revelry? A century of seclusion has proven futile. Is there merely a year left to retreat? Yet, in light of this decision, she cannot forcefully intervene and can only let out a resigned sigh. The old man in the black robe, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain himself and furrowed his brow, stating, "A century ago, I opposed the entire sect's efforts to seek the elusive essence of the great Tao for Xiaoyu. Now, not only have resources been squandered immensely, but we have also lost over 100 disciples, and his injuries remain unabated. The crux of the matter is, knowing his time is limited. That girl Yu Yin has opened the spirit-gathering array for his cultivation. How profoundly unfair is this to the other disciples?" The more the old man spoke, the more agitated he became, ultimately rising to his feet, his dissatisfaction unmistakable in his gaze. Over the years, the resources consumed by Xiaoyu are sufficient to cultivate 10 infant cultivators anew. This does not account for the disciples who perished in various forbidden zones, nor the invaluable time they squandered. One of his most devoted disciples met such a fate. The crucial point now established is that those sacrifices were utterly devoid of worth. This was precisely what infuriated him the most. However, the grief-stricken white-haired matron, upon hearing these words, erupted in fury, immediately rising to her feet to glare at him and shouting, "Second senior brother, you cannot possibly be unaware of Xiaoyu's significance to the sect. Moreover, this decision has the endorsement of our esteemed elder. Are you suggesting that we should have abandoned him from the very beginning? If we follow your reasoning, isn't it even more superfluous that third senior brother risked his life to rescue him?" The gray-clad elder, wearing a helpless expression, quickly intervened to mediate the situation. Unfortunately, the irate white-haired matron showed no respect for the elder brother's authority. With a forceful slap, she shattered the table into splinters. Still unsatisfied, she roared at the elder in black like a provoked lioness. "Is it because among the deceased are your disciples? Can you truly place the blame on Xiaoyu? If one fears death in the pursuit of cultivation, one might as well return home to plant sweet potatoes and abandon the notion of ascending to immortality." The elder in black was similarly incensed by her provocations, glaring at her with fiery eyes. "Fourth junior sister, clarify your words. What do you mean by saying I fear death? What do you mean by my disciples? Are they not disciples of the Xianling sect? If it is known to be futile, why continue? Do you not comprehend the immense cost in spirit stones required to activate the gathering spirit array? Enough. Let us all temper our words. Look at yourselves." The elder in gray slammed his hand against the table, then fixed his gaze on the elder in black, admonishing loudly. "Second junior brother, Fourth junior sister has just returned. Why are you quarreling with her as her elder brother? Have you grown too idle of late? As long as Xiaoyu lives, we cannot abandon him. If you have objections, keep them to yourself. The elder in black opened his mouth to respond but ultimately resigned himself to silence, closing his eyes in defeat. He remained steadfast in his belief that he was not in the wrong, given that Xiaoyu's recovery was deemed hopeless. Resources should not be squandered on him but rather allocated to other talents. Yet, what of the sect as a whole, in their efforts for him? They had not only expended vast amounts of resources but had also hindered the cultivation of many gifted individuals, resulting in numerous fatalities. Is this not a matter of emotional impulse? The elderly woman in blue snorted coldly and took her seat. Then, in a fit of anger, she shut her eyes and ceased to pay attention to the two. The elder in gray wore a bitter smile but remained indifferent. They had grown accustomed to the temperament of their fourth junior sister. Soon, the grand hall fell into silence, but this tranquility lasted only a moment. The three almost simultaneously opened their eyes and exchanged astonished glances. Was it not said that Xiaoyu was in seclusion? Before the elderly woman in blue could finish her words, the figure had vanished without a trace. Junior sister, watch quietly from the shadows. Do not take action. The elder in gray hastily pursued. The elder in black hesitated for a moment, then coldly followed suit. Chapter 13. The dominant Lu Yuyan at this moment, although fierce battles raged above. The leaders of other sects had lost interest in spectating and were approaching Lu Yuyan for polite conversation. Even Lang Qinshan of the Underworld sect, with a forced smile, bowed slightly to her, feigning cordiality as he remarked, "It has been many years, Sect Master Lu. You remain as charming as ever, your grace surpassing that of the past." Lu Yuyan cast a faint glance in his direction and coldly retorted, "You all have gathered here today with quite a grand display. One might mistakenly think you have come seeking trouble." After saying this, she swept her gaze around the room, her clear and beautiful eyes revealing unmasked irritation. The crowd hurriedly began to clarify, "Sect Master Lu has misunderstood. We merely happened to be here today." "Indeed. I heard rumors that Sect Master Lu is in search of a partner, which is why I came to take a look." "Yes. One wonders which esteemed friend could catch Sect Master Lu's eye. It is truly enviable." Naturally, Lu Yuyan did not believe their deceitful words. These sects, along with the Netherworld sect, have always maintained a close rapport. Their simultaneous arrival today can hardly be deemed a mere coincidence. Moreover, the earlier encounter with the woman surnamed Zhua, who sought to challenge Xiaoyu, carries an unmistakable implication. Are they not merely probing into Xiaoyu's recovery? Yet, she could not be bothered to expose their intentions directly. After offering a few indifferent remarks, she chose to ignore them further. It seems that Xiaoyu's emergence from seclusion has indeed stirred the interest of many observant souls. Her gaze grew increasingly frigid. At that moment, Qingqingdu seized the opportunity to approach Mou directly, offering a modest smile as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Mo brother, it has been far too long. The defeat I suffered years ago still lingers in my mind, and I have longed for the chance to engage in a fair battle with you once more. Regrettably, your retreat from the world for a century has rendered my aspirations unfulfilled. Now that we meet again, I hope you might oblige." Mou merely cast a calm glance in his direction, her eyes serene. "Do you truly wish to contend once again with one who has already bested you?" Instantly, Qingqingdu's expression stiffened. The other disciples of the Xian spirit sect burst into loud laughter. Indeed, a defeated foe dares to challenge Master Mou again? Such audacity is utterly ludicrous. I would say this is akin to entering a lavatory with a lantern, seeking one's own demise. Qingqingdu's lips twitched, an abyss of fury flickering in his eyes. Yet he restrained himself from unleashing his wrath. This is indeed the territory of the Xinling sect, and one must tread carefully around such a domineering faction. However, subtle mockery is permissible. Moreover, the intent of this visit is to ascertain the true circumstances surrounding Mou. Unable to restrain himself, he provocatively remarked, "I am aware that Brother Mo has been rendered almost powerless, but fear not. I shall lower my own cultivation to the foundation establishment stage to ensure a fair contest. Of course, if you lack the courage to engage in battle for the sake of preserving your reputation, consider my words as though they were never spoken." Mou cast a calm glance in his direction, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. How audacious to employ such a rudimentary form of provocation. It is no wonder that after a century, he has only managed to ascend a mere level, truly a waste. At this moment, Qin was genuinely provoked. His entire visage turned a ghastly shade of iron. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Dare you claim to be so fresh and refined, yet shrink from battle? I have self-designated my realm to the foundation establishment stage. Do you not dare to compete with me?" The other disciples of the Yuming sect began to chime in with derision. "Brother Qin, this Mou is merely a man of empty reputation. He does not dare to match you. Indeed, a cowardly mouse adorned with flowery words. What a disgrace." A particularly arrogant genius from the Yuming sect laughed mockingly, his face alight with contempt. "In my opinion, Mou is nothing but a worthless waste. He will spend his days cowering beneath the shadows of others. After all, if he remains in his shell for another 3 years, he might just manage to preserve his undefeated status. What a foolhardy endeavor." Amidst the crisp and melodious shouts of indignation, a piercing and anguished scream suddenly erupted, plunging the entire arena into silence. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished. There, before them, The very genius of the Yuming sect who had been so vocally derisive was struck down by Lu Yuyan with a single, resounding slap. Reduced to mere fragments of a hero, a cultivator of the Golden Core stage had thus met his complete demise, gazing at the shattered remains. The disciples of the Yuming sect who had just been taunting were rendered mute, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, eyes wide with terror. A formidable sect leader could take a life without uttering a word? Moreover, it was a disciple of the Yuming sect. One of the foremost sects of the eastern region. Did she not fear inciting a war between the two sects? The observing leaders and elders from various sects felt their hearts race, unable to suppress their shock and dread. The Xianling sect, as expected, remained as fiercely domineering as ever. They fervently reminded themselves that they were at this moment. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Only the disciples of the Xianling sect were ablaze with fervor, their spirits soaring. After a brief moment of astonishment, Mou felt a wave of warmth enveloping her heart. How splendid it was to have such a domineering and protective master. Lu Yuyan cast a casual glance around before finally fixing her gaze on Long Qingshan. A fierce smile gracing her lips as she declared, "You, from the Yuming sect, dare to come to the gates of my Xianling sect and brazenly insult my disciple. Do you wish to instigate a war?" Lang Qingshan's face darkened with anger, his emotions a tempest of fury and frustration at her sudden act of violence. War? Surely. It is not you who seeks conflict? While the disciple's words were somewhat inappropriate, they hardly warranted such a drastic response from Lu Yuyan. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts. After all, the opposing party had already resorted to murder. What could he do? She was a formidable being in the transformation stage, and he was powerless in comparison. However, suppressing his feelings was a torment in itself. With a grim expression, he remained silent for a while, weighing his options before finally turning to his disciples and bellowing, "If you wish to challenge someone, learn to articulate your thoughts properly. Why resort to insults? Is this how the Yuming sect teaches you to conduct yourselves? How disgraceful and utterly uncouth." The term uncouth was undoubtedly aimed at Lu Yuyan. Yet he did not dare utter such words in front of the fierce woman. Instead, he could only vent his frustrations indirectly. Fortunately, his purpose for this visit was merely to ascertain Mou's recovery, not to confront the opposition head-on. After reprimanding his own people, he fell silent. Lu Yuyan paid him no heed and turned her attention to Zhou Buyu, her expression calm as she inquired, "Senior brother, what transpired?" Upon realizing that they had disturbed the little junior sister and Mou during her seclusion, Zhou Buyu and the others felt a pang of guilt and hurriedly recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing their account, Lu Yuyan's brows furrowed in anger, and she exclaimed, "The Yuming sect possesses astounding audacity. Knowing that our sect's prodigy is out in the world, they send their own genius to issue a challenge? Very well then. 1 year hence, the Xianling sect shall bring all our disciples to pay a visit, and we shall see who prevails." The onlookers were taken aback by her declaration. Was the Xianling sect truly calling back all the disciples who were seeking opportunities for Mou? Could it be that they were genuinely abandoning her? Chapter 14. The exceptional spirit sword cultivators firmly believe in the principles of destiny and fortune. They hold that disciples with superior talents are favored by the heavenly path, and their blessings far exceed those of ordinary individuals. This is also the reason why the Xian spirit sect, despite the peril of potentially losing its young talents, is determined to send them forth. They aspire to leverage their fortuitous destinies to discover the rare and precious treasure of the primordial essence of the Tao, thereby assisting Mou in restoring his foundational strength. This has long ceased to be a secret throughout the Eastern domain. In recent centuries, compared to other sects that protect their prodigies at home, the Xianling sect has seen the highest casualty rate among its elite. However, their combat prowess is equally formidable. Each one is fiercely courageous and unafraid of death. Yet now, in the face of the provocation from the Yuming sect, are they truly willing to forsake Mou? Or is it that Mou's lifespan is drawing to a close, and rescue is beyond hope? Observing Mou, who possesses merely the initial stage of foundation establishment, the prominent figures from various sects surrounding him were all deep in thought. For a foundation establishment cultivator who has suffered from the injuries of the Tao, reaching the age of 300 is already a marvel, undoubtedly having consumed a significant amount of the Xianling sect's precious resources. In this context, it seems that Mou is nearing his demise. Long Qingshan reached the same conclusion, feeling a sense of relief within. Today had not been in vain. It appears that even after a century of seclusion, Mou's injuries have yet to heal. A cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment? Even if he possesses the essence of the great Tao and has restored his foundation, time is insufficient for him to advance to the Golden Core stage. Without returning to the Golden Core stage, he is destined to wither away. A smug laughter bubbled up within him. The inability to locate the essence of the great Tao is not the gravest misfortune for the Xianling sect. The true tragedy lies in finding it and administering it to Mou, only to realize that there is not enough time for cultivation. How amusing that would be. With such thoughts, the Master Lu intends for the members of the Yuming sect to await the arrival of the Xianling sect's prodigies for guidance. With his spirits lifted, Long Qingshan felt exhilarated and scornful, disregarding the impending challenge a year from now. As long as there were no prodigies of Mou's caliber, the current talents of the Xianling sect were roughly on par with those of the Yuming sect. Neither side could expect to gain a significant advantage. What of the challenge? Yet, he could not suppress his resentment any longer. With a cold chuckle, he discreetly conveyed to Qingqingdu, once your junior brother Mo finishes his match. Regardless of the outcome, you must immediately challenge Mou, forcing him to take action, and then humiliate him. Yes, Grand Elder. Qingqingdu responded with excitement, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. At this moment, Yan Wuji and Mo Xiu had already unleashed their true fire. To be precise, from the very beginning. They had not regarded this as a mere exchange. Their strikes were a matter of life and death. Yan Wuji, in particular, was ruthless and unyielding, fighting as if his life depended on it. His singular thought was clear. He could not allow this person to leave unscathed. To dare provoke the Xianling sect, one must pay the price. Mo Xiu's expression was equally grim, his eyes flashing with boundless indignation. As one of the top 10 prodigies of the Yuming sect, he found himself unable to subdue even a follower of Mou for an extended period. This is nothing short of a disgrace. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, he will be utterly humiliated. If he loses, his shame will be even more profound. Sisters will undoubtedly look down upon him. I cannot afford to lose, he shouted in silent fury. With unwavering resolve, he drew forth a dark crimson ancient sword. In a certain hidden realm, he acquired a divine weapon, which he has always regarded as a treasure. It is truly a low-grade spiritual artifact. A spiritual artifact, as it is known, refers to a sword that has attained sentience. When wielded in harmony with its master, it can significantly augment the user's striking power. To think this is a low-grade spiritual sword? Upon seeing him draw the spiritual sword, gasps of astonishment echoed around him. A low-grade spiritual sword can enhance the wielder's power by as much as 20%. Such treasures of this caliber are beyond the reach of many elders from various sects. Who would have thought that even a disciple from the Netherworld sect possesses one? Many individuals are filled with a sense of admiration and envy. This situation appears rather unjust for Yan Wuji. However, weaponry is inherently a part of one's strength, and no one can contest that. Indeed. With the assistance of the spiritual sword, Mo Xiu's power surged dramatically. In just one move, Yan Wuji suffered a significant setback, his complexion paling. Furrowing his brow, Yan Wuji began to feel a sense of unease. He did not possess such a remarkable artifact. At that moment, a clear voice resonated from afar. Wuji, catch the sword. As the words fell, a dark longsword, brimming with spiritual energy, suddenly soared from Mou's hand, appearing mere inches before Yan Wuji. The still suspended dark sword emanated an ancient and majestic aura, exuding an extraordinary spiritual essence. By heavens, is this an extraordinary spiritual artifact? Those with discerning eyes gasped in astonishment, their gazes ablaze with fervor. Wuji, thank you, young master, for lending me the sword. A somewhat dazed Yan Wuji eagerly grasped the long sword before him, his heart swelling with fervor. Mo, let me show you what a true spiritual sword is capable of. Ha ha ha. Yan Wuji laughed triumphantly as he swung the spiritual sword downward with ferocity. An unprecedented and terrifying blade light erupted from the sword, amplifying its power by more than half. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Yan Wuji nearly shouted in exhilaration. There was no need for him to acclimate to the spiritual sword. The moment he held it, the sword seemed to resonate with his thoughts, understanding his intentions. Is this the true terror of an extraordinary spiritual sword? Yan Wuji found himself murmuring in awe, his eyes wide with shock. Boom. The blade light appeared as though it could slice through the very sky, ruthlessly sending Mo Xiu flying hundreds of meters away. By heavens! How powerful! Many spectators were visibly startled, their expressions a mixture of fear and disbelief. Yet, Yan Wuji was brimming with excitement. Indeed, the young master's sword was formidable. He swiftly unleashed another strike, pursuing the airborne Mo Xiu with the intent to eliminate him entirely. To dare flaunt oneself at the Xianling sect, one must be prepared for the consequences. Meanwhile, Cold Qin Shan, observing from the sidelines, was seething with fury, his face turning a deep shade of green, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Were the members of the Xianling sect truly intent on absolute destruction? At this moment, he completely forgot his previous arrogance and schemes. He had initially hoped that Mo Xiu would falter and incapacitate that young man. So far, the Yuming sect had suffered one death and one injury. If they could not secure victory now, their sect would lose face considerably. Yet, the current situation left him too intimidated to intervene. Before long, the previously balanced confrontation had devolved into a one-sided affair, with Mo Xiu unable to defend himself. Moments later, a resounding crash accompanied by a scream echoed as Mo Xiu was this time. He was directly cast down from the clouds, plummeting into a vast lake at the foot of the mountain. However, this fortunate fall allowed him to evade a calamity. Yan Wuji hesitated for a moment but ultimately refrained from descending into the lake to engage his opponent. Given the decisive outcome of the encounter, such an action would have been deemed improper. He returned to Mou's side, respectfully offering the sword with both hands, his expression marred by regret and self-reproach. Young master, Wuji is of no use. I failed to slay my adversary. Mou smiled faintly but did not take the sword. He is merely a small figure of no consequence. Yet, I must commend you. I did not expect that after a century apart, you have reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Quite impressive. Consider this sword as a token of my congratulations, so that no one in the future may flaunt a mere broken blade before you. This remark instantly provoked a thunderous laughter among the disciples of the Xianling sect, while simultaneously stirring within them a profound sense of envy and astonishment. This is indeed a remarkable spiritual sword. Its immense power was witnessed by all just moments ago. Master Mo, however, casually offered it as a gift, truly embodying the generous and extravagant spirit that the rumors spoke of. Many young disciples could not help but gaze upon it with envious eyes, their hearts aflame with admiration. How splendid! Master Mo is exceedingly magnanimous. Indeed, treasures of such caliber are beyond even what my own master possesses. Alas, I must strive to ascend to the golden core stage soon. Perhaps then, Master Mo might bestow upon me some splendid gifts as well. Ahaha. Yes, indeed. We must all work hard. Several newly admitted female disciples clasped their hands to their hearts, their faces illuminated with dreams. The senior disciples nearby, overhearing their conversation, did not mock them. Instead, they nodded earnestly and said, "If you can ascend to be among the top 10 prodigies, Master Mo might indeed grant you some treasures." "Really?" exclaimed the surrounding disciples, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course, other prodigies of the Xianling sect have received such treatment, which is regarded as a symbol of prestige. Only those who have earned Master Mo's recognition may rightfully claim the title of true prodigy within the Xianling sect. Otherwise, none would dare to make such a claim. The recently admitted disciples, evidently unaware of these traditions, curiously inquired, "Senior brother, do you mean that only those who have received gifts from Master Mo can be considered true prodigies?" "Pretty much. That's the consensus among us." "Well, how could Master Mo possess so many treasures?" a cute girl exclaimed, her face alight with wonder. There are rumors suggesting that Master Mo once acquired a treasure from an extraordinary being, but whether such tales hold any truth remains unknown. The disciples exchanged envious whispers. Yet, Yen Wuji wore a grave expression. He did not decline the esteemed gift from his lord. Rather, he accepted it with solemn respect. In his view, only by elevating his own strength could he better safeguard his lord's dignity. Such scenes, had they occurred a century prior, would have been unimaginable. Who among them would dare to utter a word of disrespect? Yet now, even the most insignificant individuals feel emboldened to speak out. Is it merely because they believe that the Lord's foundation has crumbled, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self? It is no wonder outsiders think so. Even among the Lord's former 10 followers, 7 have departed, leaving only 3 behind. They shall bear the burden of defending the Lord's honor, vowing to uphold his dignity at all costs. Only thus can they repay the Lord's past recognition and life-saving grace. If their strength were too feeble, would they not tarnish the Lord's reputation? Yen Wuji's gaze was resolute, though his prowess was not particularly outstanding among the few. He remained one of Mo's most devoted followers. Without the Lord, he would have perished long ago. At this moment, Mo Shio returned, his face flushed with humiliation and indignation, although the water on his body had evaporated. The deep sword scar on his shoulder and his pallid complexion could not be restored in an instant. It was evident that he had suffered greatly in his recent battle with Yen Wuji. Now, as he gazed upon the Xianling sect disciples, their scornful and disdainful gazes pierced his heart, causing him to seethe with shame and fury. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had drawn the spiritual sword first. Now that he had lost, he could hardly claim that the sword given by Mou was of an excessively high grade. Could he? Such words, even he found difficult to utter. He could only seethe with indignation and bark at Yen Wuji, "You, surnamed Yen. I shall repay today's humiliation in the future." Having said this, he lowered his head and returned to the ranks, closing his eyes and falling silent. The scorn in Junior Sister's eyes had truly wounded his heart. As for his words, Yen Wuji paid them no heed, his resolute countenance brimming with confidence. "Today I may defeat you, yet in the days to come, the outcome shall remain the same. Throughout your life, you are destined to be trampled beneath my feet, never to rise again." As soon as those words were uttered, an uproar of applause erupted from the disciples of the Xianling sect, filling the atmosphere with fervor. However, the members of the Yuming sect maintained a collective expression of disdain. Cold Qingshan and others, constrained by their status, refrained from engaging in verbal sparring with the younger generation. Yet, the talented youths behind him could no longer contain themselves, leaping forth to bellow, to be so arrogant after winning just one match. Do you truly believe the Yuming sect is devoid of capable individuals? Indeed, had it not been for the fact that you have already fought, I would have taken action to see you defeated beneath my sword. At last, Chen Qingdu, the 5th strongest among the younger generation of the Yuming sect, chose to break his silence. He calmly raised his gaze towards Yen Wuji, his eyes serene. "By your merit alone, you lack the qualification to subdue the pride of the Yuming sect. A century ago, Mou might have had the standing to utter such words. Alas, he now lacks even the courage to confront me. Otherwise, I would be quite interested in engaging him in battle once more. As for you, defeating you holds no significance." Chen Qingdu's words were brimming with arrogance and confidence, his eyes glinting with unabashed disdain and scorn. This instant ignited a furious blaze among the disciples of the Xianling sect. Many were poised to unleash a torrent of invectives when a melodious and piercing voice echoed from afar. "You, a despicable wretch, dare to challenge my junior disciple? Truly, you are devoid of shame." As the words fell, a stunningly beautiful woman descended from the heavens. She calmly stood beside Mou, casting a gentle smile in his direction. Her lustrous black hair was casually gathered at the back of her head, and she donned a flowing pink gown that accentuated her ethereal beauty and graceful figure. Her visage resembled that of a youthful maiden in her 20s, with crescent-shaped eyes that seemed to twinkle with mirth. simply by standing there. She embodied the most exquisite scenery in the world. Everyone was rendered speechless, including the chastised Qingqing, who could not help but murmur softly, "No wonder she is one of the 8 beauties. She is truly a paragon of beauty, captivating beyond compare." Among the thousands present, there were countless young and lovely female cultivators, yet none could rival her beauty, save for Lu Yuyan. However, despite Lu Yuyan's allure, no one dared to gaze upon her directly. This beauty is truly exceptional. Merely gazing upon her is a delightful experience. For those of a more mature age, it is manageable as they possess profound composure. However, many young male cultivators are already captivated, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Xiao Rou has encountered her master, as well as various senior brothers, uncles, and fellow disciples. The woman gracefully saluted Lu Yuyan and the others, her smile sweet and enchanting. Having spoken, her delicate, fair hands playfully tousled Mou's hair, her gaze filled with affection and tenderness. "Little junior brother, have you thought about second senior sister over the years?" Upon witnessing this scene, Zhuo-Chan felt her teeth nearly shatter from frustration. Yet, the woman's beauty made even her feel a sense of inferiority. At this moment, Mou's gaze was fixed, not solely due to second senior sister's striking looks, but because above her head, there existed a transparent panel visible only to him. Sushiro name. Sushiro, daughter of fortune, age, 380 realm, late-stage golden core physique, Linglong celestial body, not fully awakened. Hint. Those possessing this physique have innate extraordinary comprehension and can automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, cultivating at an astonishing pace. However, full awakening requires the Linglong celestial crystal as a catalyst. From a young age, he had understood that second senior sister held an extraordinary identity, being the third princess of the Liyang kingdom. Yet, he never anticipated that she was also the daughter of fortune. Chapter 16. The dominant elder Lu Mou felt that happiness had come too unexpectedly. As long as he could raise second senior sister's dependency to 100, he could completely bind the system and fully restore his physique. That would mark his return to the pinnacle. However, the thought filled him with a sense of unease. His master remained unresolved. And now he was to begin courting second senior sister? Was such behavior truly appropriate? The key was that, should he do so, it would become increasingly difficult to win over his master later. He could already sense the internal conflict within his master. Once he confirmed his relationship with second senior sister, how could his master still have the audacity to intervene? Mou felt a headache coming on, observing the dazed expression of her little junior brother. Sushiro couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, her eyes becoming even more tender. She assumed that her little junior brother was merely overwhelmed by their prolonged separation and his own circumstances, thus his complex emotions. Determined to uplift his spirits upon her return, she silently vowed to herself. Yet, recalling her suspicions, she couldn't resist probing into her little junior brother's situation with her divine sense. Her expression grew increasingly worried as she furrowed her brows. Was he still at the initial stage of foundation establishment? She cast a questioning glance at her master. But given the circumstances, she refrained from asking further. It was better to resolve the current matter first. With that thought, Sushiro suddenly turned to Qingqing, her anger flaring. "Did you not wish to challenge my junior brother? Let us engage in battle now. I hope you can withstand it." Having said that, she quickly donned a gentle smile, gazing quietly at Mou, softly inquiring, "Little junior brother, how do you wish to deal with this person?" "Second senior sister. Such a person is unworthy of your effort. Let us teach him a lesson at the Yuming Sect in a year." Now, Mou was solely focused on how to win over second senior sister and his master, having no interest in dealing with such trivial characters, ignored by others. Qingqing felt utterly dejected as he watched Sushiro smile charmingly at Mou. Just as he contemplated provoking Mou into a duel, 3 terrifying aged figures suddenly stepped forth from the void, casting a commanding gaze upon the assembled crowd. Upon seeing these 3 elders, all disciples of the Xianling sect hurriedly bowed in respect. "We have encountered the 3 esteemed elders. Greetings, esteemed uncles." The white-haired elder among them casually waved her hand and then glared at the leaders of various sects, bellowing, "Do you all think you can come to my Xianling sect and cause a ruckus as if we were dead? Or do you seek to bring about your own demise?" Such audacity, so direct. Faced with at least 20 sect leaders and elders, she showed no courtesy whatsoever. In Lu Qingxia's eyes, these individuals had followed the Yuming sect to her doorstep. Even if they were not enemies, they could hardly be considered friends. Therefore, why should she extend any courtesy to them? Those who dared to cause trouble would serve as an example to others. "Elder Lu, there seems to be a misunderstanding. We simply came to the Xianling sect for a visit. We would never dare to cause any disturbance. Indeed, if you have any doubts, you can inquire with Elder Zhou. We brought gifts to pay our respects. Elder Lu, I have heard of your sect's prodigy, Mou, emerging from seclusion, and specifically came to offer my congratulations. Not to cause any trouble." Under her fierce reprimand, none of the prominent figures dared to express discontent, hastily offering explanations. For the 3 individuals before them, they were all considered juniors. Moreover, these juniors were not merely juniors in status. In terms of strength, they were juniors of juniors. In many first-rate sects, those in the early stage of the nascent soul realm could serve as sect leaders, while those in the mid or late stages were often revered as elders or ancestors. Yet the three before them were all formidable beings in the god transformation stage, undoubtedly among the elite in the eastern region. Many present were cultivators at the nascent soul stage, regarded as significant figures in various places, but before these three, they were nothing at all. Lu Qingxia paid no further attention to them, turning to Elder Zhou Buyu with an irate expression. Elder Zhou, is this true? And who was it that fell into the lake just now? Elder Zhou promptly replied with respect, reporting to the fourth senior ant, that is more or less the case. As for the one who fell into the lake, he is a disciple of the Yuming sect. Lang Qingshan claimed that their disciples were too inept and sought to consult our sect's prodigy, only to be struck into the lake with a single sword strike. Upon hearing this, Lang Qingshan's expression turned extremely grim, his rage nearly igniting his hair. The group of young prodigies behind him also wore displeased expressions. Yet in the presence of Lu Qingxia and the others, even Lang Qingshan dared not act out, suppressing his fury as he muttered, "What Elder Zhou said is indeed correct. These disciples are indeed of mixed quality, so we hope the Xianling sect will continue to offer guidance. Qingdu, you shall take the next match." However, before he could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by Lu Qingxia's commanding voice. "If the youth are lacking, is it not due to the incompetence of your elders? Rather than allowing the young ones to flounder about, it would be more prudent for you elders to engage in discussion. Elder Zhou, you accompany him for a spar." Elder Zhou Buyu quickly stepped forward with a hearty laugh. "What the senior ant said is correct. What is there to see in a children's brawl? Long Qishan. Let us have a match instead." With that, he provided no opportunity for a response, soaring into the sky, bellowing, "If you fear losing and being embarrassed, take your people and roll back to the Yuming sect. Otherwise, come up and fight me." He had long harbored pent-up frustration, but previously, he could not intervene in the young people's duel. Now that he had found an excuse, he would not let it slip away. At this point, Long Qishan had no choice but to engage. The challenge had been laid before him, and how could he not respond? After all, he represented the Yuming sect. "Let me witness your strength, Elder Zhou. Has there been any improvement in the past century?" Upon expressing his anger, he soared into the air. Lang Qingshan and Zhou Buyu not only shared comparable realms and statuses, but were also contemporaries of exceptional talent. Their lives had been a continuous interplay of overt and covert rivalry. Yet, in their prior confrontations, Zhou Buyu had consistently managed to gain the upper hand, leading to a fervent desire for retribution today. The duel between these two formidable figures in the nascent soul stage instantly ignited fervent anticipation among the onlookers. Particularly, the younger generation was filled with excitement, as this presented a rare opportunity to witness a clash of titans. However, Lu Qingxia dismissed the spectacle entirely. Merely beckoning to Lu Yuyan and her three disciples in the distance, "There is nothing of interest here. You all come with me." With a wave of her hand, she led the trio away, vanishing from sight. Concurrently, the two other esteemed elders also disappeared. Lu Qingxia guided the group back to the Clear Spring Peak, the secluded retreat for the elder cultivators. The two elderly men followed with solemn expressions. Upon landing, Mou and Su Xiao hurriedly bowed in respect. "Greetings, great ancestor and esteemed uncles." Lu Yuyan also smiled and greeted them, appearing as innocent as a neighborly little girl, devoid of any trace of her earlier assertiveness. The elderly man clad in gray with white brows was none other than the previous sect master of the Xianling sect and Lu Yuyan's master, Gu Jiannan. Beside him stood the stern-faced elder in black, Qian Baichuan, Lu Yuyan's second uncle, together with the fourth-ranking Lu Qingxia. They constituted 3 of the 5 esteemed elders of the Xianling sect. The elders, neglecting to inquire about Su Xiao's circumstances over the years, regarded Mou with complex expressions. Even Qian Baichuan, who had previously opposed fully aiding Mou, was momentarily overwhelmed with sentiment. This young man was once the pride of the Xianling sect. Alas, he has now become a mere shell of his former self. Chapter 17, Restored? How could that be possible? Mou, filled with joy, stepped forward, shattering the tranquility. "Fourth master uncle, you have finally returned. It has been nearly a century since we last met. How I have missed you." The elderly Lu Qingxia, clad in a flowing robe and adorned with white hair, felt her eyes welling with emotion. Her dignified and benevolent face was imbued with tenderness and regret. Unable to contain herself, she reached out her hand, mirroring the affectionate gesture she had bestowed upon Mou in his childhood, gently ruffling his hair as she lamented, "Alas, Master Uncle has missed you dearly as well. Yet, I am truly inept. Despite being away for a century, I have found no solution. Mou, do you still harbor any wishes? Tell forth, Master Uncle. No matter how arduous the task, I shall endeavor to fulfill it for you." Lu Qingxia's tone was resolute, and her words reflected the profound resignation she felt regarding Mou's restoration. A century has elapsed, yet Xiaoyu remains at the nascent stage of cultivation. Even though others have rediscovered the essence of the Tao, it is of no consequence to him. With the scant time he has left, how could he possibly ascend to the golden core stage in such a brief period? It is worth noting that even before Mou sustained his injuries, the journey from foundation establishment to golden core took several decades. Now, with merely a year remaining, all that can be done is to fulfill some of his unaccomplished wishes. Gu Jiannan, too, wore an expression of resentment and sorrow, his heart heavy with grief. Once a promising candidate for immortality, his life had barely begun before facing its inevitable end. How could this not evoke profound sorrow? Su Xiaoro, who had been quietly standing by, suddenly turned pale. her eyes filled with desolation and despair. Could it be that her junior brother had not merely encountered a setback, but had truly reached the end of his life? Upon first seeing her junior brother, she had sensed his foundation establishment power and anxiety had begun to creep into her heart. Yet, when she recalled her master summoning her back to serve as her junior brother's companion, she clung to the last vestiges of hope. However, upon hearing the words of several senior uncles, her heart was plunged into utter panic, an overwhelming wave of despair crashing over her. Her beautiful eyes glistened with tears as she could no longer contain herself, throwing her arms around Mou, her voice choked with emotion. Junior brother, please tell second senior sister that this isn't true. Your talent has always been the finest. How could this be? I refuse to believe it. We want to allow you to die. Tears streamed down Su Xiaoro's cheeks uncontrollably, her expression one of profound sorrow and helplessness. Lu Qingxia's own tears silently fell before she quickly concealed them, though her frail body trembled slightly. Despite having cultivated for thousands of years and possessing a heart as steadfast as stone, she ultimately could not sever the ties of human emotion. Qian Baichuan stood beside them, his expression a complex mix of contemplation and silence, oblivious to the turmoil within. Next to him, Yu Jiannan's face was etched with sorrow and indignation. If it were possible, he would willingly trade his own life to grant Mou a new lease on life. Yet, such hypothetical scenarios were destined to be meaningless. Meanwhile, Mou pondered how to articulate his circumstances without raising suspicions among his senior uncles. There was no time for further contemplation. I hurriedly consoled, Master Ancestor, Uncle Master. Second senior sister, please do not be disheartened. In truth, I have partially regained my strength and can now cultivate. My purpose for emerging this time was to share this joyful news with you all, yet I encountered such a situation. What did you say, Xiaoyu? Have you truly recovered? Lost in sorrow, Gu Jiannan suddenly raised his head, his bright eyes shimmering like the sun. A wave of immense yet anxious joy surged within him. Lu Qingxia and Qian Baichuan gazed at Mou in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. Recovered? How could this be possible? However, Lu Qingxia quickly regained her composure and urgently called out to Su Xiaoro, who was still embracing Mou. Xiaoro, hold on for a moment. Let Mou explain first. Is it true that you have truly recovered? Though Su Xiaoro's cheeks were flushed crimson, she disregarded her shyness. Her eyes gleaming with fervor as she stared at her junior brother, her heart racing tumultuously. An unprecedented tension caused her body to tremble violently. She was genuinely afraid that these words were merely a comforting lie from her junior brother. Such a reality would be unbearable for her. It is true, Mou affirmed with a serious nod. Upon hearing his response, everyone seemed momentarily frozen, their eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. A strange silence enveloped the scene. As they exchanged glances, they saw shock and confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Really? Why is it so hard to believe? Master, uncle, it is indeed true. Lu Yuyan quickly stepped forward to corroborate, then continued according to the script she had discussed with Mou. When Xiaoyu and I entered the ancient forbidden zone, we unexpectedly obtained a mysterious spiritual fruit. After Xiaoyu consumed it, he discovered it significantly aided his injuries, prompting us to hasten back to seclusion. To our amazement, he has recovered substantially. Mou nodded vigorously and added, right after my recovery, I rushed to inform several of my uncles, but was unexpectedly caught up in the trouble caused by the Yuming sect, and I didn't have the chance to say anything. Mou could only say this much. Had it not been for the matter concerning his master, he could have easily disclosed that he had restored his strength to the golden core stage, thanks to the spiritual fruit. However, what he had communicated to his master was that his foundation had only been restored after cultivating together with her. If he were to claim now that he had reached the golden core stage, it would be an exaggeration that would be difficult to explain. The secrets of the system would remain with him for a lifetime. Otherwise, what would his master think? How would the other women perceive him? Would they think he sought them out solely to acquire their fortune? That would lead to considerable trouble for him. At that moment, Lu Qingxia had already grasped Mou's arm, probing with fervent hope and trepidation gleaming in her eyes. After a long while, she finally released Mou, tears streaming down her cheeks, and then she burst into joyous laughter, exclaiming, "It's true. You really have recovered." Seeing their junior sister in such a state, Yu Jiannan and the others suddenly regained their senses, their once weary gazes now sparkling like stars as they hurriedly approached to confirm. Moments later, Yu Jiannan could not help but raise his arms in exuberance, his aged face flushed with excitement, tears streaming down his cheeks. Ha ha! Wonderful! Absolutely marvelous! I knew the heavens would not treat my Xianling sect so harshly. Qian Baichuan's heart was equally stirred, as if turbulent waves were crashing within him. The young man, once deemed hopeless by him, has astonishingly achieved the unimaginable. Unbelievable! Absolutely unbelievable! Witnessing his astonished expression, Lu Qingxia, resembling a victorious general, fixed her gaze upon him and laughed heartily, saying, "Second senior brother, did you not claim those resources were squandered? Did you not assert that Xiaoyu had no chance of returning to the pinnacle? What say you now? Do you still believe there is no opportunity? In no more than a century, Xiaoyu will undoubtedly make a full recovery." Qian Baichuan, still unconvinced, glared at her defiantly and retorted, "He has only recovered halfway. The remaining injuries will only become increasingly difficult to mend. Let us not celebrate prematurely." He then turned to Mou and coldly remarked, "Currently, The foundation is not yet fully restored. One must not become complacent. Only by reclaiming the peak can we honor those who sacrificed for you. You speak wisely, second uncle. Mou replied respectfully, feeling no resentment in his heart. The sacrifices made by the sect for him were indeed monumental, observing his sincere attitude. Qian Baichuan finally nodded in satisfaction, though his heart was filled with complexity. At least those disciples did not perish in vain. The thought of the fallen disciples cast a fleeting shadow of melancholy across his gaze. Lu Qingxia, unusually, refrained from retorting. Ultimately, second senior brother was also acting for the good of the sect. His methods and thoughts were merely somewhat rigid. After a considerable pause, Yu Jiannan fixed his gaze on Mou and earnestly cautioned, remember, this matter must remain confidential. Do not disclose it to your several senior uncles for the time being. Focus on your cultivation within the gathering spirit array, striving to restore your foundation and strength as soon as possible. The group ultimately decided that the three would take turns guarding the mountain gate, while Su Xiero would be responsible for Mou's daily care. How he managed to recover was no longer of significance. An hour later, Mou, equipped with a bounty of rare treasures bestowed by his senior uncles, once again followed his master and senior sister back to the rear mountain. Gazing at the two stunning beauties before him, Mou wore a troubled expression. With his master and senior sister together, achieving a dependency level of 100 would prove even more challenging. Chapter 18. The heart can barely endure upon returning to the rear mountain. Lu Yuyan seized the opportunity while Mou was cultivating to gossip with Su Xiero for an extended period. When Su Xiero finally emerged, her gaze towards Mou inadvertently carried a hint of bashfulness. Mou, oblivious to these subtle changes, began from that day forth to find his gentle second senior sister transformed into a beautiful, all-capable handmaiden, attending to him meticulously, pouring tea, washing clothes, and folding blankets became mere basics. Shoulder massages and occasional minor indulgences became routine. Her obedient and gentle demeanor even prompted Lu Yuyan to openly suggest that she need not spoil him so excessively. Yet, Su Xiero merely smiled sweetly, continuing to joyfully orbit around Mou each day, while Lu Yuyan could only pretend not to notice. Eventually, she claimed to have business outside and left without further ado. Thus, the vast rear mountain was left with only Mou and his second senior sister. Days later, as Su Xiero sat beside Mou, gently peeling grapes for him, he reclined in the rocking chair within the courtyard, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. In recent days, although he indulged himself, it was merely superficial. He had not even caught a glimpse of the conquest progress bar above his senior sister's head. Unable to contain his impatience any longer, he inwardly inquired, System, what is happening? Why has the dependency level of my senior sister not appeared? Please, host, properly comprehend what it means to have complete and utter dependence. Mou was momentarily taken aback. Is mere psychological dependence insufficient? Must it be complete and wholehearted? Why was this not mentioned earlier? You did not ask. Touch. Frustrated, Mou ceased his conversation with the system, his gaze beginning to wander over the exquisite form of his senior sister. As a golden core cultivator, Su Xiero could hardly be oblivious to his subtle movements. Yet, she merely blushed, her stunningly beautiful face turning crimson as she continued to peel grapes with a demeanor that suggested the utmost seriousness, as if it were an incredibly significant task. Mou furrowed his brow in contemplation. It seemed imperative to transition their relationship from that of a senior and junior disciple to a more ambiguous romantic one. Otherwise, how could he possibly ensure that his senior sister would develop complete dependence within a year? Should he fail to accomplish this task, the system would automatically deactivate, leaving him with no refuge for his lamentations. Regardless of his antics, it was clear that his senior sister would not harbor any resentment towards him. With this thought, he seized the moment while she was eating grapes, lightly biting her slender fingers, which resembled spring onions in their delicacy, feeling the unexpected sensation on her fingers. Su Xiero's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of red. Unable to restrain herself, she lightly bit her lip and shot him a reproachful glance, exclaiming, Junior brother, don't be mischievous. You are truly beautiful, senior sister. Mou gazed at her with intensity, disregarding her admonishment, his expression earnest. With the gentle and compliant Su Xiero, he had often found this slightly rogue tactic to be effective. He was certain she would not be angered by it. However, had it been the fifth senior sister, he would undoubtedly have received a sharp reprimand, perhaps even more. As expected, Su Xiero merely glared at him with a flushed face, and upon realizing her efforts were futile, she huffed and turned her head away. Yet, her alabaster neck gradually took on a rosy hue. Feigning a melancholic demeanor, Mou sighed, Alas, senior sister. Do you know what my greatest regret has been over the past century? Intrigued, Su Xiero turned to look at him, though remained silent. With a subdued tone and a melancholic gaze, Mou continued, My greatest regret, aside from not being able to accompany you all, is that in my 300 years of life, I have never loved anyone. No, I should say I have never even held a woman's hand. I once thought to myself how I have utterly failed in this life, never knowing what it feels like to love someone until my last breath. Day after day spent in cultivation, only to have my foundation shattered and my realm diminished, I will soon perish in old age. Although I love my master and several senior sisters, as well as my elders, it seems I should have no regrets. Yet, my heart feels burdened with a sense of incompleteness. As MOU reflected on the past, his emotions grew heavy and complex. Can life truly be devoid of regrets? Not having experienced love is certainly one of them. Yet it is not the entirety, nor even the most significant. What weighed on his mind were the debts of gratitude owed to his master and the third uncle for their life-saving assistance. The nurturing from the sect's elders that remained unrepaid, his lofty aspirations of reaching the pinnacle of the immortal path, and the promises made to several senior sisters that had yet to be fulfilled. Additionally, there was the unsolved massacre of his clan he had pursued for a century. Why had they exterminated the MO family? Although his master had avenged him on the spot, were there not other instigators behind the scenes? He was utterly bewildered by it all. The thought of dying like this filled him with an unquenchable sense of regret. Gazing at his younger disciple, whose eyes were clouded with sorrow, and reflecting on the insurmountable challenges and pressures he had faced over the years, Sushiro felt a sharp pang in her heart. Unable to suppress her gentle reproach, she said, "Fool, is it really so difficult to hold a woman's hand?" With that, she reached out and clasped his hand, placing her delicate, fair hand over his. As he looked at his second senior sister, whose face radiated tenderness and concern, MOU suddenly felt almost inhuman. He found himself impulsively asking, "Second sister, if one day you discover that I have deceived you, would you be angry?" "Why would I be angry at you?" Sushiro replied, her expression one of astonishment. "Because I would have deceived you, of course. I mean, if it were the case," MOU thought to himself, feeling a twinge of anxiety, yet maintaining a calm faade. This made him feel as though he had truly become a villain. Sushiro feigned calmness as she adjusted her gesture, intertwining her fingers with his, before retracting one hand. With her enchanting eyes fixed earnestly upon him, she gently shook her head and said, "That cannot be. There must be a reason behind your deception. All I need to know is that you are my junior disciple, and you will never cause me harm. That is sufficient." At this moment, MOU felt an even greater sense of indebtedness towards his second senior sister. His conscience relentlessly assailed him. However, he soon regained his resolve, gently casting aside that burden. For a century, he had been engulfed in a sense of powerlessness, and he no longer wished to make further attempts. He aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, for only in doing so could he truly command his own destiny and safeguard those he held dear. As for the path of universal love, he found himself unable to turn back. Perhaps all he could do was to sincerely and wholeheartedly cherish each woman in his life. Second senior sister, apart from me, you must not extend such kindness to any other man, lest you find yourself betrayed, MOU earnestly cautioned, tightening his grip with his left hand. The sensation beneath his fingers was smooth and delicate, as soft as if devoid of bone, and his tumultuous heart swiftly found tranquility. Humph. Did they truly believe second senior sister was a fool? Sushiro couldn't help but cast him a sidelong glance, her fleeting charm instantly captivating MOU. Unable to restrain himself, he gently tugged her closer and effortlessly drew her into his embrace. MOU was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? A wave of overwhelming joy surged within him. Given second senior sister's strength, if she were unwilling, how could such a slight pull possibly move her? He felt happiness arrive too abruptly, his heart racing uncontrollably. It was beating so fast. Should he take some action? Chapter 19. The return of the senior sister. As MOU and second senior sister gradually sank into an intimate atmosphere, various rumors about him spread like wildfire throughout the Eastern Domain. Some claimed he had been thoroughly ruined, avoiding confrontation with Chengdu of the Netherworld Sect. Others suggested that he might be on the path to recovery, and his current low profile was merely a strategic retreat to gather strength. Such remarks quickly dissipated as more individuals emerged to attest that MOU indeed possessed only foundational strength. When everyone became convinced that he was merely awaiting his demise, the name MOU gradually fell into obscurity. The Azure Cloud continent is exceedingly vast, with an array of new prodigies emerging daily. Numerous sects, including the Spectral Sect, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No one knew the immense pressure this young man had once imposed upon them. This pressure was not solely felt by MOU's contemporaries. Many prominent figures within the sects harbored deep-seated concerns, for he was undoubtedly one capable of surpassing the tribulation of the transformation stage and ascending to the void return stage. It was even possible he could exceed the void return stage. Presently, the Eastern Domain lacked any formidable beings of the void return stage. Should one appear, it would utterly reshape the current landscape of the Eastern Domain. While talent is universally admired, it is only cherished when it belongs to one's own faction. Should it originate from another, it becomes an endless threat. Fortunately, MOU was destined to perish. Even the disciples of the Mystic Spirit sect gradually succumbed to the external discourse, accepting the grim reality of MOU's imminent demise. Rumor had it that junior brother MO had once again entered seclusion. Indeed, on that day, several senior brothers witnessed him retreat to the rear mountains. Alas, it seems that heaven is envious of exceptional talent. Junior brother MO has toiled for a century, and ultimately, it is well that he has senior sister Sue to accompany him in his quietude. Truly, after enduring a century of torment, only junior brother MO could persevere. Had it been me, I would have crumbled long ago. In these final moments, let us refrain from disturbing him, allowing him to quietly savor the essence of life. Everyone believed that MOU was merely awaiting death in silence, having completely relinquished hope. Yet, apart from their lamentations and sorrow, all felt utterly powerless. The atmosphere within the Mystic Spirit sect had grown increasingly somber and oppressive over the past 10 days. Even elders such as Zhou Buyu began to question their initial conjectures. Could it be that little Yu was indeed nearing his end? Yet presently, Mou was concealed within the rear mountains. And even they lacked the privilege to pay him a visit, having to resign themselves to this fate. After all, many significant affairs of the sect required their attention and diligence. In recent decades, the sect had allocated considerable manpower to matters concerning Mou, resulting in a neglect of the spiritual stone veins and medicinal fields situated at a distance from the sect, which had frequently fallen prey to theft. According to reports from the outer sect elders, several peculiar incidents had recently transpired at a super-spiritual stone vein in the Helan mountain range, leading to the deaths of over 10 disciples. All of these matters require human investigation. Even the disputed territories with other sects have been compelled to adopt measures of suspending disputes and joint development. Zhou Buyu could not help but feel overwhelmed. The Xianling sect is far from the glorious facade it presents. At that moment, Lei Lai rushed in, exclaiming, "Senior brother, have you consulted Master? Is there still no way to contact the ancestor?" Zhou Buyu could only shake his head in resignation. It remains the same. The messages sent have received no response. The two fell into a deep silence. It has been a long time since they last made contact with the ancestor, although the soul lamp still burns, indicating that he is alive. The current circumstances suggest a grim outlook. If Mou represents the future of the sect, then the late-stage transformation stage ancestor is its anchor. The intimidation he exudes is something they cannot hope to replace. Without the ancestor's presence, the Xianling sect would find itself lacking confidence when confronting top-tier sects like the Yuming sect. Once others become aware of this vulnerability, many of the sect's interests could easily fall prey to those with ulterior motives. Mou, however, remains oblivious to these concerns. At this moment, he is preoccupied with thoughts of how to win over the second senior sister, so as to thoroughly bind the system and restore his physique and strength. This compelled him to glance once more at the system panel. Temporary host, Mou age, 299 realm, early stage of golden core physique, chaotic divine demon body. Currently restored to 46. 18 conquered target, Lu Yuyan, 30 conquered, potential target, Su Shero 0, upon seeing the haughty 0 next to his second senior sister's name. He could not help but feel a wave of distress and helplessness. However, during the past 10 days, there had been some progress. At the very least, they had held hands and shared an embrace, albeit briefly, before she shyly pushed him away. Yet, he was confident that as long as he employed his unscrupulous tactics to the fullest, his second senior sister would inevitably fall under his spell. He chuckled to himself, feeling rejuvenated with newfound confidence. Just as he was lost in his daydreams of the future, a breathtakingly beautiful figure suddenly soared from the main peak toward the back mountain, arriving in the blink of an eye. She is a breathtaking beauty, adorned in a flowing white palace gown. Her countenance is unparalleled, exuding an elegance that is both ethereal and refined. Her enchanting eyes are strikingly clear, embodying the purity and innocence of a child, evoking a subtle aura of serenity. Her elongated and graceful figure, even beneath the loose fabric of her gown, boasts curves that command attention. No matter the angle, she resembles a stunning goddess, albeit with an air of aloofness. Every movement she makes radiates an undeniable pride and a chilling distance, as if she exists in a realm apart from the ordinary. This is Master Sister Lu Ruyu, a pitiful girl abandoned by her parents at a young age, whose surname is taken from her master. She is also the most formidable disciple under Lu Yuyan, renowned as one of the 8 beauties of the eastern region. "Master Sister, what brings you back?" Mou exclaimed, both astonished and elated. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, arms outstretched for an embrace. The elegant woman in the pristine white dress, with her pure and innocent gaze, momentarily flickered with a hint of fluster. Her aloof demeanor vanished in that instant. She stiffly opened her arms, exchanging a brief hug with Mou before quickly pulling away, her beautiful eyes betraying a trace of shyness. "Master instructed me to return now that you have emerged from seclusion," she replied softly. Mou's eyes radiated warmth. "Master Sister, I have missed you dearly over the past century." Lu Ruyu's long, fan-like eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the corners of her mouth lifted in a subtle smile. Yet she merely nodded in acknowledgement without further elaboration. Mou, undeterred, chuckled heartily, pleasantly surprised by her willingness to embrace him, even if only for a fleeting moment. It was well known that even the other senior sisters seldom enjoyed such intimacy with her, given her naturally reserved disposition. However, what astonished Mou the most was the transparent panel hovering above Lu Ruyu's head. Name, Lu Ruyu, daughter of fortune, age, 400 realm, early stage of nascent soul physique, innate glazed sacred body, pure and untainted mind, pristine Tao heart. Naturally attuned to the 7 orifices, cultivating against the heavens. With sufficient divine-grade spirit crystals, she can break through any barrier below the immortal realm. Another daughter of fortune? Such an extraordinary physique? And she is my master sister? His mind began to throb with a sense of frustration. It was already troublesome enough to find a daughter of fortune, yet to have one so close at hand was an even greater dilemma. With the master and the second senior sister already posing challenges, adding a master sister to the mix left Mou feeling utterly unsettled. Chapter 20, Complete Chaos. On the brink of dizziness, Lu Ruyu gazed quietly at her junior brother, her mind swirling with questions she found herself unable to voice. With only foundational cultivation, it seemed her assumptions had been misguided. She seated herself on a bench a few meters away and softly inquired, "Junior brother, has the master mentioned my return to you?" "No, he hasn't he?" Mou replied, shaking his head in confusion. "Master sister, did the master instruct you to come back? What about the third and fifth senior sisters?" Lu Ruyu opened her mouth, intending to say something, but swallowed her words instead. "It has been quite a while since I last contacted them." As she spoke, her delicate, willow-like brows furrowed slightly, her beautiful eyes lost in thought as they regarded him. "Has the second senior sister returned as well?" "Yes, she returned about 10 days ago. She just went to the western falling moon lake to catch fish, claiming she would prepare fish soup today." Mou's mind was preoccupied, failing to notice the unusual demeanor of his master sister. With both senior sisters back, his grand ambitions of conquest might not unfold as he had hoped. The most favorable scenario would involve moments of solitude with one of them, allowing for greater opportunities. Romantic feelings tend to blossom in ambiguity and adversity. Only by overcoming that final hurdle could the system's tasks fall into proper alignment. Otherwise, the progress bar remained elusive, leaving him in uncertainty. But now that his master sister had returned, she would undoubtedly stay with him in the back mountain, thwarting his plans for conquest. Facing two opponents, he felt no confidence whatsoever. Noticing his silence, Lu Ruyu remained quiet as well, her expression serious as she scrutinized her junior brother. Since childhood, she had always been reticent. Moreover, it seemed the master had not shared the purpose of her return with him, making it even more challenging for her to speak up. Additionally, she had not anticipated the return of the second junior sister. It was likely her intentions aligned with her own, prompting her to seek an opportunity for discussion. If that was indeed the case, as the master sister, she would feel reluctant to compete with her junior sister. After a brief silence, Mou suddenly regained his composure, though he did not dwell on it. From a young age, he and his master sister had often sat together in comfortable silence without feeling awkward. Following the tragedy of his family's demise, he had come to the Xianling sect, reluctant to converse with anyone. Instead, he found solace in the company of this equally quiet master sister. Even as he gradually grew more outgoing, he still cherished those tranquil moments spent with her. Whether he was speaking and she was listening earnestly or simply enjoying each other as presents. Many times, he would forget what he had said, but she would remember every detail, big or small. Once, he casually remarked that bear paws were delicious. The next day, Lu Ruyu returned with a whole black bear on her back and asked Brother Yin, known for his culinary skills, to prepare it for him. Just as the meat was ready, she insisted on leaving. A chef's palate is discerning. If he stays, he might consume the most delectable portions, leaving you with nothing but scraps, she said. At that moment, Mou realized that beneath her icy exterior, his master sister possessed an endearing charm. Her seemingly aloof demeanor was perhaps a reflection of her orphaned upbringing. Unlike Mou, who had been fortunate, she had only been taken from her foster family by their master upon reaching adulthood. It was rumored that her foster mother had attempted to force her into marriage with an elderly landlord from the village. Another possibility was that Lu Ruyu had deliberately emulated her master, Lu Yuyan, the individual she admired most, even adopting his surname. Yet, as compared to her master's commanding presence, Lu Ruyu was decidedly more taciturn. "I have collected these over the past century. Take them." Lu Ruyu handed him a storage ring. Her tone was casual, but upon inspecting its contents, Mou was left speechless. Inside were a millennium of blood spirit mushrooms, 9th grade rejuvenation grass, and dragon blood longevity snow ginseng. These are exceedingly precious elixirs, possessing immense efficacy in healing and prolonging life. Unless one were to venture into the treasure vaults of formidable practitioners, how could such treasures be casually collected? Each item, I fear, has been acquired by my senior sister through arduous trials, and perhaps at the cost of life itself. And you suggest that they can be collected so easily? Yet, to my surprise, Mou did not decline but accepted them with a face alight with joy. "Thank you, senior sister. I truly appreciate it." Lu Ruyu gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, a flicker of happiness dancing in her eyes. Then, with a calm demeanor, she merely hummed an acknowledgement and fell silent. "Senior sister, where have you been all these years?" Mou inched his stool closer, his gaze filled with concern. "I primarily traveled to the northern region of the Qingyang continent, to Qiyang Kingdom and Kanglin Kingdom." The reticent Lu Ruyu began to recount some of her experiences over the past century. Though she had significantly condensed the narrative, glossing over many dangers, it still took her the better part of half an hour to share. Mou listened, feeling a profound sense of gratitude and guilt. The perils encountered by his senior sister over the past century were undoubtedly 100-fold more harrowing than she had described. And what of the second senior sister, who had also faced challenges? Not to mention the third senior sister, the fifth senior sister, and the many other seniors and uncles who had sacrificed greatly for him. The entire Xianling sect had rallied its elite forces, incurring tremendous sacrifices and costs on his behalf. One day, I shall elevate the Xianling sect to the pinnacle of the eastern domain, perhaps even to the zenith of the Qingyang continent. Mou silently vowed. After a considerable while, Lu Ruyu finally finished her recounting and, with a hint of concern, posed the question that weighed heavily on her mind. "Junior brother, how is your health?" Mou, with a triumphant smile, replied, "Senior sister, why not examine my condition yourself?" He then ripped a small corner of the stealing heaven and changing sun talisman. Lu Ruyu's expression turned adorably dazed, yet she complied without hesitation. Soon, her delicate willow-like brows furrowed slightly before suddenly relaxing, her cold, beautiful eyes shimmering with brightness. A wave of immense surprise swept over her serene, exquisite visage, blooming into a captivating snow lotus flower. That pure, joyous smile radiated with the innocence of a child who had just realized their deepest dream. It was breathtakingly enchanting, almost dreamlike. Even MOU had never witnessed such a smile from his senior sister before. It was simply stunning. Suddenly, MOU, still seated, found himself tightly embraced by his senior sister. As the fragrance of orchids enveloped him, a warm, soft sensation overwhelmed him. The delightful touch against his cheeks sent his heart racing, leaving him in a daze. Lu Ruyu could not help but whisper tenderly, "How wonderful! It seems even the heavens have moments of clarity." Just as MOU felt he might be overwhelmed by his senior sister's gaze, a bright, surprised voice rang out from nearby. "Senior sister, you have returned. How wonderful!" Sushiro, holding a wooden bucket, joyfully rushed over. The startled fish splashed water around, and Lu Ruyu felt her heart race, her face flushed with embarrassment, akin to a thief caught in the act. She hurriedly pushed MOU away from her embrace. For the first time, a rare blush graced her cold, elegant features. How should I explain this to my second junior sister? Chapter 21, The Eldest Senior Sister's Confession. The understanding Sushiro seemed oblivious to the earlier embrace between the two, her eyes sparkling with immense joy. Hastily placing down the wooden bucket, she threw herself into the arms of her eldest senior sister and nuzzled her head against her. "Eldest senior sister, I've missed you dearly." Lu Ruyu let out a slight sigh of relief and held her second junior sister tightly, softly replying, "The eldest senior sister has missed you all as well." In the past, she had struggled to adapt to such scenes. Yet, during her solitary century away, she often found herself reminiscing about similar moments. Now, the embrace from her second junior sister felt exceptionally delightful. Moreover, the previous hug from her junior brother had inexplicably quickened her heartbeat. How peculiar. Sushiro detected the change in her eldest senior sister and beamed even brighter, lingering in the embrace for a while before exclaiming, "Eldest senior sister, I shall prepare fish soup for you later, and junior brother, you are in charge of grilling the fish. You know, the eldest senior sister used to adore your grilled fish." MOU eagerly nodded, a look of excitement on his face. "Absolutely, my fish grilling skills have improved significantly." The courtyard was well equipped for cooking, and the trio quickly became engrossed in their tasks, just as in years past. Indeed, MOU's fish grilling skills had notably advanced, though not by leaps and bounds. However, the two extraordinary beauties savored the meal with exceptional joy, as if it were a rare delicacy. Having abstained from food for countless years, they were now enveloped in a warm, homely atmosphere. Sushiro, understanding her eldest senior sister's nature, spent most of the time sharing her experiences from the past years. To her surprise, the eldest senior sister also willingly recounted her own experiences, albeit in a succinct manner. The meal was delightfully spent amidst cheerful chatter and laughter. Yet, come the next morning, the atmosphere suddenly turned somewhat peculiar. MOU couldn't quite pinpoint what felt odd. The second junior sister's care for him remained meticulous, and even the aloof eldest senior sister was exceptionally considerate. Still, MOU could distinctly sense that both seemed to be intentionally avoiding solitary moments with him. This left him in a state of perplexity. What could the senior sister and the second sister have possibly discussed last night? However, he was not in a rush. The senior sister had not returned in a century. She would undoubtedly seek out the ancestor master soon, and he could inquire with the second sister then. As expected, that afternoon, the senior sister announced her intention to visit the ancestor master and then departed from the back mountain alone. MOU intercepted the second sister, who intended to follow. With a smile as warm as a spring breeze, "Dearest second sister, where are you off to?" "Ah, I merely wish to visit the ancestor master as well," Sushiro replied, her eyes darting away. "Is that so? I thought you were trying to avoid being alone with me. What have you and the senior sister discussed?" "Nothing of the sort," Sushiro protested, but MOU's gaze remained fixed upon her, leaving no room for evasion. He continued with a smile, "Really? Then why don't you touch your face and see if it feels hot? After a century, you still haven't learned to lie. Where's the heat?" Sushiro instinctively touched her face, only to glare at him in indignation. Her cheeks genuinely flushed now. MOU's expression gradually turned serious. He guided the second sister to sit on a stone bench before sitting opposite her and spoke earnestly. "Second sister, I have the potential to fully restore my foundation and even regain my cultivation. However, this requires your assistance. But before that, I wish to understand why you have returned so suddenly. Did the master assign you a task?" Upon hearing his words, Sushiro, who had just settled down, sprang to her feet, her face alight with astonishment. "Junior brother, are you serious? Is it truly possible to make a complete recovery? Had this been before?" She would have dismissed such claims. Yet now, considering that her junior brother had already regained nearly half of his foundation, the prospect of a full restoration seemed plausible. At the very least, she believed it to be possible. MOU nodded earnestly. "How could I deceive you? But the method is rather peculiar. I cannot share it unless I know your purpose for returning. Otherwise, I could simply take a few hundred years to recover on my own, and if I fail, I would just grow old and die." MOU resorted to a shameless tactic, employing a transparent ploy for sympathy. Sushiro's expression shifted to one of urgent helplessness. She was well aware that her junior brother was deliberately pressuring her. Yet she also knew that if she remained silent, he would indeed hold back his revelations. She understood his stubborn nature all too well. Given his current condition, he had no time to waste on a slow recovery. It was utterly foolish. She shot him an exasperated glare, her face flushed as she huffed. You only know how to bully me. Why don't I see you treating the senior sister this way? Her soft, dulcet tone lacked any hint of anger, nearly making Mou chuckle. Among the 4 sisters, the second sister was the gentlest and most tender-hearted. It would be foolish to seek out the senior sister. Naturally, he took her delicate hand in his, speaking with sincerity. That is because I know that the second sister cares for me the most. Humph, you only know how to say sweet nothings. The senior sister cares for you as well. She just prefers to keep her thoughts to herself. Sushiro smiled brightly, her eyes crescent-shaped, before shyly lowering her head. In truth, both the senior sister and I were summoned back by the master. She mentioned that you had emerged from seclusion, suggesting that if I wished to be your partner, I should return immediately. Hence, I thought I'd come and see you. Mou was taken aback. The master had said such a thing? What did that imply? Hadn't she promised that once he reached a certain level, they could be partners? Why was she inviting the senior sister and the others back? He could hardly believe the master intended for them all to share a single partner. The most likely scenario was that she wished to disrupt his thoughts and help him forget the past. Yet, was it truly possible to forget? He felt a sharp pang in his heart, an emptiness within him, and he could not help but display a hint of desolation on his face. Seeing his change in expression, Sushiro's heart raced. She assumed her junior brother was saddened merely by the notion that she had returned only to check on him. Overwhelmed with guilt, she hurried to his side, pulling his head into her embrace, and spoke shyly, Junior brother, I returned willingly, and so did the senior sister. Willingly? What do you mean? Mou asked, his gaze vacant, his attention unfocused. You silly boy, I mean what the master mentioned. As Sushiro spoke, her tranquil, beautiful face flushed a deep crimson, akin to the fiery clouds at dusk. Her heart raced like a startled fawn, pounding wildly within her chest. At that moment, Mou abruptly regained her senses, her eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. What her master thought was her own affair, yet it could not hinder her, ultimately. He had accepted her. Once her realm catches up, she would see how he would evade responsibility. Nevertheless, for the time being, it was prudent to deal with her senior sister first. Chapter 22, A Heart in Sorrow for the Sake of Caution. Mou inquired once more, second sister. Are you saying that my matter has been discussed by master with both you and senior sister? And that you have both consented to it, correct? Sushiro softly affirmed, but immediately after, her head drooped, her exquisitely beautiful cheeks flushed a deep crimson. At this moment, she longed to find a place to hide. However, recalling the condition of her junior brother, she bravely raised her head and, with a bashful gaze, said, We all know and are willing. It's just that we are unaware of whom you prefer, which is why we decided to let you choose for yourself. Upon hearing this, Mou's heart soared with delight. Everyone is willing? And they let him choose? Only children make choices. He is an adult, after all, and naturally, he found it amusing. Second senior sister, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Mou cleared his throat, diverting his gaze from the exquisite figure of his second senior sister, and began to weave a tale that was half true and half fabricated. What? You possess a technique that can enhance your cultivation speed by several times? How is that even possible? Sushiro's expression grew increasingly bewildered as she listened. The look in her beautiful eyes seemed to convey, please don't deceive me. She was simply pure-hearted and soft-natured, not lacking in intelligence. That insufferable junior brother, has he concocted such a divine technique to deceive both himself and me? If such a terrifying skill truly existed in this world, it would have long been renowned throughout the Qingyan continent. How could I have never heard of it? Nonetheless, whether or not such a technique exists is irrelevant. I am willing, but it all hinges on whom the junior brother prefers. Yet soon, she recalled his recent words. Could it be that he desires both? Her face instantly flushed with heat, and she couldn't help but glare at him, indignantly exclaiming, Junior brother? To pursue 3 wives and 4 concubines, you must have toiled greatly to weave such a falsehood. Mou hastily clarified, second sister, this technique is genuine. As for the notion of 3 wives and 4 concubines, I truly did not contemplate that. I merely wish to restore my foundation swiftly, elevate my cultivation, and then make the Xianling sect the foremost sect in the Qingyan continent. Gazing into his sincere eyes, Sushiro fell silent, sensing that her junior brother likely was not deceiving her. Although the claims of that technique seemed somewhat outlandish, perhaps it was merely exaggerated by a fraction. With the rest being true? You should discuss this with senior sister first. I will heed her decision. Flustered, Sushiro spoke hastily, her beautiful face flushed with embarrassment, before she turned and rushed back into the house. Hey, second sister, does that mean you have agreed? Mou was momentarily taken aback, uncertain in his heart. Just think. The shy voice of the girl echoed distantly before vanishing within the door. Until senior sister returned, Mou remained puzzled, questioning whether second sister had bashfully consented or if she still intended for him to choose between the two. As for the third sister, Lu Ruyu's expression was serene as she gazed into Mou's beautiful eyes, which sparkled with clarity akin to gemstones, embodying the quality of tackling challenges head-on. MOU resolved to cut through the confusion and smiled at her earnestly, stating, "Second sister is resting. Senior sister. I am already aware of the reason for your and second sister's return." Lu Ruyu blinked, silently observing him without a word, her demeanor far more composed than Sushiro's. MOU, too, regarded senior sister quietly. Her tall, flawless figure, standing at about 175, was perfectly straight. And her long legs beneath the flowing white dress were both slender and graceful. In the gentle breeze, she appeared ethereal, like a celestial being. MOU swiftly reined in his wandering thoughts and repeated the words he had exchanged with second sister, even adding shamelessly, "Second sister has already agreed. She mentioned that this way we can remain together forever." She felt too shy to say it herself, so she asked me to inquire about your thoughts. "Very well." Lu Ryu nodded decisively, her beautiful eyes as tranquil as water. "Ah, senior sister, you won't even ponder it?" MOU was utterly bewildered. Was it truly that simple? No questions at all? He felt somewhat at a loss. Lu Ryu gazed at him with pure, clear eyes, her expression unperturbed. "I had already considered this upon my return. If I were to choose a companion, you surpass all others by 100-fold. As for how many you wish to take, that is your affair." There was one thought she left unspoken. If she could become a companion to her junior brother and aid him in restoring his foundation, it would be the best arrangement in the world. Regarding the technique he mentioned, she naturally held skepticism. Even with daily consumption of spiritual elixirs, such miraculous results seemed implausible. "Senior sister, if it were not to assist me, would you still wish to be my companion?" "Of course, I would. Do not think otherwise." Lu Ryu gently nodded, her gaze clear as a tranquil lake. This deepened the complexity within MOU's heart, as a wave of warm and blissful emotions involuntarily surged to the surface. Whether it was his master, the senior sister, or the second senior sister, they were all extraordinary women, one in a billion. Others would feel immensely fortunate to win the favor of even one of them. How could he, by any merit of his own, be graced with the affection of all three? "Thank you, senior sister." MOU's gaze was as gentle as water, and he opened his arms to embrace the senior sister tightly. Feeling her slightly stiff body, he realized that she was not as composed as she appeared on the surface. At that moment, Lu Ryu could not help but let out a soft sigh. Being stared at so intensely by her junior brother was far more bearable than his unwavering embrace. At least this way, he could not perceive her nervousness. Little did she know, her body had already betrayed her. Lu Ryu remained dazed in his hold, and MOU showed no intention of letting go, creating a gradually intimate atmosphere. However, he understood that now was not the appropriate time. He leaned his face against her delicate cheek, rubbing gently before reluctantly parting. So soft and smooth. Looking at the senior sister's blushing beauty, he felt there was still something left undone. In a hurried motion, he pressed a swift kiss upon her plump, rosy lips. Soft and sweet. Lu Ryu was instantly flustered, her usually calm and composed eyes flickering with a deep sense of confusion and shyness. Yet, she had not even considered retreating. Meanwhile, in the room, Sushiro, who was about to step out, sensed the scene outside and was momentarily frozen, her face turning pale. Could this be the choice of her junior brother? Hadn't he declared that he wanted both? Could it be that the senior sister was unwilling? Given the senior sister's typically cool demeanor, she instinctively made this judgment. However, Lu Ryu and MOU truly seemed like a perfect match. She mumbled absently, then sat back down, her eyes vacant, biting her pristine lip as they began to glisten with unshed tears. Ever since she received the master's message, she had considered herself the junior brother's woman. Her mind was filled with cherished memories, sweet and beautiful. But who could have known? She suddenly felt a twinge of regret, wondering if she should have expressed her feelings more clearly. What if the senior sister misunderstood, thinking she was unwilling to share MOU? She longed to rise and inquire, but ultimately hesitated. Having said what she did, how could MOU and the senior sister not understand? They were not foolish. Just as her heart was tangled in sorrow, MOU strode in, leading the blushing Lu Ryu by the hand. Hearing the commotion, Sushiro quickly wiped her tears and forced a smile as she approached. Chapter 23. Visitors from Liang Kingdom. At that moment, Sushiro's eyes were still red, yet she endeavored to muster a sincere and sweet smile. Looking affectionately at the senior sister and junior brother, her voice soft and tender, "Senior sister, you're back. I was just about to step out." "Second junior sister, I have also agreed," Lu Ryu replied, her eyes slightly shy, yet her words were firm and decisive. "Oh, I understand. The senior sister and junior brother truly make a wonderful pair. Congratulations to you both." Sushiro felt a pang of sorrow within, but her face radiated a bright smile like a blooming flower. Lu Ryu gently nodded. "From now on, we shall take care of our junior brother together, ensuring he regains his foundation as soon as possible." Upon the utterance of those words, Sushiro momentarily found herself in a state of bewilderment. Her beautiful eyes, filled with uncertainty, turned towards the elder sister, her willow-like brows slightly furrowing, a canvas of confusion etched upon her features. What did the elder sister's words signify? Suddenly, her heart began to stir with agitation, the trace of sorrow in her eyes dissipating somewhat. Yet, she still dared not fully grasp the meaning, and with a flushed face, she softly murmured, "Elder sister, I do not quite comprehend your intention." MOU cleared his throat, hastily interjecting, "Second sister, did you not express the desire to see how the elder sister would respond?" Now, the elder sister agrees just like you do. Rest assured. I shall treat you both well from now on. With that, he took hold of each of them, unwilling to release his grip. In such a scenario, the two women were at a loss, hurriedly turning their heads away, too embarrassed to meet each other's gaze. Fortunately, Mou's thick skin allowed him to engage in light-hearted banter, coupled with the absence of any further excessive actions, enabling the two women to gradually acclimate. For the sake of future considerations, Mou did not rush the process. He believed it prudent to allow a few days for the sisters to adapt. After all, no matter how formidable one might be physically, one could not entirely conquer another's heart. Both body and spirit must be nurtured, indeed. A spiritual connection was of paramount importance. In the days that followed, his interactions with the two sisters were warm and sweet, reminiscent of a century ago. Naturally, their exchanges had grown infinitely closer. As time passed, the bond among the three deepened, a profound sense of happiness quietly enveloping their hearts. Mou resolved that it was time to spend the night in the elder sister's chamber. With less than a year remaining, he was uncertain how long it would take to win over the elder sister completely, so a cautious approach seemed wise. Meanwhile, several thousand miles north of the Xianling Sect, two magnificent flying spirit vessels, each measuring 100 feet in length, were swiftly approaching. The vessels were grand and luxurious, adorned with vibrant banners, and populated by numerous formidable individuals, many clad in gleaming armor. However, they differed immensely from ordinary warriors. Each exuded a potent aura, unmistakably indicating their status as cultivators. The bows of the two vessels displayed contrasting flags. One bore the inscription Liang Kingdom, while the other showcased a grand banner embroidered with a four-clawed golden dragon. Additional flags at the bow of the latter vessel bore the words Lifeng Kingdom. Lifeng Kingdom was one of the 5 great empires of the eastern region, renowned for its formidable strength and vast territories. Even the sects within its borders were largely under its dominion, as the imperial Qin clan had risen from an ancient family of cultivators thousands of years prior. The royal families of the other 4 great empires also hailed from long-established lineages of cultivation. These 5 nations were collectively referred to as the Upper 5 Kingdoms. Naturally, there also existed transcendent sects of cultivation that even the Upper 5 Kingdoms dared not provoke lightly, such as the 8 premier sects of the eastern region. The Xianling sect was included among them. The 8 great sects, though not as formidable as the top 5 nations in terms of comprehensive strength, possess profound heritage and an abundance of skilled experts. When it comes to the pinnacle of combat prowess, the top 5 nations may indeed fall slightly short. In a straightforward brawl, any single sect among the 8 would undoubtedly struggle against any of the 5 nations. However, in reality, the sects would not openly engage in a battle. Instead, they would resort to stealthy assassinations within the confines of your royal palace. This implies that while the top 5 nations possess the capability to eradicate a sect, the 8 great sects also have the power to annihilate entire clans, leading to mutual apprehension between both parties. As for the Liang Kingdom aboard another spiritual vessel, its strength is significantly inferior to that of the top 5 nations, comparable only to a third of the Liang Kingdom's power. Presently, they are eyeing a territory rich in spiritual stones belonging to their neighboring nation, hinting at a potential conflict. Thus, the monarch of Liang seeks a marriage alliance with the third princess in hopes of securing support from the Liang Kingdom. Little did they know, before they could even negotiate with the Xianling sect, the enthusiastic prince of Liang was already on his way to join them. At this moment, in the upper pavilion of a grand ship adorned with the four-clawed golden dragon flag, a young nobleman clad in a pristine white robe leisurely waved a golden silk fan while reclining in a commanding position. His countenance was strikingly handsome, with haughty eyes that radiated an air of innate nobility, unmistakably a person accustomed to high status. Before him, 2 young and beautiful maidservants knelt, pouring wine and presenting fruits with utmost reverence. Behind the nobleman stood 6 middle-aged men, all exuding a profound and intimidating aura, their strength palpable. How long until we reach Xianling sect? The nobleman inquired impatiently, snapping his fan shut and carelessly tossing it onto the table, reclining further as he stretched his legs. Without needing his command, another beautiful maidservant hurriedly approached and knelt, beginning to massage his thigh. Replying to your highness, we will arrive in 3 more hours. An elder with white hair respectfully answered. Had I known this, I would have remained in the capital of Liang, the young nobleman lamented, furrowing his brow as he asked. Has anyone seen the third princess? Is she truly as beautiful as the legends suggest? In response to your highness, I have had the fortune of encountering the third princess. Her beauty surpasses even that of our Liang Kingdom's most renowned beauty. To be counted among the 8 great beauties of the eastern domain is indeed a well-deserved title. Her cultivation talent is extraordinary. At merely 380 years of age, she has already reached the late stage of golden core, making her one of the top prodigies of the Xianling sect. The monarch of Liang's intention to ally through marriage with the third princess demonstrates great sincerity. I congratulate your highness on soon acquiring such a flower-like beauty. The nobleman, Chen Jai, the prince of Liang Kingdom and a mid-stage golden core cultivator, felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing this, sitting up with delight and exclaiming, excellent. If this is indeed the case, she shall be my consort. The others quickly followed suit, showering him with flattery. After a moment, Chen Jai casually instructed, once we arrive at Xianling sect, be a bit more discreet. After all, this is not Liang Kingdom. However, do not be overly cautious, and ensure that we maintain my dignity before the subjects of Li Yong and the third princess. Yes, your highness. They all replied in unison, their expressions betraying their unease. Meanwhile, aboard another spiritual vessel, several worried ministers respectfully followed a stern middle-aged man. After taking their seats, the man finally raised his head and inquired of a white-haired elder, Commander Sure, are we certain that the third princess has returned to Xianling's sect? It would be unfortunate if the Lycong prince made a fruitless trip. The elder hurriedly clasped his hands, assuring, rest assured, your highness, the news is absolutely reliable. However, the third princess was sent to Xianling's sect by the beautiful concubine from a young age, and has a rather faint sense of belonging to Li Yong. I fear that should the princess refuse the marriage, it might provoke the Lycong prince's ire. Moreover, if Xianling's sect does not consent, how shall we respond? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. The issue is that the Lycong prince has no interest in the other princesses. I hope the princess will sacrifice herself for the great ambitions of his majesty. As for the Xianling sect, it remains a matter for our royal family. As long as the princess agrees, with the Lycong prince present, they will likely not obstruct us. You need not worry. Yes, your highness. The others responded in unison, their faces etched with concern. 3 hours later, the group beheld a majestic expanse of mountains, enveloped in ethereal mist, a breathtaking sight indeed. In the rear mountains of Xianling's sect, while claiming to be in seclusion for healing, Mou and others were actually indulging in romantic escapades. Upon the sudden appearance of Lu Qingxia, they were momentarily taken aback. Master Sure, why have you come? Mou discreetly released the hand of his second senior sister, maintaining a calm demeanor, though he could not hide it from Lu Qingxia's discerning gaze. After a brief moment of surprise, the elder chuckled, little you. What is the nature of your relationship with Xiaorou? Mou, feeling a bit embarrassed yet resolute, replied earnestly, I share mutual feelings with my second senior sister. And also with my senior sister. Eh? Lu Qingxia, who had initially worn a benevolent smile, suddenly stiffened, glaring at Mou with indignation, you little rascal are truly greedy. While others would be content to have one of these two girls, you wish to have both. While it is common for wealthy merchants, officials, and cultivators to have multiple wives, these two maidens are both exceptionally gifted and noble, with one being a princess of a nation. Such exceptional individuals, regardless of who they may be, cannot easily share their affections with another. However, if the person in question were to be Xiaoyu, it would not be entirely implausible, as one does not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. Furthermore, given this insufferable boy's remarkable talent, he is indeed worthy of such admiration. Contemplating this, she turned her gaze back to the two young ladies and inquired earnestly, what do you two mean by this? I am willing, replied Lu Ruyu, her face slightly flushed. Yet her answer was resolute and unequivocal, devoid of any hesitation. So am I. We have both agreed, Su Xiaorou added, shyly nodding, her delicate cheeks blushing a deep crimson. This marks the first occasion for the trio to publicly acknowledge their relationship, and it is particularly significant as it unfolds in the presence of their elders within the sect. Even with Mou's remarkable composure, a hint of awkwardness lingers in the air. After listening to the trio's responses, Lu Qingxia refrains from further commentary. Since the parties involved are untroubled, the elders naturally have no objection, although they cast a few disapproving glances at Mou. Given the circumstances, you and Xiaorou shall accompany me for a visit. Emissaries from the royal family of Li Yong have arrived. Master uncle, what brings them here? Su Xiaorou inquires, her expression grave, a shadow of concern flickering in her eyes. Her mother, once a neglected consort, faced relentless hostility from the queen after conceiving her. Fortunately, she managed to give birth to her daughter, and due to the girl's gender and the emperor's indifference, both mother and daughter narrowly escaped peril. However, as Su Xiaorou's talents began to manifest, danger encroached once more. Reluctantly, her mother sought the emperor's favor and sent her to Xianyin's sect for cultivation. This is also a tradition upheld by many royal families, wherein certain royal offspring are sent to various sects for training, thereby maintaining amicable relations with the 8 prominent sections. Even the upper 5 nations are not exempt from this custom, although their levels of emphasis and the individuals they dispatch may vary. However, following the tragic and unexpected demise of Su Xiaorou's mother over a century ago, she severed all ties with the cold imperial palace. Thus, the sudden arrival of the other party today could only spell misfortune in her eyes. Unable to restrain herself, she furrowed her brow and inquired, Fourth Master Ancestor, do you know the purpose of their visit? Lu Qingxia gazed at her with compassion, her tone gentle. Accompanying them is the prince of the Lianfeng kingdom, reportedly your betrothed. A marriage arranged by your father, the emperor. What? I do not consent. Su Xiaorou's lips were tightly pressed together, her complexion pale, her eyes flickering with a hint of defiance and determination. Rest assured, this is the Xianling sect, not the imperial palace of Li Yong. If you're unwilling, no one dares to coerce you, Lu Qingxia asserted with an air of authority. Mou's gaze turned icy, fury raging within him. He had long been aware of the tenuous connection between his second senior sister and the imperial palace of Li Yong, which had dwindled to a mere thread of blood relation. Having remained indifferent throughout his childhood, now that he was deemed of utilitarian value, they sought to exploit him for their own gain? How naive. In the realm of royal families, this may be a commonplace occurrence. However, in his perspective, it was utterly absurd. He could not help but exclaim in exasperation, "Master Uncle, why allow such individuals to enter? They should be expelled immediately." Observing his agitated expression, Lu Qingxia could not suppress a light-hearted laugh as she reassured him. "Oh, you silly boy, why are you so flustered? As long as your second senior sister is unwilling, no one can abduct her. This is the Xianling Sect, a place where they cannot act with impunity. Yet, propriety dictates that we first offer courtesy before resorting to force. If they remain obstinate, we can always deal with them later." "Haha, our fourth master uncle is indeed formidable," Mou, eager to curry favor, exclaimed. Before taking the second senior sister's hand and soaring towards the main peak, Lu Qingxia rolled her eyes in amusement and swiftly followed suit with Lu Ruyu in tow. At that moment, the reception hall was abuzz with excitement, given that the guests were a prince and a royal lord. The esteemed elder Zhou Buyu was entrusted with their hospitality. The formalities were impeccable, and both parties took their seats, engaging in pleasant conversation over tea, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. The poised and elegant Prince Qinji of the Lifeng Kingdom wore a gentle smile, clearly in high spirits. Yet, in the next instant, his gaze narrowed sharply. He beheld a strikingly handsome young gentleman clad in white, accompanied by an exquisitely graceful beauty whose presence was simply enchanting. The young man's extraordinary demeanor even sparked a fleeting sense of inadequacy within him. Truly, he was like a jade among men, unparalleled in the world. This stirred an inexplicable discontent within his proud heart. However, his gaze soon returned to the enchanting beauty he was escorting, ethereal and refined, gentle and charming. Her figure swayed gracefully like a delicate willow, her visage as stunning as a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. With but a glance, he was left astonished, only to be followed by a pang of melancholy and jealousy. Such a breathtaking woman was undoubtedly his perfect match. How could she be wasted on that young man? Yet, when his eyes fell upon another lady in a flowing white gown behind them, his heart, now tinged with sorrow, found solace. Surely, this exquisite fairy must be the third princess of Liyang. She radiated an aura of icy purity and national beauty. Those long legs, that slender waist, absolutely mesmerizing. Though she appeared somewhat aloof, her figure, beauty, and grace were by no means inferior to that of the lady before her. He chuckled to himself. Such an extraordinary beauty must undoubtedly be captivating to conquer, and she is quite a match for myself. I am Qinji, the crown prince of the Lifeng Kingdom. May I inquire how to address each of you? In an effort to exhibit my amiable demeanor, Qinji quickly rose with elegance. He then gazed at the group with a warm and gentle smile. However, the white-haired elder behind him turned pale upon seeing Su Xiaoro, who was being led by Mou. The individuals from Liyang Kingdom also appeared equally astonished. The third princess is actually walking hand in hand with this young man? What is happening here? The prince of Liyang felt a darkness enveloping him, his heart ablaze with fury, as if the very heavens above were about to collapse. The crown prince of Lifeng was bound to erupt with rage. Chapter 25. What are you? Walking side by side with Mou at the forefront, Su Shiro chose to disregard the crown prince of Lifeng, instead approaching the prince of Liyang with a courteous bow. Shiro pays her respects to Uncle Wang. I was unaware of your visit. Might I inquire as to your purpose? At this juncture, there was no longer any need for pretense. It was simplest to be forthright. This humble minister pays his respects to Her Highness, the third princess. A number of officials from Liyang hastily rose to acknowledge her. Your excellencies need not stand on ceremony. Su Shiro waved her hand casually before gracefully returning to her seat beside Mou, while Lu Ruyu took her place on the other side. Witnessing this scene, Qinji Yue's eyes nearly blazed with fury. How could his betrothed be so intimately close to another man? As the esteemed crown prince of Wushang, he could not tolerate such an affront. With a darkened expression, he returned to his seat, casting a cold, piercing glare at the equally displeased prince of Liyang. Prince Rue, I implore you to provide me with an explanation. Is this so-called union merely a source of humiliation? The prince of Liyang quickly rose, urgency etched upon his face. Your Highness, please refrain from anger. Prior to my arrival, I was unaware of the specific circumstances regarding the third princess. Allow me to clarify matters before I come to offer my apologies. Is there truly a need for further inquiry? Qinji Yue's voice grew increasingly thunderous, his inner turmoil teetering on the brink of eruption. Were it not for the presence of the Xianling Sect, he might have even considered demolishing the hall in his wrath. And then there was that young man in white. How dare he, more handsome than himself, dare to seize his woman? It was tantamount to courting death. As he regarded Mou, Qinji Yue's gaze darkened ominously, devoid of the previous grace he had exhibited. The entire assembly within the grand hall was enveloped in confusion, including the disciples and elders of the Xianling sect. Zhou Buyu, too, wore an expression of shock. He had never anticipated that Xiaoro, having only just returned to the sect, would become so involved with Xiaoyu. Observing the circumstances, even the most oblivious would comprehend the situation. His gaze then fell upon the aged figure behind the group, prompting him to stand respectfully. Elder C, what brings you here? Greetings, Elder C. The disciple pays respects to the grand elder. The other disciples and elders of the Xianling sect hastily rose in reverence, their demeanor exceptionally respectful. The seething Qinji Yue, witnessing this exchange, reluctantly subdued his inner turmoil and offered a polite bow. Crown Prince of Lifeng, I pay my respects to Elder Lu. Although he had never met Lu Qingxia, He had done his research prior to coming here and was well aware of the identity of the female Grand Elder of the Xinling sect. Prince Su Zhengyan of Liyang pays respects to Elder Lu. The representatives of Liyang also dared not be remiss, rising promptly to acknowledge her, regardless of power or lineage. It was clear that Elder Lu Qingxia held the highest regard in the hall. Your Highnesses and Prince Rui need not be overly formal. Please, be seated. After Elder Lu Qingxia settled herself, she inquired calmly, might I ask what brings you esteemed guests to the Xinling sect? Shinji Yue remained silent. His icy gaze fixed upon the Prince of Liyang, who felt a chill creep down his spine, his heart brimming with indignation. His ire was directed not at Shinji Yue, but rather at Su Shiro. He had previously discussed the matter of her betrothal with the Xinling sect, yet here she was, appearing alongside another man. This is clearly a slap in the face. Does she truly believe that by doing so, she can evade the matter of the marriage alliance? Such reckless defiance, disregarding the greater good of family and country, is utterly shameless. He suppressed his anger and, with a stiff smile, respectfully informed Lu Qingxia, Elder Lu, you may not be aware that our sovereign has long since negotiated with the Emperor of the Lianfeng Kingdom to arrange a marriage between the third princess and the Crown Prince of Lianfeng. I have come here on a royal mandate to escort the third princess back to Liyang in preparation for the grand wedding in a month. So that is the case. Xiaorou, what is your opinion? Lu Qingxia's expression remained calm. After all, Su Shiro is first and foremost the princess of Liyang, and subsequently a disciple of the Xinling sect. As long as the matters concerning her family are reasonable and she herself has no objections, it would be inappropriate for the sect to intervene directly. However, if Su Shiro were unwilling, that would be an entirely different matter. The sect would naturally defend her. Let alone the Liyang kingdom, even the sovereign of Lianfeng would not dare to act presumptuously here. Moreover, Xiaorou and Xiaoyu are a pair deeply in love, making their separation even more inconceivable. The course of action had been decided the moment she witnessed the two youngsters holding hands. All she required now was a single word from Xiaorou to serve as a pretext for intervention. The remaining matters would naturally be resolved by the sect. Su Shiro understood this principle well and thus resolutely declared, to my esteemed uncle, I have already pledged my lifelong commitment to my junior disciple, and I cannot marry anyone else. I implore the sect to take a stand on my behalf. Lu Qingxia could not help but gaze at her in silence. In her resolute rejection of this proposed union, the young lady did not hesitate to tarnish her own reputation. It was evident that she was still a maiden, a fact not lost on the seasoned observer. With a wry smile, she addressed Prince Rui, stating, you have heard the young lady's words. At this juncture, let the kingdom of Liyang seek another marriage alliance. Otherwise, would it not be a mark of disrespect towards the crown prince of the Lifeng kingdom? Prince Su Zhengnan's countenance darkened. Reluctant to show disrespect to Lu Qingxia, he turned to Su Shiro, his voice cold, as a royal noble, your highness. You must consider matters beyond your personal desires. You must also take into account the welfare of the realm. The decision regarding this marriage is one for the sovereign. It is not within our purview to decide. If you have any thoughts on the matter, perhaps you should discuss them with your father, the emperor. I implore you, do not place us in a difficult position. Su Shiro gazed at him with calm determination, shaking her head firmly. Uncle Wang, there is no need for further persuasion. My mind is made up. I shall never return to the Liyang royal family. From now on, I am merely a disciple of the Xinling sect, no longer the princess of the kingdom of Liyang. Please take your leave, Prince Rui. Having met her so-called father only 4 times throughout her life, he was little more than a stranger to her. Had it not been for his indifference, how could her mother have met such a tragic end within the palace? Though lacking concrete evidence, she could not accept that her mother had truly drowned in the lake. A foundation establishment practitioner drowned? Such a notion was preposterous. Regrettably, she lacked the power to uncover the truth at present. Yet, one day, she would exact vengeance for her mother. As for herself, she remained an inconsequential figure within the Liyang palace, devoid of any titles. Had it not been for others mentioning her to the king, he might have forgotten he even had a daughter. Now, with a marriage alliance on the table, they thought of her? Did they truly consider her an object? Princess, I urge you to choose your words carefully. You must return with me. It is your father's command. Do you dare defy it? Su Zhengnan's teeth clenched in a low growl, his face a stormy hue. How could he justify her refusal to the emperor? How could he explain it to the crown prince of Lifeng? At that moment, Mou, who had remained silent, suddenly laughed with anger. This is the Xinling sect, not the kingdom of Liyang. Are you here to demonstrate your authority over us? His voice was soft yet brimming with an undeniable assertiveness. The aggrieved crown prince of Lifeng, Qinji, could no longer contain his frustration and stood to confront Mou. We are discussing significant matters, and you, a mere disciple, dare to interject? You have the audacity to reprimand a royal prince? Is this how your master has taught you the principles of etiquette? In his view, without Su Shiro's presence, Mou would not even have the right to be here. Unable to show disrespect to Lu Qingxia, he felt justified in berating a disciple. Had the circumstances been different, he might have entertained darker thoughts. Mou turned away dismissively. And what are you? Do you believe you have the right to lecture me? How did the Lifeng kingdom choose such a fool as its prince? The moment the words left his lips, both the people of Lifeng and Liyang were taken aback, their expressions shifting to astonishment. They could hardly fathom the audacity of this young man. Strikingly, The elders of the Xianling sect remained entirely composed, showing no signs of reprimanding him. What is this all about? Chapter 26, Consumed by Rage, Qinjiye. Ah, what am I? I am the crown prince of the Gale Kingdom. How dare you belittle me? Qinjiye's countenance was as dark as the stormy sea. His gaze icy with fury, longing to unleash violence. In his heart, he believed that this audacious youth, regardless of his identity, was doomed to die. Even if he could not take action today, he would certainly send someone to eliminate him afterward. Otherwise, Qinjiye would become the laughingstock of the entire eastern domain. A crown prince of a nation, publicly humiliated in such a manner, it was not merely his own face that was besmirched, but also that of the Gale Kingdom. Among the elderly companions who accompanied him, one had already stepped forward in anger, striding coldly towards Imoyo. A subject humiliating his sovereign is a capital offense. No matter who you are, to insult the crown prince is a death sentence. Even if it costs me my life, I shall see you slain. The white-haired elder spoke in a grave tone, his visage twisted with fury. With each step he took, a deep imprint was left upon the stone floor. He did not hurry, resembling an old man taking a leisurely stroll. However, the fierce aura of a nascent soul cultivator radiated wildly around him, terrifying like an unrelenting tempest. It seemed that with but a thought, he could reduce the entire hall to dust. His white hair danced as though stirred by an unseen wind, while his attire appeared as if forged from iron, emanating a faint golden luminescence. With each step he took, his presence surged toward its zenith, subtly pressuring Imoyo. How could a distinguished prince of the 5 kingdoms be humiliated by a mere foundation establishment cultivator? Even in the Xianling sect, he must assert the authority of his lord. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace for the entire Gale Kingdom. A disgrace for all the ministers. With just 3 more steps, he was confident that he could annihilate that insolent youth solely through the might of his presence. Although this might provoke the Xianling sect, he firmly believed that they would not sever ties with the Flame Wind Kingdom over such a matter, just as the latter was reluctant to do so. On one side stood the crown prince, while the other was merely a foundation establishment disciple. The resolve to protect one's own was undoubtedly disparate. The crown prince of the Flame Wind Kingdom, Qinjiye, shared this perspective and thus refrained from uttering a word of disapproval. In his furious gaze, the elderly man with white hair once again raised his foot. At that moment, a calm and composed voice suddenly resonated. If you dare take another step forward, you shall perish. The elderly man's foot abruptly halted mid-air, as if ensnared by an immobilization spell, rendering him incapable of proceeding further. He gazed at the speaker, Lu Qingxia, with a grave and bewildered expression. He could not fathom it. Was the Xianling sect truly prepared to sever ties with the Flame Wind Kingdom over a mere foundation establishment disciple? Why, not only he, but the people of Liyang Kingdom were equally perplexed. To them, it would be comprehensible if the matter involved an extraordinary genius, yet this was simply a foundation establishment cultivator. Was the Xianling sect so tyrannical as to confront the Flame Wind Kingdom over an ordinary disciple? Elder Lu, do you truly believe that my dignity as the crown prince of the Flame Wind Kingdom pales in comparison to that of a disciple from the Xianling sect? Qinjiye clenched his teeth, his eyes cold and filled with fury as he continued to shout. Or perhaps the Xianling sect is preparing for war against my kingdom. Lu Qingxia regarded him with a disdainful gaze and replied with a tranquil smile. War? Are you certain you possess the qualifications to represent your father in declaring war against the Xianling sect? Do you not believe that if you dare utter such words, your position as crown prince will be in jeopardy upon your return? Moreover, in my eyes, your so-called dignity does not hold a candle to even a single finger of his. There is simply no comparison. Her words were direct and imposing, devoid of any attempt at reasoning. This declaration left the people of Liyang Kingdom utterly astonished. Prince Rui, Sujinan, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, inwardly relieved that he had not provoked the ruthless Xianling sect. Otherwise, the situation in Liyang Kingdom would have been far more dire. However, he soon found himself overwhelmed with a headache. After today, Liyang Kingdom would be irrevocably at odds with this crown prince, and even the emperor of the Flame Wind Kingdom would lay blame upon them. How could he report back to his majesty? He felt a surge of anger within, contemplating violence. As for the people of the Flame Wind Kingdom, they were seething with rage, yet none dared to act recklessly. Even the elderly man who had lifted his foot wore a face of unwillingness as he withdrew it, his eyes reflecting shame and frustration. He himself was relatively unscathed, but the crown prince remained on hostile territory. If this truly escalates, it remains uncertain whether a return is even feasible. Before him stands a formidable figure at the transformation stage. The ruthless and decisive demeanor is certainly not a mere facade of intimidation. It embodies genuine lethal resolve. Qinjiye's gaze flickered, his raging emotions forcibly subdued to some extent. His complexion flushed a deep crimson. He is merely the crown prince, not the sovereign. If a casual outing leads to provoking a powerful adversary like the Xianling sect for the Laiwan nation, his position as crown prince could very well be jeopardized. Which emperor would bestow the throne upon such a reckless heir? It's not as if there are no other sons. He inhaled deeply, forcing a smile as he spoke. Senior Lu, your admonition is well taken. I was indeed thoughtless. May I inquire which prodigy from your esteemed sect this is? It must be a peerless genius, given the high regard in which you hold them. Lu Qingxia cast him a fleeting glance, her lips curling into a cold smile. Conceal your ulterior motives, otherwise you shall only bring ruin upon yourself. With that, she turned her attention away from him. Were it not for his status as crown prince, she would scarcely deign to acknowledge such a golden core cultivator. She then redirected her gaze toward the king of Liyang. Speaking with gravity, though Xiaoro was once a princess of Liyang, she has since severed ties with the royal family and is now solely a disciple of our Xianling sect. If you seek a marriage alliance, you must pursue other candidates and refrain from disturbing our sect's prodigies, lest it be perceived as a deliberate provocation. Zhou. You will entertain our guests and ensure that the reparations for the damaged floor are compensated in spirit stones before the Liwen nation departs. Xiaoro, let us take our leave. With that, Lu Qingxiao grasped Su Xiaoro's hand and strode out with an air of authority, followed closely by Mou and the senior sister. This left the representatives of the Liwen and Liyang nations within the grand hall, exchanging glances filled with anger and helplessness. The Xianling sect was not so overwhelmingly powerful as to trample upon the Liwen nation, yet they dared to be so audacious. The crux of the matter is that the Liwen nation lacked the audacity to respond in kind. This is akin to a confrontation between two ordinary individuals, both possessing comparable strength, yet one opponent is willing to stake everything, including their very life, while the other is burdened by numerous concerns and trepidations. How then can victory be attained? Thus, the journey home commences. After discarding a storage ring, Qinjiye could no longer contain his pin-up frustration and let out a furious roar before striding away. Always proud and aloof, he ultimately failed to suppress his emotions. To be publicly insulted, only to be forced to compensate for a few damaged floorboards? Such a disgrace is intolerable, a gross affront. He vowed that the humiliation of this day would undoubtedly be avenged with the blood of that young man. And as for the so-called third princess, did she truly believe she could escape his grasp? Such a notion is but a fanciful dream. The people of Liyang Kingdom departed alongside him. Prince Rue hoped to utilize this time on their return to quell the wrath of the crown prince of Lifeng Kingdom. As for Mou and his companions, after receiving a few words of counsel from their fourth master uncle, they returned once more to the back mountain. Mou's spirits began to soar. Having acclimated to the presence of his senior sister for so long, it was time to embark upon the next step. Chapter 27, The Commencement of System Tasks Under the Luminous Moonlight of the Night. Mou quietly approached the doorway of his senior sister's chamber and entered with an air of nonchalance. Senior sister, I accidentally soiled my bedding, and I wish to sleep here tonight. The excuse was feeble and hardly stood up to scrutiny. Yet, the typically composed and decisive Lu Ruyu could no longer maintain her tranquility. A delicate blush swiftly adorned her exquisite face, akin to a drop of crimson ink dispersing in clear water, tinting her entire visage, along with her slender, snow-white neck and glimmering earlobes. In an instant, the ethereal maiden, seemingly abandoned by the world, could no longer maintain her usual composure. With a slight turn of her head and a soft utterance, it appeared that she had exhausted all her courage. She swiftly retreated to her chamber, her heart racing like a drum. Despite having mentally prepared herself, anxiety tightened her body involuntarily. In a hurried motion, she seized 2 crystal goblets from the table and, from an unknown source, produced a small jar of exquisite wine. Pouring 2 cups. Noticing her junior brother's inquisitive gaze, she felt a twinge of guilt and hastily explained, "This wine is meant for our third junior sister. I found it quite delightful and thought to share it with you." "Oh, is that so? I understand." Mou's eyes were gentle yet filled with remorse. Refraining from revealing his senior sister's secret, he lifted a cup and offered it to her, while taking the other for himself. Grasping her small hand, he softly expressed, "Senior sister, to encounter you all in this lifetime is a blessing earned over 8 generations. Should there be a next life, let me repay you." Lier Wai met his gaze and suddenly broke into a radiant smile. "Very well, if there is a next life, you must marry me." Mou was momentarily taken aback, then warmth flooded his heart as he nodded earnestly, agreed. With that, they raised their cups, intertwining them, and shared a tender toast. Their eyes locked in a gentle exchange as they drank from the same goblet. In that moment, the air became charged with a burgeoning intimacy, the warmth between them intensifying. A subtle blend of tension, excitement, and anticipation spread rapidly within their hearts. Outside, the moon seemed to shy away, quietly retreating behind the clouds, plunging the room into darkness. Ultimately, the night bore the weight of all. Yet, an irksome sound drifted outside, lingering in the air, and reached Su Xiaoro's ears from a distance. Her exquisitely beautiful cheeks, captivating enough to bring nations to their knees, became increasingly flushed as she listened, akin to tiny ants crawling over her skin. She yearned to shut off her senses. Yet her inner curiosity thwarted her intentions. She consoled herself, deeming it a mere accumulation of experience. However, as time passed, her gaze became increasingly hazy, and she could no longer suppress her embarrassment, letting out a soft, exasperated sigh. This mischievous junior brother must be doing this on purpose. Yet the senior sister is strangely curious as well. An hour slipped by. Sushiro lay languidly on her bed, utterly unable to sleep. The thought of cultivating was beyond her reach. In such a restless state, she might as well fall into madness. Fortunately, after another 2 hours, tranquility finally returned. With a sigh of relief, she took a moment to compose herself before quietly rising to wash up, for she had broken into a sweat. At that moment, Mou gazed at the sleeping figure of his senior sister in his arms, lost in thought. Was the effect truly this profound? He looked at the transparent panel hovering above her head, his eyes gleaming with joy. Name, Lu Ruyu, daughter of fortune, age, 400 realm, early nascent soul physique, innate glazed holy body dependency on host, 80 indeed, he had rubbed his eyes several times. And the results confirmed he was not mistaken, it was indeed 80, a number he had never anticipated. The only explanation was that his senior sister had been secretly fond of him all along. This reasoning alone could elucidate everything. Observing her blushing, exquisite cheeks, he couldn't help but chuckle. His senior sister had concealed her feelings quite adeptly. Before long, Sushiro returned from her shower, only to be met by that devilishly tempting voice once more. Even with her gentle temperament, she couldn't help but bite her silver teeth in embarrassment and indignation, mentally scolding her junior brother for a full 10 seconds. The reason she didn't continue beyond 10 seconds was simply that she ran out of words. She repeated the phrases stinky junior brother, little rascal, and bad egg 3 times before finally ceasing her tirade. At long last, she eagerly awaited the dawn. She hastily made her way to the western lake, catching some fish and capturing a wild beast to prepare lunch for her junior brother and senior sister. As for breakfast, they were likely too preoccupied to enjoy it. She couldn't help but shyly wonder if her junior brother would seek her out that night. The mere thought sent warmth coursing through her body. When evening fell, Mou found himself astonished once more as the dependency of the second senior sister also reached 80. Though he had built up considerable resistance by then. Yet, he remained blissfully surprised for quite a while. At this rate, 100 was just around the corner. Time always seemed to fly by during these blissful days. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The dependency of the 2 senior sisters had quietly climbed to 98. Although the growth rate had slowed, there was no hint of stagnation, progressing far beyond his expectations. He couldn't help but excitedly call out to the system, little system, what rewards await if both dependencies reach 100? If the host can achieve this within a year, the system will grant an additional bottle of breakthrough pills. Under the void returning stage, any bottleneck in realms can be shattered with just 1 pill. And there will be no side effects. Additionally, there will be 5 unrestricted lottery chances and access to the marketplace, where the host can purchase items using fortune points. Upon hearing the capabilities of the breakthrough pill, Mou's heart nearly leapt from his chest. Incredible! Truly remarkable! Accumulating cultivation wasn't particularly difficult. The challenge lay in the breakthroughs. Most cultivators might remain stuck at a certain realm for a lifetime due to their innate talents or the limitations of their techniques. This was evident in the few elders within their sect, who remained confined to their current realm, having nearly reached the limits of their innate abilities. Without higher-level techniques or external assistance, they would likely plateau for life. Yet, if they possessed such breakthrough pills, would breakthroughs even be an issue? Mou was exhilarated. But he placed the utmost importance on the marketplace feature. It surely contained precious recovery pills suitable for the transformation realm, allowing his third granduncle to restore himself completely. Just as he had, he began to dream and anticipate the possibilities. Chapter 28, Rising Tides. While Mou was lost in his delightful reverie, the atmosphere within the great hall of the Xianling sect was heavy with tension. All the high-ranking officials present bore expressions of worry and confusion. Even Lu Yuyan, who had not been seen for a long time, had returned, her brow furrowed in concern. Master, what did the second uncle say? Is it true that the cave of the blissful immortal has been discovered at the Healan Mountain Spirit Stone Mine? Gu Jianan sighed deeply, his voice laden with apprehension. The existence of the cave remains uncertain, but someone has indeed been there and obtained a supreme spiritual treasure. Among them is the Qixia Luyan golden cicada robe, worn by the blissful immortal before stepping into the harmonization stage. This news has already spread throughout the eastern region and will soon be common knowledge. Gu Jianan's voice grew somber, his expression more serious than ever. The mining of the supreme spirit stones at Healan Mountain must be suspended. However, the most alarming matter is that many are spreading rumors, claiming that your sudden search for a partner was due to acquiring the dual cultivation technique of the blissful immortal, hence the need for a partner. What? Master? Do you know who is spreading this? I must crush them. Upon hearing the term dual cultivation, Lu Yuyan's face turned crimson, her mind inevitably drifting to a certain unruly disciple and the scandalous scenes that ensued. Gu Jianan shook his head in resignation. We have investigated, but the source remains elusive. The mood among everyone grew increasingly grave. They were all too aware of the power of such rumors. The dual cultivation technique of the blissful immortal was a top-tier method capable of cultivating to the great ascension stage. Such temptation, who can resist it? A single misstep could lead to the downfall of the Xianling sect. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuyan decisively declared, quickly summon all the elders and disciples from outside, and simultaneously open the Healan Mountain mine, allowing various sects to enter and investigate. From now on, no one is permitted to leave their posts without authorization. We must fully defend our sect, especially the back mountain. Without my command or that of the esteemed elders, no one is allowed to approach. Understood. A series of commands was issued, further intensifying the atmosphere. Lu Yuyan turned once more to inquire, Master, is there still no contact with the ancestor? No contact. Gu Jianan replied gravely, shaking his head with concern in his eyes. The intimidating presence of an ancestor at the late stage of the transformation stage is beyond the comparison of his mid-stage self. Although they seem to be only a step apart, only those who have reached the mid-stage of transformation can truly appreciate the vast disparity between the two. A sect possessing a late-stage transformation master, even if inferior in overall strength, would not be subjected to undue pressure. For if a late-stage master were to seek revenge, no one could confidently claim they would be able to withstand it. The likely outcome would be mutual destruction, leaving no one unscathed. Yet, the current Xianling sect possesses only 2 esteemed elders at the mid-stage of transformation. The disparity is indeed significant. At the moment when the higher echelons of the Xianling sect were anxiously strategizing, the news of the emergence of the Bliss Fairy's legacy had already spread like wildfire throughout the eastern region, its velocity surpassing all expectations. Numerous cultivators, upon hearing the news, hastened to the Helan mountain range in search of treasures. The lair of a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage could yield immense fortune with even the slightest discovery. Should one stumble upon a few volumes of the techniques collected by the Bliss Fairy, one could soar to new heights instantaneously. As one of the 8 prominent sects of the eastern region, the Luoxia sect naturally caught wind of this development. At this juncture, the entire sect's leadership was engaged in urgent discussions. What are everyone's thoughts on the recent rumors? The sect leader, Chuicheng, wore a grave expression. Deep down, he had already come to believe it to a significant extent, yet he felt compelled to heed the analyses of the elder members. For the ramifications of this matter were utterly profound, involving none other than the Xianling sect itself. No one in the eastern region dared to act carelessly regarding this sect. They were a band of maniacs. The esteemed elder, Chiao Yuanjin, stated solemnly, this is likely true. Otherwise, the circumstances are utterly inexplicable. Lu Yuyan, with her unparalleled grace and overwhelming talent, who has always held herself in high regard, has recently sought a companion? I found it perplexing at the time. Yet if she were to inherit the Bliss Fairy's legacy, it would all make sense. Chiao Yuanjin's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is said that the Bliss Fairy originally hailed from a background of solitary cultivation. Yet, through her innate charm and beauty, she acquired countless cultivation techniques and resources, ultimately reaching the Great Ascension stage. The breadth of her collected techniques rivals that of the foremost sects prior to the demon-slaying war. Chui Cheng's gaze flickered, and avaricious thoughts burgeoned within him. He could not help but urgently inquire, Master Uncle, do you mean to say we should send people as well? Chiao Yuanjin responded with unwavering determination. Naturally, we shall be led by several esteemed elders. You will remain to oversee the sect. Even if this leads to a fallout with the Xianling sect, Luoxia sect must partake in this extraordinary opportunity. Moreover, the Xianling sect is likely already incapable of intervening. Aha! Not only are they unable to intervene, but in his view, they may even find themselves in peril. Unless they are willing to relinquish the Bliss Fairy's dual cultivation techniques, who would be inclined to share such celestial arts? Especially with the notoriously domineering Xianling sect? Ah! A spectacle is about to unfold. It is not just the Luoxia sect that harbors such thoughts. Everyone yearns for this opportunity, albeit through varying means. Weaker sects have begun to forge alliances and hasten towards the Helan mountain range. Accompanying them are the most prodigious disciples from each sect. After all, fortune does not merely favor the powerful, it requires a certain destiny as well. While cultivators often speak of defying fate, deep down, they are among the most superstitious regarding destiny. Consequently, the younger generation of prodigies is equally burdened with high expectations. In an instant, the Helan mountain range became overcrowded. Now, they all awaited to see how the Xianling sect would respond. Would they comply and hand over the Bliss Fairy's dual cultivation techniques? Or would they choose to stand against the entirety of the eastern region? Chapter 29. The arrival of sect leaders. The Helan mountain range lies 30,000 miles north of the Xianling sect, renowned for its abundant supply of premium spirit stones. It serves as the primary source of high-quality spirit stones for the Xianling sect, making it a strategic location. Typically, it is guarded by inner sect elders at the nascent soul stage, leading elite disciples. However, the current guardians have been replaced by the esteemed elder Qian Baichuan of the God transformation stage and another esteemed elder, Tang Feihu, who has just returned to the sect and come here. Tang Feihu, a robust and imposing figure with a boisterous and bold personality, was currently listening to his second senior brother recount recent events. Upon hearing of the rejection of the prince of the Lifeng Kingdom's marriage proposal, he suddenly paused, a glimmer of shrewdness surfacing on his rugged countenance. Second senior brother, could this matter be related to the Lifeng Kingdom? Qian Baichuan responded with a wry smile, nodding. We have indeed considered this. However, offending the Lifeng Kingdom occurred after the rumors of Yuyan seeking a companion surfaced. It is improbable that he could have orchestrated this in advance. Therefore, the slander concerning Yuyan's search for a companion should not be connected to the Lifeng Kingdom. As for the rumors surrounding the Bliss Fairy, investigations are underway, but certainty eludes us for now. Tang Feihu fell silent. Since the perpetrators dared to slander the Xianling sect, they surely would not leave any traces. Given the vastness of the current dissemination, the hope of uncovering useful clues seems exceedingly slim. This implies that the predicament at hand cannot be resolved merely by identifying the instigators behind the rumors. It ultimately relies on their own strength. The realm of cultivation has never been a place governed by reason. This sentiment was eloquently articulated by Xiaoyu years ago. The principle remains that reason is forever subordinate to strength. Only when one possesses sufficient might will others engage in rational discourse. He has always believed that cheeky lad spoke with remarkable insight. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but inquire with concern, second senior brother, What is Xiaoyu's current situation? Hasn't he emerged from seclusion? Why is he in retreat once more? Originally bearing a solemn expression. Qian Baichuan's lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile, though he soon feigned indifference and remarked, that lad has already regained most of his foundation and is capable of cultivation. This latest retreat was his own request, and it seems he has surprises in store for us. This statement instantly caused Tang Feihu to leap up in excitement. What? We can cultivate now? Haha, splendid. This lad, I certainly did not misjudge him. He is indeed remarkable. Not just remarkable, but utterly perfect. After all, he had suffered damage to his foundation, lacking the primal essence of the great Tao, or the legendary elixir, rendering him nearly beyond salvation. Who would have thought he has recovered half? For a moment, Tang Feihu forgot the dire predicament they were facing, pacing excitedly around the room. He then turned to look at his second senior brother with pride and laughed heartily. Second brother, what did you say back then? You claimed that this young man would have no hope of recovery in this lifetime, and that instead of expending vast resources and energy to save him, it would be better to focus on nurturing other prodigies. What do you think now? It's fortunate that I opposed you with fourth sister, otherwise. I fear that elder brother would have been swayed by your words. Qian Baichuan glared at him indignantly and retorted coldly, don't put the blame on me. I never said not to save him. I simply disagreed with mobilizing the entire sect for his sake. Now, although he has regained nearly half of his strength, ultimately, it is still reliant on his own fortuitous encounters, isn't it? If my advice had been heeded back then, others wouldn't have been delayed or have perished. And this lad would still have recovered. Tang Feihu scoffed and shook his head. Are you certain it would have been the same? If you had not wholeheartedly supported him. Why would he wholeheartedly support the sect when he reaches the pinnacle? Qian Baichuan's eyes widened with fury as disciples of the Xianling sect. We should dedicate ourselves to the sect. Must there be a reciprocal transaction for that? Just because the sect did not concentrate resources solely for him. Does that mean he can forget the sect's nurturing once he possesses capability? As he spoke, Qian Baichuan's face flushed red, his eyes filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Alongside a hint of helplessness at feeling misunderstood. He never believed he was in the wrong, while absolute fairness was impossible within the sect. It should not be so exceptionally biased. However, Tang Feihu paid no heed to his words, grinning with pride as he replied, with that lad's talent, he deserves such privileges. Otherwise, what is the distinction between direct disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples? Moreover, seeking out the primal essence of the great Tao for him was not a mandatory requirement of the sect. It was voluntary on everyone's part. So how can there be claims of unfairness? Seeing his second brother rendered speechless, Tang Feihu, feeling victorious, waved his hand in a gesture to pause the argument. All right. Second brother, let us not dwell on this now. Which sects are currently preparing to enter the Spirit Stone Vein area for investigation? With a grim expression, Qian Baichuan had no choice but to suppress his irritation and coldly handed over a list, saying, take a look for yourself. Tang Feihu accepted the list with a triumphant laugh, but as he perused it, his expression turned sour. Damn it. Even the likes of the Liu Yin sect dare to intrude upon Xianling sect's territory? Goodness, the other 7 major sects are all present. I never imagined even the Sky Sword sect would come. Qian Baichuan shot him an annoyed glance and snorted. Do you truly believe that because of that unpublicized marriage alliance from years ago, the Sky Sword sect can resist such temptation? Besides, in their eyes, MOU is already considered a waste. Tang Feihu's face was filled with fury. If that is the case, then let elder brother take Xiaoyu and cancel this marriage. I even think the holy maiden of the Sky Sword sect is unworthy of him. Qian Baichuan suddenly paused, his expression shifting to one of cold amusement as he gazed into the distance. Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. They have arrived. Let us first see what they intend to do. With that, he led the way outside. They observed a large gathering of disciples from various sects a mile to the east, a sea of figures. At the forefront stood over 20 elders, all cultivators in the divine transformation stage. Once revered wherever they went as great figures in the nascent soul stage, they now lacked even the qualification to stand at the front. Esteemed guests from the various sects, welcome to our Xianling sect's mining area. May I inquire what guidance you bring? Our reception capabilities are limited, so I kindly ask the representatives of each sect to step forward. While the disciples may rest here for the time being, Qian Baichuan said calmly, bowing slightly. Haha, well said. As the saying goes, guests follow the host's lead. We shall abide by your words, Daoist Qian, responded a powerful cultivator in the divine transformation stage. Following this, over 20 cultivators in the divine transformation stage took to the air, creating a tense atmosphere. Chapter 30, each side's calculations. Over 20 cultivators in the divine transformation stage nearly occupied half of the top-tier combat power in the eastern region, converging within a grand hall of the Healing Mountain Range. This is the place where the disciples of the Xianling sect convene to discuss important matters. But it has now transformed into a gathering of ancient relics from various sections. Besides the representatives of the 8 major sects, there are also 3 so-called treasure-seeking leaders from other factions. Every individual is filled with anticipation and excitement, save for the members of the Xianling sect, who wear expressions of indifference. Qian Baichuan sets down his teacup, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces before him, and states bluntly, I am well aware of your intentions. I will only address 3 matters. First, the Xianling sect has not obtained any inheritance from the blissful immortal. We learned of this rumor no sooner than you did. Second, we have not discovered any hidden treasures here. I understand your skepticism, so feel free to investigate. Any treasures you find are yours to take. Third, please restrain your disciples and refrain from damaging the mineral veins here. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to engage in a bitter feud. Having concluded his remarks, he regards the assembly with a calm demeanor. How can you prove that the Xianling sect has not acquired the blissful immortal's inheritance? Inquired a cold, red-robed elder with an expression of doubt. Indeed, with our capabilities, if we truly discovered a treasure trove, we could effortlessly remove or conceal it without leaving a trace. Others nodded in agreement, creating a lively atmosphere. Only a few sects with closer ties to the Xianling sect refrained from adding insult to injury at this moment. Yet they offered no assistance either. For instance, the Tianjin sect and Yushiwei Palace, deep down, seemed to share the belief that the Xianling sect might not be speaking the truth. Tang Feihu, filled with indignation, retorted, "How can you prove it? How does your Luoyan sect expect us to demonstrate our innocence? Or you, Yang Tianxi, how do you intend to prove that we have acquired those items? Is mere rumor sufficient?" The red-robed elder, who was none other than Yang Tianxi, the supreme elder of the Luoyan sect, exchanged glances with Tang Feihu. The relationships among the 8 sects are fraught with tension, and the rapport between Luoyan sect and Xianling sect has been particularly strained over the past 3 centuries. Originating from Lu Yuyan's rejection of the current Luoyan sect leader, Jiao Mufei, over 300 years ago, who happens to be Yang Tianxi's foremost disciple. Yang Tianxi smiled lightly, maintaining an exceptionally calm demeanor. There is always a reason behind a rumor. The entire eastern region speaks of it. So surely there must be some truth. With the Xianling sect's leader selecting a partner and the blissful immortal treasures purportedly surfacing in your mineral fields. Can it be mere coincidence? Yubuchuan, the supreme elder of the Yuming sect, chimed in with a sardonic smile. Indeed, rumors spread easily. But the blissful immortal Qixia Luoyan golden cicada is certainly no deception. That is an exquisite defensive spiritual treasure, undeniably precious. Moreover, how could such a lady's personal belongings end up in another's possession? Who would fabricate a rumor using such a treasure? Her cave must surely be located here. I believe the Xianling sect should abandon any thoughts of monopolizing it. The assembly nodded in agreement, echoing their sentiments. This is precisely why everyone is so resolutely convinced of this matter, even if it may offend the Xianling sect without hesitation. The allure of the inheritance of the blissful immortal is simply too astonishing. Moreover, the probability of its existence is immensely significant. Who would wish to miss such an opportunity? When a momentous chance that could transform the entire sect presents itself before all, even a mere 1,000th of a chance warrants a pursuit. Especially when the odds are as high as 50%. Qian Baichuan and Tang Feihu were immediately infuriated by Yubuchuan's insidious remarks. Do they not comprehend the situation? Yet, such words, once uttered, are met with disbelief. Nevertheless, Tang Feihu could not contain his wrath and exclaimed vehemently, "Yubuchuan, you treacherous scoundrel! Although such treasures are elusive, who can ascertain that they do not lie within the grasp of someone like you? Our Xianling sect embodies righteousness, and it is not uncommon to offend the wicked. Being wrongfully accused is a frequent occurrence. If you do not believe, then seek it out for yourselves. If you can uncover even a thread of evidence, then we may converse further." As Tang Feihu's ire escalated, he noted that, under normal circumstances, any treasure that appeared within one's territory rightfully belonged to them. However, when the value of such a treasure is so immense that it captivates everyone's interest, the principles of distribution are cast aside, and it becomes a matter of might. Even the domineering Xianling sect must concede. How could a single family withstand the united forces of the eastern region? Yet, this humiliation shall be repaid to those treacherous individuals in due time. The Xianling sect cannot silently endure this indignity. At that moment, the esteemed elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, Dong Shouzhua, promptly stepped forward to mediate. I believe Tang's argument holds merit. Seeing is not always believing, let alone hearsay. Since the Xianling sect has demonstrated such magnanimity, we might as well investigate the truth ourselves. Clarity will reveal itself in due course. Though the Heavenly Sword sect harbors its own interests, its relationship with the Xianling sect has always been amicable. Dong Shouzhua and several esteemed elders of the Xianling sect have been acquaintances for thousands of years. Although this relationship cannot be compared to the interests of the sect, one is still unwilling to strike when the iron is hot. The Grand Elder of the Yushiwei Palace also spoke in agreement. Indeed, we cannot assert that there is a legacy of the blissful immortal simply due to a piece of clothing. Let us investigate further. Very well, let us search. The old man who had been so vociferous earlier, is he not a cunning individual? How could he possibly offend the Xianling sect without having seen even a single hair of their legacy? Not everyone shares a long-standing grievance with the Xianling sect, like the Yuming sect does. Once it is confirmed that the other side has indeed obtained the legacy, we can escalate our pressure then. Thus, a group of elders, filled with anticipation and excitement, took their own prodigies and began to scour the mountains for opportunities. In the empty hall, only Qian Baichuan and Tang Feihu remained, both wearing grave expressions. As the brothers exchanged glances, they could see the worry reflected in each other's eyes. For the moment, these individuals were relatively courteous. However, if they searched for a considerable time without any success, they would begin to suspect the Xianling sect. At that point, it would be when their true, unsightly natures would reveal themselves. They would undoubtedly devise various methods to coerce the Xianling sect into surrendering their techniques, even resorting to forceful measures in unison. The allure was simply too great. The dual cultivation method that could lead to the Great Ascension phase, along with other techniques predating the demon-slaying wars, would stir desire not only within the others but even within themselves. Unfortunately, the Xianling sect possessed none. If they did, it would be much easier to handle. At worst, they could ally with some agreeable forces and eliminate a portion of their adversaries. They could even seize this opportunity to eradicate the Yuming sect and the Luoyan sect. They must inform the eldest brother and prepare for the worst. Qian Baichuan's gaze was sharp, his tone resolute. Whoever sought to carve a piece from the Xianling sect would have to lose a few teeth in the process. Excellent. Tang Feihu began to relay messages. His rugged face filled with ferocity and determination. At the very least, it would only result in death. But before meeting his end, he would ensure to drag down a few along with him. It was a matter of ruthlessness and desperation. The Xianling sect had never feared anyone. Chapter 31. 100% confirmed. When Tang Feihu's message reached them, Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia wore expressions of profound sorrow. Beside them sat an elderly man with white hair, exuding an aura of decay. His frail, bamboo-like frame seemed as though it could topple with a mere gust of wind, and his disheveled white hair resembled a bird's nest. His visage was as weathered as tree bark, with prominent cheekbones and eyes clouded with the weight of years. Anyone would struggle to associate him with the once most talented Grand Elder of the Xianling sect. Third senior brother. How have you aged so much in the blink of an eye? Lu Qingxia's eyes were red-rimmed, and ultimately she could not hold back. Tears streamed down her face as she grasped his thin, frail arm, weeping bitterly. The robed elder was Sima Xiaodian, another Grand Elder of the Xianling sect. Once the protector of MOU, and among his brothers, he possessed the most extraordinary talent, even surpassing Gu Jiannan. Before the calamity, he was a mid-stage god transformation practitioner, the most likely among his peers to advance into the late stages of god transformation. As memories flooded back, Gu Jiannan's eyes also glistened with moisture. Yet Sima Xiaodian remained composed, gazing at his sorrowful brothers and sister with a bittersweet smile. Brother, sister, do not grieve. As cultivators, we may seize the essence of the universe, but in the end, who can truly attain immortality? I have merely traversed ahead of you. After cultivating for millennia, in these last few years, I simply wish to relax. Thus, I have come to see you and little you. How has he fared? At this mention of MOU, Sima Xiaodian, who had initially sought to console them, found his heart aching, his eyes shimmering with sorrow and regret. That child, whom he had watched grow, was the most promising prodigy of the Xianling sect, poised to step into the void return phase. Alas, fate is often blind. Upon hearing his inquiry about MOU, the sorrow etched on Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia's faces lessened abruptly, and a smile involuntarily graced their features. Haha, look at me. I almost forgot to share this most joyous news with third junior brother. Eldest brother, allow me. Lu Qingxia quickly interjected, eagerly recounting how MOU had already restored a significant portion of his foundation, embellishing the tale as she spoke. Sima Xiaoyan's eyes first widened in disbelief, then were swiftly filled with astonishment and joy. His frail frame trembled like bamboo in a tempest. His murky old eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he could no longer contain himself, laughing heartily towards the heavens. Ha, splendid. It seems that the heavens are not entirely blind. They have opened at least one eye. With little you in the Xianling sect, the future is promising. Thus, even if I were to perish at this moment, I would have no regrets. Cough, cough, cough. Sima Xiaodian laughed until tears streamed down his face, yet the joy and contentment etched on his visage could not be obscured. At this moment, he finally relinquished the greatest sense of reluctance and regret within him. The sacrifices he made in the past were not in vain after all. As for himself, he had long ceased to harbor any illusions. Fourth junior sister, when do you think Xiao Yu will emerge from his seclusion? I have truly missed him over this past century. Sima Xiaodian wore a benevolent smile, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. If one were to merely observe his expression, one would hardly discern that he was a man with but a few years left to live. Gu Jiannan pondered for a moment before cautiously replying, third junior brother. Xiao Yu's retreat does not have a set duration. He mentioned he would emerge only upon complete recovery. Perhaps we should wait a little longer? Then we mustn't disturb him. I was merely suggesting, there is no rush. I still have several years to live. Ha ha ha. Sima Xiaodian laughed heartily, but after a while, he sensed something amiss and frowned. Are there perhaps other matters you are concealing from me? This time, Lu Qingxia refrained from interrupting and instead cast a subtle glance at the senior brother, her meaning unmistakable. It was his turn to speak. Gu Jiannan let out a wry smile as he observed the intense gaze of the third junior brother. Reluctantly, he delineated the current predicament they faced, concluding with a grave tone. Presently, all sects have converged upon the Helan mountain range. If we fail to locate the so-called legacy of the blissful fairy, the next step will be to directly coerce the sections. With our master inaccessible, relying solely on the few of us, it seems implausible to intimidate them. Gu Jiannan, burdened by the weight of the situation, rose and began to pace. The only course of action left is to delay. I shall then enter a month-long life and death meditation, striving to break through to the late stage of transformation. Lu Qingxia and Sima Xiaodian simultaneously shook their heads in urgent disapproval. No, it is impossible. With merely a month at hand, entering such a life and death meditation would be tantamount to courting death. Indeed, while the senior brother had sufficient accumulation, achieving a breakthrough within such a short span was virtually unattainable. Even their master, with his prodigious talent, required decades of seclusion to reach the late stage of transformation. No need to persuade me further, for my resolve is unwavering. Success or martyrdom. Gu Jiannan affirmed with steadfast determination. How could he possibly be unaware of these matters? Yet, is there still a choice to be made now? Even with a formidable presence at the late stage of the transformation god realm, it remains uncertain whether they can weather this storm. Relying solely on 2 at the mid-stage of transformation god, alongside 3 at the early stage, would hardly instill fear in their adversaries. The Xianling sect is destined to weaken into oblivion, and there exists a grave possibility that it may vanish entirely from the eastern domain's cultivation world. The Yuming sect, Luyan sect, and those who covet the legacy of the blissful fairy, as well as those who yearn for the foundation of the Xianling sect, would surely tear it to shreds. Surely, Lu Qingxiao and her companion are well aware of this. Yet, they cannot simply stand by and watch their senior brother march to his doom. Just as they were about to persuade him further, Gu Jiannan suddenly turned to them, his expression stern, and exclaimed loudly, "There is no need for further counsel. I am the senior brother, and my cultivation is the highest among us. Even if it means facing death, this is my responsibility." After his reprimand, he solemnly instructed, "Once I enter seclusion, 4th junior sister, you must not concern yourself with anything else. Simply keep watch over the rear mountain. If the situation becomes dire, take Xiaoyu and the others and leave. As long as Xiaoyu and the others are alive, there remains hope for the Xianling sect. Do you understand?" As he spoke those final words, Gu Jiannan, who was usually gentle and tolerant towards his junior siblings, bore an unprecedented severity in his demeanor. Observing their senior brother's demeanor, Lu Qingxia opened her mouth, her eyes reddening as she ultimately nodded in agreement. Gu Jiannan then softened his tone. Yin should have arrived at the Helan Mountains by now. Relay these decisions to her. All right, Lu Qingxia responded, her voice choked with emotion. Days turned into weeks. The atmosphere of the Helan Mountains grew increasingly oppressive. The treasure seekers, filled with anticipation, found not even a single attractive feather. Many began to feel restless. However, the rear mountain of the Xianling sect remained a tranquil haven. Mou, gazing foolishly at the top of senior sister's head, could no longer contain his excitement and, with reddened eyes, erupted into a joyful shout. Ha! Finally, it's 100%. Chapter 32, the Chaos Yin-Yang scripture. Although the meaning of 100% was lost on his fellow disciples, Lu Ruyu and Su Xiaoro sensed it was undoubtedly good news. Junior brother, could it be that your foundation has completely recovered? Su Xiaoro's gentle gaze suddenly brightened with the thought of a possibility, her entire being brimming with excitement. Lu Ruyu, keeping her lips tightly pressed, remained silent. But her pure, beautiful eyes were equally fixated on him, unblinking, her fair hands clenching involuntarily. Haha, it should be restored. Let me check. Mou replied eagerly. Congratulations, host, on achieving your goal. The system is currently undergoing complete binding. Host's constitution is being repaired and is now fully restored. The host's cultivation is being recovered and is now fully restored. As he felt the changes coursing through his body, Mou trembled with joy, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. A full century had passed. He had awaited this day for 100 years. The MOU of your had this is truly a cultivation accelerator, allowing for the simultaneous practice of any technique, each complementing the other. If we regard the effects of other methods as a baseline, then the Chaos Yin-Yang technique serves as a multiplier. Furthermore, he has discovered that practicing this technique also exerts a significant influence on one's partner, albeit with half the efficacy. To think it is, in fact, a variant of the SX technique. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. At that moment, he gradually opened his eyes, gazing at the 2 senior sisters who wore expressions of astonishment. Curiously, he inquired, "Sisters, how long was I in meditation?" "It was not long, merely 5 breaths," they replied. "We thought you were engaged in cultivation. Your aura was quite peculiar just now," reflecting on the fleeting, enigmatic energy that had enveloped their junior brother moments before. Sushiro and Lu Ruyu exchanged looks of bewilderment. "My foundation has completely recovered. I was merely acclimatizing to my body," Mou responded, suppressing the shock within him and feigning calmness. He was certain that his consciousness had lingered in that mysterious realm for far longer than just 5 breaths. This system is indeed enigmatic. What, fully restored? Sushiro's eyes widened. Typically gentle and serene, she unexpectedly grasped his hand, shaking it with excitement. Even the aloof and elegant Lu Ruyu looked surprised, her small mouth agape. In her sky-like, pure eyes, emotions of thrill and joy sparkled. She stood by, her eyes smiling, feeling her little heart brimming with delight. Although she had mentally prepared for this day, she could not contain her emotions when it finally arrived. Senior sister, second senior sister. Thank you. We are already family. There is no need for gratitude for anything we do for each other, especially now. Su Xiaoro, shy and joyful, faltered midway through her correction, unable to continue. What now? Mo could not help but laugh, teasing her. Humph. Just don't say thank you. Su Xiaoro's face flushed crimson. The second junior sister is right. Let us not mention that again. Lu Ryu said earnestly, her eyes bright as stars. Having been an orphan without a home since childhood, she now not only had a family, but also a junior brother. All right, then second senior sister, let us discuss life. After saying this, Mo took the second senior sister's hand, excitedly leading her towards her room. It's still daytime. Su Xiaoro's cheeks turned red instantly. Fully aware of his intentions. Second senior sister, we are just chatting, don't overthink it. 3 hours later, Mo excitedly opened the system panel. Host, Mo age, 299 realm, mid-stage Yuan aim physique, chaos divine demon body cultivation method, chaos yin-yang sutra fortune value, 1992 6000 Lu Ryu, Su Xiaoro. Dependence on host, 100. Lu Yuyin. 30 prizes are being distributed. 1 bottle of primary breakthrough pill, 30 pills. Capable of perfectly breaking through any bottleneck below the returning void stage. 5 lottery chances available, unrestricted by item level or type, usable at any time. Primary shop permissions have been activated. Wish the host a pleasant shopping experience. He did not rush to draw a lottery, but was rather anxious to open the shop. He had not forgotten that his third master uncle had yet to restore his foundation and was likely running low on energy. Some matters could wait. But this one needed immediate resolution. Chapter 33. Complete restoration? How is that possible? The shop interface was quite simple, with only 5 categories: cultivation methods, pills, magical treasures, items, and heavenly spiritual materials. He directly entered the pills section and, amidst the dazzling array of elixirs, found the creation pill. Small creation pill. Single unit price, 1 million fortune value. Effect, can restore most damaged physiques and foundations. Large creation pill, single unit price, 3 million fortune value. Effect, as long as the person is alive, it can restore the damaged physiques and foundations of any cultivator below the tribulation stage. Wow, that is impressive. Mo's eyes lit up. This is it. Observing the astonishing effects of the large creation pill, he was filled with excitement and immediately placed an order for one. As for the hefty price of 3 million, he paid it no mind. Even considering he currently had nearly 20 million fortune value, he would have bought it without hesitation even if he only had 3 million. Next, he found the returning origin pill. First returning origin pill, price, 1,000 fortune value. Can instantly restore the cultivation of a wasted chi refining stage. Second returning origin pill, price, 8,000 fortune value. He then sought out the corresponding 5-turn returning origin pill for the divine transformation stage, spending another 1 million fortune value to purchase one. Only upon seeing 2 ancient jade vials added to his system space did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. After considering, he began searching in the items section. Inside were all sorts of peculiar items, such as a bottle that could contain fire, a black stone tablet capable of holding a small world, and a flag that could store the souls of living beings. After a long search, he finally found what he desired, an unassuming space ring. One that even tribulation stage cultivators could not open. It cost him over 1 million fortune value. In his anxious state, he had no time to examine other products. He needed to deliver the pills to his third master uncle first. As for an excuse, that would be easy to find. Years ago, he had entered the resting place of a suspected returning void stage master and acquired many valuable items. The elders of the sect are all aware. It is best to leave it at that. Just as he was about to rise and dress, Su Xiaoro was roused from her slumber. Blushing profusely, she gazed at him and whispered, as softly as a mosquito's buzz, "Junior brother, don't you need to rest for a while?" Mo couldn't help but let out a mischievous chuckle. "No need. I'll first go to see the third master ancestor and inform them of my complete recovery." Su Xiaoro understood the source of his amusement all too well. Her charming face flushed crimson, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, she exclaimed, "You rascal. Don't laugh." Reminded of her earlier mortifying display, she lost the courage to meet his gaze and buried her head under the covers. Knowing full well that this incident would be a source of his laughter for a lifetime. "Elder sister, you should rest. I will come to see you later," Mo said, bursting into laughter and turning away with a sense of pride, leaving Su Xiaoro, mortified, to hide beneath her blankets. Upon stepping outside, Mo spotted the elder sister, who wore an odd expression, sitting beneath a distant tree, staring intently at him. "Elder sister, what are you looking at?" Mo inquired. Slightly taken aback. He had just set up a barrier, so she shouldn't have heard the commotion. "Nothing. Where are you headed?" Lu Ryu averted her gaze slightly, her eyes flickering with a hint of shyness. If one didn't pay close attention, they would hardly notice. However, Mo knew her well enough to see through her emotions instantly. "I wish to go see the third master ancestor." "Are you certain there's nothing you wish to say?" he asked, his expression skeptical. "No, I'll go with you." Lu Ryu quickly took a step forward, striding ahead. But after just a few steps, Mou caught up with her, took her soft hand, and together they soared forward. Lu Ryu's cheeks flushed. Yet she made no effort to resist. Thus, they arrived at the main peak, where disciples they passed halted to pay their respects. Greetings, Uncle Mo and Aunt Lu. Hello. Uncle Mo. Hello, Aunt Lu. The two smiled and nodded in return. After they passed, a few young disciples began to gossip in astonishment. Wow. Uncle Mo and Aunt Lu make such a lovely pair. Yes. Uncle Mo is truly handsome. They are simply like celestial partners. It's a pity Uncle Mo is said to have a limited lifespan. Such is the cruelty of fate. Alas, Aunt Lu is so brave. Yet if Uncle Mo is willing, even for just a day, I would gladly accept. Humph. Me too. Mou and Lu Ryu, a striking couple with extraordinary talents, were well known among the younger disciples of the Xianling sect, although one had been in seclusion for a century and the other often roamed the world. Tales of their exploits were familiar to many, garnering them numerous admirers. As Mou and Lu Ryu set off, Lu Qingxia, stationed in the main hall, sensed their movement and was instantly astonished. Could it be that Xiaoyu has learned of the recent happenings within the sect? Beside her, Sima Shoudian, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, exclaiming in surprise, has Xiaoyu emerged from seclusion? He was already on his feet, hastily making his way outside the hall. His exuberant steps belied his age. Lu Qingxia, feeling exasperated, called out, "Third senior brother, they are indeed coming this way. You could just sit and wait. Why the rush?" Nevertheless, she herself had already followed suit, eager to discover what the young man intended to do after his seclusion. As Mou walked hand in hand with Lu Ryu toward the hall, he greeted his fellow disciples with a smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed an elderly man, thin as a reed and with white hair, approaching him with palpable excitement. He froze momentarily, his entire being seemingly immobilized by emotion. However, this state lasted less than a second before he dashed forward. "Third Master Ancestor, are you well?" Mou's eyes reddened, and before he could finish his words, he knelt on the ground. Yet the elderly man, equally emotional, quickly helped him up and chided him urgently, "Foolish child, rise. A man should not kneel before anyone but the true gods. The Third Master Ancestor as well. And what if there are true gods? I would still kneel alongside him." Mou stubbornly bowed his head once more, and only then did he rise, his face alight with joy. "Greetings, Third Master Ancestor." Lu Ryu hurried forward to pay her respects as well. Sima Shoudian looked at her, then at Mou, unable to contain a pleased chuckle as he stroked his beard. "I always said, Xiaoyu would eventually find another among you girls, and here we are, just as I predicted. How delightful." Even Lu Ryu, who usually maintained her composure, felt a rush of color to her cheeks at his words. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxia scoffed, "Not just one, but now there are already two." "Two? Who is the other?" Sima Shoudian asked, his curiosity piqued, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "The other is that little girl, Shiro." "Haha, splendid. They are quite the match." Sima Shoudian laughed even more heartily. As they exchanged jovial banter, the group settled down inside the hall. Mou quickly conjured a barrier with a wave of his hand and presented 2 jade vials to Sima Shoudian respectfully, exclaiming with excitement, "Third Master Ancestor. The elixirs within these vials can completely restore your shattered foundation and replenish your cultivation. You must take them." As the words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall. The 3 individuals stared at him in astonishment, their eyes reflecting shock and bewilderment. Had he not spoken with such grave sincerity, one might have thought he jested. To completely restore the shattered foundation? To regain one's cultivation? Should he not reflect upon the gravity of his statements? Chapter 34. A surprising blow. Xiaoyu, the body of the third master uncle is beyond salvation. These elixirs are undoubtedly precious. You should keep them for yourself. Your goodwill is more than enough to satisfy the third master uncle. Sima Shoudian grasped his hand, returning the jade vial to his palm, his expression one of profound contentment. Hearing that you have regained half of your foundation, the third master uncle is truly overjoyed. Even if he were to pass at this moment, he could find solace. He initially intended to say that he could rest in peace, but the perilous situation of the Xianling sect weighed heavily on his mind. How could one find peace in death under such circumstances? Noticing that Moya had something to express, he raised his hand sternly and said, "Xiaoyu, allow me to finish. The future of the Xianling sect rests solely on your generation. Promise your master uncle that you will live well. Only by your survival can there be hope for the Xianling sect. Can you commit to this?" Unable to contain himself any longer, Moya gasped in alarm, "Third master uncle. Has something happened to the sect?" The previously silent Lu Ryu also wore an expression of disbelief, her delicate features etched with unprecedented seriousness. The words spoken by the master uncle indicated that the Xianling sect was undoubtedly facing a monumental crisis. "Allow me to speak." Lu Qingxia sighed deeply. These matters were never intended to be concealed from them. It was simply a desire not to disturb their seclusion. When she recounted the recent events in detail, both Mou and Lu Ryu were already astounded. "So, this deluge of calumny is something from which our Xianling sect cannot evade, is it?" Mou's gaze was calm yet laced with fury. Lu Qingxia managed a wry smile and nodded. "Indeed, just a few days ago, Someone discovered several incomplete top-tier spiritual artifacts in an ancient cave. Your second master uncle personally investigated. And the lingering spiritual energy in that cave is indeed much denser than in other places. Moreover, there are traces of habitation dating back a millennium. Even if we were unaware, we would still harbor suspicions. Mou's expression turned incredulous. What a coincidence. It is precisely that. Lu Qingxia sighed bitterly, however. It is precisely this that attests to the malice and patience of the architect of this scheme. Such a setup cannot be executed on a whim. First, rumors were spread. Then spiritual treasures appeared, coupled with the allure of the extreme bliss immortal's crimson cloud golden cicada. In the face of the extreme bliss immortal's legacy, no one can resist such temptation. Many sects are already preparing to join forces to usurp power. After Lu Qingxia spoke through gritted teeth, she lamented, "Now, your master ancestor is at Qingchuan Peak, preparing for a life and death trial. Before departing, he repeatedly instructed me that certain matters must not be pursued, and that you should leave the Xianling sect." Mou resolutely shook her head. "Fourth master uncle, I will not leave. It will not be so easy for them to obliterate our Xianling sect." Although Lu Ri did not speak, her resolute countenance revealed that her decision mirrored Mou's. Sima Xiaotian suddenly stood up with a flushed face and vehemently admonished, "Foolishness. Currently, our Xianling sect has only 2 mid-stage transformation gods. Even with the addition of 3 early-stage transformation gods, we cannot intimidate them. The only reason they have not pressed too hard is due to their fear of our ancestor. Once they realize we are unreachable, the situation will inevitably worsen tenfold, and our Xianling sect will surely be torn apart and divided." Lu Qingxia's eyes were filled with sorrow, and her aged face, accentuated by her silver hair, appeared to age dramatically in an instant. She gently ruffled Mou's hair, her tone tender. "Little you, your feelings are understood by your master uncle, but you must leave. I have ordered all the other talents outside not to return. You will be the hope for the resurgence of our Xianling sect. As the most gifted disciple of this generation, you must bear this responsibility." Mou gazed at her with fervor and hastily said, "Fourth master uncle." If the master ancestor could reach the mid-stage of transformation god, Lu Qingxia raised her hand to interrupt him, her gaze desolate. "Impossible. Not to mention a month. Even 10 or 100 years, the hope is scant. Reaching the mid-stage of transformation god is far from simple." Mou wore a helpless expression. When did it become so difficult to express a few truthful words? "It's not about belief. At least let me finish my statement." However, the two who interrupted him were his most respected elders, and he had no choice but to patiently listen to them. After a long wait for them to cease speaking, he hurriedly expressed, half amused and half exasperated, "All right, you two, please do not interrupt me any further. Allow me to finish my thoughts, and then you may decide." Witnessing his demeanor, Lu Qingxia and Sima Xiaotian exchanged bittersweet glances, their eyes filled with resignation. They knew well that the stubborn lad was not easily swayed. Yet, Lu Qingxia had already made up her mind. If little you dared not leave, she would simply knock him unconscious and take him away. "Very well, then. Speak your mind." Lu Qingxia nodded calmly. Mou cleared his throat and stated earnestly, "Firstly, my foundation has been completely restored. If you two do not believe it, you may verify for yourselves." "What? It has fully recovered?" Lu Qingxia's face instantly transformed into one of shock and confusion. She quickly approached Mou and began to examine him. The expressions that played across her face were nothing short of spectacular: bewilderment, astonishment, joy, each morphing in succession until culminating in fervent ecstasy and disbelief. "It truly has been completely restored? How astonishing! Furthermore, little you just claimed that the elixir could restore third senior brother's foundation. Could it possibly be true?" Observing the expression on his junior sister's face, Sima Xiaotian suddenly grasped the situation and rushed forward. Moments later, a wave of delight surged within him. Not only had his foundation been restored, but it remained intact, without even a trace of hidden injuries. Previously, upon hearing he was still in seclusion to recover, he had not harbored much hope. After all, for such a severe injury to the Tao, achieving even half recovery would be a monumental miracle. How could complete restoration be possible? Yet now, it seemed this beautiful dream had indeed come true. Ha ha ha, excellent. Heaven has eyes. Our Xianling sect is not destined for annihilation. Sima Xiaotian laughed until his eyes brimmed with tears, his expression ecstatic. "Even if we are crushed this time, a millennium hence, our Xianling sect shall certainly re-emerge in the eastern region. When that time comes, we shall settle accounts with these people." At this moment, Lu Qingxia was even more exhilarated than he. Her entire being trembled with intensity as she pointed at Mou, then at Sima Xiaotian, exclaiming with fervor, "Third senior brother, what little you just mentioned may truly be possible." What is possible?" Sima Xiaotian's eyes were glazed over, clearly still reeling from this overwhelming joy. "The elixir! The elixir!" Lu Qingxia shouted with excitement. Only then did Sima Xiaotian suddenly come to his senses, and an uncontrollable wave of excitement and hope surged within him. He stared at Mou, his frail body shaking violently, momentarily at a loss for words. As a once prodigious talent of the Xianling sect, a transformation god cultivator, How could he resign himself to perish in this frail form? All the calmness he displayed was merely a facade born of helplessness, a necessary pretense he had to adopt. The anguish he endures is profoundly felt within himself. Moreover, as the sect faces an imminent threat of annihilation, he is left helplessly observing, a torment far worse than death itself. If only he could regain his former cultivation and fight for the sect once more, even meeting his demise in battle would leave him with no regrets. Watching his anxious and tense third granduncle, Mou felt a deep sorrow in his heart and swiftly nodded earnestly. Third granduncle. It was precisely because I consumed this elixir that I have fully restored my physical condition, and my strength has returned as well. As soon as those words were uttered, not only were Lu Qingxia and Sima Xiaotian taken aback, but even Lu Ryu was left in a state of shock, her pure and clear eyes wide open in disbelief. When did the junior brother restore his cultivation? How was it possible that she was oblivious to it? Mou refrained from further explanation, but the terrifying aura belonging to a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator suddenly radiated, leaving the three astonished individuals utterly stunned. Chapter 35. The Restoration of the Third Master Uncle's Foundation. Truly, he has indeed recovered. Ha ha ha, splendid. Sima Xiaotian laughed heartily, tears gleaming in his eyes as centuries of inner turmoil dissipated completely. The unparalleled prodigy of the Xianling sect had returned. Even if he were to perish at that moment, he could rest in peace. Moreover, Xiaoyu had produced that pill? At this moment, his faith in the efficacy of that pill had soared to an astounding 8 out of 10. As for Lu Qingxia, her heart was already tempestuous. Everything felt as surreal as a dream. Her anticipation for the elixir in Mou's hand surged wildly. The one who believed most steadfastly was Lu Ryu. Despite the exaggeration in the junior brother's words, if the one making such claims was him, she was inclined to trust him. As the three gradually regained their composure, Mou handed the jade bottle back to the third master uncle, urging eagerly, "Master uncle, please take it and give it a try." Sima Xiaotian took it excitedly, but Lu Qingxia, with a face full of concern, raised her hand to stop him, her eyes glimmering with unprecedented seriousness. "Third brother, perhaps it would be best to retreat to the clear spring peak for seclusion. It is ultimately not so convenient here." In her view, restoring his foundation and strength would take at least a few months. However, Mou shook his head dismissively. "There is no need. It can be done here." "It won't take long." "Won't he take long?" Lu Qingxia and the others exchanged bitter smiles. Were it not for the living example standing before them, they would have never dared to believe such words. "Very well, let us heed Xiaoyu's counsel." Sima Xiaotian laughed heartily, immediately sitting cross-legged on the ground and extracting a pill. Instantly, spiritual energy surged skyward, the pale blue pill emanating a faint, ethereal radiance, truly extraordinary. Could it be the legendary elixir? The sight left the other three utterly speechless, their previous doubts and anxieties evaporating in an instant. Their minds began to race, speculating wildly about the origins of such an extraordinary divine pill. Yet, no one dared to inquire further. Mou marveled inwardly. The system's products were indeed remarkable. The pill that the third master uncle had produced was precisely the Great Fortune pill. Without further contemplation, Sima Xiaotian swallowed the pill. Before long, his expression transformed continuously from astonishment to joy, then to ecstasy and anticipation. The three watched in awe as his countenance shifted like a performance of rapid face-changing, until finally, after half an hour, Sima Xiaotian rose, his face alight with excitement. "Ha ha ha, I've recovered. It's truly miraculous." After cultivating for thousands of years, Sima Xiaotian could no longer contain his exhilaration, roaring joyously. "Master uncle, this is merely the beginning. Try taking the other pill as well." I had taken both together previously. Mou feigned nonchalance, smiling lightly, though his heart was elated to the point of almost leaping from his chest. Years ago, the third master uncle had sacrificed his own path to save him, rendering himself a mere shell. No one understood that pain better than Mou, which made his guilt all the more profound. Now that he had finally healed the third master uncle, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief and his eyes moistened with emotion. Outside the hall, the sky seemed to have brightened, becoming more radiant. While he was lost in contemplation, a soft little hand quietly slipped into his, their fingers entwined. Turning to look, he saw the senior sister standing quietly beside him, her eyes as pure and luminous as a crystal-clear spring. A warmth filled his heart, and he smiled softly, gripping her delicate hand tighter. After consuming the elixir, Sima Xiaotian's aura surged dramatically, prompting Lu Qingxia to hurriedly cast another protective barrier. They watched as his cultivation ascended from the mid-stage nascent soul to the early stage of spirit transformation, eventually stabilizing at the mid-stage of spirit transformation. However, Sima Xiaotian did not awaken immediately, remaining in a meditative state. The potency of the medicine had created the illusion that barriers he had struggled to breach for a century could now be easily overcome. Yet he understood that this was merely a figment of his imagination. Achieving this level of restoration was an unimaginable blessing. He would be content even if he never advanced further. Only those who have experienced loss comprehend the value of reclaiming what was once theirs. As he opened his eyes, ready to rise, Mou presented him with another pill, radiating with spiritual energy, and earnestly advised, "Master uncle, Take this pill and attempt to break through. Excellent. Sima Xiaotian paused momentarily but swiftly accepted the pill, tossing it into his mouth without hesitation, and resumed his meditation. Lu Qingxia, realizing it was too late to intervene, anxiously paced, unable to contain her worry. You fool. Even if there are miraculous pills, you must wait until Master Uncle stabilizes his foundation before attempting another breakthrough. How can you push for advancement at this moment? Third brother, too, is reckless despite his age, she lamented. Mou chuckled lightly, reassuring her, do not fret. Fourth Master Uncle, there will be no issues. Just watch as our Xianling sect gains another practitioner at the late stage of spirit transformation. With the addition of our master, we will have 3 late-stage spirit transformation cultivators. Then, who would dare to provoke us? Observing his confident demeanor, Lu Qingxia wanted to argue that breaking through to the late stage of spirit transformation was no simple feat like her. She struggled immensely to reach the mid-stage of spirit transformation. Although third brother possessed remarkable talent, it would take decades of diligent effort to reach the late stage. Yet, recalling how third brother had miraculously returned from being a waste to his former self right before her eyes, it felt like a miracle. Had she not witnessed it herself? Who would dare to believe such a tale? Thus, when Mou claimed he could achieve a breakthrough in a short time, it didn't seem so far-fetched after all. She opened her mouth, but ultimately, no words escaped. Mou regarded fourth Master Uncle with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The pill he had given to third Master Uncle was the system's reward, the mirror-breaking pill, below the returning void stage, with sufficient accumulation. A perfect breakthrough of the bottleneck was guaranteed. The reason he had not allowed fourth Master Uncle to break through alongside the others was simply that, during this critical moment, they required a formidable guardian. Soon, Sima Xiaotian's aura intensified to a terrifying degree, even causing Lu Ruyu, at the early stage of the nascent soul, to feel a sense of oppression. It was only when Mou pulled her back a distance that she felt some relief. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingxia's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. She never imagined that third brother's breakthrough would be so rapid. It truly exceeded her comprehension. In light of this, she realized she had unjustly judged Mou. That elixir was nothing short of a divine pill. No, not just the one he had taken, but all the previous ones seemed far beyond the realm of mortal substances. Such a miraculous elixir is unprecedented in the entire Qingyan continent. Unable to contain her curiosity, she cast several glances at Mou, sensing that this little fellow undoubtedly harbored monumental secrets. However, she refrained from probing further. The thought that such a child of destiny was a disciple of the Xianling sect filled her with exhilaration. Once they overcame this calamity, the Xianling sect was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the Qingyan continent. If the third senior brother could break through, then what of the eldest brother? Surely he could as well, right? And the other senior brothers? Though the remaining few were still far from the late stage of transformation, stepping into the mid-stage of transformation would still be formidable enough. 3 at the late stage and 3 at the mid-stage of transformation? At that point, even if other sects allied, they would not be deterred. With this in mind, her heart raced uncontrollably. She could not help but wonder if this pill was still available with Xiaoyu. Even if just one remained, it would be splendid. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, she urgently inquired of Mou. Xiaoyu, do you still have this kind of elixir? Seeing the anxious demeanor of her fourth senior aunt, Mou could not help but smile with pride, then feigned calmness as he replied, not many. But there are still about 20. What? 20? So many? Lu Qingxia was instantly struck dumb, her entire being rendered speechless. Chapter 36. The 5 sects unite to apply pressure. Lu Qingxia's eyes widened in astonishment. A wave of ecstasy suddenly washed over her face, and she could not help but burst into laughter. Yet, remembering that the third senior brother was still in the process of breaking through, she quickly covered her mouth. However, the joy in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Lu Ruyu, equally awestruck, gazed at her junior brother with eyes sparkling like stars. His exquisitely beautiful face, illuminated by the bright sunlight, appeared even more refined and noble, akin to a pristine white lotus. Her thoughts drifted back to his childhood, recalling how he was not only unique in his words and actions, but also possessed astonishing talent. It was surprising that he continued to bring her joy as he grew. Lu Qingxia ceased her inquiries and began to seriously guard the third senior brother. Sima Xiaotian's aura grew increasingly terrifying, far surpassing the realm of mid-stage transformation. Time passed slowly. Under the expectant gazes of the 3, he emerged like a peerless divine weapon, suddenly unsheathed. Radiating brilliance, he resembled an immortal descending to the mortal realm, with a faint trace of the power of laws flickering around him. His fierce and imposing aura nearly overturned the Great Hall. Had it not been for Lu Qingxia's barrier, it might have even alarmed cultivators from miles away. After a considerable time, Sima Xiaotian slowly opened his eyes, which shimmered with divine light. He could not suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth, feeling an unprecedented confidence return to him after a century. His once gaunt, bamboo-like frame now exuded a sense of strength, brimming with charm. He could not help but reflect on his current state. He had truly achieved the unyielding primordial spirit and eternal soul, having taken the first step from the mundane to the celestial. Having transitioned from river to sea, he comprehended his true self, and his understanding of the fundamental principles of the Tao was vastly superior to before. At this moment, Lu Qingxia, who had been exceedingly tense, finally relaxed. She excitedly rushed to his side and incredulously inquired, "Third senior brother, have you truly broken through? It feels like a dream." "Indeed, I have broken through. You too shall experience such a day, junior sister." Sima Xiaotian responded with a calm demeanor, though internally he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. From death to life. From being a wasted talent to reclaiming his former glory, and even ascending to greater heights. How could such a monumental journey be devoid of emotion? However, the imminent crisis facing their sect significantly dulled his joy. "Xiao Yu, this time, I must express my gratitude to you," Sima Xiaotian said with a smile, gently ruffling Mo's hair. The latter's eyes instantly turned red, and with a choked voice, he replied, "Uncle Master, your words humble me. Had it not been for your desperate rescue, I would have long since perished. Yet, it is you who has suffered torment these past 100 years. Let us not dwell on that," Sima Xiaotian laughed, waving his hand. He then cast a serious glance at Lu Ruyu and added, "But make no mistake. You must not let this girl down, otherwise, Uncle Master will have to teach you a lesson." Standing quietly beside them, Lu Ruyu immediately replied with utmost seriousness, "Rest assured, Uncle Master, junior brother will treat us well. Of course, I shall never disappoint senior sister and second senior sister." Mou nodded vigorously, though a sense of guilt gnawed at him, for he knew he could never be wholly devoted. He couldn't help but turn to glance at his senior sister with a mixture of regret and sorrow. "All right, third senior brother. We need not concern ourselves with the affairs of the young. You should go find senior brother," Lu Qingxia urged with an eager yet reproachful look in her eyes. Yes, let us hurry." Sima Xiaotian, now fully alert, waved his hand and swiftly whisked Mou and Lu Ruyu toward the secluded area of their senior brother. The four soon descended upon a mountaintop, where they found Gu Jiannan seated quietly, facing the setting sun, evidently engaged in his final adjustments. His junior brother and junior sister's arrival did not surprise him, but he was taken aback to see Mou. "Why is Xiaoyu here? Wasn't he in seclusion to recover?" He quickly gathered his composure and said helplessly, "Third junior brother, fourth junior sister, was it not instructed for you to guard Xiaoyu?" "Master brother, we are not here to guard. Xiaoyu has something valuable to present to you," Lu Qingxia responded with a proud smile. However, Gu Jiannan barely acknowledged her words. Instead, he stared in astonishment at Sima Xiaotian, trembling with excitement. "Third junior brother, you seem different. Have you possibly restored your cultivation? How can this be?" "Master brother, nothing is impossible," Sima Xiaotian declared with spirited confidence. "I have now entered the late stage of the transformation god realm." With that, an aura characteristic of a late-stage transformation god expert subtly enveloped him. In that moment, Gu Jiannan could not help but shed tears of joy, and then, filled with excitement, he laughed heartily towards the heavens. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Indeed. The heavens have not forsaken my Xinling sect. No one bore a heavier burden than he, as the crisis faced by the sect weighed heavily upon his shoulders. With his master unable to be reached, he was the strongest force within the Xinling sect, shouldering all responsibilities, for he was the elder brother of all. Yet now, his third junior brother had not only regained his cultivation but had also successfully advanced to the late stage of the transformation realm. He felt an immense relief wash over him. Even after Lu Qingxia finished her explanation, he still harbored a sense of disbelief. Yet, his junior brother and Xiaoyu had indeed recovered. Everything felt so blissful. Well then, today my revered master shall thoroughly relish the filial piety of his obedient disciple. He laughed heartily. Gu Jiannan, filled with gratitude, accepted the breakthrough pill from Mou and swallowed it in one gulp before sitting cross-legged. Lu Qingxia also sat down, preparing to utilize the breakthrough pill to enter the mid-stage of the transformation realm. For the current Xinling sect, every increment of strength was of paramount importance. At this moment in the Helan Mountains, Lu Yuyin, Qian Baichuan, and Tang Feihu were seated in a modest office. They were joined by over a dozen elders who had recently returned, all wearing expressions of indignation. Upon receiving the news to return to the sect, they were initially puzzled. However, upon hearing rumors regarding the Helan Mountains, they quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and hurried back overnight. Despite this, many disciples and elders had yet to return to the sect. Zhou Buyu surveyed the group with a worried gaze and sighed. Yesterday, the Luoyuan sect and the Yuming sect clandestinely convened. Today, the leader of the Luoxia sect, Cui Cheng, visited the leader of the Luoyuan sect, Zhao Mufi. It seems the time for their confrontation is drawing near. Before he could finish his words, a frail voice echoed from afar. The Luoyuan sect, Yuming sect, Luoxia sect, Kanglan sect, and Moon God Palace seek an audience with the esteemed friends of the Xinling sect. The group exchanged solemn glances, each reflecting the concern and anger mirrored in one another's eyes. The arrival of 5 out of the 7 major sects made their intentions unmistakably clear. Are they truly prepared to disregard their dignity and resort to blatant coercion? Fellow cultivators, please. Qian Baichuan chuckled calmly, and after speaking, he led the group outside. After all, they had not entirely severed ties. Basic courtesies still held significance. These individuals have truly overstepped their bounds. Observing the approaching crowd in the distance, Tang Feihu let out a furious snort, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable wrath. Although Lu Yuyan was equally infuriated, she exerted effort to rein in her emotions, softly advising. Fifth uncle, Master has repeatedly emphasized the need for restraint during this period, to allow him the time to break through. Tang Feihu sighed in inner torment. His eldest brother had risked his very life and path for this cause. What more could he endure? Yet, he feared that even patience might prove futile. His revered uncle had not shown himself for a century, and now, in the face of such adversity, he remained absent. It is likely that these people have begun to harbor doubts. This time, I fear it is merely a matter of final coercion and testing. Once silence prevails once more, a storm shall inevitably follow. Chapter 37. Intimidation. 12 individuals arrived, all of them practitioners at the transformation stage. Among the other 7 major sects, only the Yushua sect and the Tianjin sect likely refrained from attending due to past affiliations. Everyone settled into their respective seats and savored their tea for a moment. Qian Baichuan, with a straightforward demeanor, clasped his hands and calmly inquired, "Dear friends, what counsel do you bring forth?" Since Taoist Qian is so forthright, we shall not hold back. We hope to have a glimpse of the techniques of the blissful immortal, chuckled Yubuchuan, the elder of the Yuming sect. His expression serene and seemingly entitled. The others sipped their tea with tranquility, evidently having conspired about this matter well in advance. Qian Baichuan's countenance grew increasingly grim. We have already stated that the Xianling sect has not acquired any techniques. This is merely a fabrication by someone. You have searched the Helan Mountains for nearly a month. Do you not see through it yet? Yubuchuan erupted into laughter, his sparse white beard quivering. Daoist Qian. What then of the cave in the northern mountains? Would you claim that is fabricated as well? Lu Yuyan responded coldly. The Helan Mountains are vast. Finding a cave therein is exceedingly simple. Does finding a few broken spiritual artifacts within suffice to prove it is the blissful immortal's abode? If that is the case, I too could venture onto your Yuming sect's territory and toss a few treasures in a similar location. Could I then assert that it is the dwelling of the Taiji immortal and demand you relinquish his legacy? Not only is sect master Lu beautiful, but she is also sharp-tongued. No wonder she is hailed as the foremost beauty of the eastern region, remarked Yang Tianxi, the elder of the Lu Yun sect, as he calmly set down his teacup and smiled. But how do you explain the Qi Xia Lu Yun golden cicada robe of the blissful immortal? The elders of the Xianling sect seethed with indignation at his insolence, yet they refrained from interjecting immediately. Lu Yuyan, equally incensed internally, maintained a calm facade, gazing at him with an expression of bemusement. If Elder Yang were to frame someone, surely he would leave behind items that align with the rumors, would he not? It is hardly likely that he would leave a note behind. If so, it would be rather foolish of you, Elder Yang. The Qi Xia Lu Yun golden cicada robe, while an item closely associated with the blissful immortal, could very well be lost due to her character. How could it serve as evidence? Yang Tianxi's expression darkened. He had insinuated that she was a mere vase, and she had retorted by calling him foolish. Yet, as she spoke merely hypothetically, he could not afford to lose his temper and could only respond with a cold smile. What you present is merely one side of the story. If you allege that others are framing you, do you possess any evidence? Tang Feihu, unable to contain his fury, erupted. Do not claim that we have not obtained any legacy. Even if we did, it would be our fortune. Why should I share it with you? Will the Luyan sect share its techniques with everyone? So you finally admit it. Yang Tianxi let out a sinister and cunning laugh. The shameless words instantly infuriated Tang Feihu, whose robust frame trembled with rage. He bellowed in fury, I acknowledge your esteemed status, but let me be clear. There is nothing more to discuss. What does the Luyan sect desire? Are you seeking a sect war? If a war is what you wish for, let it commence. Does the Luyan sect fear you? Yang Tianxi's expression darkened, clearly equally enraged. If a battle is to ensue, what is the point of further discussion? Qian Baichuan's eyes blazed with fury, realizing that the other party was not here to negotiate at all. Why should they endure any longer? Originally inclined to exercise patience, Lu Yuyan's delicate face turned as pale as frost, her eyes radiating a fierce, killing intent. These individuals have come solely to incite trouble. Even patience proves futile in this instance. Meanwhile, the other practitioners of the transformation stage remained composed, their expressions unyielding, though their eyes betrayed a flicker of uncertainty. How could they, versed in the teachings of the Xianling sect, be unaware of such truths? The allure of the celestial maiden's legacy is simply too tempting to resist. Thus, even the slightest hint of doubt is magnified exponentially, as they cannot afford to relinquish any possibility. Furthermore, rumors have long circulated in the eastern region that the revered ancestor of the Xianling sect is not present within the sect itself. Such a splendid opportunity must not be missed. The venerable elder Qiu Yuanjin of the Luoxia sect, who had remained silent until now, slowly rose to his feet and spoke with an air of feigned righteousness. Friend Tang, although the secret manual rightfully belongs to the Xianling sect, it is ultimately inappropriate for a single entity to monopolize such an unclaimed treasure. The journey of longevity is long and solitary. How delightful it would be to have companions along the way. Pray, do present it forthwith. The others, no longer reticent, smiled and urged in agreement. Indeed, Although this place is the territory of the Xianling sect, these relics are the legacy of our predecessors and should be shared among us. Moreover, we merely seek to transcribe a copy of the manual. The Xianling sect would incur no loss. Why should we antagonize the entire eastern region? Traditionally, the 8 major sects have maintained a delicate balance, each harboring its own reservations. Even the 5 great nations could not alter this equilibrium. However, should the Xianling sect suddenly produce a formidable expert of the void return stage, it would dominate the landscape. How then could the others endure? Would they not be compelled to bow to the whims of the Xianling sect? Such a situation is naturally intolerable to all. To put it plainly, one may engage in mutual decline, yet should one aspire to rise above and achieve greatness, one will inevitably become the target of collective animosity. The esteemed elder of the underworld sect, Yubuchiwen, suddenly let out a sinister chuckle. At this juncture, I shall not mince words. The Xianling sect must either surrender their dual cultivation techniques or stand against the entirety of the eastern region. In 10 days, we shall ascend to the Xianling sect and await their response. Tang Feihu raised his hand, pointing furiously at him, and laughed bitterly, saying, "Ha! A group of hypocritical individuals lost in their daydreams. Conversing with you is truly exhausting. Once more, I reiterate, the so-called inheritance of the blissful immortal does not exist within the Xianling sect. If you wish to become pawns in the schemes of others and engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Xianling sect, then come forth." Yubuchuan regarded Qian Baichuan and Lu Yuyin with a chilling grin, asking, "Do the two of you share this sentiment?" Lu Yuyin, with an icy gaze, replied boldly, "What Master Tang has expressed is the sentiment of all disciples within our sect. The Xianling sect does not fear a fight to the death. If your underworld sect is unafraid of perishing, then do come." Qian Baichuan too cast a fierce glance at the assembly, declaring, "Gentlemen, we have said all that needs to be said. Should you desire to become mortal enemies of the Xianling sect, then let it be so." With that he stood, no longer wishing to engage in further discourse. Yet, the others remained unmoved, exchanging glances that flickered with hesitation and temptation. If a conflict with the Xianling sect were fated, the present moment undoubtedly presented an opportunity, should they manage to subdue Lu Yuyin. Instantly, the atmosphere in the grand hall grew tense. Could Qian Baichuan and the others not discern their intentions? Their expressions hardened as they began to assume a defensive posture. In an instant, the air was thick with tension. Chapter 38. The people were stunned. The representatives of the 5 major sects wore expressions of uncertainty. They had initially believed that faced with their united threats, the Xianling sect would undoubtedly yield without hesitation. After all, no single sect could withstand the combined force of several others. Even if the Tianjin sect and Yushua sect chose not to participate, the 5 major sects alone were sufficient to sweep across the eastern region, leaving no one able to resist. This is precisely the reason why the major sects did not mobilize en masse. They had anticipated such a situation. Yet, who could have foreseen that the Xianling sect would be so resolute? This situation is rather awkward. Once action is taken, there will be no turning back. The most critical concern is whether the venerable ancestor Long Patian of the Xianling sect is still present. If so, their rash actions would be far from wise and could lead to significant casualties. A desperate late-stage transformation god expert would require at least 4 or 5 mid-stage transformation god practitioners to barely withstand the threat. As for those at the early stage of transformation god, their peril would be even greater. In the presence of over 10 individuals, the majority were merely in the early stages of the transformation realm. Thus, they had collectively decided to reconvene 10 days hence, intending to await the arrival of the ancestral elders from various sects before proceeding. Otherwise, confronting Long Patian would undeniably instill a sense of trepidation. Regardless, the Xianling sect could not evade its fate. After a discreet exchange of thoughts through their spiritual senses, the assembly rose in unison. Under these circumstances, we shall not impose further. It is my hope that the Xianling sect will make a judicious choice. Farewell. Once the representatives of the 5 major sects had departed, the senior members of the Xianling sect convened with solemn expressions. "Master, junior sister, it is paramount that we return to our sect to prepare for battle. We cannot afford to linger here," proposed the Grand Elder, Zhou, with a grave countenance. Lei Lai, Wang Sanyu, and the other elders readily concurred, having no inclination towards compromise. "Yu Yin, inform your 4th master uncle immediately, urging her to prevent your master from entering seclusion. Under the current circumstances, a breakthrough would be tantamount to certain death." "Understood." Lu Yuyin responded with decisive affirmation. In the face of such a critical matter of life and death, Qian Baichuan, the venerable elder of the Xianling sect, took command. Furthermore, the younger disciples within the sect were to be dismissed by your 4th master uncle. Remaining within the sect would only result in needless sacrifice. All those below the golden core stage were to be sent away. As these words were spoken, a heavy silence enveloped the hearts of all present, as if the matter of one's final affairs was being addressed. Yet, there was no hint of fear among them. Their eyes shone with an indomitable spirit of combat. The Xianling sect had never shied away from a death battle. Zhou Buyu summoned the eligible disciples to return and safeguard the sect, while the others were dismissed on the spot. Qian Baichuan's voice rang out with fervor, stirring the blood of all those present. a fierce aura of battle ascending towards the heavens. For them, the interests of the sect outweighed everything else. Even if it meant sacrificing their lives, they bore no resentment. Just as they were preparing to return with a resolve akin to facing death, Lu Yuyan entered with an unusual expression. Yuyan, what troubles you? Has your master already begun seclusion? Tang Feihu inquired anxiously. No, my master has not entered seclusion. After hearing about the situation here, he instructed all of us to return immediately, she replied. That is a relief. Tang Feihu finally felt at ease. However, Qian Baichuan furrowed his brows, sensing an underlying disturbance that he could not articulate. Yet, he had no time to ponder further. Hastily leading all disciples to gather their valuables before swiftly returning to the sect. A mere 30,000 miles was but a short journey for cultivators, taking only a little over half a day. However, upon their fervent return to the sect, they discovered that the situation was not as they had anticipated. According to their conjectures, by this time, the sect should have been in disarray. After all, the Xianling sect had a significant number of young disciples. And if the plan was for all those below the Golden Core stage to evacuate, then at least 90% should have departed. Yet, upon their arrival, although the atmosphere was indeed tense, it was far from the chaotic scene they had imagined. Not a single soul was seen leaving. Could it be that those disciples were unwilling to depart? This was the first thought that crossed everyone's mind. After all, for the Xianling sect, a protective and nurturing establishment, all disciples possessed a profound sense of belonging. At this critical moment, their reluctance to depart was entirely understandable. Qian Baichuan could not help but furrow his brow, frustration bubbling within him as he murmured, "What are the thoughts of the elder brother and the fourth junior sister? Why have they yet to commence the organization of our retreat? Even if they're unwilling to leave, they must be compelled to do so." The others shared his confusion. However, their formidable presence of several hundred immediately captured the attention of many disciples, who promptly approached to pay their respects. "We have come to greet the esteemed Uncle Master, the sect leader, and all senior brothers and sisters." Despite the gravity etched on their faces, those disciples exhibited not a trace of panic. This further solidified Qian Baichuan's conviction that the senior brothers had likely not evacuated their disciples. With a sense of helplessness, he commanded, "You all return and remain on standby for the time being. Do not act rashly. Fifth junior brother, Yu Yin, accompany me to meet your master." With that, he stormed off towards the main peak's conference hall. Upon entering, they found Gu Jiannan, Lu Qingxia, and Mou seated, awaiting their arrival. As Qian Baichuan settled down, he swiftly conjured a barrier, his voice laced with urgency. "Senior brother, the situation is dire. The 5 major sects are certain to arrive within 10 days. And a great battle seems inevitable. It is no longer necessary for the young disciples to remain here. We must disperse them as soon as possible." Gu Jiannan waved his hand calmly. "Second junior brother, do not fret. Even if they come, they may not dare to take action. The current Xianling sect is not as it once was. If we are pushed to our limits, we will fight to the death." Qian Baichuan's brow furrowed, confusion clouding his gaze. Indeed, the Xianling sect was not what it used to be, especially with their master no longer present. Yet, this only emboldened their adversaries. Why then did the senior brother appear so confident? He did not consider the senior brother foolish. Surely, there were matters unbeknownst to him. "Senior brother, could it be that our master has returned?" Qian Baichuan's expression brightened with a flicker of hope, the best news he could currently conceive. Even Tang Feihu and Lu Yuyan shared this sentiment. "No, we are still unable to contact our master." Gu Jiannan sighed softly, a hint of concern in his eyes. He did not keep them in suspense, but quickly added, "It is third junior brother. He has recovered." "What? Third junior brother has regained his foundation? How is that possible?" Qian Baichuan's face was a picture of shock. Tang Feihu, Lu Yuyan, and the others were equally astonished, left momentarily speechless. This matter is truly astonishing. Has the foundation, shattered for a century, been restored so easily? What is more perplexing is that there had been no prior indication of this development. Lu Yuyan could not help but cast a furtive glance at Mou, as she harbored a lingering suspicion that he might be involved. Remarkably, not only has the foundation been restored, but his power has also ascended to new heights. He is now a late-stage practitioner of the transformation realm. Gu Jiannan once again unleashed a revelation that struck the onlookers like a nuclear bomb, leaving them in a daze, exchanging bewildered glances. The confusion in their eyes was unmistakably laced with doubt and astonishment. At this moment, the atmosphere is eerily tranquil. Chapter 39, A Surge of Confidence. Gu Jiannan's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. Lu Qingxia wore a triumphant expression, reveling in the fact that she was not the only one left in astonishment. Observing the naive demeanor of these individuals, she felt a wave of delightful satisfaction. What a trivial matter this is. If only they knew that both she and her senior brother had also achieved breakthroughs, one can only imagine the astonishment that would ensue. With this thought in mind, she hastily cleared her throat and addressed her third senior brother, urging him to provide them with proof. Sima Xiaodian feigned a helpless smile. In truth, he too yearned to exhibit a hint of nonchalance while basking in the admiration of his concerned fellow disciples. In recent years, many have devoted their hearts and souls to these two individuals with disabilities. Consequently, the aura unique to late-stage transformation realm cultivators suddenly surged, enveloping the entire grand hall in an instant. The sheer terror of this presence caused Qian Baichuan to involuntarily feel a tightening within. A profound sense of palpitation rising within him. At this moment, he was unexpectedly engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. This sensation seems to have only occurred in the presence of the Elder Master. Not even the formidable senior brother, who is at the mid-stage of transformation, can evoke such an overwhelming sense of pressure. He could not help but feel a surge of emotions, his typically stern and solemn countenance flushed crimson with excitement. Third junior brother, is it truly the late stage of transformation that you have attained? How did you accomplish this? Qian Baichuan grasped Sima Xiaodian's arm, his elation rendering him almost incoherent. In this manner, the crisis may not be insurmountable. As long as the third junior brother demonstrates his prowess, all will be compelled to regard him with deep apprehension and deliberate carefully. The once absent master uncle will no longer be a vulnerability but rather a more enigmatic and terrifying deterrent. With the third junior brother having reached the late stage of the transformation god realm, who dares to assert that the master uncle is not in seclusion, striving to ascend to a higher level? Even if, hypothetically speaking, the major sects ascertain that the master uncle is absent from the sect, or worse, has encountered misfortune, they would still hesitate to annihilate the Xianling sect. For should that occur, as long as the third junior brother remains alive, they would live in perpetual trepidation. Stepping outside would mean confronting death, a fate that even the most venerable elders in the transformation god realm cannot escape. This is the formidable presence of a cultivator in the late stage of the transformation realm. Lu Yuyan let out a deep sigh of relief. Her serene countenance adorned with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, as the weight of inner pressure was instantly alleviated by more than half. In this moment, she finally felt a sense of relief. Gazing upon her master's exquisitely beautiful yet weary face, experienced a pang of compassion, her eyes softening with tenderness. When his gaze collided with his, she hastily turned her head in embarrassment, her fair cheeks flushing ever so slightly. However, she quickly regained her composure. The astonished crowd, caught in their exuberant celebration, failed to notice this fleeting exchange. Everyone was fervently rejoicing, congratulating the third senior brother on his advancement to the late stage of transformation, proclaiming that future conversations would no longer be so stifling. I truly wanted to confront those hypocritical scoundrels before, but alas, I was no match for them. Exclaimed with raucous laughter, his demeanor exuberant, and others echoed his excitement, their joy reminiscent of children. It wasn't until a significant time later that the crowd's fervor began to subside. With a triumphant smile, declared, not only has the third senior brother made a breakthrough, but both the eldest brother and I have as well. Our now boasts 3 cultivators at the late stage of transformation. Certainly, among the 3, she was not included. What she referred to was her master's senior. What? You and the eldest senior brother have also made a breakthrough? How could that be possible for the eldest senior brother? Qian Baichuan was utterly stunned. Just 2 days ago, the eldest senior brother had mentioned preparing for a secluded retreat to achieve a breakthrough. How could he have reached the late stage of transformation so swiftly? It was not only him who was perplexed. Those who had just returned to the sect were equally bewildered and astonished, were it not for the fact that it was the 4th senior uncle speaking. And had they not already witnessed the living example of the 3rd senior uncle, they would never have dared to believe it. This is far more extraordinary than the tales of the 3rd master. After all, the 3rd master secluded himself for a century, claiming to have made a breakthrough during that time, and it is somewhat justifiable for him to reveal it now. However, what is the situation with our master? Eldest senior brother, is what the 4th senior sister said truly the case? Why don't you demonstrate it yourself? Tang Fei, who swallowed hard, gazing incredulously at eldest senior brother, with a rugged visage that seemed to have seen a ghost. Yu Jianan showed no signs of hesitation. A terrifying aura began to quietly permeate the air. Once again feeling the same pressure as before, everyone finally believed, exchanging bewildered glances, their faces inscribed with question marks. Is it truly so effortless to break through to the late stage of the transformation realm? At this moment, Lu Qingxiao bypassed the demonstration entirely and sternly warned Zhou Buyu and the others, what I am about to disclose is a closely guarded secret of our sect. Anyone who cannot restrain their tongue shall be expelled at once. Heh, 4th master, I have the tightest lips, you can rest assured, Wang Sani Yunia chuckled innocently. Such an outrageous and bizarre matter would surely distract him from his cultivation if he were unaware of the truth. The others echoed loudly in astonishment, their eyes wide with wonder. Lu Qingxia hesitated for a moment but ultimately refrained from dismissing anyone. Initially, she and eldest senior brother intended to keep the secret of the elixir as discreet as possible, even from the inner sect elders. However, Mou argued that the elixir was intended for everyone. Since it would eventually be revealed, it was better to utilize it sooner for the sake of benefit. Most importantly, he had faith in the loyalty of these uncles and aunts to the sect. They would never err on such a significant matter. After reiterating her warnings, Lu Qingxia solemnly stated, our ability to break through so rapidly is entirely due to Xiaoyu, who has bestowed upon us this unparalleled opportunity. Of course, this opportunity belongs to everyone, as long as one reaches the late stage of the nascent soul or the transformation realm, and with sufficient accumulation, one may use the elixir to swiftly break through. Not only can it save a century of time, but the realm attained through the elixir is also remarkably flawless. However, those at lower realms must rely on their own efforts to break through. Such extraordinary elixirs are scarce and must be used judiciously at critical junctures. Originally, They believed that it would be a waste to use it even at the early stage of the transformation realm, let alone the late stage. It was best reserved for those advancing from the mid to late transformation realm, or even for those attempting to reach the void returning stage. That would indeed be the most efficient use. It was only considering the current crisis and the fact that Xiaoyu had directly produced 20 elixirs that they relaxed their criteria. However, this would be a one-time allowance. In the future, unless it was for a breakthrough to the late stage of the transformation realm or higher, they would never use it indiscriminately. At this moment, everyone was astounded. So it turns out that the uncles and aunts relied on Xiaoyu's elixir to break through? But how could he possess such divine elixirs? While there are indeed elixirs that can assist cultivators in breaking through on the Qiyun continent, they are primarily for lower-tier practitioners. Elixirs that could aid nascent soul cultivators are nearly non-existent, let alone those meant for transformation realm practitioners. Even the elixirs for lower-tier cultivators merely marginally increase the probability of breakthrough without significantly reducing the time required. The notion of a perfect breakthrough, flawless in every aspect, is almost unheard of. Practitioners who rely on elixirs for breakthroughs often suffer from unstable realms and weakened combat prowess compared to those who achieve breakthroughs through their own efforts, typically lacking more than 30% in strength. Yet, even so, this elixir is extraordinarily precious. A single pill is exceedingly difficult to obtain. Tang Feihu and the others couldn't help but stare blankly at Mou, while Qian Baichuan felt a surge of emotions within. He had vehemently opposed the sect's relentless pursuit to seek the source of the Tao for Mou. Now, it seems he may have been truly mistaken. This destined child possesses the potential to alter the fate of the sect, a unique existence, indeed. He has been at the mid-stage of the transformation realm for quite some time, while his fifth junior brother has also honed his skills for many years at the early stage of the transformation realm. Should the two successfully break through? Even without considering the senior uncle, the Xianling sect would boast 3 practitioners at the late stage of the transformation realm and 2 at the mid-stage. Additionally, there is Yu Yin at the early stage of the transformation realm, along with one who has transitioned from the late-stage nascent soul to the transformation realm. Who would dare provoke such power? Ha ha ha, do those people still believe they can come to threaten us in 10 days? I shall see if they possess the audacity to risk it all. Chapter 40. The storm approaches. After a considerable time, the ecstatic and exhilarated higher-ups of the Xianling sect gradually calmed their emotions. Tang Feihu could not contain his curiosity and inquired, Xiaoyu, from where did you acquire these elixirs? This question had long been on the minds of Gu Jiannan and the others, who now gazed at him with keen interest, their eyes betraying an insatiable curiosity. Mou smiled faintly, producing a ring purchased from the system and presenting it to his fifth master uncle. He then spoke earnestly, I acquired this from a mysterious relic over a century ago, but I was unable to unlock it at the time. However, after restoring my cultivation, it inexplicably opened, albeit only partially. I sense there is still space within, yet I cannot reach it. Please, esteemed fifth master uncle, take a look. Mou remained remarkably composed. The introduction to this ring system is exceedingly clear, once blood is shed to acknowledge its master. Even cultivators in the tribulation phase cannot probe into its secrets, let alone unlock it. Therefore, he harbors no concern that his ancestors might discern anything amiss. Upon learning that those divine elixirs originated from this very ring, and that it conceals an unknown space within, the crowd was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. To acquire such a treasure merely from the periphery raises tantalizing questions about what lies within the other regions. The thought is simply unfathomable. The elderly onlookers, their hearts shaken, took turns scrutinizing the ring, yet they were utterly unable to uncover any clues. Indeed, it is a divine artifact, utterly astonishing. Gu Jiannan sighed and shook his head. With his formidable spiritual awareness, his attempts to delve into it felt akin to a cow sinking into the ocean, stirring not a single ripple. Lu Qingxia and the others wore expressions of shock as well. It appears that the relic Xiaoyu ventured into previously was no ordinary sight. It could even be the lair of a formidable great ascension expert. This ring must be the legendary spatial ring. Gu Jiannan's countenance grew grave, his tone filled with awe. Storage rings and bags are common. By inscribing intricate formations within, one can attain substantial space. The pinnacle of storage rings can even encompass hundreds of cubic meters. However, spatial rings are an entirely different matter. It is said that they are forged from a fragment of a domain beyond, crafted by an unparalleled being. Their vastness resembles that of a genuine miniature world. Yet, to achieve such a feat requires at least a great ascension cultivator. It seems the original owner of this artifact had an extraordinary background. After much discussion yielding no conclusion, Gu Jiannan returned the ring to Mou, gravely advising, Xiaoyu, this item is destined for you. Take great care of it. In the future, it may yield further rewards. Yes, ancestor. Mou nodded, fully aware that further benefits awaited him. For any treasures acquired from the system in the future, he planned to attribute them to this ring, promising immense gains ahead. Just as the group reveled in joyous deliberations regarding which members of the sect met the criteria for initial breakthroughs, a faction in the Helan Mountains had subtly divided into 3 camps. The 5 major sects, 3 treasure-hunting alliances, and the remaining factions were Tianjin Sect and Yushiwei Sect. As the disciples of Xianling Sect had entirely withdrawn from the Helan Mountains, the 5 major sects directly occupied the mind, biding their time for their respective ancestors to arrive. They convened repeatedly, unanimously agreeing that the ancestor of Xianling sect was likely absent from the eastern region, is rumored, and even suspected that something unfortunate may have transpired. After all, the plight of Xianling sect had spread throughout the eastern region, and even beyond to other parts of Qingyan continent, likely heard by all. If the ancestor of Xianling sect were unharmed, how could he remain hidden until now? The most fervently anticipating was undoubtedly the people of Yuming sect. As neighbors to Xianling sect, should the latter falter, the resources such as vein mines and medicinal fields would inevitably fall into their hands. Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed according to plan. We shall ascend to Xianling sect in 9 days. If they dare to defy us, it shall not be our fault. Yu Buchuan declared with a smug smile. Rest assured, my fellow Daoist, our sect's ancestor will arrive shortly. How foolish of Tianjin sect and Yushui sect to feign superiority. Truly antiquated. Elder Yang Tianzi of Lu Yun sect chuckled heartily, a hint of restraint and anticipation on his face. Haha, my esteemed Daoist Yang, worry not. The strength of our 5 sects suffices. Their absence is indeed beneficial, lest certain matters become difficult to negotiate. Indeed, if Xianling sect remains obstinate in surrendering their secrets, we shall have to seek alternative solutions. The so-called secondary concern, of course, pertains to the division of all that belongs to the Xianling sect. The crowd erupted in hearty laughter, as if the Xianling sect were merely a succulent piece of meat laid bare upon a chopping block, ready for their arbitrary dissection. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Helan Mountains, Dong Shoshua of the Heavenly Sword sect and Mu Jiqiu, the esteemed elder of the Yushui sect, sat opposite each other with grave expressions. Dong Shoshua appeared amiable, while Mu Jiqiu wore an expression of sternness, embodying 2 starkly contrasting personas. Yet, in this moment of togetherness, they seemed remarkably harmonious. Daoist Dong, what is your perspective on this matter? Mu Jiqiu inquired, his expression impassive, his gaze deep and inscrutable, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Dong Shoshua shook his head with a sigh. Although this matter appears straightforward, it is precisely for that reason that it breeds skepticism. If the Xianling sect had indeed acquired such a legacy, why would they leave behind so many apparent flaws? Those involved may harbor doubts. Yet their personal interests compel them to feign ignorance. A faint smile crept upon Mu Jiqiu's lips as he responded noncommittally. Have you never considered seizing the opportunity for personal gain, Daoist Dong? After all, given the current situation, the Xianling sect may struggle to endure. Dong Shoshua shook his head solemnly. Our purpose in coming here was merely to seek a chance encounter. Now that it is evident that no such opportunity exists, there is no need to persist. As for their actions, what distinguishes them from mere theft? The Heavenly Sword sect can only strive to remain untainted amidst the chaos. We truly lack the capacity to extend our aid in battle. Upon uttering these words, a hint of melancholy washed over Dong Shoshua's countenance. Were it not for his personal temperament and his connections with several individuals within the Xianling sect, he would have undoubtedly intervened. However, he represented more than just himself. He bore the weight of the entire Heavenly Sword sect. A single misstep could plunge the sect into peril. How could he afford to act on emotion? With a resigned sigh, he pondered aloud, what of the Yushui sect? Why do they remain aloof? Mu Jiqiu chuckled softly. As you have so aptly stated, there are certain principles we are unable to uphold, yet we shall not trample upon them either. Moreover, the Xianling sect is no mere clay figure, should they be provoked. The 5 great sects would undoubtedly pay a hefty price. Dong Shoshua's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you truly believe the Xianling sect possesses such capabilities, Brother Mu? It is rumored that their ancestral figure is not present in the eastern domain. Daoist Dong, did you not remain here simply to witness the final outcome? Let us await the result in anticipation. Indeed, I sincerely hope the Xianling sect endures. Those scoundrels truly tarnish the reputation of the 8 great sects. Dong Shoshua cursed vehemently, feeling an inexplicable sense of agitation. What an exaggeration. Meanwhile, on the back mountain of the Xianling sect, Mou stared in astonishment at the items within the system's marketplace. Utterly dumbfounded, his heart raced uncontrollably. What extraordinary effects could arise from this unparalleled cultivation technique if combined with one's own physique and the principles of chaos yin-yang? One might even dare to say that transcending to the void stage or achieving immortality would be within reach. Chapter 41. Interest-free loans? The cultivation techniques are categorized into 4 levels: human path, immortal path, Holy Spirit path, and chaos path. Currently, he is exploring the final category, the chaos path. In his view, if one is to make a purchase, it must be the finest, especially since he possesses over 15 million in fortune value. Money is of no concern. The Book of Creation. This was the first martial art he beheld, so terrifying that it led him to suspect the system was deliberately toying with him. Introduction to the technique. The Book of Creation, one of the 3 most potent martial arts birthed from the primordial chaos before the heavens and earth were formed. When cultivated, it allows one to directly absorb the cosmic essence from the sun, moon, and stars, leading to an astonishingly rapid advancement. Upon reaching ultimate mastery, one can conjure existence from nothingness, create all things in the universe, and command all loss. This simple introduction left Mou trembling with excitement. However, upon glancing at the price, he fell into a profound silence. The price was a staggering 888 luck points, an overwhelming sum exceeding 8 billion. His current luck points were insufficient even to cover the decimal portion of the cost. He remained in a daze for quite some time, struggling to avert his gaze, only to steal another glance at the prices of the other two techniques. The Hongming scripture was priced at 88, 888, 888, 888 luck points, while the Tao scripture commanded a price of 99, 999, 999, 999 luck points. Staring at that long string of numbers, MOU was once again rendered speechless. The cheapest of them all still amounted to over 8 billion? He earned a mere 20 million for conquering a woman of fortune, and even if he exhausted himself, he would likely never be able to afford such a sum in his lifetime. He turned his eyes away, refraining from further reading the technique descriptions, fearing the blow to his spirits. Is the system's marketplace truly so merciless? Could there be no discounts? He inquired, his face rife with unwillingness and fervor. The system's doll-like voice resonated with astonishment and disbelief. Merciless? Host, do you comprehend the value of these three techniques? Never mind, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Just know that even a great Luo Golden Immortal is unqualified to possess any of these techniques. Were it not for me, you wouldn't even be worthy of knowing their names. You might as well look at the human-level techniques first. MOU was once again astounded. Not even a great Luo Golden Immortal was deemed worthy? Above him existed realms such as transformation, return to void, harmonization, great ascension, and tribulation, with true Xian immortals emerging only after enduring the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations, commonly referred to by mortals as celestial immortals. Legend spoke of true immortals, golden immortals, and only then the great Luo Golden Immortal beyond that. In this calculation, it feels as though he is separated by a distance equivalent to an entire galaxy. Reluctantly, he clicks on the next tier of divine-level techniques and first examines the prices. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation method is priced at 7, 888, 888, 888 fortune points. The 99 mystical arts are priced at 8, 888, 888, 888 fortune points. The method of transformation into freedom is priced at 9, 999, 999, 999 fortune points. As he reads through the list, the exorbitant prices leave him in a state of stupor. Even the cheapest option exceeds 600 million. Unwilling to accept this, he clicks on the celestial techniques. After reviewing them, his inner turmoil surges anew. How can the cheapest option demand over 50 million? Meanwhile, his entire fortune amounts to a mere 523, 800 fortune points. With a heavy heart, he exits once more and dutifully navigates to the human-level techniques, searching among the dazzling array of scriptures. The Primordial Sutra is priced at 22,000,000 fortune points. The Undying Sutra is priced at 18,888, 888 fortune points. The Void Sutra is priced at 16,999, 999 fortune points. After a thorough inspection, the most suitable technique within his means is the Jade Xianzhu interpretation, which costs 14,888, 888 fortune points, leaving him nearly depleted. He fixates on the description of this technique, his heart wavering in indecision. Jade Xianzhu interpretation, a top-tier celestial technique, the primordial spirit and cultivated approach perfection. It enables practitioners to advance all the way to the tribulation crossing stage. With sufficient talent, there exists a significant likelihood of ascending to the celestial immortal realm. Had the former MOU encountered this, he would have undoubtedly purchased it without hesitation. After all, it is a top-tier celestial technique. The prospect of cultivating to the tribulation crossing stage and even attaining immortality? This cultivation technique was previously unknown to him. In the realm, cultivation methods are categorized from high to low into 5 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, and common, with each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Throughout the Eastern domain, one would be hard-pressed to find even earth-level techniques, let alone those of the heavenly tier. Take the Xianling Sect, for instance. Its most treasured possession is merely a superior mysterious grade technique, the Xianling scripture, which has historically only been accessible to the most core disciples. MOU speculated that the other 7 top sects were likely similar. Yet now, a superior heavenly grade technique lay before him, readily available should he wish to claim it. However, having recently encountered an overwhelming number of advanced techniques, he found himself regarding the heavenly grade method with a touch of disdain. Akin to stepping out from a car exhibition and perceiving the so-called beauties on the streets is rather ordinary. He couldn't help but internally ponder, "System, how should I choose?" The system's soothing, doll-like voice replied calmly, "Dear host, while it is true that one may initially cultivate a heavenly grade technique and later transition to a superior method, such a foundation is ultimately imperfect. For lower-tier cultivators, the foundation is akin to the golden core. Yet, in the grand scheme from mortal to immortal, the most crucial foundation is the primordial spirit. Only with a flawless primordial spirit can the path of cultivation unfold smoothly. Thus, before you reach the transformation stage, you have every opportunity to perfect your foundation. However, this is contingent upon possessing a technique of Saint Spirit level or above. Otherwise, you will have to start anew regardless of the realm you attain. MOU is left speechless. Are you saying that without a technique of Saint Spirit level or above, I must begin anew regardless of my cultivation level? The system continued, if you wish to bypass the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, You may disregard this, however. If you do not enter this realm, the consequences will be dire. The system's dulcet tones were indeed pleasant, but at this moment, MOU felt a chill run down his spine. What do you mean by that? You need not concern yourself with this now, focus on your cultivation. The system fell silent, ignoring MOU's persistent inquiries. Feeling a weight upon his heart, he decided it was best to confirm his cultivation method first. Pondering these matters was premature. With a deep sigh, he once more accessed his personal panel. Host, MOU age, 299 realm, mid-stage nascent soul physique, chaotic divine demon body technique, chaotic yin-yang scripture fortune value, 1523 8000 conquered targets, Lu Ruyu. Sushiro pending conquer target, Lu Yuyin, 30, reward items, 5 draws with no grade restrictions, would you like to use them? Upon seeing the last entry, he was momentarily taken aback. He had nearly forgotten about the 5 draws awarded by the system and was uncertain of what he might obtain. However, he had never held much interest in lotteries or draws, having never won anything significant. His most notable gain from scratch-off tickets in his past life was merely 20 yuan, a result of investing 200 as principal. Thus, he had always viewed such pursuits as offering a glimmer of hope only to have it dashed by one's own hand. Still, with 5 chances to draw, he reasoned that leaving them untouched would yield no returns. It was better to proceed with the draws. System, initiate 5 consecutive draws. Understood. Dinging. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The system's repetitive gratitude left MOU's face paling. Although he hadn't harbored high hopes, he still anticipated at least a consolation prize. What a farce. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an opportunity for a long-term, large-sum, interest-free loan. Would you like to use this? What on earth is this? An interest-free loan? MOU wore a perplexed expression, questioning if he truly resembled someone in need of financial assistance. Yet, almost immediately, he recalled the chaotic Dao cultivation method he had first encountered, and his heart began to race with fervor. If he were to lend him 100 billion, wouldn't he be able to utilize the funds before repaying? Chapter 42. Then let it be 100 billion. System, what is the duration of this exceptionally long term? And what precisely constitutes this so-called substantial amount? MOU inquired anxiously. This pertains to whether he can afford the chaotic path techniques, compared to the prospect of recultivating later. Achieving it all at once is undoubtedly more economical. The crux of the matter is that possessing superior techniques will expedite his growth and strength, thereby providing greater assurance for his life. He wishes to avoid a repetition of the events from a century ago. A genius who fails to grow is no different from the weeds by the roadside. Based on the host's current talents and potential, the maximum repayment period is 5,000 years. The highest interest-free loan amount is 10 billion fortune points, which can be repaid in regular annual installments or settled in advance. What if he cannot repay? MOU inquired curiously. Should he default on the repayment, the system will directly erase the techniques from the host's memory and reclaim the benefits afforded by the system. MOU was left speechless upon hearing this. How ruthless. However, before he could voice his concerns, the system seemed to anticipate his thoughts and continued. The host should not entertain the notion of documenting or imparting the techniques to others without the system's permission. These techniques cannot manifest in any form in the external world. MOU felt a mix of joy and sorrow, his last shred of hope shattered. He had just contemplated the idea of purchasing such unparalleled techniques and practicing alongside his master and senior sisters. That would truly maximize the benefits. It appeared he had overestimated the situation. The system's anti-piracy measures were beyond his imagination. He asked again, if I purchase other techniques, can I impart them to others? The chaotic path techniques can only be cultivated by the host. The Holy Spirit techniques may be purchased for others, but only one person can cultivate them at a time. As for the human and immortal techniques, the host can freely allocate them upon purchase. MOU felt a surge of excitement within. Immortal techniques that transcend the celestial rank? Not to mention the immortal techniques, even celestial techniques are likely non-existent in the Qingyan continent. However, he cannot afford them at present and must defer such aspirations for now. The urgent matter at hand is to secure the loan. 10 billion. The loan amount is practically tailored for him. However, the repayment period of 5,000 years appears deceptively lengthy. After all, he intends to borrow a staggering 1 billion. This implies that he must repay a minimum of 2 million annually. Each of the 2 senior sisters can generate 1,000 fortune points daily, totaling approximately 730,000 in a year. This results in an annual shortfall of 1.27 million. Fortunately, conquering each fortune woman rewards him with a one-time bonus of 20 million fortune points. Currently, he has about 15 million remaining, sufficient to cover 12 years of deficits. As long as he conquers another fortune woman within this time frame, he can avoid defaulting on the loan. By then, with an additional source of fortune points and the 20 million bonus, he could bridge another 20 years worth of gaps. If he manages to conquer yet another fortune woman during those 2 decades, the risks are concerning. Conquering a senior sister seems straightforward, primarily due to the profound emotional foundation that already exists and the fact that he doesn't have to seek her out. However, aside from knowing that his master is a fortune woman, he has no clue where to find others. He is completely at a loss. If his master becomes obstinate and chooses to evade him by secluding herself or going away, it could take not just a decade, but perhaps a century to locate a fortune woman. The search alone could consume countless hours, let alone the necessity of ensuring she harbors complete affection and reliance on him. The risks are substantial, yet the allure of the chaotic path technique is even greater. He resolved to take a gamble, to strive for transformation, and dismiss his fears. System. Grant me a loan of 1 billion. Understood. The loan process is underway. The funds have been dispersed. Please check your account. MOU opened the system. Gazing silently at the lengthy string of numbers, feeling both exhilaration and immense pressure. It was akin to the experience of taking out a mortgage in his previous life. Back then, he was a slave to his housing debt. Now, he is a slave to his cultivation technique. The commonality lies in the fact that he must scrimp and save at every turn. He clenched his teeth and returned to the section for the chaotic path techniques. Staring at the 3 options, unable to decide for an extended period. System, considering my circumstances, which technique would be most suitable for me? When in doubt, consult the system. In these matters, the system's insights far surpass his understanding. All are suitable, but the most fitting for you is undoubtedly the Tao Sutra. He glanced once more at the introduction to the Tao Sutra, his heart racing. Tao Sutra, the most potent innate technique birthed from the universe at the dawn of chaos. All laws of the universe originate from the Tao Sutra. Upon reaching mastery, a single thought can cause the universe to collapse and trigger the cycle of reincarnation. Then I shall choose it. Without hesitation, MOU clicked to purchase the Tao Sutra. It seemed undeniably powerful, and the system had recommended it. Thus, it must be the right choice. Watching his fortune points diminish to a mere fraction of what they were, his heart felt as though it were bleeding. This amounts to an astounding 999, 900. It is merely a fraction less than 10 billion by a single unit of fortune. Contemplating the events of the coming days, he reluctantly began to browse through the magical items available in the marketplace once more. This time, he has learned his lesson and directly selected from the lower-tier items, even though they are classified as low-end, relatively speaking. The exquisite spiritual sword he presented to Yin Wuji is a masterpiece among spiritual artifacts. However, it holds little significance here. For even the most inferior items are treasures of spiritual significance. What he is currently examining is a verdant ancient sword, measuring 1.5 meters in length and roughly the size of an adult's palm in width. Its appearance is antiquated, resembling an ordinary greatsword. Yet, the description reveals an exceptional cost-performance ratio. Giant spirit sword, a low-grade sacred artifact, inscribed with a magical array that allows cultivators below the void return stage to unleash tenfold power instantaneously. However, it can only execute 2 consecutive strikes before the effect dissipates, necessitating a cooldown period of 10 days. Price, 2 million luck points. Without hesitation, MOU purchased it, feeling for the first time that the items here were remarkably affordable. The giant spirit sword, although ineffective against those above the void return stage, is nonetheless the most urgently needed weapon within the sect. With it in hand, one could undoubtedly strike down an opponent of equal rank with a single blow. Glancing at the diminished fortune value, now reduced by 2 million. He dared not linger any longer. These must be retained for the purpose of repaying the loan. Open the path for me. I wish to commence my cultivation immediately. MOU cried out inwardly with fervor. Not far away, Lu Ruyu and Su Xiao sat in silence, refraining from intruding. On their enchanting faces, which could captivate nations, there lingered a hint of concern. Although the sect had experienced a significant increase in strength, they were now confronted by the formidable 5 major sections. How could they not be apprehensive? However, regarding such monumental matters, with their current capabilities, the two could do little more than fret in helplessness. Sister, do you think those individuals will retreat in the face of difficulty after 8 days? Sushiro could no longer suppress her worries, her red lips parting to voice her concerns. In contrast, Lu Ruyu appeared considerably more composed, though a trace of anxiety lurked within the depths of her clear and pure gaze. She brushed off the slight creases of her long skirt and rose gracefully to her full height. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a delicate golden hue upon her slender figure, rendering her as ethereal as a celestial being, like a dream come to life. They will retreat. It will merely depend on whose resolve is greater. In this regard, our Xianling sect has never known defeat. Her tone was resolute, as if she were reassuring her junior sister while simultaneously comforting herself. In just 8 days, the 5 major sects and the prominent families of the eastern region will gather at the Xianling sect. This news has long been a topic of fervent discussion in the eastern domain. The local forces near the Xianling sect are acutely aware of the situation, their anxiety palpable as they resemble ants on a hot pan. Their connection to the Xianling sect runs deep, whether through talented disciples studying under its masters or familial alliances forged through cooperation. In the past, these ties were their lifeline for survival and growth. But now they have become a source of peril. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of their sects and clans. Consequently, many families have begun to summon their disciples back from the Xianling sect, severing their ties with their mentors. Those with established partnerships have urgently declared a cessation of collaboration with the Xianling sect. When faced with the prospect of offending a soon-to-be vanquished sect, their own safety undoubtedly takes precedence. Within just a few days, the Xianling sect has been reduced to a pariah, with all eager to distance themselves. Chapter 43, preparing for battle centered around the Xianling sect. Countless factions span a radius of 100,000 miles. Among them, the 3 strongest sects and 5 prominent families have always regarded themselves as subservient to the Xianling sect, with the Tianhua sect being one of the 3. As the leader of the Tianhua sect, Lai Rulin is acutely aware of the current predicament. Observing the elders gathered in the main hall, he eagerly inquires, Elder Qin, what news from the Yujin sect and the Zishu pavilion? The Yujin sect and the Zishu pavilion are the other 2 sects among the trio. An elderly man with white hair rises hastily, reporting to the sect leader. The Zishu pavilion has also issued a statement severing ties with the Xianling sect. However, the Yujin sect remains silent, leaving us uncertain of their intentions. Lai Rulin abruptly stands, his imposing figure exuding an air of authority as disdain flashes in his eyes. The Xianling sect is on the brink of disaster, and the Yujin sect still fails to seize this opportunity? Truly reckless. What are the other 5 families? The white-haired elder responds, the Wang, Yin, and Lu families have already commenced the recall of their kin studying at the Xianling sect. Those unwilling to return have been expelled from their families, acting decisively and without hesitation. Meanwhile, the Yin and Zhu families have yet to take any action, likely opting to observe from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, a wave of derisive laughter fills the hall. Can you believe it? Even now, they lack the courage to intervene. These 2 families are truly timid, someone scoffs. Indeed, while the Xianling sect has treated us well, it was merely a mutual necessity. In its current state, the Xianling sect can no longer protect us and may even bring disaster. It is our responsibility to draw a clear line. Another chimes in. Alas, the sect leader, in his consideration for our future, is compelled to make such a decision. What a burden to bear. Indeed, there is no need for the sect leader to feel remorse. As the leader of a sect, one must prioritize the welfare of their own, even if it means casting aside moral obligations. Lai Rulin, who had initially worn a smug smile, now feigns a look of resignation, lamenting, Elder Wang and Elder Shi truly understand me. Were it not for the circumstances, who would desire to act as the harbinger of misfortune? Yet, as sect leader, as long as my disciples do not perish in vain, I shall bear this infamy. Contemplating the promised benefits from the Yuming sect, he nearly burst into laughter. Although the benefits from the demise of the Xianling sect may be limited, if the Yuming sect fulfills its promise of allowing them to transcribe the Xianling sect's techniques, it would be an extraordinary boon. Given time, the Tianhua sect could potentially rise to become the next Xianling sect. With a hearty laugh, Lai Rulin can no longer contain his amusement. The others, undeterred by any sense of awkwardness, join in the exuberant laughter, observing the sect leader's triumphant expression. The elder who had initially wished to voice further counsel ultimately remained silent, recognizing the futility of his efforts. In his mind, he had believed that even without offering support, there was no need to completely alienate the Xianling sect. Like the Yujin sect, while they may not please the Yuming sect, they could at least avoid incurring wrath from both sides, which would be the most prudent course. After all, the Xianling sect boasts formidable experts in the late stages of the transformation god realm. Provoking them is unwise. Is it truly wise to rely on the Yuming sect for perpetual protection? At that moment, someone suddenly proposed with excitement, Master, since we have come to this point, why not align ourselves with the spectral sect and venture to the mystic spirit sect together? Absolutely not. Before the master could respond, the elder in charge of passing on teachings could no longer suppress his objections and exclaimed loudly, Master, we have always maintained a cordial relationship with the mystic spirit sect. Now, for the sake of our sect's safety, severing ties with them is already a considerable sacrifice. However, if we were to take a stand against them, not only would it pose a risk, but how would the world perceive us? Our sect's reputation would be utterly tarnished. Elder Lin, your perspective seems rather antiquated. In the face of the sect's interests, you still concern yourself with reputation? Indeed, since we have already offended them, why not go all the way? Only by doing so can we gain more leverage when it comes time to divide the spoils. Yet, observing the avaricious smiles of the others and the master's silence, the elder in charge of passing on teachings could not help but close his eyes in resignation. It appeared that this was indeed the master's intent. A great whale falls, and all things flourish. Everyone's ideas are splendid, but this whale has yet to perish. Are they not afraid of being crushed in their haste to surround it? Naturally, the Azure Cloud Pavilion had also received corresponding promises. At this moment, the pavilion master, Luo Sansi, sat in the grand hall of the sect, his gaunt face alight with anticipation. He glanced at the more than 10 elders below and nervously inquired, what is the current situation with the mystic spirit sect? Has Long Patian made an appearance? An elderly man with white hair hurriedly bowed respectfully, Master, please rest assured, the ancestor of the mystic spirit sect has not returned. It seems the rumors hold true. Splendid. Then in 3 days, we shall await the outcome. Whether our Azure Cloud Pavilion ascends to the next level hinges on this opportunity. Fortune favors the bold. Luo Sansi's expression suddenly relaxed, and the greed and anticipation within him began to grow fervently. If he were to take the lead, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to do so. Yet, the ones taking the forefront were the other 5 top-tier sects. This is indeed quite secure. He even felt that the Tianjin sect and Yushui sect which had not explicitly taken a stance, might harbor their own ulterior motives. Perhaps it was merely for the sake of pride, or due to their past camaraderie with the Xianling sect that they hesitated to approach directly. Otherwise, why venture to the Helan Mountains? And why have they not departed thus far? The Xianling sect's influence has waned, now regarded as the public enemy of the eastern region. One cannot blame oneself for being ungrateful. Luo Sansi concocted justifications for himself, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. A similar scene unfolded in many corners of the eastern region. Faced with the imminent downfall of the Xianling sect, everyone longed to take a bite. Of course, there were also many who sympathized with the Xianling sect, yet none dared to extend a helping hand at such a critical juncture, lacking strength yet meddling in affairs. One could only meet a swift demise in the realm of cultivation. Alas, I always sensed that the rumors surrounding this matter were somewhat peculiar. If the Xianling sect truly obtained a legacy, how could they still cling to it so desperately at this moment? The more people spoke of it, the more it became a reality. Perhaps some individuals were never even after the legacy itself. What a pity, among the 8 great sects. The Xianling sect had always maintained a commendable reputation, yet it was unexpectedly besieged by a coalition. There is nothing to lament, for in 5 days, only 7 sects will remain in the eastern region. Indeed, the Xianling sect is surely doomed this time. How stubborn they are. What stubbornness? Merely foolishness. Confronted with the formidable 5 sects, no one in the eastern region harbored any hopes for the Xianling sect, save for the sect itself. At this moment, the upper echelons of the sect were gathering at the back mountains gathering formation. To ensure safety, everyone was taking turns to break through within the formation. Gu Jiannan and others were personally safeguarding the group. Qian Baichuan had already been the first to break through to the late stage of the transformation god realm 2 days prior, and was currently consolidating his cultivation nearby. Tang Feihu had advanced to the mid-stage of the transformation god realm just yesterday. As for Lu Yuyan, having only recently entered the transformation god stage, she had not yet attempted to break through. Additionally, for inner sect elders, who had long struggled in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, were also preparing to surmount the formidable hurdle of the transformation god stage. At this moment, within the formation stood Zhou Buyu, as the grand elder of the inner sect. His strength, though not surpassing that of the prodigious junior sister, was nonetheless unrivaled among the elders. Having consumed the breakthrough elixir, he had already stepped into the transformation god stage within half a day. Witnessing his progress, the other elders felt a surge of excitement and anticipation stirring within them. Without the elixirs from Xiaoyu, none would dare to claim they had a chance at this level. Yet now, it appeared almost within reach. How could they not feel exhilarated? Especially with thoughts of the impending days, their emotions grew increasingly urgent. They were eager to observe the expressions of those who would arrive at the Xianling sect. Chapter 44. The return of the prodigy in the blink of an eye. Only 1 day remained before the 10-day deadline. Yet before the gates of the Xianling sect, a throng had already gathered, with cultivators converging from all directions. They were certainly not there as guests. Thus, they all remained stationed outside the mountain gates, including many forces that had previously maintained close ties with the Xianling sect, such as the Wang, Yin, and Lu families, along with the Tianhua sect and Zishu pavilion. In the past, these several factions were regarded as mere appendages to the Xianling sect. Yet now, these once loyal subordinates stand at the mountain gate like strangers. In a bid to sever ties and justify their treacherous actions, they have resorted to slandering the Xianling sect, as if the discord had been instigated by the sect itself. Meanwhile, Gu Jiannan sits serenely above the mountain gate, awaiting the return of his disciples, utterly indifferent to the clamor and discussions taking place outside. These petty clowns are hardly worth his effort. The crux of the matter lies in his desire to avoid provoking incidents that would expose his true capabilities. If action is to be taken, let it be a grand display. For instance, eliminating 1 or 2 late-stage transformation realm cultivators to instill fear in the others. Otherwise, similar troubles will be endless. The thought of the sacred artifact that Xiaoyu mentioned still leaves him in a daze. It is simply terrifying. However, after a series of miraculous events, the higher echelons of the sect have become accustomed to placing unwavering trust in Mayu's words. Once the 5 major sects have been dealt with, he shall gradually attend to those rebellious individuals. Gu Jiannan scoffed inwardly, casting a glance at those individuals as though they were already dead. The small factions, such as the Heavenly Fire sect, remain blissfully unaware that their fates have been sealed. In their eagerness to showcase their allegiance to the Underworld sect, they have been relentlessly denouncing the Xianling sect. Initially, their words were cautious, tinged with a sense of shame. However, as their tirades increased and Gu Jiannan remained unperturbed, their audacity grew, and they gradually became more brazen. In their discourse, the Xianling sect swiftly morphed into a villain of unspeakable depravity. It is my belief that the Xianling sect has been plotting for quite some time. Otherwise, how could the treasures within that cave have been so thoroughly relocated? The fiery ruling of the Heavenly Fire sect spoke with gritted teeth, as though his partner had been wronged. Beside him, the leader of the Zhixiao pavilion, Shen Tianxiu, nodded in vehement agreement, his wrinkled visage etched with compassion. Indeed, it is fortunate that the 5 major sects are upholding justice. Otherwise, the legacy left behind by the blissful immortal would fall into the hands of a solitary family. During the battle against the demons, the eastern region suffered the most severe disruption of its lineage. Now, with opportunities arising, it is the heaven's compensation for the eastern region. and it should rightfully belong to all. Even if we share some private ties with the Xianling sect, we cannot acquiesce to this matter. Otherwise, we would become the eternal sinners of the eastern region. Shin's noble sentiments command our admiration. Alas, if it were not for the Xianling sect's obstinacy, why would we need to turn against them? The elders who echoed his sentiments were none other than the patriarchs of the Wang, Yan, and Lu families, 3 of the 5 major clans. They are the strongest among their respective families, all late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Looking across the eastern region, as long as the high elders of the top sects do not intervene, they can be considered formidable figures. In the past, while there were occasional friction among the families, the overarching presence of the Xianling sect kept appearances relatively harmonious. Now, with a collective betrayal of their former leader, their relationships have actually intensified. They are acutely aware that to secure greater benefits in the future, they must unite to negotiate with the Underworld sect and other forces. Otherwise, as a disjointed assembly, they would garner no attention whatsoever. Hence, the Heavenly Fire sect, Zishu Pavilion, along with the Wang, Yin, and Lu families, swiftly formed an unprecedentedly united coalition. Ironically, it is precisely these factions that have been the most vociferous in their condemnation of the Xianling sect. As for the onlookers, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, they ultimately refrained from excessive boldness at the Xianling sect's doorstep. However, the individuals from the 5 major sects of the eastern region are evidently not among those restrained. Particularly the Underworld sect. Not long ago, they had suffered a blow from the Xianling sect and are now eager to reclaim their lost honor. This is also the reason why the esteemed elder Lang Qingshan of the ghostly sect arrived early with a host of prodigies, seeking to encircle the departing disciples of the Xianling sect and vent their frustrations. Unfortunately, their efforts resulted in nothing but solitude. The few who left were primarily those who had covertly allied themselves with the Wang, Yin, and Lu families. Recently, the Xianling sect has been remarkably tranquil. Contrary to the widespread speculation of numerous disciples being dismissed, the number of elite disciples returning in haste has been steadily increasing. These were the disciples who had ventured forth in search of the Tao's true essence for MOU. Among the 10 outstanding prodigies, only 4 have yet to return. 2 of whom are the female disciples of Lu Yuyan, Sima Fian and Murong Chodi, who are also among the 2 of the 8 renowned beauties of the Xianling sect. It has been humorously remarked that the exquisite beauty of Qingyan emerges from the eastern domain, while the beauties of the eastern domain flourish in Xianling. This refers to the Xianling sect's distinction of possessing 5 of the 8 most beautiful women from the eastern domain. The presence of these enchanting prodigies is well known among the young cultivators present. A significant portion of the reason why so many young individuals dare to venture forth to witness the spectacle is their desire to behold the grace of these stunning beauties firsthand. However, as they observed the continual return of other geniuses from the Xianling sect, many of the onlookers began to feel their blood stir with excitement, setting aside their allegiances. This unwavering spirit of bravery in the face of death is truly moving. Given the present circumstances, returning is tantamount to courting death. Yet, the disciples of the Xianling sect remain undaunted. As more individuals return, the expressions of those from the 5 major sects grow increasingly grim. Lang Qingshan's gaze darkens further. Though their return bore no significant impact on the overall situation, it nonetheless infused a sense of frustration, overwhelming the 5 major sects with their audacity. According to the disciples who had long been stationed outside the gates of the Xianling sect, nearly 80% of the close to 100 elders from both the inner and outer sects had returned in recent days, alongside thousands of disciples. Within the Xianling sect, only those who have reached the Golden Core stage are eligible to serve as stewards. Those in the late Golden Core stage may ascend to the rank of outer sect elder, while those who attain the nascent soul stage are promoted to inner sect elders. The Xianling sect boasts a formidable assembly of 42 inner sect elders, yet when faced with the combined might of the 5 major sects, they appeared somewhat diminished. The 5 major sects collectively harbored no fewer than 20 divine transformation stage cultivators and nearly 200 nascent soul cultivators. Yet, despite this overwhelming presence, the return of the Xianling sect disciples remained undeterred, which was a source of considerable vexation. As he gazed into the distance, Cold Qingshan noticed over 10 young cultivators approaching. Leading them was a striking young man, a mid-Golden Core stage cultivator. Unable to contain his ire, Cold Qingshan declared with a scornful laugh, "The Xianling sect stands on the brink of peril, and yet you choose to return to court death. How utterly foolish." The young leader cast a disdainful glance in his direction and retorted with a boisterous laugh, "What do you, who cower in fear, understand of the Xianling sect's resolve? We, Imo and Cho of the Xianling sect, return to our roots." The disciples behind him echoed his fervor, shouting with wild abandon, "Zhang Xiao'er of the Xianling sect returns to our roots. Mu Kaixia of the Xianling sect returns to our roots." At this moment, outside the gates of the Xianling sect, the air was filled solely with the furious roars of the young disciples, brimming with murderous intent and an unwavering willingness to face death. MOU's follower Young Mu. Returning to the sect, another cry resonated from the heavens. As the words fell, a young man clad in black, bearing a formidable sword upon his back, suddenly materialized. He was unmistakably an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Such youthful nascent soul practitioners are exceedingly rare, even among the esteemed sections. This rendered Lang Qingshan's countenance even more grim, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 45, Xianling Sect, Must perish. Audacious rogue, devoid of respect for elders, do you truly believe I would refrain from striking you down? Lang Qingshan cast a dark and brooding gaze upon the young prodigy named Imo Wenqiu, his expression icy and merciless. How could a venerable elder of one of the 8 great sects be scorned as cowardly by a mere youth? This brought his patience to the brink of its limits. Had it not been for the concern of maintaining his dignity, he would have acted decisively to eliminate his adversary. Moreover, he would have simultaneously dealt with that prodigy named Yang Mu. A nascent soul cultivator under 500 years old is, without a doubt, among the most exceptional talents in the entirety of the Eastern region. Of course, the exception being Imo, who reached the mid-nascent soul stage at the tender age of 180. That individual is nothing short of extraordinary. What further fueled the murderous intent within Lang Qingshan was the fact that this Yang Mu was a follower of Imo, making him all the more deserving of eradication. This time, the coercion against the Xianling sect has led to some discord among the 5 major sections. 2 of them believe that if the Xianling sect remains steadfast and refuses to compromise, they should eliminate all of the opposing sect's nascent soul practitioners and subsequently disband the sect, dividing their talents and resources amongst themselves. As long as the disciples of the Xianling sect cease their resistance, there is no need for excessive bloodshed. After all, as a premier sect in the Eastern region, maintaining a semblance of reputation is imperative. Regarding the inheritance of the blissful immortal, should the Xianling sect indeed possess it, it is most likely held by a select few among the higher echelons or by exceptionally gifted young practitioners. By seizing control of these 2 groups, even if they themselves do not obtain it, the Xianling sect will be rendered incapable of resurgence. Conversely, the other 3 sects contend that if the Xianling sect does not acquiesce to the demands of the 5 major sects, not even the Foundation establishment practitioners should be spared. They must either submit to the 5 major sects or be utterly annihilated. Having already incurred their ire, a decisive approach is warranted, after all. It merely entails the loss of more lives. Naturally, any disciples who dare to oppose or harbor animosity towards the 5 major sects must face death, regardless of their cultivation level. This perspective is held by the Yuming sect, Luoyan sect, and Kanglin sect. Thus far, the 5 sects have yet to reach a consensus on this matter. Consequently, their strategy is to eliminate all promising talents from the Xianling sect at any opportunity, to mitigate any future complications. At this moment, Lang Qingshan seeks to create an opportunity to eliminate Yang Mu. As for the ancient Jian Nan, who sits in the distance, the elders from the 5 major sects are tasked with dealing with him. Presently, apart from the ancestral figures who have yet to arrive, the nascent soul practitioners from each sect are already gathered, facing the mid-nascent soul Xianling sect with no pressure whatsoever. This is indeed the primary reason for his audacious demeanor. However, he has evidently underestimated the resolve of the Xianling sect. Just as he finished speaking, a figure soared over from the main peak of the Xianling sect. It was none other than Zhou Buyu, the one who had previously left him in a state of utter humiliation. Ha! You, Lang Qingshan, are truly rising in prominence. Daring to challenge a golden core cultivator from my Xianling sect? Zhou Buyu's laughter was laced with scorn and disdain. This caused Lang Qingshan's face to darken completely. Confronted with this lifelong rival, he felt his blood boil, the anger in his chest almost igniting his beard. Zhou Buyu, you may speak defiantly today, but by tomorrow, you shall become a shattered corpse. Lang Qingshan roared in fury, his body trembling with rage. Yet Zhou Buyu remained unfazed, his expression one of disdain and mockery. Even as a broken corpse, it could never be your handiwork, Lang Qingshan. You are destined to be trampled beneath my feet in this lifetime. If you seek revenge, you can only target the younger generation of my sect. How pitiable. Zhou Buyu's calm demeanor left Lang Qingshan feeling as though he had struck a fist against cotton, utterly powerless. But more than that, he was overwhelmed with wrath and shame, especially since he had recently been defeated by Zhou Buyu, leaving him lacking confidence even in his threats. Qingshan, step back and await tomorrow. To waste breath here will only invite ridicule. An elder with white hair and beard suddenly descended from the distant void. His ethereal presence was accentuated by his snow-white robes, reminiscent of a celestial being. Yet his fierce and indifferent gaze shattered this aura. Many prominent onlookers gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought the ancestor of the Yuming sect would arrive so early? It seemed they were intent on securing victory over the Xianqing sect. Huh. Not just intent on victory, they are likely here to annihilate entirely. Hush, keep your voices down. Have you forgotten the ancestor of the Chechen sect from 200 years ago? At the recollection of that terrifying scene, the crowd fell silent. The ancestor of the Chechen sect was once a formidable figure in the early stages of divine transformation. Merely for uttering a remark about the Yuming sect's ancestor being excessively tyrannical, he was enraged and slain by the furious Yubaihu. And Yubaihu was none other than the name of the Yuming sect's ancestor. Not content with that, he proceeded to the Chechen sect and slaughtered all of its disciples, compelling the sect to disband on the spot. In his own words, since you deem me tyrannical, allow me to demonstrate true tyranny. Fortunately, it seemed that Yubaihu either had mellowed with time or simply ignored the trivial exchanges among these small fry, sparing them from his wrath. This allowed the secretly anxious figure to exhale in relief. Confronted by an entity at the late stage of the transformation realm, these late-stage nascent soul cultivators were utterly outmatched. Yubaihu cast a fleeting glance at Gu Jiannan and scoffed. Does your Xianling sect truly wish to court death? With a tranquil demeanor, Gu Jiannan retorted. Is it truly a dead end? One must first venture forth to ascertain that. Perhaps it is you who will meet your demise. Yu Baihu erupted into laughter, dismissing Gu Jiannan's words as mere theatrics, believing such antics could obscure the truth. How naive! He exclaimed with prideful mirth. Although he could not discern Gu Jiannan's cultivation level, he remained unfazed. Once a cultivator reaches the transformation realm, their divine essence becomes more introspective, with the strength of their abilities more reflective of their spiritual essence. The spiritual essence itself is the most enigmatic aspect of the human body. Thus, unless one surpasses their opponent by at least 2 minor realms, it is entirely normal to be unable to see through another's cultivation. Some late-stage transformation realm cultivators cannot even perceive those at the early stages without engaging in combat. Gu Jiannan, being a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator and the foremost figure of the Xianling sect, was not to be underestimated, even by someone as arrogant as Yu Baihu. However, that was the extent of it. Were it not for the concern regarding the Xianling sect's ancestor, Long Pa Tian, there would be no need for a 10-day deadline. These past 10 days have not merely been a waiting game for their arrival, they have also served to ascertain whether Long Pa Tian still draws breath. Should he fail to make an appearance at this juncture, it would likely indicate that calamity has befallen him, allowing the various sects to act with unrestrained impunity. As it stands, this matter can now be deemed a foregone conclusion, with the Xianling sect facing annihilation. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge the presence of several transformation stage cultivators within the opposing sect, and he would certainly not permit the Yuming sect to confront them alone. After all, a single day's delay is inconsequential. At this moment, Gu Jiannan felt an overwhelming urge stirring within him. Despite the presence of several transformation stage cultivators, only Yu Baihu was at the late stage. Should he join forces with his 2 junior disciples, they would have a fair chance of slaying Yu Baihu without resorting to the use of sacred artifacts. Would this not allow for the preservation of a precious sword? However, upon careful contemplation, Gu Jiannan ultimately relinquished this enticing opportunity, setting aside the feasibility of swiftly encircling Yu Baihu under the watchful eyes of the opposing transformation stage cultivators. Even if they were to achieve a fortuitous success, their true strength would be irrevocably exposed, inciting profound apprehension and hostility throughout the eastern region. At that point, the rumors surrounding the legacy of the blissful fairy would transform into an undeniable truth, and a deeply held conviction at that. The act of slaying Yu Baihu would yield significant repercussions, although the shock of dispatching a late-stage transformation cultivator the following day would be even more astounding. The scrutiny would inevitably fixate upon that very sword. The desired intimidation would be achieved without fully revealing their capabilities. The only aspect requiring explanation would be the origin of that sword. Fortunately, the experience of Xiaoyu from over a century ago could serve to obscure this matter somewhat. The tales of Mou's entry into a powerful cultivator's abode had long circulated in the eastern region, while not entirely assured. This was the best course of action he could currently conceive. Having arrived at this understanding, Gu Jiannan ceased his verbal sparring with Yu Baihu and turned to the young cultivators standing respectfully beside him, instructing, "After years of wandering, you have all endured much hardship. It is time to return to the sect and rest well. Thank you, ancestor, for your concern. We are not weary." The young cultivators exclaimed in unison, their expressions a mix of excitement and guilt. In recent centuries, although some had returned midway, it had been decades since their last visit. Most had not set foot back in their home for a century. Little did they expect that their return would coincide with the sect facing an existential crisis. This scenario is akin to a wanderer, having toiled for years without achieving any notable success, suddenly hearing that his parents have been wronged. The complexity and fury of his emotions are simply beyond expression. Sensing the subtle emotions of those around him, Gu Jiannan refrains from elaborate explanations, offering only a reassuring smile. "It is well that you have returned safely. Hurry and reunite with your master and fellow disciples." "Very well, Uncle Master. We shall take our leave." The group, brimming with anticipation, bowed once more before swiftly making their way back to the sect. Gu Jiannan's gaze lingered momentarily on Yang Mu, his eyes betraying an unmistakable pride. "Remarkable. To think that after a century apart, you have attained a nascent soul stage. Go on, little Yu awaits you in the back mountain." He held a particular admiration for little Yu's remaining 3 followers, each possessing exceptional talent and commendable character. Their loyalty, unwavering despite little Yu's century-long ordeal, was indeed rare. "Old friend, that lad has taken his leave first." Yang Mu held great respect for this elder of the Xianling sect, though not a disciple himself. He had long been treated as one of their own by the sect's members, feeling a part of Xianling's sect over the years. Having not seen the young master for a century stirred his emotions profoundly, particularly upon hearing Yin Wuji mention that the young master's foundation had been restored. His heart raced with excitement, propelling him towards the back mountain. "Young master, I have returned." In the courtyard, Mou, who was listening to Yin Wuji report the situation, was suddenly greeted by an exuberant shout. A tall young man clad in black, his face stoic, approached with fervor. Mou could not help but smile as he stood to embrace the newcomer tightly. After parting, he playfully struck the young man's chest and laughed heartily. "Not bad. Who would have thought that after a century you would step into the nascent soul stage? Hiki, it was merely by chance." Upon receiving such praise, Yang Mu couldn't contain his joy, a rare smile breaking through his typically stern demeanor. The young master could see through his cultivation level at a glance, indicating that he had indeed recovered. Only then did Jiang Mu's anxious heart settle completely. Unable to resist teasing Yin Wuji, Mo Yu remarked, "You better keep up, or you might be left behind by Yang Mu." "Rest assured, young master, I will catch up," Yin Wuji replied with unwavering determination. He had believed that his diligent efforts would narrow the gap between him and Yang Mu. Little did he know, others had not been idle either. He strode confidently towards Yang Mu, robust arms landing a hearty pat on the latter's slender shoulder. "Old Yang, don't get too complacent. I will soon break through and catch up." Yang Mu cast a nonchalant glance at him, the corners of his mouth slightly curling. "I'll be waiting. But you might want to catch up with Shen Fei Xiong first. He is already in the late golden core stage and is likely to return today." Instantly, Yin Wuji's expression turned serious. Shen Fei Xiong had reached the late golden core stage? He was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough, but not necessarily soon. Each level of cultivation posed its own formidable challenges. Once the sect's crisis had passed, he would need to exert himself doubly in his training. Otherwise, claiming to be a follower of the young master would only bring disgrace to him. While he pondered earnestly, Mou presented him with a spirit-infused pill, speaking calmly. "Take this and attempt to break through." Yang Wuji's eyes widened in confusion, yet he harbored no doubts about the young master's words. Accepting the pill, he promptly swallowed it. Immediately, a jolt of powerful mysterious energy surged through his body, violently assaulting the formidable barrier within him. Ignoring his astonishment, he hastily seated himself to commence his breakthrough. Meanwhile, Yang Mu watched, utterly captivated. Has the breakthrough commenced? What miraculous elixir has the young master bestowed upon me, such that it is so extraordinary? Had I possessed this potion in the beginning, I would not have needed to invest several years in pursuit of a breakthrough. This lad truly possesses extraordinary fortune. Yang Mu couldn't help but murmur softly to himself. "You only need it for now. Come find me when you do," Mou said with a playful glare. Yang Mu quickly shook his head in embarrassment. "Young master, I can manage the breakthrough on my own. Such a divine object should be preserved for your use. I do not require this." Mou smiled and shook his head, offering no further explanation. With the profundities of the Tao scripture, augmented by the terrifying support of the chaotic yin-yang scripture, his cultivation speed was nothing short of supersonic. Only half a step remained before reaching the late stage of the nascent soul. Of course, this is not solely attributed to the cultivation technique. It also encompasses the merits he has amassed over the past century, the spiritual energy he cultivated during those years, although unable to be stored in the Dantian, permeated through his limbs and bones. Now, as he resumes his practice, it is a natural progression. As for the Breaking Realm pills, while they are indeed precious, they are available for purchase in the marketplace, albeit at a steep price of 200,000 fortune points per pill. However, in light of their efficacy, this price is almost negligible. Thus, the 9 pills he retained are to be used by whoever among them is in need first. Seizing the moment of Yin Wuji's breakthrough, Yang Mu recounted his experiences from the past years. Mou listened, her heart deeply moved. Though Yang Mu spoke with casualness, she could vividly imagine the dangers he faced. Nevertheless, all of that is behind us now. Mou patted him on the shoulder and, with a confident smile, proclaimed, "From now on, I shall lead you to soar, allowing you to witness the true pinnacle of the mountains." At this moment, Yang Mu discerned that the young master of yesteryears had returned, and he could not help but feel a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he nodded emphatically. "Very well. I shall hold the horse and wield the sword for the young master." However, as soon as he uttered those words, a weight of solemnity enveloped him once more. The young master had indeed returned, but how would they navigate the trials posed by the Xianling sect? Mou cast him a sidelong glance and chuckled lightly. "There is no need for concern. Tomorrow, we shall merely observe the spectacle." Observe the spectacle? Yang Mu's gaze was clouded with confusion, a myriad of questions swirling within his mind. Chapter 47. Fearless, come and battle me. The following morning, the atmosphere at the summit of the Xianling sect was grave. For nearly a century, the disciples of the sect had never appeared so unified. Among the nearly 10,000 disciples, at least 1/3 have long been wandering far from home. At last, they have gathered together. Yet, the joy of their reunion is overshadowed by the impending crisis, transforming into a fierce resolve, a suppressed fury, and an unwavering acceptance of death. Prior to their return, each one contemplated the most likely outcome, death. Nevertheless, they chose to return. Today will mark their moment of glory, as they endeavor to showcase the splendor of the Xianling sect to the entire eastern domain. As for those few who have departed, they are no longer considered disciples of the Xianling sect. Gu Jiannan, leading the senior members, stood solemnly at the forefront of the ranks, his eyes glimmering with pride and satisfaction, faced with such a catastrophic threat to their sect. These disciples rushed back to offer their aid. This is the spirit of the Xianling sect. Fearless in the face of death, they advance resolutely. He could not help but laugh heartily. In the past, the Xianling sect has encountered countless crises, yet we have always prevailed through unity. Today, the 5 major sects and those petty individuals seeking to take advantage wish to witness the prowess of our disciples once more. What do you say we should do? Kill. 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 The roar of 10,000 voices echoed, reverberating over 100 miles away. The grand and murderous aura instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. It was soon followed by boundless envy, and if such a situation were to befall one's own sect, it is likely that the disciples would have long since fled in droves. In the next moment, the disciples of the Xianling sect, led by the esteemed leaders including Gu Jiannan, stood before the mountain gate in a grand procession, their presence imposing. Opposing them was the formidable army led by the 5 great sects in the Liwen kingdom, equally numerous, with powerful figures aplenty. The overwhelming and terrifying aura they emanated stirred the air for miles around, creating an atmosphere of palpable dread. Meanwhile, standing beside the 5 great sects was Prince Qinji of the Liwen kingdom, whose gaze was fixated on Mou, who was accompanied by the 3 beauties, filled with seething hatred. Yet, the thought of the Xianling sect's impending fate after today filled him with a sense of exhilaration. Among these 3 extraordinary beauties, at least 2 will undoubtedly belong to him. This has been previously agreed upon. Today, those gathered here encompass nearly half of the formidable forces from the Eastern Domain. Not only have both opposing factions arrived, but numerous neutral powers also stand at a distance, observing the unfolding events. Among them are the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Jade Snow Sect. Although their respective ancestral masters are absent, several esteemed elders have made their presence known. Alas, it seems that the Xianling sect may struggle to overcome this trial. Elder Mujichio of the Jade Snow Palace expresses a sense of melancholy. It appears that Elder Long has indeed encountered a grave situation. Dong Shoshua also nods solemnly, a surge of unnameable indignation rising within him, leaving him in a state of distress. Within this narrative lies a profound anger directed towards the 5 great sects, coupled with discontent towards oneself and all those who remain passive observers. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, many matters are beyond one's control. What can one do? Just as several individuals were engaged in a frowning discussion, a sudden commotion erupted from the distant crowd. A colossal dragon, extending over 10 zhang in length, soared through the air with tremendous force. The fierce and domineering aura of this beast spread uncontrollably, causing the faces of many lower-tier cultivators to drain of color. Perched upon its head was a gaunt elder clad in a blue robe, his white hair billowing, his expression cold and his gaze sharp and profound. The appearance of the elder, known as the Dragon Rider, elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Surely, this dragon must be the mount of the Luyan sect, rumored to be a mid-Yuan Ing-class sub-blood dragon. Indeed, the esteemed ancestor of the Luyan sect travels with a Yuan Ing beast as a steed. Such a foundation is truly remarkable. The physical prowess and formidable spirit of this beast are unparalleled. To conquer such a creature, one must possess strength at least one great realm above it, particularly with this dragon, which is imbued with a trace of ancient dragon blood. Its spirit is exponentially more powerful than that of ordinary beasts. Taming it as a mount is an arduous task indeed. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, those of some standing approached the elder to pay their respects, their expressions radiating pride and satisfaction at receiving even a nod or a smile in response, as if it were a matter of great prestige. From the direction of the Xianling sect, Gu Jiannan solemnly introduced the young prodigies to the elder. This is Yang Lai, the ancestor of the Luyan sect, a practitioner at the late stage of transformation. He is also the uncle of Yang Tianxi, the supreme elder of the Luyan sect. He is known for his ruthless and unscrupulous methods. You must exercise caution in his presence. Understood, responded Mou and the others with earnest nods. As they conversed, another figure appeared, a plump elder clad in red, soaring rapidly atop a large red gourd. The gourd was at least as large as an ordinary house, and combined with the elder's red attire, he resembled a rolling cloud of fire. Gu Jiannan continued with his calm introduction. This is Jia Banqing, the ancestor of the Luoxia sect, a practitioner at the late stage of transformation and the senior brother of the sect's supreme elder Qiu Yuanjin. The gourd beneath him is a mid-grade spirit treasure, capable of nurturing swords and other magical artifacts, as well as enhancing the efficacy of pills, herbs, and beverages placed within it. He is known for his capricious temperament, fondness for wine and brothels, and his propensity to kill amidst laughter, often referred to in hushed tones as the smiling Yama. Mou could not help but inwardly marvel. Gazing at the jovial elder, who resembled a benevolent Maitreya Buddha, he found it hard to reconcile such a cheerful visage with the ominous descriptions. Ha ha, Elder Gu. Have you all made up your minds? Just as they spoke, the Maitreya-like elder approached, his smile radiating warmth, as if he were merely inquiring whether one had eaten today. Gu Jiannan replied with a fierce sneer, there is nothing to deliberate. Whoever dares to cast slander upon the Xianling sect shall find their hands severed. Jia Banqing halted 100 meters before the Xianling sect's ranks, his rotund face devoid of any sign of anger. Ah, the youth are easily impulsive. With your master uncle absent, we elders cannot bear to see you stray further from the path. Hand over the legacy of the blissful immortal. That treasure belongs to the entirety of the Eastern Domain's cultivation world, not to any individual. Otherwise, we shall forever be looked down upon by the other 3 domains. A fate we cannot accept. Haha, what Taoist Jia says is indeed true. This reflects our collective sentiments. An aged, hearty laughter echoed from the heavens. 3 venerable elders, their white beards and hair flowing, were seated in unison upon a massive golden stone seal, their ethereal and transcendent presence evoking a sense of reverence among the countless cultivators below. The stone seal itself was unmistakably extraordinary, emanating an aura imbued with a hint of the power of loss. This is, at the very least, a medium-grade spiritual treasure. At this moment, many elder cultivators have recognized the three individuals and are introducing them to their juniors. Through the surrounding discussions, MOU has gained a preliminary understanding of these three figures: the cold-faced, white-clad, white-haired ancestor of the Yuming sect, Yubaihu, the tall and robust ancestor of the Jinma sect, Jiangfeng, and the elegant scholar in a blue gown, Wei Daozi, the ancestor of the Kanglan sect. All of them are in the late stage of the transformation realm. The five individuals have sheathed their magical artifacts, standing proudly in the air before the gate of the Xianling sect, each exuding an ethereal presence and an air of detachment. The terrifying aura they unconsciously radiate renders the onlookers solemn and astonished, their hearts profoundly shaken. Each of these individuals represents the pinnacle of power in the Eastern domain, capable of annihilating an entire sect single-handedly. Yet, now five have emerged simultaneously. I pose this final question. Does the Xianling sect truly wish to monopolize the inheritance? The ancient ancestor of the Yuming sect, Yubaihu, coldly inquired with a disdainful smile. Calmly, Gu Jiannan stepped forward, deliberately avoiding eye contact with the elders of the five major sects, and addressed the crowd earnestly. I once again declare to the world that the Xianling sect has never acquired any inheritance beyond that which was bequeathed by our own ancestors. This statement I make only once more. Having said this, he finally turned his gaze to Yubaihu, sneering. As for certain insidious individuals who are unafraid of death, let them come forth to challenge me. What? How dare he? Although the onlookers had a vague inkling of the Xianling sect's intentions, their resolute stance left them in a state of astonishment. The Xianling sect was now irrevocably doomed. From this moment onward, there would only be 7 major sects in the Eastern domain. Countless sighs of complexity filled the air. Yubaihu's countenance darkened significantly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. If that is the case, then let me facilitate his demise. Chapter 48. The elder grows more arrogant with age. Ah, the Xianling sect, how foolishly rigid they are. Why can they not grasp this truth? Observing from afar, Dong Shoshua could not suppress a frustrated sigh. He needed not look further. The outcome was already evident. The combined forces of the 5 major sects, along with the predatory gazes of various factions, would surely lead to the Xianling sect's obliteration. Beside him, Mu Jiqiu, the elder of the Yushiwei sect, or an expression of complexity. The relationship between the Yushiwei sect and the Xianling sect could only be described as amicable. However, unbeknownst to many, his master had substantial ties with the Xianling sect's ancestor, Long Patian. Should circumstances permit, he would be inclined to assist. But the current situation had surpassed mere personal allegiance. This matter is of great significance to the survival of the sect, and it cannot be treated lightly. On the surface, the Xianling sect contends with the 5 major sects, yet behind the scenes, there are 3 other nations from the 5 great nations involved as well. This is precisely the primary reason why his master has not made an appearance. Unless the Yushiwei sect and the Tianjin sect possess the audacity to cast aside all reservations in order to assist the Xianling sect, there remains a mere 30% chance of success. However, it is not only improbable that the Tianjin sect would acquiesce. Even the Yushiwei sect would be unlikely to do so, given the immense risks involved, which bear no tangible benefits. Unless, of course, the Xianling sect truly harbors the legacy of the blissful immortal and is willing to share it with them. Yet, this possibility has grown increasingly elusive. Either the Xianling sect does not possess it, or if they do, they are unwilling to reveal it. Otherwise, they would have forged an alliance with the cultivation techniques presented much earlier. The thoughts of the two flashed in an instant. Yet the standoff at the scene had reached a boiling point. The disciples of the Xianling sect were filled with righteous fury, prepared to face death without hesitation. Conversely, the 5 major sects were equally numerous and brimming with morale. Friend you, please hold on. Allow me to say a few words first. The elegant and refined ancestor of the Kanglan sect, Wei Daozi, interjected with a smile, halting the sullen-faced Yubaihu. She turned her gaze towards Gu Jianan and chuckled softly. My dear friend Gu, if you wish to struggle on your own, that is your choice. However, why must you drag your disciples into this perilous dance, leading them to their untimely demise? Instead, let us allow the foremost cultivators from each side to engage in a discourse of principles. After all, fate governs life and death. Does it not? Gu Jianan could not help but smirk, replying, that suits me perfectly. At his words, the ancestors of the 5 major sects exchanged knowing smiles. The ancient sword of the South truly embodies folly. In their eyes, whether it be the disciples of their adversaries or their own, each represents a significant treasure. Long have they regarded these individuals as their own possessions, naturally averse to the outbreak of large-scale conflict that would incur unwarranted losses. Their foremost concern had been the possibility of the Xianling sect disbanding, with its elite members fleeing into obscurity. In such a scenario, they would be perpetually confronted by countless hidden arrows and ambushes. Yet now, the Xianling sect has chosen the most foolish course of action, brazenly attempting to confront them head-on without a modicum of self-awareness. In recent days, the Xianling sect displayed no intention of fleeing, which nearly provoked laughter among the onlookers. What is the difference between reckless bravery and suicide? In light of this, you may select any one of us 5 as your opponent to determine both supremacy and fate. The ancient ancestor of the Yuming sect, Yubaihu, smirked with disdain, hardly considering Gu Jianan a threat. Not only he, but also the surrounding few high-ranking members of the Xianling sect scarcely held any faith in him. The chasm between the mid and late stages of the transformation stage is not an exaggeration to describe as a vast divide. Although Gu Jiannan possesses remarkable talent, those who have ascended to the late stage of transformation are all in parallel prodigies. The outcome seems predetermined. Since you wish to face demise first, then let it be you. Gu Jiannan's tone remained calm, yet his weathered gaze flickered with boundless murderous intent. It was a fitting moment to settle both new grievances and old scores. Upon hearing his choice, the surrounding crowd exhibited no surprise. The enmity between the Yuming sect and the Xianling sect was well known. This animosity stemmed not only from the competition for resources and outstanding disciples between neighboring sects but also from the treachery that befell Mou a century ago, which the Xianling sect had long suspected to bear the shadow of the Yuming sect. This nearly led to war that year, in a gathering of tens of thousands. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Yet, from a camp behind the five great sects, a fervent shout suddenly pierced the stillness. Elder Zhiyu, victorious at the onset. Uphold justice for our eastern domain. All eyes instinctively turned toward the source of the exclamation. Many instantly recognized the speaker, their expressions transforming into one of astonishment. It was Lu Rulin, the leader of the Heavenly Fire sect. Wasn't this sect previously known for its unwavering allegiance to the Mystic Spirit sect? How curious. It seemed they had switched sides, albeit rather enthusiastically. Though it would be unseemly to label him shameless, the disdain etched on many faces was impossible to conceal. While it was understandable to avoid perishing alongside the Mystic Spirit sect, such overt betrayal felt rather inhumane. Observing the gazes directed at him, Lu Rulin appeared slightly embarrassed yet resolutely steadfast. What did the Netherworld sect require of them? Was it not to openly confront the Mystic Spirit sect? Otherwise, why would the Netherworld sect deign to regard them? Indeed, upon hearing his proclamation and witnessing the astonished murmurs around him, a gleam of joy illuminated Yubaihu's countenance. At this moment, the previously hesitant Zishu pavilion, along with the Wang, Yin, and Lu families, cast aside their reservations and began to flatter unabashedly, shouting in unison. As the saying goes, those who follow the righteous gain support, while those who stray from the path find themselves isolated. The Xianling sect and its insatiable greed leaves us no choice but to cease aiding their tyranny. Indeed, we are fortunate that in the eastern region, there are still esteemed elders like the wandering old man, along with other leaders of the cultivation community, to uphold justice for us, the lower-tier cultivators. Otherwise, we would truly be left wondering when we might catch a glimpse of the great Tao. Truly, the Xianling sect must be eradicated. Otherwise, peace will remain elusive in the eastern region. The more they cursed, the more fervent their vitriol became, as though they harbored profound enmity towards the Xianling sect. The current situation is unequivocal. The Xianling sect's downfall is inevitable. Having already placed their bets, they resolved to wager boldly, for only then could they attain their desires. The wealthy might gamble merely a fraction of their fortunes, but the impoverished possess no such luxury and are compelled to stake everything. At this juncture, the disciples of the Xianling sect were incensed by their shameless rhetoric, their rage rising to the point where they felt compelled to retaliate physically. Despicable scoundrels, seeking personal gain at the expense of friends, and taking pride in such treachery. You three families shall surely meet a terrible fate in the days to come, commanded an elder. Let us first eradicate these wretched dogs, they urged. When you were groveling for mercy, where was your scorn? Not even the young disciples were spared. Even the venerable elder Tang Fei who nearly charged at them if not for the restraint of the fourth sister. Mou's eyes blazed with fury as he cast a cold, disdainful glance at the families, his gaze as frigid as that directed at the deceased. These individuals shall meet their demise today. Yet, not at this moment. Silence. Without my command, none are permitted to act recklessly. Gu Jiannan, too, was suppressing his fury. Yet he forcefully admonished the disciples of the sect on the verge of an explosive outburst. Should a full-scale conflict erupt, the Xianling sect would undoubtedly face ruin. The most effective course of action is for him to take the lead, to set an example and intimidate the others. Only in this manner can the Xianling sect navigate through this perilous crisis unscathed. Otherwise, even with the sacred artifact in his possession, the Xianling sect would be unable to withstand a united assault from its adversaries. Though the disciples were incensed, their faces flushed with anger. None dared to defy the orders of the esteemed elder, gritting their teeth in restraint. Witnessing this scene, Yubaihu could no longer contain his laughter, casting a scornful and derisive glance at Gu Jiannan and his companions. A century ago, while the two sects had not engaged in direct conflict, the Yuming sect had been belittled at their very gates. Back then, Long Patian had been merciless, flaunting his formidable strength, while Yubaihu lacked the confidence to retaliate. Thus, he had remained overshadowed by the opponent's imposing presence. Ultimately, it was the intervention of the elders from various sects that prevented a clash. A dignified late-stage transformation god expert, having traversed a path of unbroken success and garnered the respect and admiration of the world, had never endured such humiliation. Today marks the moment he shall cleanse this disgrace. Gu Jiannan, today I shall demonstrate to you the true terror of a late-stage transformation god expert. This is beyond what you, a mere mid-stage transformation god, can fathom. Prepare to meet your end, ha 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 ha. With an air of arrogance, Yubaihu erupted into laughter. In an instant, he appeared in the void 10 miles away, one hand behind his back and the other pointed at Gu Jiannan. His overwhelming confidence and tyrannical presence left the onlookers in awe. Truly, the older one gets, the more brazen they become. Gu Jiannan sighed softly, then took a rustic longsword with a blue sheath from Mou's hand. He soared into the air. Chapter 49. I possess a sword that can sever the transformation god. As this scene unfolded, the atmosphere became solemn and silent. To confront a late-stage transformation god expert with a mid-stage cultivation level? Such decisiveness and courage are rare indeed. This is a life and death duel, not merely a contest of skills. The journey to the mid-stage of the transformation stage is fraught with challenges. It is a realm occupied by the most esteemed beings of the Eastern domain. Endowed with noble status, promising paths, and lifespan stretching over millennia. It can be said that as cultivators advance, their reverence for life intensifies. Beyond the path of immortality, few things compel them to stake their lives. Yet today, Gu Jiannan has imparted a profound lesson. From a distance, Dong Shouzhua could not help but exclaim. The courage of my friend Gu is beyond that of ordinary men, truly admirable. Muji Qiu echoed this sentiment with a melancholic sigh. Alas, the outcome is already determined. Not only they, but all disciples of the Xianling sect displayed expressions of tragic rage. The elder at the mid-stage of transformation was prepared to sacrifice his life to defend the final honor of the Xianling sect, even in the face of certain defeat. It seems that after today, the Xianling sect may meet its demise. But what of it? To defend the sect unto death, to fight without retreat. Voices rose in furious unison. To defend a sect, to fight without retreat. The thunderous roars echoed through the heavens, converging into a unified torrent of fervor. All disciples of the Xianling sect shouted until their voices were hoarse, blood-surging, their eyes ablaze with the spirit of mutual destruction. A formidable aura of killing intent erupted from the direction of the Xianling sect, stirring the air above into tumultuous waves. Observers nearby were struck with astonishment, their hearts gripped by fear. The might of the Xianling sect today indeed lived up to its fierce reputation, standing as the foremost in the Eastern domain. Even elders and disciples from the 5 major sects watched with trepidation. Fortunately, it was not an all-out brawl. Otherwise, despite their numerical advantage, the 5 major sects would undoubtedly suffer significant casualties. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed from afar. Fu Tianxiong of the Yujian sect, accompanied by elders from our sect, has come to offer support. I hope the friends of the Xianling sect will forgive our tardiness. The crowd turned to see a group of 30 or so golden core cultivators rapidly approaching from the northeast. Leading them was a robust, rugged middle-aged cultivator at the nascent soul stage, clad in a black robe that added an air of solemnity and authority. Upon their arrival, a wave of incredulity rippled through the onlookers. Could it be that the Yujian sect dared to come to the aid of the Xianling sect at such a critical juncture? Was this not a reckless gamble with death? Indeed, Fu Tianxiong was as rumored, rash and audacious, yet perhaps lacking in prudence. It was foolish to seek death at such a moment. I must admit, however, I find them commendable for their courage in coming forth. Who among you possesses such valor? An elderly man sighed softly, quieting the mockery around him. It is said that the Yujian sect was nearly annihilated in the past, only to be saved by the Xianling sect. Fu Tianxiong appears to be a man who knows how to repay a debt of gratitude. In contrast, the Tianhui sect, the Zishao Pavilion, and the other 3 families have certainly benefited from the Xianling sect over the years. Yet when the time comes, rather than offering support, they rush to take advantage of the situation, which is truly disheartening. As these words fell, the derisive voices in that vicinity faded away. Though they could not emulate such loyalty, it did not mean they would disdain such individuals. Who wouldn't desire friends who are grateful and virtuous? Naturally, those surrounding the Tianhui sect, including Lai Rulin and others, heard these discussions, their faces flushing with anger and shame. Yet with so many voices expressing such sentiments, they dared not offend anyone. They could only vent their pin-up rage upon the Yujian sect. However, before they could unleash their scorn, a self-deprecating laugh resonated from afar. Haha, it seems not everyone in this world lacks a conscience. Fu, my boy, you are quite admirable, at least more so than this old fool. With this declaration, an elder with an ethereal presence and a benevolent demeanor appeared. It was Dong Shouzhua, the esteemed elder of the Tianjian sect. Fu Tianxiong swiftly bowed in respect, his expression earnest. Elder Dong, you flatter me. The Xianling sect has bestowed great kindness upon my sect. One must recognize and repay such kindness, lest they be no different from swine or dogs. As he spoke, Fu Tianxiong's fierce gaze bore down on the members of the Tianhui sect, effectively calling them out. This ignited fury in the faces of Lai Rulin and others, while the heads of the Wang, Yin, and Lu families were expressions of shame and indignation. Unable to contain their rage, they retorted, Fu, if you seek death, do not drag our sect down with you. Such folly is akin to that of a beast. Indeed, as a sect leader, one must seek the welfare of their sect. To pursue personal fame at the expense of the sect's survival is to forfeit any right to mock us. Fu Tianxiong shot them a disdainful glance, sneering. You dogs are not worthy to converse with me. Do you seek death, Fu? The haughty glint in Fu Tianxiong's eyes, coupled with his contemptuous words, ignited the simmering rage among the Tianhui sect members. Yet before they could respond, Gu Jiannan cast a cool glance their way, coldly stating, Do you think that having found a new master, I would be unable to deal with you? Faced with Gu Jiannan's sudden warning, the group felt a chill run down their spines, silencing their reckless chatter. The Xianling sect had resolved to fight to the bitter end. At this moment, To provoke them again would risk inciting retaliation from those individuals. Even with the presence of the 5 great sects, safety may not be guaranteed. At this moment, Dong Shoshua had just ascended before Gu Jianan, his face awash with remorse as he bowed deeply, expressing his regret. Brother Gu, we have been friends for many years. Today, when the Xianling sect faces calamity, I, Dong, have failed to lend my assistance, and I am truly ashamed. Haha, Brother Dong, you are being too hard on yourself. We are not entirely our own masters, and I understand the burdens we bear, Gu Jianan replied with a hearty laugh. This matter need not trouble you. As long as those who come do not seek to trouble my Xianling sect, we can still remain friends. Please, Brother Dong, step aside and witness my prowess against our foes. With a bold smile, Gu Jianan then turned to address the Xianling sect. Yu Yin, we have guests arriving. Make arrangements for the disciples to receive them. We must not be negligent. Yes, master, Lu Yuyin replied respectfully. Then proceeded to greet the visitors from the Yujian sect in person, with MOU and others closely following behind. At this moment, the audacity to come forth for assistance has indeed earned Fu Tianxiong and the Yujian sect a measure of respect from MOU. In the future, there may be an opportunity to bestow upon him a fortuitous encounter. Meanwhile, Yu Baihu, who had been silently hovering in the air, wore a grim expression. Unable to suppress a cold snort as he declared, Gu Jiannan, once you have concluded your affairs, come forth and meet your demise. Gu Jiannan, standing opposite him, could not help but burst into hearty laughter, only to quickly suppress his mirth, responding with a tone of pity, Yu Baihu, you ought to be grateful for their arrival, as it has granted you a brief reprieve. However, the time has come for you to perish. As soon as these words were uttered, a wave of astonishment and shock swept through the surroundings. What audacity did Gu Jiannan possess? His opponent was a formidable being at the late stage of the transformation realm. Yu Baihu, equally incredulous, soon erupted into a sinister laugh, exclaiming, a mere mid-stage transformation realm practitioner dares to speak such words to me? How utterly absurd. Prepare to meet your end. Following this declaration, he struck down with a palm. Instantly, the sky darkened, and a colossal, boundless golden hand surged towards Gu Jiannan with tremendous force. This hand was at least 10,000 feet in size. Yet it moved with the swiftness of lightning. The terrifying aura it contained caused the surrounding airspace to churn and boil, as the violent spiritual energy rampaged uncontrollably in all directions. At this moment, the onlookers were all rendered speechless, their faces pale with shock. Many lower-tier cultivators felt their bodies stiffen, rendered immobile. Even the nascent soul practitioners could not suppress a burgeoning sense of helplessness. The terror of the transformation god was indeed beyond comprehension. Even a casual strike possessed the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. The disciples of the Xianling sect wore expressions of deep concern, their fists clenched tightly, in the absence of their ancestor. If even the esteemed elder could not withstand this force, then the Xianling sect would have no further opportunities today. Amidst the anxious gazes of the crowd, Gu Jianan suddenly smiled faintly, declaring, I possess a sword capable of slaying the transformation god. As the words left his lips, a breathtaking sword radiance suddenly erupted from his hand. It sliced through the heavens, descending upon this realm with an aura of annihilation. The unstoppable momentum seemed capable of cleaving the very sky asunder. Witnessing this scene, the previously composed Yu Baihu felt a chill run down his spine. A wave of intense fear and astonishment surged within him, his eyes filled with rage and disbelief, unable to contain his unwilling roar. How is this possible? You are not merely at the mid-stage of transformation god, but rather at the late stage. His cultivation level had indeed reached parity with theirs. The most critical aspect was that the power of this sword was utterly terrifying. One could believe it was on the verge of stepping into the void returning stage. Yet, at that moment, Yu Baihu had no time for further contemplation. That dreadful sword radiance had already shattered his palm seal and was now ruthlessly cleaving towards him like an ancient dragon rampaging through the mortal realm, unstoppable, nearly impossible to evade. It was as if he himself had been locked onto by that sword radiance. This caused him to be overwhelmed with dread. His serene state cultivated over millennia on the verge of collapse in the face of death. I refuse to believe it, he exclaimed. As a formidable figure in the late stage of the transcendence realm, he gathered all his spiritual energy, transforming it in haste into a resplendent golden barrier. Engaging in a counterattack was out of the question. He merely hoped to withstand this strike. If he could endure this blow, the others would surely respond and come to his aid. At that moment, he would have evaded this calamity. As for victory or reputation, they were utterly insignificant in the face of death. However, he evidently underestimated the formidable power of Gu Jiannan's sword. The golden barrier, upon which he had placed his hopes, proved as fragile as parchment before the sword's radiance. He felt a violent tremor throughout his body. And then it was cleaved in two. The severed halves ignited in an instantaneous blaze. An icy chill, as frigid as the depths of the abyss, invaded him completely. In the tremors of his soul, an overwhelming wave of regret surged within him. That sword was terrifying beyond measure, certainly more than an extraordinary spiritual treasure. Had he known that such a divine artifact was in his opponent's possession, he would never have dared to take the lead. Even if he had not yet reached the late stage of transcendence. Initially, he had aspired to exert more effort, hoping to reap greater rewards in the later stages. As a neighbor of the Xianling sect, the Yuming sect indeed possessed such advantages. Alas, now all was in vain. His physical form was destroyed. And even if he found a suitable vessel to possess and cultivate anew, he could never attain his current level of cultivation again. In the fleeting moments of these thoughts, his primordial spirit erupted in a frenzy, simultaneously issuing a desperate cry, "Brothers, save me!" His frantic pleas reverberated throughout the venue, in a bid to hasten his escape. He even employed the blood escape technique, darting at great speed towards the 5 major sections. The onlooking cultivators, aghast, felt as though they were trapped in a dream. The scene surreal. At that moment, the ancestors of the Falling Sunset Sect, Jia Banqing, the ancestor of the Flowing Cloud Sect, Yang Lai, Wei Daozi of the Kanglan Sect, and Jiang Feng of the Demon Suppression Sect suddenly snapped out of their astonishment. They exchanged hurried glances and simultaneously rushed towards the primordial spirit of Yubaihu. At this critical juncture, if all sects fail to unite, they may find themselves in a precarious position. No one anticipated that Gu Jiannan had actually entered the late stage of transformation. Moreover, that recent strike was truly terrifying, akin to a specter. Fortunately, he was pitted against Yubaihu. Had it been myself in that confrontation, the outcome would have been no different. This evoked a profound sense of sympathy and gratitude within them for Yubaihu. Fortunately, it was a fellow cultivator who perished. The two factions were not far apart. And with Yubaihu's soul blood escape technique, his speed surpassed that of his physical form. As they advanced towards each other, he swiftly concealed himself behind the 5 great sections. Gu Jiannan, who had initially intended to annihilate his soul, reluctantly abandoned his pursuit. However, he did not dwell on it for long. Even if Yubaihu were to find a suitable physical vessel, returning to his current realm would be an impossibility. Moreover, such a feat would take no less than a century. Ultimately, Yubaihu's soul was cautiously captured by the esteemed elder Yubuchuan of the Yuming sect, who carefully stored it within an ancient jade disc, anxiously casting glances at Gu Jiannan, evidently fearful of further pursuit. At this moment, all disciples of the Yuming sect were engulfed in a profound atmosphere of sorrow and apprehension. Had the venerable ancestor of their sect truly been slain by a single sword strike? So fragile, akin to a fledgling chick. Had it not been for the protection of other sect elders, it was likely that even the primordial spirit would have been annihilated in that singular blow, resulting in complete and utter demise. The recollection of that earth-shattering sword strike once again inundated their hearts with fear. Following this confrontation, even if the Xianling sect were to be vanquished, the Yuming sect would still emerge as the true losers. Standing beside the disciples of the Xianling sect, Fu Tianxiang and the assembly of elders only began to regain their composure at this moment. The ancient elder was actually at the late stage of the transformation stage. Moreover, he had effortlessly slain Yubaihu with a single sword. This indicates that the ancient predecessors are far more formidable than merely being at the late stage of the transformation realm. Who else in the eastern region could possibly rival him? Originally, they had come with a fatalistic mindset to repay a debt of gratitude, only to suddenly realize that their lives were no longer in peril. The joy they felt was simply beyond expression. The disciples of the Xianling sect, however, were even more exhilarated than they were. What does it matter if the ancestor has yet to return? The Xianling sect still boasts a powerful presence at the late stage of the transformation realm. This impending crisis has been resolved. Once the ancestor returns, the sect will be graced with 2 formidable beings at the late stage of the transformation realm, undoubtedly establishing itself as the foremost sect in the eastern region. At this moment, although Gu Jiannan appeared calm on the surface, his heart was equally tumultuous, stirred by waves of emotion. The power of this sword transcended his comprehension. Without this ancient blade, he would have merely been able to reach a stalemate with his opponent. Yet now, a single strike was sufficient to vanquish. As for the senior members of the Xianling sect, they were rendered utterly speechless, their gazes toward Mou filled with fervor and intrigue. There was excitement, curiosity, and a sense of pride swelling within them. Since Xiaoyu had restored his foundation, the sect had undergone a remarkable transformation. In just over half a month, 5 new god transformation practitioners had emerged. Most crucially, 3 formidable figures at the peak of the god transformation realm had been birthed. Coupled with the sacred sword in the hands of the eldest senior brother, their martial prowess could easily crush any alliance of 2 major sections. They were now the foremost sect in the eastern region. Who would dare to provoke them henceforth? It was astonishing to think that Gu Xiong had ascended to such heights. His combat prowess so fearsome, it was beyond imagination. Dong Shoshua couldn't help but express his astonishment, his eyes reflecting admiration and envy. Indeed, it was beyond belief. With such capabilities, the crisis facing the Xianling sect would surely be surmounted with ease. Standing beside him, Mujichio shared the same sense of shock. That strike had left even them in awe, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. With just 1 sword, a late-stage god transformation master had been reduced to mere fragments. The sensation was akin to hearing thunder in silence, or a mayfly witnessing the vast sky. With such martial strength, the 5 major sects would undoubtedly refrain from coercive force. Otherwise, if the ancient sword were to strike in secrecy, who could withstand its might? These truths are well understood by those venerable ancestors. Precisely because of their understanding, they bear an especially heavy burden. Now, they find themselves at a crossroads with only 2 paths ahead. One option is to risk everything and engage in a desperate struggle to jointly eliminate Gu Jiannan. The consequence of failure would mean living perpetually under the shadow of death, unless they remain united forever. Otherwise, any one of them, when facing Gu Jiannan alone, would meet the same fate as Yubaihu. The second choice is to seek reconciliation with the Xianling sect. However, the current dilemma is that although they possess 4 late-stage transformation masters, the initiative seems to be shifting away from them. How can they negotiate peace? Gu Jiannan, at this moment, appears almost invincible. Fortunately, he is not without vulnerabilities, particularly concerning the Xianling sect. In a true confrontation, they would suffer greatly, and the Xianling sect would be on the brink of annihilation. Realizing this, Wei Daozi of the Zhonglan sect solemnly approached Gu Jiannan and respectfully clasped his hands. Congratulations, Dao Friend Gu, on entering the late stage of transformation. Today, we have all been misled by the Yuming sect, which is why we came to inquire. Since you have clarified that your sect has not obtained the inheritance of the blissful immortal, we naturally believe you. Shall we put this matter to rest? Gu Jiannan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Oh, now you believe me? Of course, replied Jiang Feng, the ancestor of the Zhenemo sect. With grave sincerity, while the others nodded earnestly, it was as though late-stage transformation cultivators were incapable of deception. As for the fallen ancestor of the Yuming sect, he had become the greatest enemy of the Xianling sect and was almost immediately used as a scapegoat. However, Gu Jiannan fixed his gaze on a certain direction in the crowd, his tone imbued with an unyielding authority. Dao Friend Gu, though your combat prowess is formidable, do not press too hard. The 5 major sects are not afraid of you. Yang Lai, the ancestor of the Lu Yun sect, eyed the ancient green sword in Gu Jiannan's hand, a glimmer of greed and wariness passing through his eyes. Given their strength, they could see that the astonishing strike just delivered bore at least half the credit of that ancient sword. This sword is no ordinary artifact. Gu Jiannan let out a mocking laugh. Haha, not afraid of me? Then come forth for battle. Hasn't your Lu Yun sect always looked down upon my Xianling sect? Today, I offer you this chance. Shall we determine our fates? Wei Daozi of the Zhonglan sect hurriedly stepped forward with a smile to mediate. Dao Friend Gu, as one of the 8 major sects of the eastern region, we should favor harmony. However, we must acknowledge that our visit has indeed been inappropriate. How about discussing your terms? Yang Lai, his face ashen, turned away with a cold snort. To challenge Gu Jiannan one-on-one? Only a fool would willingly walk to their demise. After all, if the opponent could slay you by who with a single sword, he could easily do the same to him. Jiang Feng of the Zhenemo sect nodded in agreement. And the amiable ancestor of the Lu Xia sect, Jia Benqing, had no objections either. They all understood that Gu Jiannan might not truly seek to fight to the death. Yet, no one dared to take that risk. The members of the Xianling sect were notoriously reckless. If they truly cornered him, there would be no room for retreat. We will discuss conditions later. But I must first deal with the invading enemies. I hope you all will refrain from meddling, Gu Jiannan stated calmly, his dangerous gaze sweeping over a certain spot in the crowd. Upon meeting his eyes, the members of the Tianhui sect felt a sudden chill, an unprecedented sense of impending doom washing over them. When he spoke of invading enemies, he surely could not be referring to themselves, could he? If the Xianling sect had a target for vengeance, it would undoubtedly be the ancestors of the 5 major sections. But now, united, they were on guard. And even Gu Jiannan's formidable strength would struggle to easily accomplish such a feat. Hence, the second likely target for his wrath would certainly be those who had betrayed him. Realizing this, the leaders of various factions broke into a cold sweat, exchanging anxious glances filled with regret. Had they not been so greedy, even if they had remained indifferent like the Yin and Zhu families, they would not find themselves in such a passive predicament today. Qin Jiyi, standing among the elders of the 5 major sects, instinctively shrank back into the crowd. The members of the Xianling sect were mad enough to kill even the ancestor of the Yuming sect, if they took a disliking to him. A single sword strike could spell his end. Wei Daozi and the others understood precisely whom Gu Jiannan intended to eliminate. Exchanging glances, they subtly nodded in agreement. Haha, this is a matter for the Xianling sect. We will not interfere. Dao Friend Gu, please proceed at your discretion. Lai Rulin could no longer contain himself. Fear etched across his face as he approached the elder Yubu Kun of the Yuming sect, bowing and stammering. Elder Yu, the Yuming sect has promised to protect us from threats. We have followed your instructions diligently, and you cannot forsake us in our time of peril. Indeed, Elder Yu. Use silence. What do you mean by following my instructions? When have I ever instructed you to do anything? Yubu Kun interrupted darkly, his heart seething with rage at the thought of silencing them. Currently, the ancestor of their sect lay shattered, while the Xianling sect had gained a formidable late-stage transformation master. Furthermore, the Yuming sect had provoked the Xianling sect just over 2 months ago and had set a challenge for a competition in a year. Given the prior grievances, the Yuming sect was undoubtedly the most precarious among the 5 major sections. The weight of these matters pressed heavily upon his heart, instilling a profound sense of dread. Where would he find the leisure to address the members of the Tianhui sect? He could only hope that their demise might quell the wrath of the Xianling sect. Upon hearing Yu Buchuan's words, Lai Rulin and the others turned ashen, exchanging glances before discarding their pride and kneeling before Gu Jiannan, pleading, esteemed elder. We have been blinded by our own folly. In our desperation to protect our sect, we have committed this grievous error. We beseech you for another chance. Indeed, we shall henceforth adhere faithfully to the Xianling sect and will not transgress again. We were compelled to seek refuge with the underworld out of concern for our sect's survival. It was a last resort. Their voices were filled with desperation, as if laden with grievances. Yet, those around them listened with disdain. To surrender to the enemy at the first sign of trouble and then return to beg for mercy was a pitiful display. This is an utter display of shamelessness taken to the extreme. How dare you, you despicable creature, attempt to linger in the shadows, scavenging for scraps, while still having the audacity to claim victimhood. Victimized, you say? Nonsense. Fu Tianxing of the Sword Master Sect was the first to step forward and unleash a barrage of scorn. This time, in the face of his insults, several individuals remained silent. At present, the Sword Master Sect is merely the foremost subordinate of the Xianling Sect, as long as the Xianling Sect stands strong. Who would dare to provoke him? This is the reward for timely assistance amidst adversity. The individuals awaiting their fate naturally dared not retort. Gu Jiannan listened in silence until they finished speaking, then coldly remarked, I have yet to declare whom I intend to kill, yet you all hastily plead for mercy, demonstrating a keen awareness of your circumstances. Since you claim to act for the sake of your sect, I shall grant you an opportunity. Upon hearing this, the group was instantly overjoyed. Thank you, esteemed Elder Gu, for your magnanimity, one of them exclaimed. Gu Jiannan, however, loudly raised his hand to interrupt them. Stop. You may take your own lives, and then remove your families and sects 30,000 miles away from the Xianling sect. However, you are forbidden from taking any cultivation resources with you. Otherwise, he did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood the implications of his unspoken words. The realm of cultivation has always been merciless, and this leniency was already a concession. At the very least, MOU felt it insufficient. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on such trifles. Next, he intended to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. The sect's focus would be on investigating the orchestrators behind the scenes, as well as the whereabouts of the ancestral dragon, Petion. Furthermore, the absence of the other two senior sisters weighed heavily on his mind. Noticing the slight furrow of his brow, Liu Yin could not help but inquire softly, Little you, what troubles you? It concerns our two senior sisters. I wish to discuss it in detail with our master later. Observing the earnest expression on MOU's face, Liu Yin felt that his reason for seeking her out was somewhat lacking. After all, given the distance, it was quite normal to lose contact in certain special secret realms. That scoundrel, he must be deliberately seeking an excuse to draw closer to her. She couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush, her beautiful eyes casting a subtle glance of disdain in his direction. Then, she chose to remain noncommittal. At that moment, a sudden cry of despair and indignation echoed through the arena. We all acknowledge our mistakes. What more do you desire? He swiftly turned his head to observe. There. A figure soared into the sky, hastily retreating into the distance. It was none other than the leader of the Tianhui sect, Lai Rulin. Simultaneously, the heads of the Wang, Yin, and Lu clans, along with the master of the Zishu pavilion, were all fleeing in different directions, clearly unwilling to embrace their own demise in the face of death. Unfortunately, they had scarcely covered a distance of 1,000 meters before their bodies plummeted like kites severed from their strings, as if burdened by an immense mountain. Their descent was astonishingly swift. Those who gazed towards the north were left in a state of shock and bewilderment. Their astonishment did not stem from the fact that these individuals were easily left behind. It would indeed be a marvel if mere few Yuan cultivators could escape from a powerful being at the late stage of the transformation god realm. What truly astonished everyone was the luxurious dragon carriage soaring through the distant sky. This dragon carriage, in essence, were little difference from a horse-drawn carriage. It was merely the type of beast that drew it that varied. It was pulled by 4 colossal white dragons, each measuring 20 to 30 zhang in length. Judging by its imposing presence, it far surpassed the steed of the old ancestor of the Luyan sect. All the transformation god cultivators present could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. It was simply too extravagant. The 4 white dragons were, astonishingly, all early-stage transformation beasts. What manner of existence might those on the luxurious carriage possess? Chapter 52. The familiar little girl amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. The grand and opulent dragon carriage swiftly arrived before the gate of the Xianling sect. The driver was an elderly man clad in a coarse short shirt, his frame gaunt and frail. His expression was stern and indifferent, his eyes flickering with a detachment that seemed to repel even the closest of encounters. It was as if nothing in the world could stir his interest. His aura was as enigmatic as the depths of an abyss, and not a single one of the transformation cultivators present could discern the extent of his power. In fact, they were left with an unsettling sense of inferiority, causing a subtle tremor of apprehension among the esteemed individuals gathered. Such a character, yet entrusted with the reins of a carriage? The gaze of the crowd shifted towards the dragon carriage. It was grand, resembling a mobile palace upon closer inspection. Among the onlookers were seasoned cultivators, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The very frame of the dragon carriage was forged from the rarest extraterrestrial gold and iron essence, a material of the highest caliber for crafting exquisite spiritual treasures. Even a piece the size of a fist could incite fierce competition among the gathered cultivators, let alone such an enormous dragon carriage. Even the venerable ancestors of the 5 major sects gazed upon it with envy and racing hearts. As for the carriage's interior, it was constructed from the precious essence of a millennium-old dragonbone treasure tree, an exceptional material for forging magical arrays. Countless profound runes were inscribed upon it, a gentle flow of arcane power circulating within, exuding an extraordinary sanctity. Gu Jiannan was equally astounded. unless one wielded the colossal spirit sword in hand. Breaching the protective array of the carriage was utterly inconceivable. It was simply too extravagant, not to mention the 4 colossal dragons. Even the single carriage was beyond the financial reach of many prominent sections. What sort of entity could afford such a vehicle? The expression of shock and curiosity was evident on everyone's faces, including MOU's, just as the crowd was lost in wonder. A melodious and youthful voice suddenly rang out from within the carriage. Grandpa Gu, have we arrived? Indeed, second miss, we have reached the Xianling Sect. The once indifferent expression of the carriage driver transformed in an instant, becoming as warm and gentle as a kindly old neighbor. His smile was as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. MOU could only watch in speechless amazement. The speed at which their expressions changed is quite astonishing, isn't it? However, what could they possibly seek at the Xianling Sect? Could it be that they are also drawn by the so-called legacy? He couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Upon hearing this, the representatives of the 5 major sects brightened with anticipation in their eyes. The backgrounds of these individuals are evidently extraordinary, especially those of the 2 elderly men, whose strength is profoundly inscrutable. If this were to bring trouble to the Xianling Sect, it would be splendid. However, the higher-ups of the Xianling Sect remained vigilant. As the crisis was on the verge of resolution, they were not inclined to invite further complications at this juncture. As for those from the Tianhua sect, they had long since been slain on the spot by the hot-tempered Tang Feihu, with not even a trace of their primordial spirits managing to escape. At that moment, the curtain of the dragon carriage stirred, and a delicate hand, as pale as jade, emerged. As the curtain was drawn aside, a petite figure swiftly leapt from within the carriage. Yiqin Shan, a beautiful young girl of around 13 or 14, possessed dark, pure eyes brimming with spirit. Her demeanor was charming, with a face sculpted like fine porcelain. Beneath a flowing white silk gown, her small frame stood upright, resembling a young lotus leaf just breaking through the surface. Adorning her wrist was a string of jade beads with pink tassels cascading down, which added a playful charm to her ethereal and pure presence. Upon noticing the multitude gathered around, the young girl's cheeks flushed, and she quickly assumed a poised and graceful stance. An air of dignified elegance enveloped her, while her rosy cheeks rendered her irresistibly adorable. The charming young girl, upon first glance, evokes an inexplicable fondness in anyone who beholds her. So much so that the elderly woman with silver hair and the 4 exquisitely beautiful maidens accompanying her go entirely unnoticed. Despite the old woman's aura being as formidable as that of the carriage driver, and the 4 maidens possessing the strength of the nascent soul, the gaze of the onlookers remains irresistibly drawn to the little girl. MOU is no exception. Beside him, his second senior sister, Su Xiao, has already become wide-eyed with admiration. He cannot help but steal a glance, only to find that even his usually aloof master and senior sister's eyes have softened somewhat, leaving him in a state of mild astonishment. The so-called universal sacred spirit body is truly capable of captivating both the young and the old. A translucent panel hovered above the little girl's head, displaying the following information. Name, Yi Qishan, daughter of fortune. Age, 14 years. Realm, late stage of Qi refinement. Constitution, universal sacred spirit body. Innately harmonious with all beings across the realms, safeguarded by the providence of destiny, impervious to all evil. Yet another daughter of fortune? Alas, her youth is a lamentable factor. And he instinctively shook his head. This enchanting beauty is destined to become a stunning figure of unparalleled allure, one that could potentially bring calamity upon the nation. Yet, at present, he possesses not a single thought of such grandeur. In the realm of immortality, he is merely a child, and even in the mundane world of Blue Star, he remains just that, an innocent youth. It is almost comical to think of him in the context of the immortal society, where hundreds of years still classify one as relatively young. Since acquiring the system, his immediate reaction upon encountering a woman of destiny is to contemplate how to conquer her. Setting aside her age, one can discern from her demeanor that she undoubtedly hails from a prestigious lineage of a formidable immortal clan. At the very least, the current Xianling sect is not yet capable of affording such a grandiose chariot. She travels with 2 individuals who appear to be late-stage transformation deities, drawn by 4 transformation-level flood dragons. Even her maidservants are practitioners at the nascent soul stage. Such individuals are not easily subdued, especially when the nature of their intentions, whether friend or foe, remains uncertain. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the young girl gracefully approached the Xianling sect. The elderly coachman and the silver-haired matron flanked her, forming a protective stance, while 4 beautiful maidens trailed behind. The expressions of the group revealed their surprise. They had not anticipated such a gathering of formidable figures. The presence of 30 to 40 divine transformation cultivators compelled them to exercise caution. As the host of this domain, Gu Jiannan was the first to extend a courteous gesture towards the elderly driver, stating, "Might I inquire what brings you esteemed friends to our sect?" Despite the man's role as a mere driver, Gu Jiannan showed him the utmost respect. "We come not to impose, but rather to seek your assistance." The elder replied after a moment's pause, glancing around before continuing, "Perhaps we could discuss matters in detail once you have concluded your affairs here?" Gu Jiannan nodded with a smile. "Very well. Yu Yin, please escort these esteemed friends to the reception hall. I shall join you shortly." The elderly man turned to the silver-haired matron beside him, his eyes reflecting a silent inquiry. to which she subtly shook her head. She understood her companion's intent. Yet the complexities of the situation warranted her non-involvement. Unexpectedly, the young girl's gaze flitted around before settling on Mou's face, and she chirped, "Big brother. Do you need any help?" Mou, taken aback, smiled and gently shook his head. "Thank you, little sister, but we can manage these matters ourselves." The girl's expression grew serious, her eyes earnest. "Oh, if they bully you because of their numbers, I can ask Grandpa Gu and the others for assistance. He has never lost a fight. All right, if we do require help, I will seek you out," Mou replied, suppressing his curiosity with a smile. The girl beamed. Her smile radiant, as her clear eyes arched like a crescent moon. The two elders trailing behind exchanged astonished glances, both surprised by the apparent familiarity between the young girl and this newcomer. Could it be? They pondered, their thoughts lingering as they followed Liu Yin into the Xianling sect. "Big brother, don't forget to find me once you're finished," the girl called, waving goodbye as she walked away. "Of course," Mou replied with a smile and a nod. Witnessing this interaction, the high-ranking members of the 5 great sects darkened in countenance. Ultimately, amidst the mocking laughter of the Xianling sect disciples, they begrudgingly exchanged a few words before departing in disgrace. Their ambitious plans to annihilate the Xianling sect had backfired, leaving them in a state of disarray. The ancestor of the Yuming sect had even met his demise. After today, the Xianling sect would undoubtedly rise to prominence. As the 5 great sects retreated, Gu Jiannan and the others wore expressions of icy resolve. While it was not the opportune moment to act, they knew that soon enough their adversaries would not remain united. When their guard was down, it would be the perfect time for the Xianling sect to exact revenge. Mou followed his master back to the sect's reception hall. Upon seeing him, the young girl quickly flashed him a sweet smile and waved. Perhaps it was a mere illusion, but Mou sensed a hint of caution and eagerness in her smile. This deepened his inner confusion. Chapter 53. Desperate pleas for the Ling Zone, seeking opportunities? Upon observing the expression on the young girl's face, Mou was utterly astonished. Although the old man had previously mentioned that there was a matter of request, with the other party's background, what could compel them to seek assistance from the Xianling sect? Moreover, this young girl had approached him directly. Could it be that this matter was related to him? "Big brother, please sit here." The young girl pointed to a nearby seat, her smile radiant. Gazing at her innocent and pure smile, Mou momentarily set aside his suspicions and sat down beside her with a smile. After a few pleasantries among the group, the white-haired old woman kindly introduced Mou, saying, "This is my second young lady, Yuqi Shan, and I am called Xiang Lanji." She then gestured towards the poker-faced old man beside her, chuckling. "That old fellow who looks as if someone owes him spirit stones is Gu Dongzhou. His expression may be somewhat grim, and he is rather unattractive. Yet he is not a bad person." Mou couldn't help but glance at the old man, who indeed wore a cold expression, however. It would be an exaggeration to call him ugly. On the contrary, the old man's calm and serious demeanor exuded an air of a transcendent master. Junior Mou pays his respects to the two esteemed elders. Mou hastily offered a respectful greeting. Mo Gongzi is being too polite. Though the old man did not smile, his return gesture was quite courteous. As for the white-haired old woman, she was much more affable, her smile growing warmer by the moment. "My second young lady has always been simple-minded since childhood, and being young, she may have been impolite. I hope Mo Gongzi will be forgiving." Mou politely shook his head, smiling. "Elder, you are too kind. Miss U's pure heart is universally cherished. How could there be any notion of impoliteness? Haha, if the young master is not offended, then this old woman can rest easy." The white-haired old woman laughed heartily, clearly pleased by his praise. The young girl turned her sparkling eyes toward him, her slender, elegant legs gracefully positioned together. "And Xiang, I told you Big Brother wouldn't mind." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiang Lanji finally broached the main topic, her expression turning serious as she sighed. "To speak frankly, we have come here with an urgent request. Although it may be abrupt, it concerns a matter of life and death, and we cannot afford to be overly cautious. Please, speak freely," Gu Jiannan replied calmly, raising his hand, neither affirming nor denying. Xiang Lanji pondered for a moment before stating solemnly, "We are from the Yi family of the Divine Awakening continent, a lineage with a legacy spanning 1,000,000 years. And we hold a modest reputation there." The hearts of those present trembled at this revelation. No wonder the other party's presence was so grand. They were indeed from an ancient family of cultivators on the Divine Awakening continent. That explained everything. The Qingyan continent, situated in the vast and boundless Qingming realm, encompasses 7 major continents: Divine Awakening, Everbright, Snowfield, Flatlands, Enchantment, Qingyun, and Flowing Wind. Each continent is so expansive that it seems to form its own realm, separated by a terrifying and mysterious endless sea. Ordinary cultivators cannot traverse the sea without the protection of exceptional flying spirit treasures or being at the nascent soul stage. Though each continent possesses its own unique customs and cultures, even the Enchantment continent, the stronghold of demon cultivators, is not devoid of ancient human cultivation families. Meanwhile, the Qingyan continent in the eastern region is vast and its cultivation civilization flourishes, yet it holds a relatively low profile within the entirety of the Qingming realm, lacking comparability to the prominent Divine Awakening continent. The Yi family, with a lineage spanning over 1,000,000 years in the realm of divine awakening, possesses a depth of heritage that far surpasses that of the Xianling sect. It cannot merely be regarded as a modestly renowned entity, its complexities are likely profound. Xiang Lanji paused momentarily, inhaling deeply before continuing. 23 years ago, the fourth-generation great-granddaughter of the Yi family was born, who was the elder sister of the second young lady. However, from the moment of her birth, she was afflicted with an innate malady. The Yi family has endeavored countless remedies, all to no avail, and her lifespan now dwindles. Fortuitously, they received guidance from an esteemed sage, who indicated that there exists a glimmer of hope only by venturing to the sacred land in the Far East. The Qianshan Spirit Sect. The eastern region of the Qingyan continent lies to the east of the Qiming realm, and your esteemed sect is positioned directly east of that region. Coupled with the mention of the Qianshan Spirit Sect, it is highly probable that they are referring to your venerable sect. At this juncture, whether it be the white-haired matron, the stoic-faced individual, or the enchanting young beauty, Yi Qingxian, all gazed eagerly at Gu Jiannan, their eyes brimming with anticipation and trepidation. Thus, we have come to this place, hoping to reside within your esteemed sect for a time, in search of that slender thread of hope. Gu Jiannan could not help but ponder deeply. While there is a possibility that their claims hold truth, it is noteworthy that news of the blissful fairy-s inheritance has recently emerged, prompting others to seek refuge within the Xianling sect in pursuit of opportunities. This is not merely a matter of residence, it is about seeking opportunities within. Who can refrain from pondering? It is essential to understand that the territory of the sect is the core of its secrets. Numerous rare and precious natural treasures are nurtured and cultivated within, and the treasure chambers and caves are densely scattered throughout. How could outsiders be allowed to intrude freely? Noticing the troubled expression on Gu Jiannan's face, Xiang Lanji hurriedly produced a storage ring and handed it over, sincerely stating, "We are aware that this action is inappropriate. Yet we find ourselves with no other recourse. We implore you to understand our eagerness to save a life. Please accept this humble token of goodwill. Should we indeed uncover that opportunity, the Yi family will offer substantial gratitude." Gu Jiannan's consciousness swept across the array of precious and rare treasures within the ring. Leaving him astounded, however, he refrained from accepting it, furrowing his brow and inquiring, "What precisely do you mean by that so-called opportunity?" With a bitter smile, Xiang Lanji placed the storage bag on the table. After exchanging a glance with Gu Dongzhou, she candidly explained, "We have come here in search of the vermilion bird holy spirit fruit to cure our young lady, who suffers from the afflictions brought about by the nine nether profound sacred body." The mention of the nine nether profound sacred body elicited a collective gasp from Gu Jiannan and the others, clearly indicating their awareness of such a rare and peculiar constitution. Only Mou appeared perplexed. Indeed, while this physique is formidable, with an astonishing rate of cultivation, it is exceedingly difficult to survive beyond the age of 20 without the aid of the vermilion bird holy spirit fruit. Yet, our young lady has already reached the age of 23. Has she truly endured an additional 3 years? As Gu Jiannan processed this shocking revelation, confusion clouded his face. "But our Xianling sect does not possess the vermilion bird holy spirit fruit. Why have you come here, Grandfather Gu? This region is abundant in mountains and rich in spiritual energy. It is possible that the fruit may be hidden in some corner. Without it, my sister will perish." Yi Qingxian said pitifully, her pure eyes brimming with crystalline tears. With red-rimmed eyes and a quivering lip, she looked ready to weep. Seeing the porcelain doll-like girl, Gu Jiannan found his heart softening, yet he still refrained from giving a response. Lu Yuyan opened her mouth to speak, but upon glancing at her master, she obediently fell silent and turned her head away. The other elders sighed, remaining mute. The previous incident involving the destruction of a sect was a result of false accusations. Fortunately, with Xiao Yu's assistance, they had managed to endure. Now, allowing a group of outsiders to roam freely within the sect's heart was a cause for concern. In her desperation, Yi Qingxian turned to Mou. She said nothing. Instead, tears as large as beans cascaded down her cheeks in torrents. Her pitiful demeanor stirred compassion in everyone present, especially the elderly woman with white hair. As for the stoic elder Gu Dongzhou, he approached with a pained expression, gently patting the little girl's head and saying in a deep voice, "Second miss, do not cry. Perhaps there is no vermilion bird holy spirit fruit here at all. The old priest spoke of it vaguely, and we have searched many places without success. I believe it is a mere deception. No, it must exist. I sense that this place is different," Yi Qingxian replied, pouting and gazing up at Gu Dongzhou with a resolute expression. The elder immediately looked distressed, feeling defeated. However, the Xianling sect was evidently unwilling to accommodate them in their search. What could they do? It was unthinkable to resort to violence. Changing to another sect was not out of the question, but the memory of the ancient sword Gu Jiannan had held weighed heavily on him. If he was not mistaken, it was indeed a sacred artifact. Coupled with the formidable presence of those present, it was clear that they were not to be trifled with. Even if he and Xiang Lanji possessed terrifying combat prowess, he could not guarantee that they would not suffer any mishaps. Should this incident implicate the second young lady, it would indeed be a grave misfortune. As they grappled with their worries, Mou unexpectedly spoke, "Master Ancestor, why not allow them to stay temporarily? Let it be regarded as fostering a benevolent connection." Chapter 54, Master, wait for me. In light of this, let those few temporarily reside within our sect. though I must ask that they refrain from wandering into certain areas. Gu Jiannan, initially inclined to refuse, nodded in agreement this time, with no objections from the others. The revival of Xiansheng Sect and its remarkable transformation were entirely attributed to Mou. To them, he was truly a person destined by fate. Hence, following his counsel was undoubtedly wise. Moreover, given the current stature of Xiansheng Sect, it was not a significant concern to have them under watch. Establishing a benevolent rapport with the Yi family from the Divine Awakening continent seemed quite agreeable. The group quickly found their justification. At that moment, Xiang Lanji and Gu Dongzhou remained utterly bewildered. They recognized that this young man held considerable esteem within the sect, yet they were astonished by the extent of that regard. With just a single utterance, he altered the perspectives of all the elders, a phenomenon inconceivable in any sect or clan. On behalf of the young lady, I express my deepest gratitude to young Master Mo. Gu Dongzhou stood solemnly, bowing earnestly to Mou with a demeanor of respect and appreciation. For the first time, a radiant smile broke through his otherwise stoic visage, revealing a glimpse of generosity and sincerity. Regardless of the outcome, the Yu family owed a significant debt of gratitude to young Master Mo and Xiansheng Sect, which they promised to repay when the opportunity arose. Xiang Lanji similarly rose to acknowledge him, her expression grave. As for Yu Qingtian, her surprise rendered her momentarily speechless. She leapt from her seat, tears unbidden, and gracefully bowed to Mou, exclaiming joyfully, "Thank you, big brother. My sister will surely be grateful if she learns of this." She was convinced that this dashing young man would be her lucky star on this journey. The profound sense of affinity she felt was indeed justified. The young girl beamed with innocent joy, her large eyes curving like crescent moons. Finally, the dragon carriage was settled by a serene lake. While the group took residence at the guest quarters perched upon the nearby peaks, although referred to as lodgings, they had no intention of staying. During this period, the primary focus must undoubtedly be on the quest for the Zhuke immortal spirit fruit. Once settled, they eagerly commenced an exhaustive search through the mountains, accompanied by disciples of the Xinling sect. Even Yu Qinshan was seen frolicking about with a snow-white little monkey. Mou, however, chose not to concern herself with them. Upon returning to the main hall, she explained to her esteemed ancestor and several elder uncles that the reason for their presence was her sense of their benign intentions. Otherwise, they would not have brought such a child along. Furthermore, they hailed from the Divine Awakening continent, where the ancestor had lost contact. The hearts of Gu Jianan and the others trembled, their eyes reflecting a dawning realization. It seemed that Xiao Yu also believed something had befallen the elder uncle. And a heavy silence enveloped them all. The joy stemming from their enhanced prowess in the vanquishing of formidable foes had abruptly diminished. Alas, it was indeed disheartening that the younger generation displayed a more composed and comprehensive approach to matters than the elders. Tang Feihu, his face flushed, inquired, "Xiao Yu, are you suggesting we seek their assistance in gathering information?" "Indeed, as that territory is familiar to them." Qian Baichuan and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in this approach. Given the Yi family's formidable presence on the Divine Awakening continent, their support would undoubtedly yield greater efficiency. Gu Jianan could no longer contain himself and began to pace within the hall, stating, "The elder uncle has been missing for so many years. Now that the immediate crisis of the sect is alleviated, with third junior brother and Xiao Yu having restored their foundations, if no further issues arise in due course, I shall venture to the Divine Awakening continent." Qian Baichuan quickly stood up, a look of urgency on his face. "Senior brother, the sect requires your presence to maintain authority. I shall go instead." "Let us not quarrel," interjected Situ Xiaodian. "I have not left the sect for a century, now that my cultivation has been restored. It is the perfect opportunity for me to explore the outside world." With that, he secured the privilege to embark on the journey. Consequently, the contention subsided. If the time comes to truly seek out the elder uncle on the Divine Awakening continent, one can only anticipate the challenges that lie ahead. However, with third junior brother having been in seclusion for a century, it would indeed be beneficial for him to step outside and refresh his spirit after enduring the tribulations of his previous decline. This is essential for adjusting one's mindset and even for breaking through to new realms in the future. Previously, the thought of entering the void return stage was beyond anyone's imagination. However, with the availability of the breakthrough elixir, provided one accumulates enough resources and possesses an unblemished state of mind, this endeavor has become exceedingly plausible. For the time being, matters have reached a temporary conclusion, and the gratitude from the Yi family has been postponed. After exchanging a knowing glance with his master, Mou soared directly toward the back mountain. Since his physical condition had been restored, he had returned to his own cave dwelling. The Qianli mountain range, where the Xianling sect is located, boasts countless peaks. Once a cultivator reaches the golden core stage, they can independently establish a cave dwelling. As the sect leader's direct disciple and the youngest elder of the inner sect, Mou's residence on the Yaowei Peak is among the top 10 in the Xianling sect in terms of both spiritual energy and scenery. His two senior sisters also possess their own cave dwellings, though they previously preferred to stay with their master. Now, for the sake of convenience and cultivation, they have moved into Mou's cave. At this moment, the entire back mountain is inhabited solely by Lu Yuyan. In this solitary encounter, Lu Yuyan unexpectedly felt a twinge of inexplicable nervousness. This compelled her to take a deep breath, and then she spoke calmly, "As for your two senior sisters, Although we have not been able to reach them for the time being, it does not necessarily imply that they are in danger, so you need not worry. Oh. Mou pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned to gaze at her earnestly. Master, you aren't reconsidering your decision to summon the senior sisters back, are you? Reconsidering what? Lu Yuyan's eyes flickered with unease. She knew this mischievous boy was not merely inquiring about the circumstances of the other two disciples. Humph. Taking advantage, and then pretending to be innocent. She had initially intended to let her two disciples decide for themselves, never anticipating that both foolish disciples would ultimately submit to this boy. This left her both annoyed and stirred a subtle emotion within her that she herself could not comprehend. I have not forgotten the words spoken that day in the ancient Forbidden Zone. Mou was being quite unreasonable, having already won over two senior sisters. He felt a tinge of guilt in the presence of his master. However, since his master had become his woman, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Lu Yuyan was instantly torn between anger and amusement. She quickly adopted a stern expression, her exquisite face contorted with displeasure as she shot him a fierce glare, coldly retorting. What is this? You've gained two senior sisters and still remain unsatisfied? This is an entirely different matter. When we made our agreement, it was never stated that I could only marry you alone, especially considering you are the one who played matchmaker. Now, Mou had no choice but to act in a playful manner. Logically speaking, he was at fault. By your reasoning. Does that mean I am also entitled to find two partners? Lu Yuyan gritted her teeth in frustration. How had she never realized that this disciple was so shameless? That cannot be. You are incapable of such actions. Mou continued to grin cheerfully. This made Lu Yuyan feel as if she were effortlessly manipulated by him. Unable to restrain herself, she gritted her teeth and said, what if I were to do just that? I would eliminate your other companion, for every one you find. I shall take one life. Either he dies, or I do. Only one of us can survive. As Mou spoke these words, his gaze was filled with unwavering seriousness. This caused Lu Yuyan to wish he could strike him with a chestnut. She was well aware that the cheeky boy spoke with sincerity. Get lost. I need to enter seclusion. Lu Yuyan chose not to pursue the topic further, yet she did not deny it, which brought an involuntary delight to Mou's heart. All right. I shall soon step into the transformation stage, master. Please wait for me. After bidding farewell, Mou joyfully soared towards his cave dwelling. He sensed that a breakthrough was imminent and felt compelled to devote himself to cultivation diligently. Little lecher. Observing his retreating figure, Lu Yuyan's gaze became enigmatic. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate pink, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 55. The woman who speaks with a forked tongue. The five major sects exerted pressure on the Xinling sect, yet their efforts were in vain. The ancestor of the Yuming sect, Yubaihu, was instead annihilated by a single strike from Gu Jianan. Once this incident spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire eastern region of the cultivation world. No one anticipated such a stunning reversal for the Xinling sect, which they believed was doomed, utterly blinding the eyes of the world. The landscape of the eastern region is destined to change. In Mingwei Country, Lingshan County, at the Zhu family's ancestral home, the clan leader Zhu Nengfei and several elders sat in a state of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. After a considerable pause, these astonished elders finally regained their composure, then excitedly slapped their thighs. The clan leader is truly brilliant. Otherwise, our fate would be akin to those other families. Indeed. While we bore no significant wrongdoing for not offering support, it would have undoubtedly displeased the Xinling sect. However, in light of the circumstances surrounding those other families, our decision to refrain from adding insult to injury has proven quite fortunate. We must extend our gratitude to them. Seizing this opportunity will undoubtedly elevate our Zhu family to new heights. Zhu Nengfei surveyed the assembly with eyes brimming with astonishment, gritting his teeth as he declared. Though aligning ourselves now may be somewhat late, it is certainly better than remaining idle. We must not hesitate any longer. From this point forward, remember one thing. We are the sword in the hands of the Xinling sect. Wherever they direct us, we shall strike. Yes, clan leader. Their decision to refrain from adding insult to injury stemmed purely from Zhu Nengfei's concern about being dragged down by the enraged Xinling sect. Although the Zhu family was a prominent clan in Lingshan County, they were as weak as ants before the colossal Xinling sect. Even though the latter might seem powerless against the five major sects, it was evident that they had concealed their true strength. Regardless, should even one elder of stature escape, they could easily annihilate the Zhu family. Such a situation is entirely beyond their capacity to engage in. Thus, after discussing with the Yin family, they chose to remain indifferent and unassisted. This action, viewed from the perspective of the time, was an audacious gamble. Not only did it fail to win favor from either side, but it also earned enmity from both. In retrospect, however, it now appears to be an exceptionally astute decision. Only a few degrees less reckless than the all-or-nothing stake of the sword-wielding sect. Contemplating this, Zhu Nengfei could not help but be engulfed by regret. If only he could emulate the sword-wielding sect, the Zhu family would undoubtedly soar to new heights, in stark contrast to Zhu's mixed feelings of surprise and delight. The sword-wielding sect had long been engulfed in unbridled revelry. As one of the prominent sects of Mingwei Kingdom, the expulsion of those two sects and three families left a significant power vacuum along with abundant resources such as mines and medicinal fields. This would certainly enable the sword-wielding sect to undergo a transformation. Most crucially, they had firmly allied themselves with the Xinling sect, ensuring that any future expansion would face no hindrance from rival sections. The world now recognized the sword-wielding sect as a loyal subordinate of the Xinling sect, previously fearless. They now had a formidable backing. Who would dare to provoke them? At this moment, the most complex emotions were harbored by the Heavenly Sword sect and the Yushiwei Palace. The outcome of the Xinling sect had exceeded their expectations and predictions. No one could have anticipated such a conclusion. The key factor was the formidable strength displayed by Gu Jianan, which left them utterly astounded. The world had long believed that he possessed only mid-stage transformation abilities. To their astonishment, he had stealthily ascended to late-stage transformation. How deeply he had concealed his true capabilities. Might the other members of the Xinling sect also be hiding their talents? Li Ke, the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword sect, could not help but glance at the serene figure of Xiaoxian, the ancestor of the Yushiwei sect, seated in the main position, pondering deeply. All of them were seasoned individuals who had lived for millennia. None were simpletons. This point, no doubt, was contemplated by the other party. Yet he could not refrain from pressing on. Daoistan, do you believe this represents the full strength of the Xinling sect? And Xiaoxian gazed at him calmly, refraining from a direct response, instead countering with a question. Is not the authenticity of strength paramount? The current Xinling sect has already ascended to the pinnacle of the eastern region. However, the 5 major sects are unlikely to relent. They will only forge tighter alliances out of fear of retaliation. What, I wonder, are your plans for the Tianjin sect, Daoist Li? Li Ke could not help but shake his head and laugh. And what of you, Daoistan? Given your past rapport with Daoist Long, I had anticipated you would lend your assistance directly this time. The formerly serene and dignified elder woman suddenly faltered. A flicker of irritation crossed her time-worn yet benevolent visage. Humph, do not mention him to me. I have long severed ties with that person. The life and death of the Xinling sect is of no concern to my Yushiwei sect. Li Ke stroked his white beard and chuckled, choosing not to expose her further. If she truly did not care, why then had she stealthily lingered near the Xinling sect? Ah, a woman of contradictory words. Should the 5 major sects continue their alliance, even incorporating the powers of the 5 nations, would you not lend a hand? Let the Xinling sect fend for itself? Are you truly resolute in this? Why do you have so much to say? And Xiaoxian glared at him in a flurry of indignation. Li Ke, unfazed, wore a playful grin upon his aged countenance. Haha. If that is the case, let us quietly observe the spectacle. And Xiaoxian cast him a sidelong glance and retorted coldly, is it not true that the girl from your Tianjin sect is betrothed to that young man? Has she withdrawn? Not yet. It is said that the young man has little time left, rendering it unnecessary to damage his reputation. Li Ke could not help but sigh, a look of sorrow crossing his face. That young man, once so extraordinarily gifted and radiant. I truly had high hopes for him. Otherwise, I would not have consented to betroth my own precious daughter to him. Such a pity. Bang. Qin furiously smashed the East Palace Hall to smithereens. As he raged and roared, the Yuming sect is nothing but a bunch of useless fools, and the other major sects are equally pathetic. This pent-up wrath had simmered for far too long, threatening to erupt. The 5 major sects, in their intimidation of the Xinling sect, had been met with a resounding slap in the face. Had not the rare treasures he offered been rendered worthless? Not to mention the promised unparalleled beauty. All his hard work had culminated in naught. The thought of Mou, with her left and right embraces, ignited a torrent of jealousy and fury within him. This matter must not be brushed aside. As he recalled the unparalleled divine sword in Gu Jiannan's possession, his eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. A plan quietly emerged in his mind. Come forth. Prepare the carriage and guards for this prince. I shall set forth to the Luoyuan sect. Qin Jiyue bellowed coldly. Chapter 56, Preparations for the Breakthrough at Xinling Sect. On Yaowei Peak, the soon-to-breakthrough Mou led his second sister into the room, while Lu Ruyu sat quietly outside, ever ready to assist. Inside, Mou wore a grave expression, all due to the terrifying effects of the Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra. Each session of cultivation took him no less than 3 to 4 hours, and that was with his deliberate acceleration. After a brief rest, he could continue his training. However, his sister was not so fortunate. Not only was her physical body affected, but also her dantian. The sudden influx of formidable spiritual energy was far too overwhelming to fully digest in a short time. With her cultivation level, she could only train for 4 hours a day. As for the second sister, she struggled even more, unable to continue after 3 hours. If she pushed further, it could lead to a catastrophic rupture of her qi. At that moment, he understood why the system urged him to seek out women of extraordinary fate. He turned to his second sister, and her panel quietly materialized before him. Name: Su Shiro, daughter of destiny. Age: 380 realm. Late golden core stage physique. Linglong celestial body, not fully awakened. Note: those possessing this physique inherently possess extraordinary comprehension, enabling automatic absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, resulting in astonishing cultivation speed. However, complete awakening requires a Linglong celestial crystal as a catalyst. He could not help but sigh softly. It was not that he was unwilling to assist his second sister in achieving a complete awakening, but rather that the Linglong celestial crystal was exorbitantly priced, 5 million fortune points for a single piece. Were it not for the pressing need to fill such a vast deficit each year, he would have purchased it without hesitation. But for now, he had no choice but to endure. Fortunately, this matter was not urgent. The Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra was immensely beneficial to them as well. For every hour MOU cultivated, he could gain 10 days' worth of progress, while they would receive half the effect. Yet, should MOU exhaust his fortune points and be unable to repay the system's loans, everything he possessed would vanish into thin air. Thus, he would refrain from frivolous expenditures of fortune points unless absolutely necessary. Unless he could conquer another daughter of destiny in a short span of time. The elder sister's situation was similarly precarious. Although the innate Lioli's sacred body had fully awakened, her cultivation speed remained constrained by the lack of sacred-grade spiritual crystals. The so-called sacred-grade spiritual crystals were said to be found only in perilous forbidden zones within the enchanting continent, and even late-stage transformation masters regarded them as treasures. For they contained a trace of the essence of law. Grasping the power of law was the key to a transformation master stepping into the void-returning realm. Therefore, although sacred-grade spiritual crystals were somewhat easier to obtain than Linglong celestial crystals, relying on them for long-term cultivation remained unrealistic. As of now, the Xianling sect did not possess even a single piece. As Su Xiao noticed her junior brother staring at her in a daze, her cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she shyly spoke, "Junior brother, let us begin." "Good," MOU replied without further explanation. With a thud, the doors and windows were instantly sealed shut. "Grandma Xiang, do you think Brother Mo could be the divine child mentioned in that prophecy?" Yuqin Xian's bright eyes sparkled with curiosity. Given that this mountain peak was not of significant importance, the disciples of the Xianling sect did not pursue them closely. Xiang Lanji cast a glance at the swiftly darting treasure-seeking spirit monkey, chuckling softly. How could that be? He is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. And at 300 years old, his talent is quite average. Yi Qingshan's small face showed mild defiance. Just average? I believe Brother Mo is far more impressive than you think. Haha, is that so? You have such faith in him? The old woman affectionately ruffled her hair. Her smile warmed. Yi Qingxian nodded earnestly, of course. If Brother Mo were of average talent, how could those elders place such importance on his words? Xiang Lanji was momentarily taken aback, her weathered eyes filled with contemplation. She recalled the old Taoist who had burned his life force to cast divination, uttering that cryptic phrase. Unconsciously, she murmured, in the farthest east lies a treasure land, a spiritual sect among 1,000 mountains, the divine child of calamity. All things her words fell abruptly silent. The remainder was not that she did not wish to speak, but rather that no one knew. That night, the sky had only revealed a few golden characters. And the old Taoist, whose strength was fearsome, had long since collapsed in a state of bloodshed and unconsciousness. To this day, she still remembered the shock and terror etched onto his face. Regaining her composure, Xiang Lanji hastily admonished, "Second miss, revealing the secrets of fate carries grave consequences. You must not disclose this to him, do you understand?" Yu Qixian, though somewhat confused, hesitated before nodding. "All right." The old woman, still uneasy, chuckled wryly. "You must remember. Knowing certain things at the wrong time may not be a blessing. Do not let your good intentions lead to harm for him. Grandma Xiang, rest assured. I would never bring harm to Brother Mo." This time, Yi Qingshan's delicate face bore an expression of utmost seriousness, her head nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain. Xiang Lanji found herself caught between laughter and tears. However, it seemed that the second miss had a fateful connection with that young man, which could hardly be deemed a misfortune. At the very least, this opportunity would allow her to remain within the Xianling sect and seek a glimmer of hope. The gratitude owed to him must surely be remembered. Now, all that remained was to verify whether this place was indeed as foretold by the prophecy. Reflecting on the limited time left for her elder sister, a heavy weight settled upon her heart. Meanwhile, Yi Qingshan's face radiated with anticipation. She firmly believed that she would surely find the vermilion bird's sacred spirit fruit for her sister. It was absolutely within her reach. Time flew by. And over the span of more than 10 days, Xiang Lanji and her companions had meticulously scoured the nearby mountains, covering a substantial portion. Even with the formidable spiritual perception of Xiang Lanji and Gu Dongzhou, fatigue was evident in their expressions, not to mention Yu Qingshan and her several handmaidens, who appeared utterly haggard. Regrettably, their efforts yielded no results. Yet, none of them had given up. They continued their patient search. Breakthrough. Mou bellowed, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy towards a specific acupoint. A formidable and astonishing aura surged around him, swirling and boiling with intensity. Today, he was determined to advance into the late Yuanying stage. Chapter 57. Stepping into the late Yuanying stage at this moment. Sea of Qi resembled an underwater volcano erupting, churning, and boiling violently. The terrifying momentum was at least tenfold more intense than when he had broken through to the mid-Yuanying stage a century ago, and it continued to grow stronger. Even he was taken aback by the sheer force. He understood that this was entirely due to the difference in the cultivation method he was now practicing. The Tao Sutra had cost him a staggering 10 billion in loans, and in retrospect, that expenditure seemed exceedingly worthwhile. Given the current circumstances, once he broke through, he was confident that he could confront late-stage Huashan cultivators with the power of the late Yuanying stage. Suppressing his inner excitement, he continued to channel his method wholeheartedly to break through. Within his Naiwan palace, the small Yuanying figure was becoming increasingly radiant and pure, resembling a dazzling little sun. The spiritual energy of the entire Yahweh peak suddenly stirred, but was quickly masked by the formation arranged upon the mountain. The entire Xianling sect remained oblivious. Only 3 late-stage Huashan elders cast a curious glance towards Yahweh peak. Upon discovering that the formation there remained intact, they reassuredly withdrew their gazes. Days continued to pass. To be prudent, Mo chose not to employ the breakthrough pills this time. He was concerned that the limits achievable by the pills might not align with the pinnacle of his own cultivation method, which could prove counterproductive. The endeavor appears akin to scaling a mountain, where typically only a few cultivators manage to ascend to the midslope. Yet, with the elixir of breakthrough, one can effortlessly reach the summit. Possessing the Tao scripture, Mo is entirely capable of surging past the mountain peak and soaring into the heavens. He would naturally not sacrifice the greater for the lesser. In retrospect, it seems that his choice, the system's suggestion, was indeed astute. Sitting beside him, Lu Ruyu was instantly taken aback. She observed the formidable power of the laws swirling rapidly around her junior brother. A majestic and sacred phantom began to take shape behind him. A golden body phantom? She couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. The so-called golden body phantom is a fundamental Taoist technique that cultivators begin to practice only upon entering the transformation stage. The soul of a nascent soul cultivator is simply incapable of attaining the intensity required for cultivating the golden body. Only those who have reached the transformation stage can tread this path, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into unity with the Tao. These are the minor steps that any practitioner must inevitably undertake. The so-called transformation of the divine involves the fusion of the upper yang spirit and the lower yin spirit. Only through the harmonious unification of these two spirits can one achieve the truly perfect and flawless primordial spirit, marking the consummation of the transformation phase. Ultimately, the primordial spirit returns to its void essence, signifying a genuine encounter with the Great Way. This is the elusive return to emptiness phase that practitioners in the Eastern domain yearn for yet find unattainable. The golden body serves as the external manifestation of the practitioner's primordial spirit. The more potent the primordial spirit, the more substantial the projected ethereal shadow becomes. Eventually, the golden body may attain a near-physical form, possessing various terrifying and profound supernatural powers. Such a realm transcends the imagination of ordinary mortals. Presently, even though the junior disciple has not yet advanced to the transformation phase, the golden body has already begun to coalesce, leaving her in utter astonishment. Normally, a practitioner just entering the transformation phase would not need to consider such matters. However, even if the junior disciple has broken through, she is still merely at the late stage of the nascent soul. Yet, the commotion caused by her breakthrough is even more exaggerated than that of the uncles who transitioned from the nascent soul to the transformation phase just days prior. As time passes, the ethereal shadow gradually solidifies. Although its visage remains shrouded in chaos, an ancient and weathered aura silently spreads, growing stronger than before. The spiritual energy within 1,000 miles rushes toward her like a flood breaching a dam, and the range continues to expand. At this point, even a concealed aura formation can no longer obscure it. The entire Xianling sect is thoroughly stirred. The first to respond are the 3 late-stage transformation elders, Gu Jiannan, Qian Baichuan, and Sima Xiaotian, who swiftly converge above the inviting moon peak. They cooperate to establish several barriers, allowing spiritual energy to flow in while preventing any leakage of energy. Just as their barriers are set, Lu Qingxia and Tang Feihu arrive, their expressions filled with shock. Senior brother, what has happened to Xiaoyu? The commotion is immense. It seems she has broken through. Gu Jiannan shares a similarly bewildered expression. While breakthroughs are not unusual, such a tumult is unwarranted. It is far more raucous than entering the transformation phase. A breakthrough? This is simply exaggerated. Gazing at the vast river of spiritual energy, everyone is left dumbfounded. None of us had such a commotion when we advanced to the transformation phase. And she is still merely at the late stage of the nascent soul. Even the hastily arriving Zhou Buyu and others are equally astonished. Have you not realized that she is on the verge of reaching the late stage of the nascent soul? She is only 300 years old. Are there any late-stage nascent soul practitioners in the entire Eastern domain at that age? Lei Lai's gaze is blank, then he looks around in shock and adds, moreover, her foundation was destroyed for a century, which means she has only truly cultivated for 200 years. Truly, one cannot compare oneself to others. Wang Sanyo, who had intended to speak further, remembers that the master and uncles are present and hastily swallows his words. However, everyone understands the unspoken sentiment, exchanging complex glances. Indeed, when compared to Xiaoyu, all present seem insignificant. Ahem, let it be known that today's events must not be disclosed. Quickly seal off the surroundings and prevent any further intrusions. Those with no business here should disperse. Gu Jiannan commands sternly, ushering people away. Reluctantly, the crowd begins to depart, leaving only Gu Jiannan and the steadfast Lu Qingxia, who sits in meditation as a protective barrier. 3 days pass, and Mu Yu's breakthrough finally concludes. At this moment, he feels an unprecedented sense of comfort and an overwhelming power surging within him. He believes he could easily defeat 10 versions of his former self. The Tao scripture is indeed extraordinary. Reflecting on this, Mu Yu slowly opens his eyes. An aura of invincible confidence radiates from him. The chaotic yin-yang method, while only enhancing cultivation speed, elevates not just the pace of cultivation but also its quality. By practicing according to this method, one can achieve perfection and glimpse the great way. However, although he has mastered the entire Tao scripture, understanding its essence is akin to knowing the path up the mountain. Even upon seeing the great way, one must traverse it to reap the rewards. Yet, compared to those who must seek the great way, his advantage is insurmountable. While others navigate blindly across the river, he enjoys a clear and unobstructed path. There is no basis for comparison. Coupled with the accelerating effects of the chaotic yin-yang scripture, he is filled with fervent anticipation and confidence for his future. Not only will the transformation phase be a starting point, but the return to emptiness will merely mark the beginning of his journey. Witnessing the spirited demeanor of her junior disciple, even Lu Ruyu is left mesmerized. The former junior disciple, while possessing an extraordinary temperament and unparalleled beauty, now exudes an overwhelming aura of dominance that was previously lacking. Yes, the invincible aura. While the junior disciple had confidence before, it pales in comparison to the current unmistakable air of supremacy that seems to declare that nothing in the world could ever pose a challenge to him. This left her momentarily entranced. Yet, MOU displayed no semblance of pride. In the realm of the younger generation, reaching the later stages of the nascent soul was akin to standing atop a towering mountain. However, his comparisons had long transcended the youth, extending to all practitioners and beings throughout the eastern region. Even across the entirety of the Qingjian continent and the realm of Qiming. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared in the distance, revealing the astonished faces of Xiang Lanji and her companions. In her hand, an ancient stone disc emitted a dazzling violet light. However, as they approached, the light from the disc abruptly extinguished. Could there have been a mistake? Xiang Lanji glanced at MOU, then at the descending figures of the ancient sword and Nan. Her face marked with confusion. Chapter 58. The Echo of the Ancestor. Hello, Brother Mo. Yu Qingshan forced a smile, her demeanor amiable. Greetings to you as well. MOU nodded with a smile. Observing her expression, he understood they had likely encountered no success of late, and thus refrained from further inquiries. Esteemed Dao friends, we felt a significant surge of spiritual energy from afar moments ago, prompting our curiosity to investigate. I beg your pardon for any imposition, Xiang Lanji said apologetically, offering a warm and gentle smile to the group. Not at all. May I inquire about your recent findings? Gu Jiannan remarked, casting a glance at the peculiar stone disc in her grasp, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was acutely aware that matters might not be as straightforward as they appeared, yet he did not press for further details, nor did he clarify the earlier situation. Xiang Lanji, in silent agreement, chose not to pursue the topic, instead offering a wry smile. We have searched tirelessly within a 2,000-mile radius, yet still found nothing. Perhaps the fates have not yet aligned, or we may simply be pursuing the wrong path. If this continues for a few more days, we shall take our leave. At this juncture, she bowed sincerely, her expression grateful. I regret the recent disturbances to your esteemed sect. Should fate allow, I invite you all to visit the Yi family and the Divine Awakening continent. Do not mention it, Dao Friend Xiang. If the opportunity arises, we shall certainly pay a visit, Gu Jiannan replied. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiang Lanji and her companions prepared to depart. Yet, Yu Qishan suddenly turned, her dark eyes filled with anticipation as she regarded MOU. Brother Mo, may I come to chat with you this evening? She asked, seemingly fearful of rejection, quickly adding, it won't take much of your time. If you're busy, tomorrow is also fine. MOU was momentarily taken aback. Aside from their initial encounter, they had not seen each other since he had been preoccupied with his advancement. Curiosity piqued, he readily agreed, of course. Then, see you later, Brother Mo. Goodbye, Grandpa Gu. Grandma Lu, and to the two lovely sisters. The little girl sweetly smiled and waved at everyone, her spirits evidently lifted compared to before. The poker-faced elder, Gu Dongzhou, appeared astonished, as did Xiang Lanji. The four beautiful maidens, however, displayed no surprise, clearly having anticipated this development. Nonetheless, their gazes toward MOU were filled with intrigue and admiration, for few could inspire such eagerness in their second young lady. Such a handsome and charismatic young man is indeed a rare sight for them. It is truly a feast for the eyes. After a few had departed, MOU respectfully bowed to the two elders, saying, Great Ancestor, Uncle Master, would you like to visit Xiaoyu for a while? Gu Jiannan exchanged a glance with his companion and nodded without hesitation. Certainly. It would be a jest, even if Xiaoyu did not extend an invitation. We would still seek clarity. Their curiosity was akin to the scratching of a cat's paw, relentless and eager. Once they were seated, Lu Qingxia could no longer contain her excitement and inquired, Xiaoyu, have you achieved a breakthrough? Yes, I have reached the late stage of the nascent soul. MOU replied calmly with a nod. Despite having anticipated this, Lu Qingxia could not help but remark in disbelief. Why does it seem as though you are not the least bit joyful about your breakthrough? Indeed, young people should display the vigor of their youth, Gu Jiannan added, stroking his white beard in agreement. It felt as though they were even more exhilarated than the young MOU who had just experienced a breakthrough. This child, being overly mature for their age, is quite concerning. One might mistakenly believe they have never encountered the world. MOU couldn't help but chuckle and cry simultaneously. Master Ancestor, Great Uncle, I have merely progressed to the late stage of the nascent soul. I am still far from the true path. The two elderly individuals were rendered speechless by these words. If that were the case, they were merely in the transformation stage. The joy and excitement everyone felt during their recent breakthroughs would surely make this young lad the subject of ridicule. However, isn't humility and low-key demeanor commendable for a disciple? Why then should there be an impulse to chastise? Even Lu Ruyu and Su Shiro felt that the remarks of their junior brother were somewhat deserving of a reprimand. What does it mean to merely be in the late nascent soul stage? One of them was in the early nascent soul stage, and the other in the late golden core stage. Aren't they even more insignificant? Gu Jiannan quickly changed the subject. Having just broken through, the realm is still not sufficiently solidified. One must seize the time to consolidate. Upon saying this, he abruptly paused, with the commotion just caused by Xiaoyu. Could it be that his realm had reached an unprecedented solidity? How many late nascent soul practitioners could produce such a disturbance? That aura was hardly inferior to that of a transformation stage cultivator. Alas, this disciple was too extraordinary. Even expressing concern proved to be a challenge. Lu Qingxia similarly wore an expression of disbelief, yet the pride and satisfaction gleaming in her eyes were impossible to conceal. This is indeed the prodigy of the Xinling sect. He is destined to soar above the 9 heavens, astonishing the entire eastern domain and even the Qingyan continent, just as Gu Jiannan was at a loss for words. A sudden tremor emanated from the communication talisman he carried. He hastily retrieved it, and his entire being was enveloped in astonishment. However, this delight soon morphed into dread and concern. Senior brother, what is it? Lu Qingxia inquired, her brow furrowed with gravity. Mou and the others gazed intently at their master, curiosity etched across their faces. Under normal circumstances, the 5 major sects should not dare to provoke the Xinling sect lightly. Who, then, could elicit such a reaction from their master? It is a message from my uncle. Gu Jiannan replied, his expression somber. With a heavy sigh, he continued. He said that until we reach the harmonization stage, we must not seek him out. What? Did he not mention where he is? Did he say why we must attain the harmonization stage before we can approach him? Lu Qingxia's face turned pale. Her eyes filled with shock. The harmonization stage? What an infinitely distant realm that is. Not a single returning void cultivator has emerged in the eastern domain thus far, let alone one at the harmonization stage. If that is the case, it would mean they could never seek him out in this lifetime. Their greatest aspiration now is merely to step into the returning void stage. Cultivators are destined to be grounded, advancing step by step. The greatest taboo is to reach for the unattainable. Otherwise, one merely invites self-inflicted setbacks, burdening oneself with unachievable obsessions. Beyond this, my uncle did not elaborate further. Gu Jiannan's eyes were tightly shut, his visage filled with sorrow. The two women shared a similar expression of grief, as this matter had long surpassed their capacity. Only Mou, despite the guilt etched on his face, exhibited unwavering determination. Is it not merely the harmonization stage? While others may falter, he firmly believes he can succeed. The ancestor ventured to the divine enlightenment continent to assist him in seeking the essence of the great path. It now appears that he may have fallen into a perilous zone or been ensnared by a formidable entity. Otherwise, he would not have taken so long to return such a brief message. However, the fact that the ancestor could still send a reply indicates that the likelihood of being controlled is minimal. He gazed calmly at his master and the others, speaking with resolute conviction. Master, Uncle Master, rest assured, I will surely reach the harmonization stage and rescue him. Lu Qingxia could not help but smile wryly, shaking her head. Is the harmonization stage so easily attained? Since the battle of the demon extinction, not a single returning void cultivator has emerged in the eastern domain for nearly 100,000 years. Countless extraordinary talents have passed during this time. She hesitated, not wishing to continue. Though Xiaoyu possesses unparalleled talent, and they believe he has the potential to reach the returning void stage, the harmonization stage is a different matter altogether. Speaking of it now feels exceedingly remote. Ah, Xiaoyu, do not burden yourself too heavily. Focus on your cultivation. We shall handle matters regarding your uncle master, Gu Jiannan consoled, though inwardly he harbored doubts about Mou's words. Nevertheless, he would not dampen the spirit of youth. Yet, in the path of cultivation, the further one progresses, the more challenging it becomes to break through. This is also the primary reason why there are so many cultivators in the early stages of transformation, yet only a handful in the later phases. Even with the breakthrough elixir provided by Xiaoyu, they can only dare to harbor aspirations of reaching the void return stage at best. However, beyond the void return stage, the efficacy of the breakthrough elixir diminishes significantly. Furthermore, even if it were still beneficial, one must first accumulate sufficient strength to reach such heights, wouldn't one? The process of accumulation necessitates the filtration of 80% of the practitioners. In response to the doubts expressed by his two elders, Mou chose not to elaborate excessively, preferring instead to let the facts speak for themselves when the time comes. After the two elders departed, Mou earnestly ushered his senior sister into the room, stating, Senior sister, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Lu Ruyu's cheeks flushed with a charming shade of red, visibly anxious. Very well, she replied. Chapter 59, The Request of the Young Beauty. As dusk fell, Mou's conversation partner had already shifted to Su Shiro. At that moment, she was gazing at him with her enchanting, spirited eyes, playfully admonishing him. Little junior brother, why aren't you going out? Isn't that young girl coming to find you? With that, she hastily turned to tidy the bedding. Mou felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks, chiding himself for being so engrossed in his cultivation that he almost overlooked this matter. Outside, the moon had already ascended above the treetops. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, his senior sister was engaged in light conversation with Yuqin, while 4 lovely maidens stood outside, awaiting their arrival. We have had the pleasure of meeting young Master Mo. Upon seeing Mou, the 4 maidens promptly bowed respectfully, showing no signs of disdain despite his status as merely a foundational practitioner. Thank you for your courtesy, ladies. Mou replied with a smile. He then feigned nonchalance as he stepped into the grand hall, offering an awkward smile to the delighted Yuqin. I apologize. When I immerse myself in cultivation, I often lose track of time. I hope Miss Yu does not take offense. The young girl quickly shook her head earnestly. Not at all. It is I who have interrupted young Master Mo's cultivation, and I should be the one expressing my apologies. Furthermore, could you possibly call me Xiaoxin from now on? Addressing me as Miss Yu feels rather distant. She looked up at him with anticipation, her delicate, rosy face radiating with joy, her dark eyes sparkling. Of course, Mou found himself unable to utter a refusal to such an angelically innocent and charming young girl. Moreover, this was a trivial matter. So, does this mean we are friends now? The smile gracing the young girl's lips was pure and ethereal, akin to that of a celestial being. Indeed, as long as we both acknowledge it, we shall be, Mou affirmed with a nod. The second young lady of the Yi family appears to have been overly sheltered. Throughout her upbringing, she likely had few companions, embodying a purity akin to a blank canvas. At the tender age of 14, many in the realm of Blue Star would already be soaring to great heights, marking the onset of parental concerns. Well then, does that include Sister Lu? The young girl turned eagerly to Lu Ruyu, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, Lu Ruyu, who had been quietly sitting beside them, revealed a rare smile, her expression warm and radiant. That's wonderful. In the divine awakening continent, I had very few friends. My father was always worried I'd be led astray by them. The young girl beamed with delight, but a shadow crossed her face when she mentioned her father, her expression shifting to one of helplessness and sorrow. Without needing to look, Mou could already surmise the situation. Her father must be a doting father, overly protective of his precious daughter. Could it be that there were also overprotective fathers in the realm of cultivation? Recalling past events from her previous life almost brought a smile to Mou's lips. Brother Mo, what are you laughing at? Asked Yuqin. Her head tilted in curiosity as she sat beside him. With her delicate and graceful demeanor, her fair, rosy cheeks seemed to radiate light. Nothing much. Just reminiscing about some old times. Oh, I miss my sister too. She has always been the one who cared for me the most. But I feel powerless to help her. The smile on Yuqin's face vanished in an instant, her hands gripping the hem of her dress tightly, tears glistening in her dark eyes. Her exquisite and beautiful face was filled with helpless self-reproach and worry, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Brother Mo, may I ask you for a favor? The young girl bit her lip, turning to meet his gaze, her crystalline tears having already fallen silently. Go ahead. Mou sighed sympathetically, raising a hand to gently wipe her tears. Her demeanor mirrored that of his master and senior sisters in their moments of despair. Surely, their hopelessness had been akin to hers. With this thought, he cast a reflective glance at his senior sister, who was also looking at him with calm and gentle eyes. Yuqin shyly dabbed at the corners of her eyes and forced a smile, saying, My mother says that those who are beautiful are often blessed with good fortune. If you happen to encounter the vermilion bird sacred fruit, could you please purchase it for me? Rest assured, my family will cover the cost. You only need to acquire it first. Mou regarded her with a bemused expression. How can you be so sure I will encounter it? Yuqin gently shook her head. I don't know. I have no other friends to turn to, so I can only rely on you. Her self-assured demeanor left Mou momentarily speechless. Is this how friends are utilized? It certainly made sense. The young girl, somewhat bashfully, added in a soft voice. And since Aunt Xiang has brought us here, it means there is still hope. Perhaps we simply haven't searched long enough. You have been residing here, during your idle moments. You might as well look around. You never know what you might find. After saying this, she produced a drawing from her ring and handed it to Mou. Her face alight with expectation. This is an illustration of the vermilion bird sacred fruit. Brother Mo, please take it. Mou could only accept it with a wry smile. Realizing she had come prepared, the drawing depicted a small, verdant tree about 2 feet high, bearing a fruit as red as fire, resembling a sacred fruit. After examining it, he passed it to his senior sister and nodded. If I come across this fruit nearby, I will certainly pluck it and find a way to deliver it to you. I will too, Lu Ruyu gently affirmed. Thank you, Brother Mo. Thank you, Sister Lu. Yuqin laughed joyfully, as if a new glimmer of hope had ignited within her. With that, she revealed a crystalline, snow-white, ancient dagger, measuring about 1 foot in length, and earnestly offered it to Mou with both hands. Brother Mo, this was a gift from my sister on my birthday, and now I present it to you. Please be sure to accept it. Mou was momentarily taken aback. This dagger is unexpectedly a supreme spiritual treasure? Chapter 60, The Matchmaking Talents of Yuqin. How could this young girl bestow such a treasure of this caliber upon another? Is this a lack of understanding or an excess of wealth? It is essential to recognize that the colossal spirit sword he purchased from the system is merely one rank above this dagger. Yet it cost him a staggering 2 million fortune points. That sword is an unparalleled treasure capable of altering the tide of battle. With only one existing in the entire Eastern domain, this exquisite spiritual treasure in the hands of the young girl, if placed among the 8 great sects, would undoubtedly be regarded as a treasure of the sect. Some sects might not even possess such a remarkable item. In any case, apart from the colossal spirit sword, the Xianling sect has only one other top-tier spiritual treasure, the Qian Kuan 8 formation disc, an essential protective array for the sect. Little fairy, this gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Rest assured, I will certainly secure that fruit for you as soon as I see it. Mou firmly declined. As the saying goes, one should not accept rewards without merit. Otherwise, he would feel a guilt akin to deceiving a child for their candy. However, the young girl remained resolute. My mother says that one should give the best to good friends. If you do not cherish it yourself, then it is not truly a gift to others. Yi Qinxian spoke earnestly, as if the item she was parting with was merely an ordinary dagger. Yet, Mou remained steadfast in his refusal. Perhaps next time. If I accept your gift now without offering something in return, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Yi Qinxian turned her pleading gaze towards Lu Ruyu, who also smiled and shook her head. What Brother Mo said is correct. You should take it back. Very well. The young girl pouted, reluctantly retracting the dagger. She then looked up at Mou, asking earnestly, Brother Mo, will you accept it the next time we meet? Perhaps. I will prepare a return gift by then. Mou replied dismissively. What return gift? He had never left the Qingyan continent in his life and likely would not have the opportunity to meet her again. He could not help but sigh internally. He was neither a saint nor a petty opportunist. If he were to accept such a valuable gift, it would feel inappropriate not to assist her in locating the vermilion bird sacred fruit. The crucial point is that he indeed possessed it. Of course, it was within the system space, valued at 3 million fortune points. He currently lacked sufficient fortune points and dared not spend them recklessly. His 2 senior sisters generated merely 730,000 fortune points annually, yet they had to repay a debt of 2 million for their cultivation techniques each year. The previous 15 million fortune points were diminished by 2 million for the purchase of the colossal spirit sword. The remaining fortune points were too scant to squander. Moreover, the ancestor was still awaiting his rescue. Achieving the harmonization stage was no simple feat. It might require additional expenditure. Thus, he could only hope for the good fortune of the girl he had never met. Mou cast a slightly guilty glance at the young girl, feeling quite helpless. Yi Qinxian immediately responded with a charming smile, pure and sweet. She then removed a string of jade beads from her hand and eagerly presented them to Lu Ruyu. Sister Lu, surely this can be accepted? This truly is not valuable. Lu Ruyu gazed at the jade beads, radiating auras of law and power. Her expression one of utter disbelief. Is this truly deemed worthless? Judging by appearances, it is certainly not inferior to the dagger from earlier. Having perused an array of treasures within the system, Mou's discerning eye surpasses that of even the senior sister. In a mere glance, he identified the item's rank, undoubtedly a superior spiritual treasure. Moreover, it is a notably rare defensive spiritual artifact, which, in the outside world, is a genuine gem that cannot be purchased even with wealth. At the very least, should it circulate in the eastern region, the major sects would undoubtedly vie for it with fervor. Little fairy, if a superior spiritual treasure holds no value, what then is deemed valuable? Mou gazed at her in bewilderment. Truly, her affluence is staggering. At this moment, he felt an even greater awareness of the Yi family's formidable nature, coupled with an increasing sense of guilt towards this innocent and generous young lady. It is indeed true that when gifting a friend, one should offer the finest. In comparison, could it be that I am being somewhat selfish? Mou shook his head, resolutely casting aside such thoughts. If selfishness is to be, so be it. He could only attend to those around him at that moment. Moreover, he was not acquainted with the little fairy sister. It sufficed for him to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude from her. Yes, that was the way. Mou continually reassured himself with a complex gaze. Yet, Yi Qinxian did not ponder such matters deeply. Seeing Lu Ruyu's firm refusal to accept her gift, she could only retrieve her items with a face full of frustration. To an onlooker, it might seem as though she had suffered a great loss. Recalling the ancestor who had gone missing in the Divine Awakening continent, Mou, almost impulsively, asked, Little fairy, do you know of any locations in the Divine Awakening continent that are, exceedingly perilous, perhaps accessible only to cultivators at the harmonization stage? The young girl cast a curious glance at him and inquired, Brother Mo, do you have relatives who have ventured there? Indeed, Mou nodded gently, providing no further elaboration. Yi Qinxian furrowed her lovely crescent-shaped brows, contemplating for quite some time before bashfully shaking her head. I cannot recall such a place, but I can inquire with Grandfather Gu. He has traveled to many locations and is sure to know. No worries, I won't be going there any time soon, Mou replied casually. Given the other's age, it was perfectly normal for her to be unaware. Furthermore, even if she were to know, it would be of little use if one had not reached the harmonization stage, only to add to their troubles. In the realm of cultivation, to survive for long, one must embrace fervor when necessary, but also exhibit caution when required. The group engaged in light-hearted conversation for some time. primarily with the young girl chattering away while he answered her questions. Mo's unique demeanor and thought process continually elicited wonder and admiration from the young girl, her eyes gradually sparkling with delight. Lu Ruyu, however, remained as quiet as ever. As their conversation progressed, the young girl gazed at him with increasing admiration, finally exclaiming with a sigh of regret, "Brother Mo, if you weren't already involved with someone, I would have wanted to introduce you to my sister once she recovers. She is truly beautiful and has a splendid character. I'm sure you would take a liking to her. I believe she would like you as well. What a pity." Observing Yi Qingxuan's expression of regret, Mo could not help but be speechless. At such a tender age, she aspired to play matchmaker? Hee. It's mainly because she thinks you are a good person and quite compatible with my sister, and of course with Sister Lu and the others as well. After saying this, the young girl quickly turned to Lu Ruyu with a sweet smile, exuding an endearing charm. "Brother Mo, Sister Lu, it's late, so I shall not disturb you any longer. I will come back to play with you when I have some free time." The little girl reluctantly rose and bade them farewell. After seeing Yi Qingxian off, Mou wrapped his arm around his senior sister as they headed indoors, her cheeks instantly flushing with a deep crimson hue. The following morning, Yi Qingxian arrived in a flurry, accompanied by Gu Dongzhou, once again at Mou's inviting moon peak. Upon arrival, she exclaimed urgently, "Brother Mo, we may have discerned the location you mentioned." Upon hearing her words, excitement swept through Mou and the others. Yet, the young girl was even more animated. She had even taken a seat before urging the poker-faced elder. "Grandfather Gu, please share the details of that place with Brother Mo. There's no need to rush, Mississippi. I will clarify everything to young Master Mo," Gu Dongzhou said. Casting her a fond glance, his expression one of helplessness. While Yi Qingxian could speak freely with the elder, Mou and the others dared not overstep. They quickly expressed their gratitude. "We greatly appreciate your assistance." "Do not mention it," the elder replied with a slight nod, beginning his earnest introduction. "If my predictions are accurate, that location is likely the celestial island at the easternmost edge of the divine awakening continent. Legend has it that it was once the Taoist ground of the clear wind immortal before his ascension, leaving behind numerous treasures and divine elixirs. However, for hundreds of thousands of years, countless cultivators have ventured forth, yet few have emerged alive." "Hundreds of thousands of years? Has that place existed for such a duration?" Mou questioned, puzzled. "Indeed, it has existed for at least 400,000 years, Gu Dongzhou affirmed, his aged visage reflecting a blend of emotions, helplessness, regret, and trepidation. It seemed that he too had once been among the treasure seekers. However, Mou found it perplexing. If such a treasure had indeed endured for so long, it should have been thoroughly excavated by now. The ancestor had mentioned not to seek him out until reaching the harmonization stage. In other words, once one attained that level, it was comparatively safe. Might there be no experts at the harmonization stage in the current divine awakening continent? But what about in the past? Surely, there must have been some." He posed this question, and Gu Dongzhou, with a knowing smile, shook his head. "Young Master Mo, there is no need for doubt. That place is quite unique, unless one's strength surpasses that of the clear wind immortal. A person may only enter once in their lifetime and can take away at most one treasure. How far one can venture and whether they can obtain anything depends entirely on one's fortune. One cannot force it." At this point, he scrutinized Mou earnestly, his tone growing serious. "In truth, if one selects the appropriate entrance, the dangers are not substantial, though the rewards will also be considerably less. The person you seek has likely entered an area not meant for them, which is why they became trapped." Mou listened in astonishment, hastily inquiring, "Is it dangerous for those trapped inside?" The elder's already serious expression deepened. "That depends on the specific area. Some places are fatal upon accidental entry, while others are much safer. However, a commonality exists. The formations inside will gradually suppress the intruder's cultivation level, leading to a slow decline. This is merely temporary. Once one exits, their cultivation will immediately recover. Yet, if the suppression reaches a certain threshold before exiting, even the safest areas may become perilous. Everyone is undoubtedly aware of this principle. The simplest approach is fasting, a skill that cultivators acquire only after entering the foundation establishment stage. However, if a golden core cultivator were to enter this state, their realm would suddenly plummet below the foundation establishment stage, and even in the safest of places, they would perish from hunger. Furthermore, safety is always relative. As one's power wanes, what was once a harmless creature may transform into a ferocious beast." Mou exchanged a heavy glance with his two senior sisters, their hearts laden with foreboding. It appears that the situation with the ancestor is quite dire. Previously, they believed the ancestor was merely trapped, or perhaps that their communication talisman had been destroyed, hence the lack of replies. Now it seems that the decline in realm is likely the cause. The range of a cultivator's communication talisman is directly proportional to the strength of their soul. In theory, only those at the late stage of the transformation stage can transmit messages across continents. Lower-tier cultivators can only establish brief connections when higher-tier cultivators reach out to them. Otherwise, lacking sufficient spiritual strength, even with a communication talisman, they cannot convey messages over great distances. It appears that the only reason the ancestor was able to send even a single message was due to the grand ancestor reaching the late stage of transformation. Yet, even so, the ancestor has been rather terse. This suggests that their realm has likely been suppressed to below the late transformation stage, perhaps even lower. Realizing the implications, MOU's heart raced with anxiety. It is evident that the ancestor has fallen into such perilous circumstances in order to assist him in seeking the essence of the Tao. Before him, the image of that aged and benevolent figure materialized once more. Little you are the hope of the Xianling sect. The ancestor and all the members of the sect will do everything in their power to ensure your healing. You must endure. Without the support of the ancestor and the sect, MOU would not have survived to this point. Even if he had not resorted to self-termination, he would have long since exhausted his lifespan. Now, MOU has persevered, yet many of his peers have perished in various forbidden zones due to him. Currently, the third and fifth senior sisters are still unaccounted for. The ancestor has once again placed themselves in jeopardy for his sake. He could only feel a constriction in his chest, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of restlessness and guilt. While he harbors confidence in leading the Xianling sect to the pinnacle of the Qingnan continent, even ruling over the entire Qiming realm, he is painfully aware that some debts can never be repaid. As he wallowed in despair, a soft, smooth hand slipped into his, fingers intertwining, almost simultaneously. His other hand was grasped tightly by his senior sister, the warmth of her palm gradually calming his troubled heart. Little junior brother, do not rush. I believe that one day, you will bring back the ancestor, and you still have us. Lu Ryu spoke with unwavering conviction, though she often appeared indifferent towards everything. A profound tenderness flickered across her cool, aloof countenance at that moment. Little junior brother has borne the title of the greatest prodigy in the eastern region since childhood. Along with the expectations and hopes of the entire sect, the pressure is immense, and she understands it better than anyone else. Thus, despite her tendency to remain silent and her seeming distance from the other junior sisters, she cherishes the moments spent with little junior brother, hoping her companionship might provide him with even a fleeting moment of respite, preventing him from being crushed under the weight of his burdens. Fortunately, he has managed remarkably well. Sushiro's gaze was gentle, her bright, dark eyes filled with trust and empathy as she softly said, Little junior brother, you promised to lead us to the pinnacle of the Tao. The mere harmonization stage is but a blink away, is it not? When that time comes, we will accompany you to retrieve the ancestor. Indeed, MOU concealed his emotions, his resolve intensifying. Indulging in sentimentality serves no purpose. It is far more beneficial to dedicate this time to cultivation. Brother MO, I believe you can do it. Yi Qingshan's lovely face remained taut, her eyes exceptionally serious, clearly expressing her sincere belief. Yet, beside her, Gu Dongzhou remained skeptical. The path to the harmonization stage is fraught with challenges. It is difficult for anyone to achieve even in the Divine Awakening continent, let alone in the small eastern region. However, he refrained from voicing his doubts and, after discussing the situation regarding Tianshindi Island in detail, took his leave with Yu Qishan. 3 days later, Xiang Lanji led Yu Qishan and others to formally bid farewell, preparing to continue eastward. If they found no further gains, they would have no choice but to return to the Divine Awakening continent. The group exchanged spiritual imprints on each other's communication talismans, establishing a means of contact. Reluctantly, Miss Yu waved goodbye and departed. Just as MOU was about to head for cultivation with his senior sister, he received a mental transmission from the Grand Ancestor, summoning him to the council hall. Upon arrival, he discovered several esteemed elders present. Before he could speak, Gu Jiannan directly stated, if there are no pressing matters, accompany me and your fourth uncle master to the Heavenly Sword Sect. MOU's curiosity piqued. There is nothing pressing. But what is the purpose of our visit to the Heavenly Sword Sect? To annul your engagement. Annul the engagement? Upon hearing this, MOU was utterly bewildered. How was he unaware of any engagement? Grand Ancestor, what is going on? MOU inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Gu Jiannan pondered briefly, then sighed. 100 years ago, we arranged a marriage contract for you with the saintess of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Sita Qin Xian. Your talent at that time was simply extraordinary, and we feared that other sects might harbor ill intentions. Thus, we sought to form an alliance with the Heavenly Sword Sect, providing you with an additional layer of protection. Given your talent, they were naturally agreeable, and the arrangement was made swiftly. However, who would have anticipated that just 2 days after the engagement was settled, the incident occurred? Gu Jiannan lamented. At that time, both sides were unaware of the extent of your injuries, so it was tacitly agreed not to make an announcement. Everyone was waiting. If you recovered, the marriage would naturally proceed. Otherwise, it would be considered a jest, and thus it has lingered until now. Although your foundation has been restored. Given your current circumstances with your 2 senior sisters, the Heavenly Sword Sect will undoubtedly refuse to proceed. It is better to annul the engagement sooner rather than later, which would reflect well on everyone's dignity. Gu Jiannan chuckled wryly. Fortunately, they are still unaware of your recovery. I believe they will be quite agreeable. Grand Ancestor, let us annul it at once, MOU replied with a serious expression. This marriage must certainly be annulled. Should this union come to pass, one's actions would no longer be solely one's own, but would instead bear the weight of both families' reputations. To put it plainly, should he wish to provide a home for each of the fortunate daughters, he must take into account the sentiments of the Heavenly Sword Sect. If their saintess were to be wed to him while he engages in indiscretions, the ancestors of the Heavenly Sword Sect would likely come knocking, blades drawn, demanding an explanation. Thus, this matter must be addressed with utmost urgency. Should the details of my relationship with senior sister come to light, it would create an entirely different predicament. If it were to be discovered that my foundation has been restored, the situation would become even more intricate. Gu Jiannan sighed helplessly. Then you shall accompany me to Tianjin tomorrow to formally annul the engagement. Am I to join as well? Mou responded with a look of resignation. He scarcely had time for his cultivation and truly wished to avoid the journey. Gu Jiannan nodded affirmatively. Of course. It is we who have breached the agreement, and as a party involved, you must accompany me. Very well, Mou acquiesced with a sigh. Upon returning to Yaoyu Peak, he relayed the news to his two senior sisters, who exchanged glances of subtle surprise. Clearly taken aback that their junior brother was almost intercepted. The following morning, Mou found himself aboard a flying spiritual vessel bound for Tianjin, accompanied by his master and his fourth uncle. While both Tianjin and Xianling Sect were situated within the eastern domain, they were separated by a staggering distance of tens of millions of miles. Even at the speed of the spiritual vessel, the journey would require approximately 10 days. The expansive vessel housed not only the three of them but also over 10 disciples, including Mou's 3 devoted followers, who insisted on tagging along regardless of the circumstances. Mou could only relent. Among them were the aloof and proud Yangmu, the reserved and taciturn Yin Wuji, and the boisterous and hardy Chen Fei Xiong. 2 of them were rather taciturn, while the third was somewhat oblivious. The other disciples regarded Mou with reverence and admiration, leaving him unable to engage in casual conversation. Thus, his journey was monotonous, entirely devoted to cultivation. He encountered no damsels in distress requiring heroic rescue, nor did any cultivators dare to approach them. He was well aware of the reasons behind this. The immense flying vessel symbolized power and prestige. It was akin to a supercar in his past life on Earth, prompting most to instinctively keep their distance. Typically, smaller sects or wandering cultivators could only afford to fly on swords, which paled in comparison to the speed and comfort of the spiritual vessel. Fortunately, the days of cultivation passed swiftly. After 12 days of travel, the vessel came to a halt before a majestic mountain range shrouded in ethereal mist. Among the peaks stood an exceptionally grand and expansive edifice, resembling a celestial sword piercing the earth. Countless cultivators traversed the skies, entering and exiting, creating a scene reminiscent of a heavenly paradise, resplendent in beauty. An aura of solemnity and divinity enveloped the air. Master, is this Tianjin Sect? Mou inquired with mild curiosity. In terms of the beauty of its surroundings, Tianjin surpassed Xianling Sect by a margin. Indeed, let us proceed. We are awaited. Just as Gu Jiannan's words fell, a formidable group of cultivators, led by several elderly figures, swiftly approached. Taoist Gu, Taoist Lu, your esteemed presence graces Tianjin, truly an honor for our humble sect. Please, come forth. At the forefront were 2 venerable elder cultivators, their hair and beards white, exuding an aura of ancient wisdom and warmth. Following closely behind were several middle-aged cultivators, all brimming with imposing presence. Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia ushered Mou forward, their expressions tinged with nostalgia, in the blink of an eye. A century has passed. Taoist Dong and Taoist Zhang's charisma remains unparalleled, truly enviable. Taoist Gu, your words humble us, for who can rival your little disciple? The elder at the forefront chuckled heartily, adorned in a flowing white robe, exuding an elegant demeanor. His warm smile paired with a long silver beard that cascaded down to his chest, embodying an ethereal quality. You all converse amongst yourselves. Why must I be dragged into this? Lu Qingxia shot the elder a disapproving glare. The latter laughed heartily, unfazed, indicating a deep familiarity among them. In the midst of their playful banter, they soon arrived at the grand reception hall of Tianjin. Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia ushered only Mou inside, while the other disciples were attended to by younger members of Tianjin in other areas. Besides the 2 elder cultivators, several inter-sect elders were present, and perhaps considering Mou's significance, a haughty young man was also in attendance. He regarded Mou with astonishment, his expression betraying surprise and disbelief, clearly recognizing the legendary figure from a century ago. However, he refrained from approaching and quickly turned his head away, regaining an air of aloofness. Mou offered a faint smile, choosing not to dwell on it. The elders continued their light-hearted exchanges. Gu Jiannan eventually set down his teacup, gesturing toward Mou, and said to the elder in white, "This is my disciple." Mou. The elder's expression shifted to one of shock, nearly causing the tea in his hands to tremble. After scrutinizing Mou for a moment, he finally sighed with a complex expression. Indeed, a remarkable talent, a true dragon among men. This was a sincere compliment, though he withheld an additional sentiment. In that instant, he had surmised Gu Jiannan's purpose for visiting, likely related to the engagement from a century prior. Yet, he remained uncertain about the intentions behind this visit. Upon learning Mou's identity, the assembly turned their astonished gazes toward him, each displaying a myriad of expressions. Most present were quite familiar with this once renowned prodigy of the Eastern Domain. This is not merely due to the other party's prodigious talent and esteemed reputation, but rather because he nearly became the son-in-law of his own sect. The betrothal within the upper echelons of the Heavenly Sword sect is hardly a secret. Even the esteemed disciple, Qin Xian, is well aware of it and has consented. Unfortunately, a conspiracy a century ago caused this remarkable individual to fall from grace. rendering the matter shrouded in obscurity. One cannot help but ponder his intentions for today's visit. Is he here to fulfill the long-standing engagement? Even though the Xianling sect currently flourishes, possessing an aura akin to the foremost sect in the eastern region, the present circumstances render the engagement rather awkward. The onlookers were inevitably engulfed in complex thoughts, with several furrowing their brows. Chapter 63. The decision of Sidu Qinxian after a few polite exchanges. Gu Jiannan began to introduce Mou. The elder in white robes is none other than the previous sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, now the esteemed elder Dong Shoshua. A formidable figure at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, he is also the master of the current sect leader, Mou. I have the honor of meeting you, Elder Dong. Mou quickly rose to pay his respects. Please, take a seat. There is no need for excessive formality. Dong Shoshua urged, waving his hand repeatedly, his face marked by expressions of regret and sorrow. Had it not been for that incident a century ago? With this child's appearance and demeanor, alongside his unparalleled talent in the eastern region, he and Qin Xian would have made a perfect match. What a pity. Gu Jiannan continued the introductions. Beside Dong Shoshua stood the elder in green robes, his junior brother, another esteemed elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, Zhang Wuji. He too is a practitioner of the transformation realm, yet his stature is notably more imposing than that of Dong Shoshua. His dignified face adorned with a benevolent smile and his gaze profound. Upon completing the introductions, he took the initiative to introduce Mou to others. The other two esteemed elders of the Heavenly Sword sect were currently in seclusion. The current sect leader, Wei Tianming, sat to his right. A stern-looking middle-aged man clad in a dark robe, exuding an austere demeanor. He is the eldest disciple of Dong Shoshua and the master of Mou's betrothed, the sect saintess. Mou quickly noticed that since their eyes met, Wei Tianming had worn a frown, his expression clearly displeased. A wry smile crept across Mou's face. Was he concerned that Mou might propose marriage? Thankfully, it was a cancellation of the engagement. Otherwise, who knows how he would be looked down upon? Yet, he could empathize, after all. No one would wish for their disciple to marry a man who is destined for demise. He clasped his hands in a slight bow. Junior Mou pays his respects to sect leader Wei. There is no need for such formality, young friend Mo, Wei Tianming replied with a nonchalant nod. His demeanor distant yet polite. Mou paid no mind to it. As for the others, they were inner sect elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, and he greeted them courteously as well. Upon introducing everyone, a somewhat arrogant young man stood up. I am Muchin of the Heavenly Sword sect. Honored to meet the esteemed seniors of the Xianling sect. After his brief introduction, he inclined his head slightly towards Mou, his expression placid, yet he offered no words. He merely smiled with a hint of reserve, showing no inclination for pleasantries. Mou could only nod in return, as he had never heard of this individual. In his eyes, there were only the previous generation as prodigies, and he knew little of his contemporaries. Dong Shoshua frowned slightly. Although Mu Qin is regarded as the second greatest talent of his generation in the sect, having reached the late stage of the Golden Core at the age of 400, he lacks the temperament to go far. The true prodigy of the Heavenly Sword sect is none other than Mou's fiancée Situ Qinxian, a late-stage Golden Core genius at the age of 280. However, she was absent today. As a junior, it was naturally not Mou's place to speak in such a gathering. He was content to sip tea and enjoy fruit, while the charming young maidservant serving him couldn't help but steal glances at him several times. Having lived for 12 years, it was her first time witnessing someone so joyously indulging in such a setting. Truly, he is different, being the fiancé of Sister Qin Xian. After a lengthy conversation, the group finally shifted to the main topic. Dong Shoshua's expression turned serious. May I inquire, esteemed friends, what brings you to the Heavenly Sword sect today? Gu Jiannan sighed softly, then gently set down his teacup, reflecting, the engagement we established for our juniors long ago deserves some closure now. Your sect's saintess possesses extraordinary talent and unparalleled beauty, and all of us, both the older generation and young you himself, are exceedingly pleased. Regrettably, my disciple's injuries have lingered for a century without recovery, and I cannot bear to further delay that young lady's future. Thus, after much contemplation, I have come today to annul the engagement. Upon the utterance of these words, the entire assembly fell into a profound silence, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. What was initially presumed to be a fulfillment of a matrimonial alliance unexpectedly revealed itself as a dissolution of the engagement. The Xianling sect certainly adheres to a certain decorum. Dong Shoshua could not help but smile wryly, expressing gratitude for the sect's thoughtful intentions. Might we deliberate on this matter further before providing our response? He proposed. Very well. Gu Jiannan nodded slightly. The term deliberate merely served to maintain appearances for all involved. The engagement is indeed something the Heavenly Sword sect is willing to annul. At this moment, the charming young girl behind Mou has already quietly slipped out of the grand hall and is now dashing away in the distance. She arrives at a secluded courtyard, and before even stepping inside, she anxiously exclaims, "Oh no, Sister Qin Xian, you are about to be jilted." What do you mean I am to be jilted? A melodious voice, sweet and clear, emanates from within the room. After a moment, a stunning young woman dressed in a red gown emerges, her bright eyes sparkling with life. She possesses an elegant demeanor, her long, dark hair casually tied back with a red ribbon, exuding simplicity and grace. At her waist hangs an ancient ink-colored sword, which adds a touch of heroism to her pure and refined aura. She is simply breathtaking. The little girl, named Linger, hurriedly recounts all that transpired in the Grand Hall. In the end, with a look of dissatisfaction, she complains that MOU is truly heartless. He was so carefree in the hall. After a century of absence, he finally returns only to annul the engagement? How foolish. Qinxian cannot help but furrow her brow slightly, then calmly responds, "Do not worry. My engagement, C2 Qinxian is not so easily dismissed. 100 years have passed. There is no escaping now." "What? Sister Qinxian, I heard that MOU is on the brink of death. Are you still willing to marry him?" The young girl looks utterly bewildered. Her discontent stems not from the engagement being proposed for annulment, but rather from the fact that it was suggested by another. To her, encountering someone like Sister Qinxian should compel other suitors to strive earnestly for her affection. And only when she herself proposes the annulment would it hold any dignity. Though MOU is handsome and reputedly possessed of terrifying talent in the past, how could he not hold affection for Sister Qinxian? It's just like among the sect, where the senior brothers and even some uncles secretly harbor feelings for her. It is merely that she does not pay them any mind. Is it possible that MOU is an eccentric who has no affection for women? She shivered involuntarily. After a moment, she heard Sidu Qingxuan's resigned voice inquiring, "Xiao Linger, what are you thinking about? You're not responding to my questions." The little girl, feeling embarrassed, scratched her head and chuckled. "Sister Qinxian, I wasn't thinking about much. But, do you think MOU might not like women? Otherwise, why would he annul the engagement?" Situ Qinxian was momentarily taken aback by her words, and with a look of exasperation, she cautioned, "You should keep your distance from those senior brothers and refrain from eavesdropping on their conversations. Do you understand?" "Oh, but do you think MOU truly doesn't like women? Otherwise, why would he wish to break off the engagement?" The little girl's face was a picture of confusion and innocence. Defeated by her persistence, Situ Qinxian retorted, "Then you should ask him yourself later." "All right, but will grandfather be displeased? I'm afraid he might scold me." The little girl's eyes brightened. "Just keep an eye on him, and don't let anyone know I sent you." Situ Qinxian wished to change the subject. "Okay. I will definitely keep a close watch on him." The little girl dashed away, disappearing from sight. After sending the child off, Situ Qinxian paced back and forth in the courtyard, her exquisite face revealing a hint of determination. After being engaged for a century, he still wishes to flee? If he truly cannot be saved, I, Situ Qinxian, shall remain loyal to him. With that, she resolutely made her way to the Grand Hall. Chapter 64. The Beauty's Inquiry. Once the ancient sword and its companions were settled, Dong Shoshua and the others returned to the Grand Hall with complex expressions. They were not surprised to see Situ Qinxian burst in, as they had anticipated her arrival. When Dong Shoshua's precious granddaughter left the hall earlier, they had guessed that she went to deliver news, thus sparing them the need for explanations. "Shaxian, I presume you are aware of the annulment. Do you wish to meet that young man?" Dong Shoshua sighed with regret. Situ Qinxian looked at the elder with calm determination and nodded, "Of course. I wish to meet him. However, I do not agree to the annulment. A virtuous woman does not serve two husbands, having been engaged for a century. How can one simply call it off?" "You refuse to annul it?" Dong Shoshua was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Beside him, Wei Tianming grew anxious. Furrowing his brow, Qinxian, not only has MOU not recovered his foundation, but his realm remains at the initial stage of foundation building. This means he has made no progress over the past century and has become a burden, given his current state. How many years of life do you think he has left? Do you truly wish to live your life in mourning for him? Zhong Wuji, who had remained silent, could not help but sigh and advise, "Shaoxian, you are still young and extraordinarily gifted, with at least a few thousand years ahead of you. Do not let this matter hinder your future. You are merely engaged. There is no need for such loyalty. Moreover, he initiated the annulment. Why trouble yourself?" Situ Qinxian gazed steadfastly at her elders, her beautiful eyes filled with resolve. "Master, Uncle Master, sir, we all understand the reason behind his desire to annul the engagement. He simply does not wish to hold me back. After our engagement, I secretly inquired about him, and for a century, he has been my fiancé. I believe that my destined partner should embody his essence. If there is no one else like him in this world, what does it matter if I walk the path alone?" Her voice was calm yet resolute, her pure and beautiful visage reflecting a stubborn determination, akin to a devotee who has discovered their true path. As her master, Wei Tianming understood well the pride and independence hidden beneath her calm and gentle exterior. She was indifferent to many things, unadorned by vanity, and unconcerned with others' opinions. However, once she set her mind on something, even he found it difficult to sway her. Wei Tianming felt overwhelmed. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow his exceptionally gifted disciple to leap into the flames. Even Dong Shoshua and Zhong Wuji shared this sentiment. Even if she were to embark on a solitary path, there was no need to bear the title of MOU's widow, thus closing off all avenues for her future. Regrettably, no matter how they urged her, Situ Qinxian remained unyielding. The elders had no choice but to depart, resigned to the fact that as long as the Xianling sect insisted on the annulment, Situ Qingxuan's reluctance would be of no consequence. This matter is not one she can decide alone. Half an hour later, a charming young girl, wearing an expression of reluctance, quietly approached the courtyard where MOU resided. Upon seeing her, MOU was taken aback. He still remembered this little girl who had once brought him refreshments. And he couldn't help but chuckle. Are you here to bring me food? The girl rolled her eyes in annoyance and replied, Humph, all you think about is food. Sister Qingxian wishes to see you, so come with me quickly. Mou was instantly filled with astonishment. It is evident without question that this is Sister Sister Qingxian. Yet, what could she possibly want with him at this moment? Is she here to scold him? Filled with curiosity, he resolved to follow her. Just as Mou trailed behind the young girl, Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia exchanged puzzled glances. Given their prowess, they had naturally overheard the conversation, which left them astonished. They too were baffled as to why the girl would seek out Xiaoyu at this time. However, regarding matters of the young, the two did not intend to intervene. After all, it was merely a meeting resulting from an engagement. Before long, Mou followed the girl named Dong Shuling into a tranquil and secluded courtyard. Although the courtyard was not large, its environment was exceptionally beautiful. In the center sat a stunning woman in a flowing red gown, a sword at her waist. Her brow furrowed in contemplation. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, her tall and slender figure exuded an air of elegance and vigor. Her deep, lustrous eyes sparkled with determination and grace, bestowing upon her a distinctive charm. Mou was utterly captivated by her beauty, the saintess of the heavenly sword sect. Indeed, a paragon of beauty, rivals even the most enchanting of her extraordinary senior sisters. However, what truly astounded him was the transparent panel hovering above her head. Name, Situ Qingxian, daughter of fortune, age, 280 realm, late golden core stage physique, innate pure sword body, one of the strongest sword physiques in existence. With an innate clarity of sword heart, capable of mastering any sword technique effortlessly, possessing terrifying swordsmanship talent. Upon complete conquest, reward, 20 million fortune points. Mou's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart in turmoil. He never anticipated that the very person he wished to annul the engagement with was, in fact, a daughter of fortune. How utterly ironic. Yet now, he faced the dilemma of how to proceed with the annulment. At that moment, Situ Qingxian was also appraising Mou with an air of grace. She had seen his portrait before, which, while handsome, paled in comparison to the real man before her. Situ Qingxian turned her gaze to Dong Shuling, who was observing the scene with keen interest, and smiled warmly. Xiaoling, might you take your leave now? The little girl pouted in protest, her cheeks puffed. Humph, Sister Qingxian, are you dismantling the bridge after crossing it? You two may converse. I shan't interrupt. Situ Qingxian remained silent, merely smiling at her, her long, fair fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. The little girl, feeling the intensity of her gaze, finally stood up in a huff and declared, Sister Qingxian, if you threaten me again, I shan't assist you. Next time, I'll take you to Fuman Tower for a feast of spirit beasts. Order anything you desire. I want 2 meals. The little girl's eyes sparkled, and she could not suppress her salivation. Deal. Yay. Sister Qingxian is so kind. You both enjoy your conversation. I shall keep watch. Elated by the promise of 2 sumptuous meals, the little girl cheerfully departed. Once she was gone, Situ Qingxian turned her attention back to Mou. Her gaze calm and her expression unreadable. Mr. Mo, please take a seat. I presume you are aware of my identity, so I shall forego introductions. I have but one question. Why do you wish to annul the engagement? At this juncture, Situ Qingxian bit down on her pearly white teeth, the sound resonating sharply. She then slammed her sword onto the table with considerable force, her eyes glaring at him, exuding an air that suggested she might resort to violence should he fail to provide a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 65, Competing for the Bride with Family? Mou, momentarily lost in thought, shook himself back to reality and managed a wry smile as he sat down. He had not expected her to be so forthright, and she appeared quite agitated as well. Yet, there was something charming about her anger, a certain adorableness. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved that he could not allow one tree to delay the entire forest. Therefore, he spoke earnestly, I am well aware of my circumstances. It is highly likely that I shall never recover in this lifetime, and I do not wish to hinder your future. He explained that the delay in his arrival was due to having only recently emerged from seclusion and only then discovering the existence of their engagement. Situ Qingxian nodded slightly, her exquisite face maintaining a serene expression, revealing nothing of her thoughts. After a moment, she gazed into his clear, pure eyes and calmly stated, regardless of the reason. You have taken 100 years to come forth and propose an annulment. The responsibility lies with you, does it not? Mou, feeling cornered, conceded. You may express any conditions you desire. I shall comply with what I can. Consider it a compensation for the 100 years I have delayed you. The young lady's words were undeniably reasonable, leaving him with no counterargument. Very well, I shall not annul this engagement, Situ Qingxian declared with an air of nonchalance. Yet her eyes shone with unwavering determination. Mou was utterly taken aback, staring at her in disbelief, rendered speechless. Before coming here, he had envisioned countless scenarios. Yet he had never considered that she might refuse. He hurriedly tried to clarify, Miss Situ, you may not fully grasp my current predicament. No, I am fully aware. Situ Qingxian interjected, waving her hand dismissively. You are simply a man whose foundation has been shattered, who has yet to recover, and whose lifespan is limited, correct? I am indifferent. There is no one in the eastern region who piques my interest. If you were to perish, I would simply remain loyal to your memory. Mou was left utterly dumbfounded. Even in his current state, he still held such appeal? This defies logic, does it not? The world is vast. Beyond the Azure Cloud continent, other realms undoubtedly exist, and I have faith that there are prodigies even more remarkable than I. Mou continued earnestly. You are still so young, already at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Your future accomplishments will surely be extraordinary. Do you intend to spend the rest of your days alone? When you grow old, you will inevitably regret the decision you make today. C2 Qingxian cast him a peculiar glance. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she softly inquired, Do you not like women? Mou's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation as he exclaimed, How could that be? I am perfectly normal. I merely do not wish to hinder you. What kind of person doubts their own preferences? Were it not inappropriate, he would have liked to demonstrate his formidable prowess. At that moment, he thought. Just wait until I show you, then you will see. Then why must you break off the engagement? Is it because I am not attractive enough? C2 Qingxian furrowed her brow slightly. You are indeed beautiful, as lovely as a celestial being, but it is not a question of looks. It simply cannot be. So you truly do not like women? A flicker of amusement danced in her eyes, yet her face remained composed. Driven to desperation, Mou finally confessed, to be candid. I am somewhat fickle, unable to be satisfied with just one partner. However, due to the ties between our two sects, once we are wed, I would find it challenging to pursue other women, hence my desire to end this engagement. Do you understand now? C2 Qingxian stood up, circling him with a scrutinizing gaze. Her expression turned quizzical. You are indeed only at the foundation establishment stage, which means if you cannot recover, your time is limited. How can you seek multiple partners? With your reputation, I doubt you would just pursue any woman. Have you concocted this excuse to end the engagement? Her eyes gleamed with certainty as she regarded him, nodding with a serene smile. Rest assured, as long as the women you pursue possess talents and beauty comparable to mine, I will not interfere. However, you must not bring just anyone home. I cannot afford to lose face. Internally amused, she thought how naive it was to believe she could deceive herself with such fabrications. Did she truly consider herself an innocent girl? What a jest. At that moment, Mou found himself captivated by her understanding nature. What a truly compassionate young woman she was. The key was that she was a woman of fortune. As for constraints, the women he sought would undoubtedly possess similar talents and beauty, thus not diminishing her standing in any way. Yet what of the Sword Sect? He had already declared his intention to break the engagement. How could he suddenly retract that? Especially with the likes of Master Wei, who would be eager for him to leave. The difficulty was immense. Noticing his hesitance, C2 Qingxian realized. Are you worried that my master and the others will not agree? Mou instinctively nodded. Her lips curled into a smile, radiating a beauty that quickened his heartbeat. Mou found her stunning. He was tempted to touch her to see if her heart raced as his did. With a slight blush, she glanced at him with her clear, beautiful eyes. Do not worry. As long as you remain steadfast in not breaking off the engagement, I will certainly persuade them. You should return now and await my news. Very well, Mou nodded, bewildered. He truly could not comprehend why she would pursue this. Now that the engagement was not dissolved, why did it feel as though a contest for her affections was about to begin? And against her family, no less? Upon returning to his quarters, Gu Jiannan summoned him, accompanied by Lu Qingxia. The two elders regarded him with concern, asking, Little you, what did that girl want with you? Did she give you any trouble? They considered that after a century of waiting, the first encounter would lead to an engagement dissolution. If the girl had grievances, they could understand. However, if she overstepped her bounds, that would be intolerable. After all, while it seemed the Xianling sect was at fault, the Sword Sect was also preparing for contingencies. Neither side could cast stones at the other. Had they not seen the relief on the faces of those when they learned of the potential dissolution? How eagerly they anticipated it. What would they think if they knew that Little Yu's foundation had long since been restored? Mou shook his head awkwardly. It was nothing. She just wanted to discuss the engagement. Lu Qingxia immediately expressed her displeasure, huffing. We have taken the initiative to end the engagement, so why is she so eager? Could it be that her next suitor cannot wait? Gu Jiannan also wore a frown. Did she say anything harsh? If she dares to overstep, I will certainly have words with that Master Dong. Well, she did not say anything unpleasant. She merely expressed her unwillingness to break the engagement. Mou regarded the two elders with an odd expression, feeling slightly embarrassed. She also mentioned that she would persuade her elders. And as long as we remain resolute about not dissolving the engagement, there would be no issue. What? She is unwilling to break it? The two elders were momentarily taken aback. Chapter 66, Not Breaking the Engagement. Lu Qingxia was taken aback, unable to fathom this outcome. A prodigious talent, one of unparalleled genius, was adamantly clinging to this marriage. Had Little Yu not been injured, this would have seemed entirely reasonable. But under the current circumstances, such thinking was not typical. What could she possibly gain? They had not even met before, so how could there be any feelings involved? The matter of Little Yu's foundation being restored was a closely guarded secret within the sect. She could not possibly be aware. Gu Jiannan, equally stunned, exchanged incredulous glances with Lu Qingxia for a moment before shaking his head and chuckling in disbelief. What is going on in her mind? Why does she refuse to break it off? Lu Qingxia suddenly had an epiphany. Wait, Little Yu, what do you mean? Do you not wish to break it off either? Mou awkwardly scratched his head, offering a wry smile. Fourth Master Ancestor, I have agreed to her. Lu Qingxia's eyes widened in shock. Agreed? But little you, we cannot deceive this young lady. Initially, she had thought that the girl was pressuring him to dissolve the engagement and had felt quite vexed. But now, realizing the girl was sincere and discerning, she could not bear the thought of her junior deceiving her. Little you, if we deceive her and she discovers the truth, let alone that your foundation has been restored, but also that you already have 2 partners, would she ever agree? Even if she did, the sword sect would never consent. Though Gu Jiannan remained silent. Mo could read the thoughts on his expression, sensing he shared similar concerns. He could not help but smile wryly, Master Ancestor. Do you believe I would be that kind of person? Oh, that is a relief. Otherwise, I would feel quite ashamed to face her elders. Gu Jiannan sighed. Then turned anxious again. How did you respond? Has he not revealed anything regarding the restoration of the foundation? It is impossible for him not to feel anxious. Although the rumors surrounding the blissful fairy seemed to have temporarily subsided, with his sudden advancement to the late stage of transformation and the emergence of the giant spirit sword, the hearts of the people are likely to become even more convinced of those rumors. They had indeed considered these circumstances at the time, however. It was merely a reluctant choice of opting for the lesser of 2 evils, had they not displayed their might to intimidate the 5 great sects. The outcome for the Xianling sect could have been unpredictable. Therefore, until the situation stabilizes completely, they were unwilling to expose Xiaoyu's circumstances to the public, including the Tianjin sect. Nearly 3 days after their engagement, they had faced an ambush and assassination. Who could tell if there were conspirators within the Tianjin sect? It was prudent to proceed cautiously. Observing the 2 elders, Mo could not help but awkwardly murmur, I told her that in this lifetime, it is impossible for me to have only one partner. And she agreed. She said as long as the talent and beauty are not inferior to hers, she will not interfere. Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia exchanged peculiar glances, sensing that their thoughts were failing to keep pace with the younger generation. Having multiple wives was common. Yet it was rare for such a remarkable woman to be willing to share her husband. Not everyone is as indulgent and affectionate towards Mou as Ruyu and Xiaoro. With a pained expression, Gu Jiannan stood up, nearly tugging out a few strands of his white beard in frustration. Mou, if you and that girl are both interested, and your senior sisters do not oppose it, then your master will certainly not stand in your way. However, how can Tianjin sect agree if you do not disclose your situation? Lu Qingxia, on the other hand, exuded an air of dominance, replying, as long as that girl does not agree to withdraw from the engagement, that is sufficient. This betrothal was established a century ago by the elders of both families. How can it be altered at will? Gu Jiannan, with a helpless glare, retorted, but now, it is we who have taken the initiative to propose the annulment, is it not? We have not yet withdrawn, so can we not change our minds? Faced with his 4th junior sister's somewhat unreasonable words, Gu Jiannan found himself momentarily speechless. But could the Tianjin sect truly agree? Compared to the past, Mou now appeared to be a mere waste on the surface. The current Xianling sect, though powerful, found itself in a delicate situation. Surrounded by watchful eyes and potential enemies, a union with the Tianjin sect would entail considerable pressure and risk. Besides gaining a formidable ally, the benefits appeared minimal, especially since the Tianjin sect was already in a stable position and had no need for allies, particularly one as troublesome as the Xianling sect. After thoughtful contemplation, Gu Jiannan suddenly turned to his junior sister and pondered aloud, Dong Shoshua seems to have been trapped in the mid-stage of transformation for quite some time. Has he not? Elder brother, are you suggesting we gift him a breakthrough pill? Lu Qingxia's eyes widened in astonishment. If that were the case, the betrothal gift would indeed be of monumental significance. It is not I who will present it, but Mou. Moreover, it cannot be offered so overtly. He must come to us seeking it, Gu Jiannan remarked with a slight smile, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his weathered eyes. I will first hint at it to him. They will naturally come seeking us. There is no rush. If we appear too eager, it will seem less valuable. Mou listened, utterly bewildered. The current master felt quite unfamiliar. What does this expression convey? It carries a hint of cunning, yet his confidence has grown significantly. Once he conquers Sidu Qingxian, the abundance of luck at his disposal will be greatly enhanced. The anguish of gazing at a plethora of treasures within the system, yet lacking the means to procure them, who can truly understand that? Brother, shall we seek out the one surnamed Dong for a cup of tea? Lu Qingxia suggested. During the crisis of the Xianling sect, that old scoundrel merely watched from the sidelines, which was rather inconsiderate. She rose and headed outside. However, despite her words, she bore no genuine resentment in her heart, for she would have acted similarly. Everyone has their own responsibilities to uphold. Who can truly act with complete freedom? Gu Jiannan quickly followed with a wry smile. The aimless Mou ventured outside and encountered Yang Mu and the others, who were equally bored. They were about to wander around the Tianjin sect when they noticed Mu Chen leading several young cultivators towards them with an indifferent demeanor. Mo brother, are you off to explore? Why not allow me to guide you around? Mu Chen proposed with a stiff smile. Observing the forced smile on his face, Mou felt a pang of discomfort and curiously inquired, why do you force yourself to smile when it is evident you do not wish to? What do you mean by that, Mo brother? Mu Chen's expression shifted awkwardly, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes. It's nothing. We shall explore on our own. You may carry on, Mou replied, disinterested in further engagement. Although he was unaware of the source of Mu Qin's hostility, it was clear that he harbored ill feelings. He had no desire to indulge in petty games. Without a backward glance, he led his companions onward. Mu Qin's face stiffened as his artificial smile vanished. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped in front of Mou and gritted his teeth. I have heard you came here to cancel your engagement with the Saintess. While it is true you are unworthy of Sister Qin Xian, it should not be you who proposes this. How can you so brazenly tarnish the reputation of the Tianjin sect? Mou nearly laughed in disbelief, casting a disinterested glance at him before retorting impatiently, and what can you do about it? Mu Qin's face flushed crimson with indignation. Feeling as though he had suffered a profound humiliation, he clenched his teeth and growled, Mou, this is not the past. Do you still think of yourself as the foremost prodigy of the eastern region? What gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? The others around him mirrored his anger and dissatisfaction. Just as they were about to voice their support, they were interrupted by 3 icy shouts. What are you? How dare you speak to our young master like that? A foolish clown. Come forth if you dare. Do you seek death? Chen Feishion's words were coarse, while Yan Wujing remained as succinct as ever. Yang Mu, however, was the most arrogant and volatile among them. After speaking, the trio stepped forward, coldly staring down the group opposite them, their eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 67. A blow to the face. How could Mu Qin, typically regarded as one of the top prodigies of the Tianjin sect's younger generation, endure such rebuke? Yet, as he faced the trio, his complexion darkened further. 2 of them radiated a power that matched his own, while the one who had spoken most arrogantly possessed an unfathomable strength. He could not discern their realms. And upon recalling their titles for Mou, he felt a tremor within. Could it be that these 3 are all followers of Mou? Despite his previous disdain for Mou, he was well aware of the latter's remarkable exploits and knew of his past association with the 10 most talented followers. This moment left him momentarily at a loss, yet the thought of being within the Tianjin sect instilled a flicker of hope in his heart. Moreover, his pride forbade him from bowing his head. After all, how would the other disciples perceive him? How deeply disappointed would his junior sister Qin Xian be? The mere thought of her filled him with renewed courage, and his eyes sparkled with an invincible calm and confidence as he laughed heartily. The Xianling sect truly boasts great power. Did they believe there is no one in the Tianjin sect? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. A powerful presence befitting a late-stage golden core cultivator, and he radiated vitality and brilliance. Coupled with his handsome features, he indeed exuded the charm of an extraordinary genius. At the very least, the disciples behind him gazed at him with expressions of admiration. A 400-year-old late-stage golden core cultivator is undeniably exceptional among the younger generation across the eastern region. Ascending to the nascent soul stage is merely a matter of time. However, to Mou, even if he was not mediocre, he was at best tolerable. Thus, he found himself lacking patience for such provocations. Observing the confident Mu Qin, he couldn't help but smirk and shake his head. If reaching the late-stage golden core at 400 years old qualifies one as the pinnacle of Tianjin sect's talents, then that truly is rather unremarkable. Therefore, do refrain from seeking validation before me in the future, as it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Yang Mu. Ensure he learns what true genius is. Yes, my lord. Yang Mu responded respectfully, then soared into the air above an empty space, casually extending his finger. He beckoned Mu Qin below. I just happened to turn 401 this year. Let us see you endure some punishment with one hand. Fear not. I shan't take your life. Just a year older, and you expect me to fight with one hand? And to come up and take a beating? Do you dare utter such words? What a profound humiliation. Mu Qin felt his blood surge, racing to his head, his eyes turning crimson with fury, gasping for breath. He glared fiercely at Yang Mu and shouted, Fine. Today, I, Mu Qin, shall demonstrate that the geniuses of the Tianjin sect are not to be humiliated by you. With that, he charged forward without a word, raising his hand to unleash a terrifying sword light. This sword is indeed a genuine weapon, crafted from a mid-grade spiritual artifact that amplifies the wielder's power by an impressive 30%, making it a rare treasure. Furthermore, given that the majority of the Heavenly Sword sect consists of sword cultivators, their offensive prowess is undoubtedly more formidable than that of ordinary practitioners. The sword's momentum, akin to a swirling tempest, enveloped Yang Mu in an instant, casting a radiant light across the land, leaving him with no means of evasion. Mu Qin's gaze was devoid of warmth. He sought to ensure that this arrogant individual would face the repercussions of his actions. Understanding that Mu Qin was not someone who could be easily bullied, his initial emphasis on this encounter was, of course, also influenced by the opponent's strength, which he found utterly inscrutable. Yet, in the face of his assault, Yang Mu remained unfazed, effortlessly striking with a single finger, exuding an air of nonchalance. He not only honored his promise to use one hand but also engaged in unarmed combat. The dazzling sword light flickered and vanished in an instant. Mu Qin sighed in relief, grateful that his opponent had not resorted to using a sword. However, a wave of embarrassment soon followed. Yet, upon witnessing that flash of sword light, a sense of panic began to stir within him. The power is decidedly unsettling. With a resounding boom, the terrifying sword aura enveloping Yang Mu was cleaved in two by a fleeting flash of sword light, reminiscent of a curtain of water. Yet, before that single strike dissipated, it relentlessly continued its trajectory toward Mu Qin, descending with an unwavering ferocity that showed no sign of waning, as swift and fierce as a shooting star. The commotion here has long attracted numerous disciples to observe. In the distance, even more disciples are hastening towards the scene. Goodness, there is a duel taking place. And it involves senior brother Mu Chen. We must go and witness it. His opponent appears unfamiliar. Could he possibly be a disciple from the outer sect? Indeed. I recognize that individual from this morning. He is a disciple of the Xianling sect. What could have prompted this confrontation? The Heavenly Sword sect is generally lenient regarding competitions among its disciples. However, it is exceedingly rare for disputes to occur directly above the guest quarters. Those with perceptive minds have already surmised the underlying reasons. Who is unaware of senior brother Mu Chen's infatuation with the holy maiden Qin Xian? Now that the disciple from Xianling sect has suddenly come to annul the engagement, he is undoubtedly seeking to defend the honor of the holy maiden. Even if the annulment brings him a sense of joy, he would not forego the opportunity to win her favor. Many onlookers, filled with envy and admiration, sighed softly. Alas! How could I have missed such a splendid opportunity? Indeed, being rejected in this manner must have greatly upset Sister Qin Xian. If I could help her regain her dignity, surely she would remember me. But what of that remembrance? Can you truly compete with the other senior brothers and uncles? Precisely. Yet those uncles would surely find it unbecoming to vie for a partner with us younger disciples. It is truly lamentable, even in the absence of uncles. Junior brother Mu is not someone we can compare ourselves to. These words abruptly brought those lost and fanciful thoughts back to the stark reality. Regardless of talent or appearance, Mu Chen truly was the most suitable match among the younger generation and the saintess. Those present found themselves utterly incapable of competing with him. Goodness! Is he truly that formidable? As they beheld the figure of the defeated opponent, sent flying hundreds of meters away, the onlookers were left speechless, their eyes glazed over. The pride of the younger generation from the Heavenly Sword sect was so easily vanquished by a single strike? Could it be that exaggerated? Could that young man possibly be a nascent soul cultivator? With this thought, the spectators were rendered completely dumbfounded. At this moment, someone finally discerned young Mu's visage and exclaimed, "This individual is a follower of MOU. When I welcomed him today, I distinctly heard him shouting the name of young Master MOU. The crowd was taken aback, incredulous that, despite MOU's incapacitation, there still existed a Yuan Ing level adherent, one so remarkably youthful, no less. Unable to contain their astonishment, they exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their shock. Their gazes instinctively drifted towards the tall figure engaged in battle below, a myriad of complex emotions swirling within their eyes. A once great prodigy, even rendered a cripple, still commanded the allegiance of such an extraordinary talent. What enigmatic allure did he possess? Some familiar with the individuals who accompanied Mu Chen could not help but inquire about their earlier interactions. Upon learning the details, their faces contorted into expressions of amusement. Is it true? They sought to trouble MOU, only to be utterly disregarded? This, indeed, was quite the embarrassment. Those who typically disdained Mu Chen's haughty demeanor nearly burst into laughter, yet, constrained by their shared affiliation, they stifled their amusement. At that moment, unwilling to concede defeat, Mu Chen was once again struck down by Yang Mu's sword, fortuitously landing at MOU's feet, his aura diminished. To the unacquainted observer, it might have appeared as if he was kneeling before MOU in a plea for mercy. This caused the already severely injured Mu Chen to finally unleash the blood that had been trapped in his throat, spewing it forth uncontrollably. He uttered, his voice varying in 4 distinct tones, prompting MOU to leap back in alarm, instantly retreating several meters away. Though no words were exchanged, the expression of disdain etched upon his face suggested he was repulsed, as if attempting to avoid stepping in filth. Observing MOU's reaction and feeling the unusual gazes of those around him, the already humiliated and furious Mu Chen could no longer bear the indignity. Gasping for breath, he bellowed in rage, "MOU, you are nothing more than a pitiful sycophant. By what right do you look at me with such disdain? What gives you the audacity?" Consumed by indignation, his voice grew hoarse, his face contorted in fury. Meanwhile, MOU, whose eyes had been calm until now, turned icy, his voice sharp as a blade. "Young Mu, make his face swell. I demand to see at least 3 of his teeth on the ground." "Understood, young master." As soon as these words were uttered, the surrounding discussions abruptly ceased, plunging the venue into profound silence. Chapter 68, The Frustrated and Distressed Wei Tianming. Having met junior sister Situ, the saintess, and uncle Situ, the crowd, either adoring or reverent, respectfully greeted Situ Qin Xian with eager and fervent glances. This remarkable woman, although at the same stage of golden core as Mu Chen, possesses a markedly different caliber. Mu Chen only transcended to the golden core stage at nearly 400 years of age, whereas Situ Qin Xian, having only reached the age of 280, has already resided in this realm for a decade. The breakthrough to the nascent soul stage is imminent, and her advancement to the spirit transformation stage seems almost assured. Some even dare to compare her extraordinary talent to that of Lu Yuyan. This evaluation is indeed soaring to the heavens. It is well known that Lu Yuyan is universally acknowledged as the foremost female prodigy of the Eastern domain in millennia. Her extraordinary cultivation talent is only slightly inferior to that of the former MOU, rendering her a figure of overwhelming superiority among her peers. Consequently, the esteemed Situ Qin Xian is now being groomed as a potential future sect leader. It can be said that from that moment forth, the higher echelons of the Heavenly Sword sect have no intention of marrying her off to someone from an external sect. The Xianling sect is no exception. Forget about Mou being a cripple. Even if you were in perfect condition, even if you were the leader of the Xianling sect, it would not suffice. Unless Mou were to defect to the Heavenly Sword sect, which remains contingent upon his ability to return to his former self. As it stands, Mou is but a mere invalid. This sentiment is shared by all disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, including the recently risen, yet still somewhat frail, Mu Yadongchen. The increasingly terrifying talent of Sister Qingxian ensures that she is destined to marry within her own sect. No one would willingly offer a genius with the potential to ascend to the realm of transformation to another. Unless, of course, someone can present terms that would be irresistible even to the higher-ups of the Heavenly Sword sect. Otherwise, he stands as one of the most promising candidates. The reason he is merely one of many is that some shameless elders are also competing with the younger generation. It is utterly disgraceful and devoid of martial ethics. With a subconscious clench of her teeth, Muchen winced in pain, her face paling. Mou is my fiancé, if anyone disagrees. They may challenge me to a duel to settle the matter. Upon hearing Sister Qingxian's declaration, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were rendered speechless. Each pair of eyes shimmered with disbelief and astonishment. Prior to this moment, no one had anticipated such a bold proclamation. Even Mou himself was taken aback by the forthrightness of his unexpected fiancée. His curiosity was piqued as he cast a glance at the beautiful woman who was meticulously securing her sword at her waist. At this moment, Sister Qingxian exuded an aura of both elegance and strength. Muchen, initially taken aback, soon succumbed to a profound anguish. Even the pain of having lost 6 teeth paled in comparison to what he felt now. In an instant, the expression of torment on his face transformed into one of fury and resentment. His body trembled violently, and the veins on his contorted, ashen face stood out prominently, culminating in a ferocious roar. Qingxian, why? I have become a mere shadow of my former self. Why do you still choose him? In what way am I inferior to him now? This inquiry is not solely on Mu Chen's mind. It resonates with all the disciples of the Tianjin sect present. In times past, Mou stood as a paragon of excellence. Yet the current Mou resembles nothing more than mere refuse. What merit does he possess? Is it solely due to his handsome visage? However, in the realm of men, particularly within the world of cultivation, physical appearance is a trivial concern. It is only talent and strength that serve as the foundation upon which a man's worth is built. Is the saintess truly so naive and oblivious? Sister Qingxian cast a fleeting glance at Mu Chun and stated earnestly, in my eyes, you are lacking in every aspect compared to him. The piercing blow shattered Mu Chen's last vestige of pride, leaving his complexion as pale as that of a corpse. The onlooking disciples of the Tianjin sect felt as though they had been stabbed themselves, their hearts bleeding profusely. How deeply it hurt. Not only the disciples, but even several elders felt a pang of sorrow, especially upon witnessing the radiant smile of Mou. Everyone gritted their teeth in resentment. It was this scoundrel who had deceitfully stolen the heart of their cherished saintess. Fortunately, his arrogant demeanor just moments ago would undoubtedly render the already tenuous prospect of marriage even more challenging. This is not solely within the purview of the saintess herself. Observing the several aged figures approaching from the horizon, all members of the Tianjin sect, save for a few female disciples, erupted into a chorus of derisive laughter, united in their disdain. With the Tianjin sect exhibiting such brazen arrogance, now that the esteemed elder has arrived, I wonder how he intends to justify himself to us? The audacious shall inevitably face the consequences of their hubris. Indeed, while the saintess may be easily deceived, our esteemed elder will not be blinded by the petty schemes of lesser individuals. At that moment, Sister Qingxuan's starry eyes turned cold. She strode forward, intending to confront the most vociferous of the disciples. However, Mou reached out to restrain her, smiling gently as he shook his head. There is no need to concern ourselves with such cacophonous clamor. It is best to disregard it. His primary intention was to prevent her from escalating tensions with her fellow disciples. Moreover, it would be beneath him to allow a woman to charge into battle while he remained an onlooker in the rear. Yet, to directly oppose all members of the Tianjin sect would be to invite unnecessary conflict. Such matters are best handled by the higher echelons of the Heavenly Sword sect. Observing his calm and composed smile, Sister Qingxian gazed at him in confusion, then fixed her eyes on the hand he held in his grasp. Without uttering a word, she remained quietly attentive to him. Mou, with an expression of serene tranquility, released her hand, offering no explanation. Such matters defy explanation. With a furrowed brow, she cast several scrutinizing glances at him, and, upon witnessing his unwavering composure, a sense of doubt crept into Sister Qingxian's heart. Could it truly be an inadvertent act? Although the two were bound by a betrothal, without the consent of their elders, she could not afford to be overly intimate with him. Regardless of her carefree disposition, a young lady must maintain a degree of modesty and self-respect, particularly in a public setting. Yet, the earlier scene had left the onlookers utterly astonished. They had anticipated that the saintess would rebuke that scoundrel, only to witness them exchanging glances rife with unspoken sentiments. It was utterly absurd. The most devastated among them were undoubtedly Mu Chen and the other suitors vying for the saintess's affection. They felt as though the very heavens had collapsed upon them. The flawless saintess, whom they idolized, had been ensnared by the despicable tactics of that shameless individual, and the key point was that the saintess appeared completely unperturbed. At this moment, even Wei Tianming's gaze shifted. Upon his arrival, he beheld Qin Xian and that young man hand in hand. What is the situation? Is it truly the case that this young lady reacts with such fervor merely because I disagree with their union? Wei Tianming's heart was a tumult of anger and helplessness. The disciples had encountered the sect leader and several elders, and even the leader had been taken aback. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect gazed at Mou with expressions brimming with schadenfreude and delight. In Mu Chen's eyes, a flicker of hope reignited. The question of whom the saintess would ultimately marry was not solely hers to decide. The decree of the sect held paramount importance. Wei Tianming's countenance darkened. He had been aware of the general circumstances prior to his arrival. To be candid, he felt a surge of indignation. To be a guest in one's own sect, and yet have the host subjected to such treatment? The crux of the matter lay in the fact that, despite the outcome being clear, the grievances were still being clung to, resulting in the humiliation of their own prodigy, who had lost 6 teeth in the altercation. This was nothing short of arrogance and a complete disregard for decorum. Regardless of the origins of the conflict, he demanded an explanation. Otherwise, where would the honor of the Heavenly Sword sect be placed? He was certain that even if the seniors from the Xianling sect arrived, they would find it difficult to interject. Yet, recalling the excited and animated expressions of his master and senior disciple when he had visited them earlier filled him with confusion. What had those 2 seniors from the Xianling sect imparted to his master that caused such a loss of composure? Disciple has met with the master. Situ Qingxian bowed respectfully. It was then that Wei Tianming set aside his doubts, furrowing his brow and glaring at her with annoyance. He intended to ignore her, yet instinctively nodded in acknowledgement. Realizing this, he turned back to Mou, coldly huffing, "You must provide me with a reasonable explanation regarding this matter." Chapter 69. The etiquette of hosting Situ. Qingxian hastily bent forward to elucidate. "Master, it was Mu Chun who took the initiative to provoke Mou, and I merely asked him to stand aside for the time being, to address his concerns later." Witnessing his disciple defend Mou at this moment caused Wei Tianming's heart to constrict painfully. It felt akin to raising a dutiful daughter for many years only to have her whisked away by a rogue youth. Who could comprehend such vexation? "Qingxian, it is all right. I will clarify matters with Sect Master Wei." Mou smiled and shook his head at Situ Qingxian. The latter's beautiful eyes flickered with a subtle emotion before she gently nodded in agreement. Yet, the very utterance of Qingxian felt like a dagger, piercing Wei Tianming's heart once more, rendering him unable to restrain his heavy breaths. Had they truly grown so familiar on their very first meeting? This fellow is so smooth-tongued and glib. It is evident that he is an unreliable man. Why has that girl taken a liking to him? Ultimately, he restrained his impulse to curse, secretly resolving to teach that young man a lesson today. Mou remained oblivious to these sentiments. However, he was acutely aware that this Master Wei had harbored a dislike for him since their initial encounter. As for the reason, it was not difficult to surmise. His cherished little swan suddenly intended to marry a good-for-nothing on the brink of death. The crux of the matter was that his little swan was disobedient, insisting on marrying that worthless man. Were he in the same position, he would undoubtedly be furious, perhaps even more so. Thus, he could empathize. Yet, understanding did not equate to agreement. After all, he was a person of distinction, endowed with exceptional talent, destined to rise above the ordinary. That was a path to greatness. In this world, how many individuals could possibly be more deserving of Situ Qingxian than oneself? Mou inwardly smiled with satisfaction. He recounted the events succinctly, without embellishment. To summarize, Mu Chun deliberately provoked a confrontation, prompting me to allow my subordinates to engage in a contest with him. The outcome saw your man defeated. And instead of accepting his loss, he resorted to insults against me. Annoyed, I permitted my subordinates to teach him a lesson once more. It is worth noting that this was a fair competition. Both parties were of the same age, and my team fought with one hand tied behind their backs, without the use of spiritual artifacts. Master Wei, under such circumstances, I believe I have exercised restraint. Were it anyone else who dared to humiliate me in such a manner, they might not have had the opportunity to remain standing. Mou regarded Wei Tianming with a calm demeanor. Although he had no desire to antagonize the Tianjin sect, it did not mean he would submit to indignities. Whoever displeased him would face even greater displeasure in return. This is quite fair, isn't it? Wei Tianming's expression darkened. Although he perceived Mou's conduct as domineering, failing to accord the Tianjin sect the respect it deserved, it was undeniable that the Tianjin sect had instigated the provocation. What could he possibly say? In another sect, he would not need to engage in such reasoning. Yet, this is the Xianling sect. It has always been the case that they do not engage in rational discourse with others. It is unheard of for anyone to take advantage of them. Moreover, the current Xianling sect is flourishing, its power burgeoning. Mu Chen's countenance was grim as he stammered. The circumstances were similar, but the disciple merely wished to befriend Mou, which prompted the invitation for him to join in the excursion. Who could have predicted his arrogance, looking down upon our Tianjin sect disciples? It was only after being provoked that I impulsively wished to debate with him, only for him to command his subordinates, the nascent soul cultivators, to engage in battle. After my defeat, in a moment of frustration, I spoke some hasty words. This only incited Mo's wrath further, leading him to again order his subordinates to unleash a brutal attack on the disciple, who had already concluded the debate. Consequently, the disciple lost 6 teeth. His arrogance was appalling, showing no regard for our Tianjin sect whatsoever. Mu Chun had initially intended to elaborate further, but in the presence of so many, he lacked the courage to deceive the sect leader. He could only speak cautiously, emphasizing repeatedly that the opponent was a nascent soul cultivator, while also mentioning our Tianjin sect, attempting to position Mu in opposition to their sect. From his words, a picture emerged of Mu as a brazen and unreasonable figure. Despite his defeat, he had fallen to a nascent soul cultivator, yet he made no mention of his peers, instead painting a picture of being bullied by others. Upon hearing this, Mu could not help but commend him for his talent, albeit at a village level, as outside the village, he would surely be overwhelmed. As the leader of a sect, Wei Tianming ought to possess at least a modicum of discernment. Nevertheless, Mu underestimated Wei Tianming's resentment towards him. After hearing Mu Chen's account, he feigned ignorance, disregarding any context and treating the incident as a mere exchange. He coldly remarked, regardless of the initial cause, since you have chosen to resolve this through debate, why do you continue to command your subordinates to commit violence after the victor has been determined? Is this the style of the Xianling sect? You were once considered a prodigy in your generation. Now, relying on your subordinates to achieve victory, you still relentlessly pursue retribution. Do you not feel any shame? Mu could not help but admire the audacity of these old foxes. He was disinclined to linger on this matter and directly inquired, what does sect leader Wei intend to do about this? Wei Tianming could not help but ponder deeply. This indeed poses quite a challenge. A lenient approach would fail to restore the dignity of the Heavenly Sword sect, while a more forceful one may displease them, and he cannot adopt a confrontational stance. Otherwise, if Gu Jian intervenes, he too would lose his standing. At that moment, an elder beside him suddenly smiled and spoke. Sect leader, I believe this matter need not be so complicated. Since Mu Chun had 6 teeth knocked out as a result, let the assailant repay him with 6 teeth in kind. His reasoning was quite straightforward. Although Mu was currently rendered powerless, he was still the esteemed disciple of Lu Yuyan, the revered leader of the Xianling sect. It would be rather unrealistic to punish him, considering his nearly invincible master resided within the sect. Should matters escalate, it could lead to an undesirable conclusion. However, punishing a follower who directly committed the act of aggression would be entirely justifiable. Is this acceptable? Surely, you, Mu, do not wish to court our saintly maiden? It is inconceivable that you would not grant us this modest favor. In this manner, everyone finds a way out, achieving a harmonious resolution. After listening, Wei Tianming remained noncommittal, tacitly acquiescing. I am grateful to the sect master and Uncle Wu for advocating on behalf of the disciple. However, I wish to take matters into my own hands. Mu Chun gritted his teeth and bowed respectfully. Although a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him, he discerned that the sect master was reluctant to directly hold Mu accountable, and thus he dared not voice any further objections. Nonetheless, striking Yang Mu would effectively be a slap in Mu's face, serving as a means of venting his frustrations. He shot a resentful glare at Mu before turning his gaze towards Yang Mu, his eyes brimming with the anticipation of revenge. However, upon witnessing the composed expressions of both Mu and Yang Mu, he could not suppress his seething anger, muttering under his breath, feigning calmness. Just wait and see how I humiliate you. C2 Qingxuan's countenance turned icy as she attempted to step forward, only to be preemptively restrained by Mu. At this moment, Elder Wu turned his gaze towards Mu and smiled. Mu, do you have any objections to this approach? Mu cast a cold glance at him and replied, Heh, it seems quite fair and reasonable. Let that fellow with the surname Mu deal with it himself. Elder Wu could not help but stroke his white beard, chuckling with satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Enemies should be resolved rather than confronted. Mu Chun, be mindful of your measures. Hearing Mu's agreement, Mu Chun finally exhaled, having been genuinely concerned that his opponent would engage him directly. Now, it was his turn to perform, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. The disciples of the Tianjin sect erupted in joyous cheers, their faces adorned with expressions of triumph. However, the next moment, Mu's words silenced the crowd instantly. Yang Mu, giving your all is the greatest respect towards your opponent. You must not underestimate Brother Mu. Yes, young master. Yang Mu nodded quietly, showing no surprise. Yen Wuji and Chun Feixiong also bore amused expressions, as if to say, as expected. Yet, Wei Tianming's countenance had already darkened, the suppressed resentment in his chest boiling over as he roared, Mu, do you truly believe that the sect master fears striking you? But scarcely had his words left his mouth when a voice, even more furious than his own, thundered from the direction of the reception hall. Wei Tianming, it seems your wings have grown too strong. Is this how I have taught you to treat guests? As the words fell, 4 elderly figures appeared on the scene, brimming with righteous indignation. The elder with a face full of fury was none other than Dong Shozhua, the Grand Elder of the Tianjin sect and the master of the current sect master, Wei Tianming. Following closely behind was another Grand Elder, Zheng Wuji, whose expression was equally one of disappointment. In contrast, Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia, trailing at the back, wore nonchalant expressions, as if the matter did not concern them. One could easily mistake Dong's fierce demeanor for that of a protective grandfather, unaware that it was the disciples of the Tianjin sect who had been wronged. How did it end up seeming as though the aggressors were the victims? All the disciples of the Tianjin sect were taken aback, their eyes filled with confusion, including Wei Tianming. His master had always been amiable, and since passing the sect master position to him, had focused solely on breaking through to the later stages of transformation, rarely concerning himself with trivial matters. Although today's incident involved the Xianling sect and was somewhat unreasonable, one would expect his master not to publicly chastise him. Was it because Gu Jiannan had successfully advanced to the later stages of transformation? Yet, their sect was not without its own powerful ancestors to provide support. There was no need for such humiliation. I am asking you a question. Is this how you, as the sect master, treat your guests? Seeing him still in a daze, Dong Shozhua shouted again. If it weren't for the fact that his disciple had grown up and had become the sect master, he would have genuinely wanted to slap him. Master, esteemed elder, regarding today's events, Wei Tianming, looking utterly helpless, attempted to explain, but was interrupted yet again. This time, it was Zheng Wuji who spoke, his face full of reproach. Tianming, setting aside the cause and process, the younger generation's disputes are not a reason for you, as an elder, to intervene. Moreover, MOU is a guest of our Tianjin sect, and his elders are present. It is not your place to adjudicate. Shouldn't you first offer your apologies? Wei Tianming's face instantly reflected a sense of frustration and helplessness. He was the sect master of the Tianjin sect. How could he not intervene when his disciples were bullied by outsiders? Was he not even allowed to handle the situation? It had never been like this before. Yet, the words came from his master and senior uncle. He had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, he nodded in acquiescence. Uncle, your teachings are correct. It was my rashness that caused offense. Turning to Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia, he added, I apologize for my impetuousness in handling matters. I hope the 2 esteemed elders will not take offense. No worries. Please recount the events leading to this incident. If our disciples behaved rudely, I shall not be lenient. Gu Jiannan said with a faint smile, glancing at the calm-faced MOU, feeling a sense of reassurance. Little Yu had always been clever. Even if he were to retaliate, he would first ensure he held the moral high ground. This time, it seems, is no exception. Wei Tianming, witnessing the 2 inquiring, hurriedly recounted the events, seizing the opportunity to avoid an apology to MOU and others. The thought of apologizing to that young man left him somewhat unwilling. Respectfully reporting to my master, it was Mu Qin who came to invite MOU for a journey together. After being declined, he felt aggrieved, which led to an agreement to debate. Perhaps feeling unsatisfied after his defeat, he spoke some harsh words, subsequently resulting in MOU instructing his subordinates to knock out a few of his teeth. The version he presented this time leaned heavily on MOU's narrative. He was not foolish. How could he be oblivious to the ulterior motives embedded in Mu Qin's earlier words? While he chose not to pursue the matter, he dared not deceive his master. The atmosphere around them was heavy, silence enveloping the space. The inclinations of the 2 elder sages were conspicuously clear. They did not wish to offend the Xianling sect. To say that the Tianjin sect held any justification in this matter would be an understatement. Observing the situation, even if they had a valid point, it seemed they would gently set it aside. Indeed, after hearing the account, both Dong Shozhua and Zheng Wuji wore displeased expressions. Their gazes toward Mu Qin fraught with disappointment and ire. What nonsense about a joint journey. During their first meeting in the hall, he had disregarded MOU entirely. How could he now so benevolently extend an invitation? One could excuse a touch of arrogance due to youth, as it is not uncommon for the young to harbor lofty ambitions. Yet now, in a fit of personal grievance, he dared to provoke a guest. After his defeat, he resorted to foul language. Such pettiness was utterly disgraceful. With such a mindset, how could one hope for longevity? Dong Shozhua glowered frostily at Mu Qin, suppressing his rage. He asked, is there any injustice in these words? Mu Qin's face turned pale. He longed to argue in his defense. However, with so many witnesses present, a rebuttal proved futile. He could only grit his teeth and nod. It is the disciple who has brought shame upon the sect. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Dong Shozhua thundered, as a sword cultivator, what is there to fear in defeat? It is shameful to avert one's gaze from the truth. You approached to debate, and upon losing, should have gracefully apologized and departed with dignity, returning another day if need be. Yet you, like a shrew, resorted to verbal sparring. What use is your sword then? What path of cultivation remains? Fortunately, today's exchange was merely among peers. Had it occurred elsewhere, one with your temperament would have long since perished. Dong Shozhua exhaled deeply, casting a fierce glance at all the disciples surrounding him. He warned, let you all remember today's events. Yes, we shall heed the teachings of our esteemed elder. The disciples responded in unison, their faces flushed with shame. Just moments before, they had hoped for the sect's intervention to regain lost face through other means. Yet few had considered challenging Yangmu themselves, as they knew they would be outmatched. Those capable of winning were not on equal footing with him. Observing the disciples, and then glancing at Mou and his companions, who had remained composed throughout, Dong Shoujua's heart ached further. Why was there no such prodigy within the Tianjian sect? In a fit of displeasure, Dong Shoujua turned back to Mu Qin, bellowing, "Do you not yet apologize to your peers of the Xianling sect? After the apology, retreat to the Qingxin cliff for seclusion. Do not emerge until you reach the nascent soul stage." Yes, Mu Qin's face was one of despair. Following this incident, his prospects with his junior sister Qingxian seemed virtually extinguished. Even a fool could discern her affections for that young man. The elder's attitudes had begun to shift ambiguously. The gazes cast upon him felt so piercing, shattering the remnants of his dignity. "Today, as events are my fault, I seek your forgiveness." With a disheartened bow to Mou, Mu Qin departed hastily. Dong Shoujua and the others did not utter another word. Whether he could overcome this mental demon was solely dependent on himself. No one else could assist him. Originally brimming with indignation, Dong Shoujua's expression transformed when he turned to Mou, becoming gentle, his smile as warm as spring's breath. "Little you, it is rare for you to emerge. You must stay for several days. The scenery of the Tianjian sect is quite splendid. Do take the time to explore." As soon as Dong Shoujua finished speaking, Zhong Wuji chimed in with a concerned smile. "Indeed, on the path of cultivation, one must balance diligence with leisure. One cannot solely immerse oneself in relentless practice. Qingxian, you accompany our esteemed elder. We have matters to discuss with you." The two elders' attitudes toward Mou left everyone around, including Wei Tianming, utterly astonished. As for Situ Qingxian, she was utterly bewildered. Previously, the elders had vehemently opposed her association with Mou. Why, now, did it seem they bore no hint of reproach? "Mou, feel free to explore. If you require anything, come find me in the courtyard," Situ Qingxian instructed, perplexed, as she followed the two elders back to the council hall. She was eager to discover what her master and grandmaster wished to convey. If they still intended to pressure her into breaking off the engagement, she would refuse without hesitation. Chapter 71. The concerns of the elders. Mou was not in the mood for aimless wandering. He needed to inquire about the discussions with his grandmaster and the others. Situ Qingxian was not only the daughter of destiny, but also possessed a sense of loyalty and righteousness that was genuinely appealing to him. Her spirited demeanor and chivalrous nature resonated deeply with him. Thus, he turned back, following his grandmaster and the others to their quarters. Yang Mu and his companions waited outside. Aware he had questions to pose, Gu Jianan casually erected a barrier and smiled at him. Mou hastily asked, "Grandmaster, has the significant shift in Dong Laozu's and the others' attitudes stemmed from your mention of the breakthrough elixir? And what do they say regarding the union?" Gu Jianan did not directly answer his question but looked at him with a helpless expression, sighing, "Little you, your foundation has just been restored. It is best to focus your thoughts on cultivation. Moreover, you now have two partners. Are you not concerned about the troubles your senior sisters may cause upon your return?" Lu Qingxia could not resist offering her earnest advice. Indeed, while cultivators are not averse to beauty, there must be moderation. You are still young, with such talent. If you neglect your cultivation for the sake of fleeting desires, that would be to forsake the essence for the trivial. Currently, the alliance with the Tianjian sect brings numerous benefits to both the sect and yourself. Additionally, considering the engagement from a century ago, we refrained from intervening. Otherwise, we would never allow you to be so frivolous. Both my grandmaster and esteemed elder are correct. Please rest assured, I am mindful and shall not let my cultivation suffer. Although Mou was aware of the misunderstanding harbored by his elders, he could not provide a truthful explanation. He could only smile bitterly and nod, his gaze filled with resignation. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Gu Jianan chose not to pursue the topic further. Who among the young is not spirited? Furthermore, this was a situation he had inadvertently facilitated. He could not wholly place the blame on the youth. Very well, just be cautious. Although the Tianjian sect hasn't directly agreed, they did not outright refuse upon learning that my breakthrough was due to the elixirs you submitted to the sect. Gu Jianan stroked his beard, his expression grave as he remarked, "They are all cunning foxes. My words will undoubtedly reveal my intentions to them. Yet, even so, they have not readily agreed, suggesting there may be ulterior motives at play." He paused momentarily, then continued with a wry smile, "Logically speaking, trading an unparalleled genius for an opportunity to advance to the late stage of the transformation realm would be a tremendous bargain for them. However, do not be hasty. They will surely provide a response within 2 days at the latest. If we can indeed arrange for that young lady to become part of our family, it would not be a loss for us." Lu Qingxia nodded in agreement. Indeed, that girl possesses talent comparable to Yu Yan, and she is both loyal and affectionate. Though the boundary-breaking pill is rare, it is worth the trade, particularly since Xiao Yu has taken a liking to her. Mou, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the discussion, Interjected awkwardly, if they agree, I shall provide the boundary-breaking pill. I still have a few remaining, which were originally intended for my senior sisters. What? You still have some? The two elders stared at each other in astonishment, rendered speechless. This mischievous rascal, how dare he still conceal it? What a delightful surprise this is. The previous consumption has suddenly diminished by half, causing them considerable distress. Now, with these 10 pills, they have reached a consensus. Unless under extraordinary circumstances, they will only be utilized when someone surpasses the mid-stage of the transformation realm. From now on, these shall serve as the foundation of the sect, passed down through generations. Otherwise, it would be an utter waste to use a breakthrough pill, capable of advancing one to the late stage of transformation. On those in the late stage of the nascent soul, the difference between having 5 more at the initial stage of transformation and 5 more at the late stage is monumental. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Jiannan resolutely shook his head. These pills rightfully belong to you. As for your few, keep them for your senior sisters as you see fit. Regarding the Heavenly Sword sect, we will procure one directly from the sect when the time comes. His tone was nonchalant, but the thought of offering even one pill pained him. It is not as if it would be used on one of their own. Such a pill holds immense value, equivalent to that of a late-stage transformation practitioner. However, considering it as a betrothal gift for Xiao Yu lightened his mood considerably. Observing the pained expression of his master, Mo couldn't help but chuckle. I still have 9 left. I shall keep them for myself. 9. Gu Jiannan exclaimed in astonishment, then sighed with a wry smile. Xiao Yu, given the talents of your senior sisters, using breakthrough pills too early would be sheer waste. You should save them for critical moments. Since you possess so many, let them be for you. The sect's resources are hard-earned, so do not squander them all at once. Lu Qingxiao nodded in agreement. Mo you could only smile and acquiesce, though internally he disagreed. His masters, accustomed to frugal living, are reluctant to use valuable resources indiscriminately, and he understands that. Yet, they do not realize that a genius's time is equally precious. With breakthrough pills, the greatest benefit for his senior sisters would be the countless hours saved. The only reason he has yet to offer them is that he is financially constrained. These elixirs were indeed intended for critical moments, to be bestowed upon the senior sister and her companions. However, should they be consumed now, he would be reluctant to squander his fortune points carelessly. Yet, if he were to conquer another fortunate maiden, he would then have the liberty to create them at will. Thus, it is not merely a matter of presenting a single breakthrough pill as a token of affection, even if he were to offer several. He would still strive to win the hand of Situ Qingxian. Once he has completely subdued her, the one-time reward of fortune points would suffice to exchange for dozens of breakthrough pills. Moreover, the continuous generation of fortune points in the future would ensure that he would not suffer any loss. Observing Mo you lost in a foolish grin. The two elders exchanged glances filled with concern. After all, the agreement had not yet been reached. Should he truly marry her, would he remain focused on his cultivation? Would he not succumb to the allure of a life of comfort? Xiao Yu, if there is nothing pressing, you may take your leave for now. I have matters to discuss with your grandmaster, Lu Qingxia stated with a weighty tone. It seemed imperative to keep a close watch on Xiao Yu upon his return. Offering guidance at every opportunity, the flourishing talent of Xianling sect must not be allowed to languish. Mo, blissfully unaware of the elder's contemplations, pondered whether he might seek out Sita Qingxian to nurture their bond. Even if her sect were to consent, and the maiden herself showed no objection, achieving complete conquest would not be an easy endeavor. At the very least, it was certain that she would not be as easily won over as the senior sisters. As Mo contemplated strategies to win her heart, others were equally engaged in schemes to claim his beloved, and they intended to do so all at once. There is no need to rush. Although this plan has faltered, suspicion regarding the Xianling sect's acquisition of treasures has only intensified. If you spread the rumors far and wide enough, others will extinguish them for you, and soon, those beauties will all belong to you. He chuckled ominously. In the dimly lit courtyard, only an elder and a youth were present. The black-clad elder spoke in a chilling tone, his eyes filled with malice. Seated in a wheelchair, his frail form exuded an eerie and terrifying aura. He was a cultivator at the transformation stage. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, his legs had failed him, leaving his robe draped emptily beneath. Rest assured, master of the nation, within a month, this rumor will undoubtedly spread throughout the entire Qiyun continent. The young man's voice brimmed with resentment and pride. Excellent. At that time, I shall bestow upon you a tremendous opportunity. The elder's bizarre laughter echoed hauntingly within the dark chamber, inducing a shiver in the young man. Yet, thoughts of the enchanting maidens reignited his fervor, setting his blood ablaze. In that case, I shall extend my gratitude to the master of the nation in advance. Chapter 72. Ascending the Path of Immortality? Meanwhile, within the council hall of the Tianjian sect, Dong Shouzhua, Zhong Wuj, and Wei Tianming sat in solemn assembly. Qingxian, do you comprehend why your grandmaster seeks to obstruct your union with Mo? Is it merely because he has become a mere shadow of his former self? Dong Shouzhua observed the inquisitive expression on Situ Qingxian's face and shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Allow me to speak frankly. The reasons behind this are unknown even to your master. At this moment, Not only was Situ Qingxian perplexed, but even Wei Tianming wore a look of astonishment. What event could possibly be so significant that even he, the sect leader, was unaware? Dong Shouzhua, without any hesitation, sighed and explained. Although the debilitation of MOU is a crucial reason, it is not the sole factor. The primary cause lies in the fact that 2 years hence, the Ascension Academy in the holy city of the Qinyan continent will once again recruit disciples. Wei Tianming was instantly dumbfounded. What? The Ascension Academy is going to recruit disciples? Haven't they refrained from doing so for hundreds of years? Dong Shouzhua cast him a glance and replied calmly. It is said that this generation marks a great era for cultivation, with countless individuals bearing immense fortunes poised to emerge. Thus, the Ascension Academy has made an exception, likely seeking to gather prodigious talents and restore its glorious lineage. A great era for cultivation? Wei Tianming murmured, visibly shocked, clearly hearing this notion for the first time. Master Ancestor, is this Ascension Academy truly formidable? Situ Qingxian inquired, puzzled by this unfamiliar term. She had never heard of such an academy before, and it seemed that her master's opposition to her union with MOU was somehow related to it, which piqued her curiosity even further. Dong Shouzhua stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, the Ascension Academy is widely recognized as the foremost power of the Qinyan continent. Its foundation is formidable and its origins shrouded in mystery, with little known about it from the outside. It is known, however, that it is the legacy least affected by the demon extermination war and still possesses celestial-grade techniques, with its dean being a master of the harmonization stage. What? Celestial-grade techniques? A master of the harmonization stage? Not only Situ Qingxian, but even Wei Tianming, who had heard these tales before, displayed a look of astonishment once more. It is worth noting that as one of the 8 major sects of the Eastern Domain, the Tianjin sect only possessed superior mystic-grade techniques. It was likely that there were no earth-grade techniques throughout the entire Eastern Domain. This highlights the rarity of celestial-grade techniques, true opportunities to grasp the pinnacle of cultivation. As for masters of the harmonization stage, there was not a single returning void practitioner in the entire Eastern Domain, let alone those who had reached harmonization. Dong Shouzhua sighed softly. Many years ago, your master ancestor had the fortune to participate in the Ascension Academy's assessment, but unfortunately, he did not pass. Otherwise, with his guidance, our Tianjin sect would not have to remain in this resource-deprived Eastern Domain. At this point, his gaze suddenly brightened as he fixed his eyes on Situ Qingxian, expressing his hopes. But now you have this opportunity to try again. If you can join them, it would be akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. What does this have to do with rejecting the marriage contract with the Xianling sect? Situ Qingxuan's expression turned slightly awkward. It was somewhat unseemly for a young woman to incessantly argue with her elders about marrying a particular man. However, having made her decision, she would not retreat. Dong Shouzhua wore a bitter smile. Once you are accepted into the Ascension Academy, your future will be exceptionally bright, and you will mingle with the top talents across the realms. Your master ancestor does not wish for you to block your own path. MOU's foundation is ruined, and his lifespan is limited. Why entangle yourself with him? Zhong Wuji also earnestly interjected, do you know what your master ancestor has sacrificed for this? It was an opportunity that could lead to ascending to the late stage of divine transformation. Master uncle, what do you mean by that? Situ Qingxian furrowed her brows, filled with confusion. Third junior brother, there's no need to elaborate further. Dong Shouzhua waved his hand to stop him. Yet Zhong Wuji persisted. In order to maintain the marriage contract, the Xianling sect hinted that they would present a pill capable of assisting a mid-stage divine transformation practitioner to ascend to the late stage as a betrothal gift. However, your master ancestor, considering your future, still wishes for you to reject this marriage. Do you comprehend the implications of this? What? They actually possess such a pill? How is that possible? Wei Tianming's expression changed drastically, his face a mask of shock. His eyes shimmered with a complex mixture of emotions. If the Tianjin sect were to possess such a divine pill, and if the sect leader were to ascend to the late stage of divine transformation, the Tianjin sect would surely stand unrivaled among the 8 major sects. Wait, if the Xianling sect has such a pill, then surely they must have more than just Gu Jianan at the late stage of divine transformation. Master uncle, does this mean that the Xianling sect undoubtedly has more than one practitioner at the late stage of divine transformation? This seems almost unfathomable. Is what they said truly credible? Dong Shouzhua and Zhong Wuji both sighed in acknowledgement, affirming, since they dare to proclaim such assertions, they must be grounded in truth. Previously, Qian Baichuan was also at the mid-stage of divine transformation, and he likely has already broken through to the late stage. Otherwise, why would they offer such a precious pill to position us as the foremost sect of the Eastern Domain? It is even rumored that the long-lost ancestor of the Xianling sect might merely be in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. At this point, Wei Tianming was utterly dumbfounded. If this were the case, then the Xianling sect would possess 3 practitioners at the late stage of divine transformation, coupled with the formidable combat prowess of Gu Jianan. They would undoubtedly crush any other sect. Situ Qingxian was equally stunned. However, her thoughts drifted to another matter. MOU was willing to offer such a precious divine pill for the sake of marrying her? It seemed her century-long wait was not in vain. At this moment, a subtle ripple disturbed her previously tranquil heart, her emotions delicately nuanced. Previously, her admiration for MOU was merely that, appreciation for a kindred spirit, a recognition of his extraordinary accomplishments. Thus, when her elders arranged a betrothal for her, she harbored no objections. However, without any formal interaction between them. To profess love would be sheer nonsense. C2 Qing Xian was not so superficial. Yet, in this instant, her feelings began to shift imperceptibly, though she herself remained unaware of the change. A slight smile graced C2 Qing Xian's lips, only to quickly vanish, replaced by a serene gaze directed at her master. As she resolutely stated, "Master, if this means breaching the agreement, then I shall abstain from participating in the assessment of the Immortal Path Academy. As for his foundation and lifespan, those matters are entirely distinct from the betrothal. It is not as though he is a flawed character. So how could one justify the dissolution of our engagement?" Dong Shouzhua and Zhong Wuji exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of resignation, though their expressions betrayed no surprise. Dong Shouzhua raised a hand to silence the anxious Wei Tianming, sighing with a wry smile. "Master knew you would choose this path. Therefore, I offer you another option. Should you agree, we shall not oppose this engagement. Otherwise, your words will carry no weight. Even if it means severing ties with the Xianling sect, I shall see to it that this marriage is annulled." A flicker of joy ignited within C2 Qing Xian, swiftly followed by trepidation. The request posed by her master was unlikely to be easily fulfilled. Yet, with no alternative before her, she reluctantly murmured, "Then please, enlighten me." Chapter 73. I will come to find you at midnight. Dong Shouzhua cast her a knowing glare. Well aware of her hidden intentions, yet chose to remain silent, adopting a serious tone. "If you wish to maintain this engagement, you must pass the assessment of the Immortal Path Academy in 2 years and gain admission. Should you persist in this engagement after 3 years of cultivation within the academy, Master shall no longer impede your union." C2 Qing Xian's starry eyes sparkled with contemplation. How could she not grasp her master's intentions? It was merely a means to compel her entry into the Immortal Path Academy, to expose her to a broader world and more extraordinary talents, ultimately leading her to willingly relinquish her attachment to MOU. Though confident in her convictions, she felt no assurance regarding her acceptance into the academy. Even her master had once failed the assessment. Despite her own prodigious talent, she dared not presume her success. Curiously, she inquired, "Master, just how difficult is it to join the Immortal Path Academy?" It is not excessively challenging, as long as you rank within the top 20 during the assessment. There remains hope, Dong Shouzhua replied ambiguously. Upon hearing that merely placing in the top 20 could suffice, C2 Qing Xian's confidence surged. Yet she pressed further. "When you refer to the top 20, do you mean the entirety of the Eastern Domain or the Qingyun continent?" Realizing evasion was futile, Dong Shouzhua confessed. "The Immortal Path Academy in the Holy City is situated at the very heart of the Qingyun continent. Thus, the top 20 indeed refers to the entire continent." "Oh, that aligns closely with my expectations," C2 Qing Xian remarked, her gaze steady as she nodded lightly, though her brow furrowed slightly. Observing the calm demeanor of the young woman, those present could not maintain their composure. Is it truly this serene? Does she believe that reaching the top 20 in the Azure Cloud continent is a simple endeavor? It is essential to recognize that the Eastern region ranks last among the 4 domains in one city. The spiritual energy is the most sparse. The foundational losses are the most severe, and the resources for cultivation are the most efficient. The unparalleled genius here may not shine as brightly in other realms. Even a prodigy like Sida Qing Xian would likely struggle to place within the top 20 of the Qingyun continent. Their talents have been nurtured in an abundance of exceptional spirit stones from a young age, some even spending entire days within spirit-gathering formations. However, even among the 8 major sects of the Eastern Domain, only during moments of breakthrough do the talented disciples gain access to such formations. The primary constraint is the limited resources. They simply cannot afford to provide for everyone. Each family's spirit stones are treasured, often treated as if one might wish to split them into 2. In their daily practice, core disciples are usually allotted only middle-grade spirit stones, while the premium-grade stones are almost exclusively reserved for those at the nascent soul stage and above. The disparities engendered by these factors can be likened to a chasm, one that cannot be bridged merely by ordinary talent. Zhong Wuji could not restrain himself and cautioned, "My dear, aspiring to rank among the top 20 in the Qingyun continent is no trivial feat. You must not take it lightly. If you truly wish to achieve this goal, you must devote yourself to rigorous training over the next 2 years, seizing any opportunity before the news spreads. Qing Xian, if you can indeed pass the assessment of the Immortal Path Academy, I shall no longer interfere with your union with MOU. What say you?" Wei Tianming smiled knowingly. "Is your statement sincere, master?" Situ Qing Xian felt a stir of emotions. Despite her seemingly reckless demeanor, how could she truly disregard the opinions of her master and ancestors? These individuals are indeed the ones closest to her. Naturally, since your revered ancestor has spoken, how could I dare to defy such authority? Wei Tianming chuckled softly, his confidence unwavering. Experience truly speaks volumes. With such a formidable mentor, it seems nearly impossible for this young lady to be with MOU. Setting aside the formidable challenges of the Academy's assessments, even if she were to participate, after encountering so many extraordinary prodigies, the once remarkable MOU has lost his luster. The girl, after 3 years of cultivation within their ranks, will undoubtedly forget MOU, even if we were to entertain the most remote possibility that she might not. It is conceivable that MOU's lifespan may have already reached its conclusion. Previous rumors suggested that MOU had but 2 or 3 years left to live. Hardly enough time to wait for such an eventuality. Even if we were to consider the most pessimistic scenario, the worst that could transpire is that MOU remains alive. And subsequently, Qing Xian becomes his Dao partner. Nonetheless, the Heavenly Sword Sect would still gain an exceptional disciple destined for the Immortal Academy, along with a divine pill from the Xianling sect that could aid in advancing to the late stage of transformation. Aside from this disciple, who would later bear the title of MOU's widow, there is truly no significant loss. This outcome is certainly preferable to the current stalemate. After a moment of contemplation, Situ Qing Xian nodded and said, "Then I must discuss this with him. You foolishness. What do you need to consult him about? He is no longer of any significance to you." Wei Tianming was immediately taken aback, his face flushed with indignation. How could he disregard the words of his own master and seek counsel from an outsider? She is yet to be married. Master, this is a matter concerning 2 individuals. How could it solely pertain to me? Naturally, I must inform him as well. Situ Qing Xian expressed her thoughts with a face full of assurance. You truly infuriate me. It's all that MOU's fault. With his silver tongue and beguiling ways, it's utterly outrageous. Wei Tianming's face instantly flushed with anger as he continued to berate. He found himself nostalgically reminiscing about the earlier days of Situ Qing Xian. Though she was never particularly docile or obedient, possessing her own opinions and ideas on numerous matters, she never provoked such ire in her master. Look at the state you're in now. Go on, hurry there and back. We shall await your return. Dong Shoshua interrupted Wei Tianming as tirade with a bemused wave of his hand, offering Situ Qing Xian a wry smile. Oh, then I shall seek him out immediately. Situ Qing Xian rose with fervor and departed. Brother, should MOU be unwilling, do you think that Qing Xian would simply run off with him? Zhang Wuji inquired. Concern etched on his face. Dong Shoshua shook his head affirmatively. Not at all. If that were the case, MOU would be deemed insignificant by our girl, which might even turn out to be a blessing. Given Qing Xuan's disposition, she likely has already made her decision. Her visit is merely to inform MOU. At this moment, Wei Tianming exhibited a demeanor of calmness, devoid of any trace of previous anger. Zhang Wuji couldn't help but roll his eyes. It seemed this lad had perceived the situation, despite his earlier pretense. MOU, are you there? I have something to discuss. Outside the courtyard, Situ Qing Xian called out directly. However, before MOU could emerge, the heads of Gu Jiannan and others from the adjacent courtyard popped out, their expressions a blend of intrigue and curiosity. Situ Qing Xian greeted the esteemed Elder Gu and the venerable Elder Lu with respect, her demeanor poised and confident, devoid of any shyness or embarrassment. Haha, the girl has arrived. Do go right in, little Yu is inside, Gu Jiannan chuckled, stroking his beard with a warm and affable smile. Elder Lu Qingxia beamed with a look of benevolent satisfaction. The girl grows increasingly appealing to her, quite remarkable indeed. As MOU concluded his cultivation, he rose and stepped outside, only to see Situ Qing Xian striding in with purpose. She effortlessly took a seat on the bench within the room, displaying no hint of awkwardness in their solitary company. Her figure, adorned in a flowing red palace gown, exuded grace and poise. MOU shifted his gaze from her form to her exquisite visage. Miss Situ, do you have something to discuss? Situ Qing Xian bypassed any trivialities, promptly articulating her master's request, then gazed at him with serene eyes, inquiring, do you think I should agree? MOU's expression reflected resignation. There are no alternatives. Unless I choose to sever ties with the sect. Situ Qing Xian remained composed, though a flicker of helplessness crossed her eyes. Then let us acquiesce, after all. It is merely 5 years. I shall endure. MOU's words were laced with frustration, his countenance strained. Yet, Situ Qing Xian felt an urge to laugh, though she stifled it. Responding softly, do you have such faith in me? What if I fail the assessment? Rest assured, you will undoubtedly succeed. MOU's confidence was not in her, but in the system itself. It appeared that acquiring the coveted 20 million fortune points would not be a simple task. A prior investment might be requisite. The most troubling aspect was, in fact, the passage of time. 5 years felt rather daunting. Situ Qingxuan's lips curled into a slight smile as she turned to leave. Her voice ringing clear, I shall come to find you tonight at the hour of the rat. MOU was momentarily taken aback. Tonight? What could this entail? By the time he sought to inquire further, she had already vanished from sight. Chapter 74, You cannot resist departing from MOU's distracted thoughts. Situ Qing Xian returned to the grand hall. Addressing the expectant gaze of several elders, she stated, let us proceed as our master has instructed. However, this evening, I wish to utilize the Holy Lotus sword washing pool. Initially, Wei Tianming's expression had brightened at her agreement, but it quickly darkened, his eyes filled with ire. You are doing this for that fellow, aren't you? Indeed, master. Situ Qing Xian responded with candor, showing no inclination to conceal her intentions. This only exacerbated Wei Tianming's foul mood. Knowing full well his disdain for that young man, How could one even consider offering him the use of the sword washing pool? Even if the intention was to grant him access, could one not deceive oneself just this once, rather than stating it outright? This girl is becoming increasingly audacious. It is permissible for yourself, but not for that young man. Wei Tianming gritted his teeth in frustration. Do you have any idea how many spirit stones are required to activate the Holy Lotus sword washing pool? The divinity of the Holy Lotus cannot be restored without a decade of nurturing. I did not inquire of you. I was asking the master ancestor. Situ Qingxian cast a calm glance at him, her words piercing directly to the heart, causing Wei Tianming to falter once more. Asking your master ancestor is also not. Enough, enough, you need not perform for me. I find it exhausting to watch. Dong Shouhua interrupted him with an exasperated wave. Then turned to Situ Qingxian with a wry smile. You, my dear girl, have not even been married yet, and you are already laying bare your heart to him? Are you not afraid he might regard you with disdain? Situ Qingxian smiled gently. It is sufficient for me to be at peace with myself. Besides, if he is so superficial, it would only mean I have misjudged him, allowing me to dedicate myself entirely to the path. Dong Shouhua chuckled helplessly. Then curiously asked, have you conveyed our request to him? What did he say? He replied that he trusts me and is willing to wait. Situ Qingxuan's eyes sparkled slightly. Did he not insist you return to discuss it with us? No. Recalling the man's helpless expression as he spoke, a smile involuntarily flitted across the girl's face. Her eyes radiant. Observing his disciple in such a state, Wei Tianming felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, and, resigned, tossed her a golden token. You may leave now. Yes. Master ancestor, master uncle, master, Qingxian will take her leave. Once the cheerful Situ Qingxian departed, the others exchanged glances once more. What do you think is on Mou's mind? Dong Shouhua queried, astonished. Is he unaware that his time is limited? Logically, he should either completely withdraw from the engagement or incite Qingxian to create a ruckus with us. Waiting for 5 years as it stands. What benefit could either he or the Xianling sect possibly gain? Zhang Wuji appeared equally perplexed. Wei Tianming was even more bewildered, his eyes reflecting clear confusion. Master uncle. Do you think it possible that he believes he will not perish so soon, hence feigning generosity? In this scenario, it matters little whether he agrees or not. For Qingxian is bound to acquiesce. Dong Shouhua sighed, shaking his head. Let us not delve into such speculations. They are devoid of significance. From this moment forth, we must ensure Qingxian prepares with utmost diligence for the upcoming trials at the Immortal Path Academy. It will not be an easy feat, and even with Qingxuan's talents, her chances may be less than 30%. Master, is Qingxuan's talent truly so lacking? Wei Tianming protested slightly. Dong Shouhua shot him a fierce glare. Correcting. It is not that Qingxuan's talent is deficient. Rather, we have hampered her progress. Otherwise, with her capabilities, even across the entire Qingyan continent, she would undoubtedly rank among the elite. The eastern region has suffered greatly from diminished foundations. Dong Shouhua lamented heavily, and Zhang Wuji bore a similarly despondent expression. It is said that 100,000 years ago, the eastern region was once a flourishing realm for cultivation, home to numerous mighty beings. Alas, a cataclysmic battle against demons, lasting for millennia, shattered the entirety of the Qiming realm. The Qingyan continent, as the epicenter of this battlefield, bore the brunt of the devastation, with the eastern region suffering the most grievously. Although the most formidable and unparalleled demon overlords were vanquished, the human cultivators also perished in droves. They may call it a victory, but it was merely a mutual destruction. The greatest spoils of this so-called victory were that among the 7 continents of the Qiming realm, humanity occupied 5.5. However, the alluring continent connecting to the demon realm remains in the hands of the demon race. From this perspective, it is akin to having a nail driven into your territory, one you cannot extract. To claim victory is somewhat of a self-soothing notion. Fortunately, both sides have maintained a fragile peace for countless years, focusing on recuperation, leaving such monumental matters beyond their immediate concern. As night descended and the hour grew late, beneath the silvery moonlight, a graceful figure unexpectedly emerged, approaching a courtyard gate. A breathtakingly beautiful young woman, adorned in a flowing red gown, appeared ethereal and otherworldly. She did not enter but instead picked up a small stone and tossed it inside. With a swift motion, the stone was effortlessly caught by Mou. Well, she hasn't come in. It seems that the infinitesimal chance has utterly shattered. He felt no disappointment and strode to the entrance, chuckling lightly. I thought you were going to come in. Come with me. Situ Qingxian paid no heed to his jest and turned to walk ahead. Mou refrained from teasing her further. Although their relationship was unique, they were still not well acquainted, and some jokes were indeed inappropriate at this moment. He did not inquire further and followed her as they soared through the air. After approximately half an hour, they finally halted atop a colossal peak. Upon arriving, Mou sensed a distinct energy in the atmosphere, rich spiritual essence and an aura of Tao resonating all around. The source of this vitality was a crystalline lotus pond, specifically a towering green lotus situated in the center. This lotus boasted 3 large, umbrella-like leaves and a golden bud poised to bloom, emanating an aura of sanctity and nobility. Beside the pond sat a venerable elder with white hair, quietly meditating with closed eyes. Only when the two approached did he slowly open his eyes, revealing a warm smile. Qingxian, my dear, who is this companion you have brought at such a late hour? C2 Qingxian respectfully bowed. Master Wu, this is a token. I have brought in to borrow the sacred lotus washing sword pool for healing. The elder examined her, then turned his gaze to Mou, suddenly enlightened. Ah, you must be from the Xianling sect? Yes, he is Qingxian's betrothed, Mou. Recognizing that Master Wu had deduced the truth. C2 Qingxian no longer concealed it and readily acknowledged it. Mou quickly returned the courtesy. I am Mou of the Xianling sect. Honored to meet you. No need for such formality, young friend Mo, the elder replied. Upon learning his identity, the elder scrutinized him with renewed interest, curiosity flickering in his eyes. It was evident that he had heard of this once renowned prodigy from the eastern domain. However, he did not dwell on it. After all, who was unaware that Mou was now considered a cultivator unable to advance? Upon confirming the authenticity of the token, the elder did not hesitate. He activated the formation and turned to leave. A luminous barrier enveloped the entire peak in an instant. Subsequently, an overwhelming wave of Dao essence surged from the pond, coalescing above it into a faint sphere of light. Within this sphere, a golden lotus began to gradually take shape. At this moment, Mou, astonished, inquired, Miss C2. You have brought me here for healing? C2 Qingxian nodded serenely. Indeed. This sacred lotus washing sword pool is not only a sacred place for cultivation but also possesses remarkable healing properties for various injuries. It may prove beneficial for you. Furthermore, the Immortal Path Academy has profound resources. Once I enter, I will seek out a sacred herb that may restore your foundations. Gazing at the enchanting woman illuminated by the moonlight, Mou felt a stir of emotion within. However, he chuckled softly and shook his head. Such a precious opportunity should not be wasted on me. You should utilize it instead. C2 Qingxian suddenly frowned, regarding him with seriousness. Are you suggesting that I should force you into the water? I am at the late stage of golden core. You cannot resist. Chapter 75. An unexpected incident. Seeing C2 Qingxian frowning with a serious demeanor almost made Mou laugh. To be forcibly submerged? Well, despite her gentle appearance, she certainly possessed a strong character. Nonetheless, this opportunity was not of paramount importance to him. Yet, given that the beautiful woman had expressed it so firmly, he found it difficult to decline without revealing the truth. However, considering the current situation, it was not yet time for him to unveil his true capabilities. This pertains to a grander scheme of his. He intends to reveal the restoration of his foundation only after the rumors surrounding the blissful fairy have completely dissipated. Subsequently, he aims to unearth those who conspired against him and his granduncle in the past. Given that they have made their initial move and are now aware of his revival, it is inevitable that they will strike again. He plans to immerse himself in the fray, determined to unearth all those involved. However, to execute this plan, he must swiftly enhance his own strength to avoid falling into the same trap again. Noticing that Mou remained silent, C2 Qingxian raised her elegant brows, genuinely contemplating whether to pull him. Hey, hold on. Mou hastily waved his hand. I can manage on my own. Would you like to join me? It seems a bit wasteful to do this alone. You know my current level isn't very high. I might not be able to absorb too much. Without hesitation, C2 Qingxian shook her head. No need. I will keep watch while you absorb at your own pace. There is no rush. Reluctantly, Mou accepted her kind offer and leaped into the pool beside the lotus flower, then quietly closed his eyes to meditate. The pure and rich essence of the Tao surged into him like rivers flowing into the sea. Above him, from the luminous sphere hovering over the lotus, a phantom golden lotus in full bloom began to envelop him, gradually merging into his being. A refreshing aura flowed slowly through his meridians, attempting to mend his body. Upon realizing there was little to repair, this essence redirected itself towards his primordial infant. This primordial infant, a 2-inch figure exquisitely carved from jade, sat peacefully in the mud pill palace, resembling a serene child of Buddha, radiating an aura of sanctity and ethereality. At this moment, the primordial infant opened its small mouth, and strands of pure Tao essence were drawn into its belly. The ethereal quality surrounding the primordial infant intensified, becoming even more profound. At that moment, Mou felt an unparalleled sense of ease, his cultivation progressing at an astonishing pace. However, to avoid revealing his true strength, he deliberately moderated the rate of his absorption. After observing him for a while, C2 Qingxian murmured something under her breath and quietly settled down beside him, refraining from disturbing his concentration. Yet, her bright, star-like eyes occasionally glanced in his direction, laden with a hint of curiosity. As time slipped by, Mou began to truly appreciate the extraordinary benefits of the pool. Although it could not mend the wounds of the Tao, its efficacy for ordinary injuries was undeniably significant. Furthermore, the Qinglian possessed remarkable properties that could extend one's lifespan. It was not until the first light of dawn that Mou completely absorbed the essence emanating from the Qinglian. He had no choice. The performance required it. Otherwise, with his current cultivation and techniques, he could have concluded the task in no more than half an hour. As he rose to his full height, Mou caught a glimpse of C2 Qingxian, who, for the rarest of moments, blushed ever so slightly upon her exquisite visage, exclaiming in astonishment. How did you finish so quickly? Huh? So fast? Mou was momentarily taken aback, his mind filled with exasperation. Accompanied by the delicate expression of bashfulness adorning the fair maiden's visage, the words may not strike a chord with men. What does so fast truly mean? I assure you, My endurance is commendable. However, Mou understood that her innocence rendered her incapable of contemplating such notions, thus he could only silently endure this unintentional wound. Once he finished, he naturally concluded his task. After speaking, Mou followed the direction of Situ Qingxuan's bashful gaze, glancing at his subtly defined 8-pack abs. As well as the proud posture of his chest, a perfectly normal phenomenon, he mused. Observing her enchanting and bashful countenance, a hint of pride swelled within him. Ah, surely my physique and assets are quite formidable? Nevertheless, he refrained from flaunting his physical preferences and hastily dried his clothes. When he once again stood before Situ Qingxian, he transformed back into the epitome of elegance, a paragon of beauty. This caused the girl's eyes to brighten momentarily, yet her expression remained composed. Qingxian, we should be on our way, Miyu said with a gentle smile, warm and tender. The already tumultuous heart of Situ Qingxian was stirred once more, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by the plop of a small stone. This was the second time that Mou had addressed her in such a manner. The first instance occurred during a confrontation with Mu Qin, when this individual had even held her hand. Yet, at that moment, she felt not the slightest bit of anger. This has left her perplexed to this day, ultimately attributing it to the betrothal between the two. This time, she surprisingly found the way he called her quite pleasant. So, she decided to indulge him. Situ Qingxian fell silent, merely lowering her head slightly and quickening her pace ahead. Upon returning to the Mali courtyard, they coincidentally encountered Lu Qingxia, who was just stepping out. The gaze of the three intersected. Moi remained calm. Lu Qingxia's eyes sparkled with curiosity, while Situ Qingxian felt a twinge of anxiety. After greeting the esteemed elder Lu, she hastily took her leave. Her steps quickened, and it was only after walking a considerable distance that she realized her own distress. What was she truly flustered about? Wasn't it merely accompanying Moi for healing? There was nothing shameful in that. For the first time, the girl found herself troubled over such a trivial matter for a quarter of an hour. Xiaoyu, what is going on? The inquisitive Lu Qingxiao cheerfully intercepted Moi. Moi had no choice but to recount the entire situation and convey the requirements put forth by the Tianjin sect. Lu Qingxiao appeared astonished. I never imagined this girl would be so thoughtful towards you. The Holy Lotus Sword Washing Pool is indeed a treasure of the Tianjin sect, exceedingly precious. It can only be utilized once every decade, and even core disciples of the sect seldom have the opportunity to access it. As for those requirements, since you have already agreed, proceed as you see fit. After waiting 100 years, what is 5 more? With a satisfied expression, Lu Qingxia added. This girl is quite remarkable. Treat her well in the future. Molly then inquired, Auntie, how much do you know about the Ascending Immortals Academy? What we know is akin to what you have learned. We shall investigate further once we return. After all, there are still 2 years left. I will discuss this with your master. If you have anything more to say to that young lady, you must act swiftly. There is a possibility we may need to return to the sect by tomorrow, Lu Qingxia advised before turning to leave. However, before the next day arrived, merely that afternoon, Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia unexpectedly summoned Mai and the others. After bidding farewell to the senior members of the Tianjin sect, they set off back to the Xinling sect, leaving Moi with no opportunity to converse privately with Situ Qingxian. He could only politely invite her to visit the Xinling sect when she had the chance. Situ Qingxian quietly nodded. Moi was uncertain whether her response was merely courteous or if she genuinely intended to come. However, at that moment, he had no time to dwell on such matters. This time, the master ancestor and the grand uncle suddenly decided to return to the sect ahead of schedule. Something significant must be about to occur. Chapter 76. The resurgence of turmoil as soon as they left the confines of the Heavenly Sword sect. Gu Jiannan solemnly instructed the disciples piloting the spirit boat, do not fear wasting spirit stones, increase the speed to the maximum. And let us hasten our return to the sect. Upon returning to the top cabin of the spirit boat, and after setting up a barrier, Mou finally voiced his inner concerns. Master Ancestor, has something major happened in the sect? Gu Jiannan's expression was complex as he replied, recently. Some elders have discovered numerous rumors circulating throughout the Qingyan continent, all related to our Xinling sect. Among them, the tales of the blissful immortal's legacy have spread the most widely, even more fervently than before. They claim that my rapid breakthroughs are due to having acquired the techniques from the treasures of the blissful immortal. Furthermore, my sword has been said to originate from those treasures, with rumors suggesting that our sect possesses many such sacred artifacts. Mou's eyes narrowed with concern. Master Ancestor, it appears that the individuals behind these slanders are the same ones who orchestrated the previous schemes. Lu Qingxia nodded in agreement. Indeed, the methods and connections are strikingly similar to before. With the impressive display of our senior brother, the world may be more inclined to believe these unfounded claims, leaving us with no recourse. Gu Jiannan stood up, pacing the cabin with agitation. The other sects in the eastern region had not yet fully relaxed their vigilance. Such provocations would inevitably lead them to take action. The Xinling sect is indeed formidable, unprecedented in its strength, unmatched by any within the eastern region. Yet, to think that a single sect could directly confront the entirety of the eastern region would be sheer folly, especially with the imminent arrival of other elite forces. The pressure facing the Xinling sect would soon surpass what they had previously endured. Time and again, they had been ensnared in plots, igniting a fierce anger within the group. Master Ancestor, we must identify the individuals behind this. Otherwise, being subjected to such underhanded tactics is utterly intolerable. Mo could no longer contain his fury. Rising to pace the cabin, Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia wore expressions of helplessness. They too felt the urgency. However, urgency alone yielded no results. Since the rumors of Lu Yuyin selecting a partner surfaced, the Xianling sect had been quietly investigating, but to no avail, with the pressure from the other sects intensifying. They had even less energy to pursue this matter. Mo sat down again, striving to regain his composure. Master Ancestor, rather than searching aimlessly, we might as well gamble on our luck. How do we gamble on luck? Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia exchanged perplexed glances. Mo gritted his teeth and declared, let us focus our investigations on those who harbor deep-seated grudges against our sect. Regardless of whether they are suspicious or not, we should scrutinize our enemies closely. If we uncover nothing in the end, we can resort to the same tactics as others, framing them to muddy the waters of the eastern region. Why should the Xianling sect face this pressure alone? Lu Qingxia's eyes lit up as she enthusiastically nodded. I believe this is a sound plan. Not only would it alleviate some of the sect's burdens, but it would also incite greater suspicion among others. When the entire eastern region, even the Qingyan continent, realizes this is merely a farce, we may find a way to extricate ourselves. At the very least, it could draw some attention our way in the early stages. Gu Jiannan pondered for a moment before sighing. However, convincing others of this scheme will likely take time and effort. Moreover, we need corresponding treasures to lend credibility to the rumors. Lu Qingxia fell silent. At present, the Xianling sect possessed only one top-tier spiritual treasure in the inferior sacred artifact that Mo had produced. To attract attention, they would need a few more spiritual treasures, much like the blissful immortal's scarlet mist golden cicada cloak, or the incomplete top-tier spiritual treasure discovered in the cave. Where could the Xianling sect possibly find such treasures? Rest assured, I will arrange for the necessary treasures. You need only specify your targets. Mo thought to himself, feeling a pang of regret. Although the broken sacred artifacts within the system space were not particularly valuable, each bit of fortune was crucial to his future. Little you, are you saying you can produce a batch of spiritual treasures? The two elders were once again taken aback. Just how many surprises did Little you still have in store? First, he had restored his foundation and strength, then there were the breakthrough pills, and later, the sacred giant spirit sword. Now, it seemed he could provide a batch of top-tier spiritual treasures. Had they not witnessed his previous achievements, they would have found it impossible to believe. There should be about 10 or so, but they are all incomplete, Mo admitted, not wanting to boast too much. However, to accomplish their objectives, a mere 2 or 3 treasures might not suffice. Fortunately, the broken sacred artifacts were nearly worthless in the system, so he wouldn't feel too pained by their disposal. Even so, the prospect of over 10 spiritual treasures left the two elders in shock. Over 10 treasures? Even if they are all incomplete, that is still extraordinary. Gu Jiannan murmured thoughtfully, his gaze contemplative. It seemed that the mysterious relic Little you had entered years ago was indeed remarkable. To possess over 10 top-tier spiritual treasures, one would typically require a cultivation level of at least the void return stage. Lu Qingxia shared the same line of thought. Her mind immediately went to the relic that Little you had once visited. However, he had remained tight-lipped about it until now. Little did they know. Mo shook his head earnestly. Not only spiritual treasures, but there are also broken sacred artifacts, and they are top-tier sacred artifacts. If we are to execute this plan, we must go big. Otherwise, it won't divert attention from us sufficiently. Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia were left in stunned silence, their expressions filled with disbelief. Top-tier sacred artifacts? Even if they are incomplete, their mere existence would create a tremendous uproar. The giant spirit sword is merely an inferior sacred artifact. Yet it can unleash tenfold power in Gu Jiannan's hands, swiftly eliminating a late-stage transformation deity. How terrifying would an intact top-tier sacred artifact be? Even with their extensive experience, they could not fathom its true power. Such treasures were entities that they had never even heard of before, approaching the realm of celestial artifacts. To say it was the strongest in the mortal realm would hardly be an exaggeration. Gu Jiannan could not suppress his rapid breathing. Little you, do you truly possess a top-tier sacred artifact? It is incomplete, but it is not on me. I will need to return to the sect to retrieve it. Mo fabricated a story, having merely not yet purchased it from the marketplace. However, he had thoroughly explored the treasures available in the system. Knowing well that many broken yet reusable spiritual treasures, sacred artifacts, and even celestial artifacts were stored within, Gu Jiannan, unaware of this, hastily urged, even if it is incomplete, it cannot be given away. That is a top-tier sacred artifact. The primary materials could certainly be reforged into other treasures. Indeed, it is a profound extravagance to wield such precious items to slander others. I believe a discarded spiritual treasure suffices. Lu Qingxia shared a similar expression of reluctance. Master Uncle, Master Ancestor, let us discuss this upon our return. Mo found it difficult to elaborate further to the two elders and could only offer a few perfunctory remarks. 8 days later, as the group hastened towards Xianling sect, they were taken aback upon sighting it once again. They beheld 4 fiery red divine steeds, each resembling a small mountain, which were pulling a moving palace, suspended in the air above the entrance of Xianling sect. The divine presence was overwhelming. exuding an air of arrogance and dominance. A distinguished guest has arrived. Why do you not come forth to greet them? An elder bellowed in displeasure. It was evident from their demeanor that they had no intention of approaching on foot, but rather sought to fly directly inside. This is a blatant display of contempt and disrespect towards any sect. Chapter 77, The Hostility of the Cheation Sect in the Northern Region. At this moment, countless elders from various sects, concealed in the surrounding void and secretly observing the Xianling sect, were all stirred into action. The atmosphere suggests that this is undoubtedly a formidable force from a certain domain. A captivating spectacle is about to unfold. The atmosphere is charged with excitement among the crowd. The current state of the Xianling sect is profoundly unsettling, shrouded in an aura of terrifying mystery. No one is privy to the number of late-stage transformation gods they possess. Hence, the major sects in the 5 upper nations are paralyzed by fear, their hearts brimming with vigilance. Yet, it appears that someone is finally poised to unveil the truth. Simultaneously, from the direction of the Xianling sect's main peak, several figures dart forth with remarkable speed, led by the esteemed elder Qian Baichuan. Following closely behind him are 4 elders at the transformation god stage. It is strictly forbidden for anyone to fly over the sect. Visitors are required to ascend on foot. Qian Baichuan, suppressing his fury, issues a stern warning. The palace before them is clearly a premier flying spiritual treasure, far surpassing the Xianling sect's aerial spiritual vessels. A possession not typical of ordinary factions. This is also the reason for his restrained fury. The current Xianling sect is besieged by enemies, with countless foes lurking in the shadows, ever watchful and intrusive. Thus, even the prospect of diminishing one adversary is a welcome relief. Moreover, the opponent's demeanor suggests they are far from ordinary. I am Shizhongyu, the young master of the Cheation sect from the northern region, visiting your east wilderness with several esteemed elders. It is indeed an honor for you. And yet, you dare to inform me that such a wretched place prohibits flight? Are you jesting with me? As he spoke, a haughty young noble clad in resplendent attire emerged from the grand palace, his stature tall and his features strikingly handsome. With his head held high and a defiant glint in his eyes, he exuded an air of arrogance and pride, reminiscent of a pampered scion. Following him were 5 venerable elders, each one emanating an aura as profound as the abyss, all undoubtedly cultivators of the transformation stage. They appeared well accustomed to the young man's temper, showing little reaction to his outburst. Qian Baichuan felt a shiver run through him. The Cheation sect is one of the 4 foremost sects in the northern region, renowned across the entire Qiming realm for its formidable combat prowess. Its overall strength far eclipses that of the current eastern region. In the eastern region, cultivators at the transformation stage are considered the pinnacle of power, mostly comprising the esteemed elders of various sections. Yet, within any of the 4 major sects of the northern region, numerous inner elders have already ascended to the transformation stage. Those who have not reached the mid-transformation stage dare not even call themselves esteemed elders. It is said that some ancestral figures of the sects have even attained the brink of the void return stage, truly terrifying strength. However, upon seeing the sect's spirit ship swiftly returning from afar, Qian Baichuan felt a slight relief wash over him. Thankfully, the senior brother and the 4th junior sister have finally returned. He could not help but bolster his confidence and warned, if you wish to pay your respects, please ascend the steps. Otherwise, you will be deliberately provoking our Xianling sect, and do not blame us for lacking courtesy. And what if I refuse? Shizhongyi's countenance darkened. Having been cherished and revered since childhood, he had never before encountered rejection, especially from a seemingly desolate power such as East Wilderness. How dare they? The elders behind him refrained from intervening. In their view, their visit was intended to stir trouble and seize treasures. They would create conflict even in the absence of it. Why would they stop him? Allowing Shizhongyu to create a scene was perfectly fitting, providing them with an excuse when the time came. Then you may test it for yourself, to see whether your palace is truly sturdy or if the sword in my old hands is sharper. The speaker was none other than Gu Jiannan, senior brother. 4th junior sister, Qian Baichuan called as he led the elders forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with them. Mou and several elders exchanged greetings before curiously surveying the imposing palace across from them, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Although this item may not hold significant value within the system, the issue lies in the fact that he currently lacks the financial means to purchase it. If we can secure this, future travel will undoubtedly become much more convenient. Not only is it magnificent, but its privacy and security far surpass that of the flying vessel. At that time, I shall invite my senior sisters to join us, allowing us to cultivate while enjoying our adventures. At this moment, the 5 elder cultivators, who had previously regarded the individual opposite as the greatest strength of the Xianling sect, began to take the situation seriously. However, it now seems that this old man is quite extraordinary. He is likely a late-stage transformation god cultivator, coupled with the previous one. There are now 2 late-stage transformation god cultivators, which may not be remarkable in the northern region, but in the desolate East Wilderness, it is truly impressive. A red-faced elder silently stepped forward. The overwhelming pressure of a late-stage transformation god cultivator immediately surged forth, rapidly and dominantly enveloping the direction of the Xianling sect's master peak. This scene instantly left many cultivators who were lurking in the shadows utterly astonished. The inhabitants of the northern region are indeed more tyrannical than those of the Xianling sect. Without uttering a single word, they immediately impose their might. Such trifling skills. Qian Baichuan let out an indignant grunt, and a similarly formidable pressure, characteristic of the late stage of the transformation realm, suddenly surged from him. It was as ferocious as waves in a Category 12 storm. Instantly, this overwhelming force was halted at the gates of the Xianling sect. What a surprise, Qian Baichuan has also reached the late stage of the transformation realm. How could this be? Given that Gu Jiannan has entered this stage, it is not too surprising that Qian Baichuan is not far behind. The power of the Xianling sect is indeed enigmatic. Swiftly relay the news back. Aside from the missing Long Patian, there are now 2 individuals in the late stage of the transformation realm within the Xianling sect, making them not to be trifled with. Countless watchers, in a flurry of urgency, began to disseminate the message. Unfortunately, the elders of the Qitian sect paid no heed to this scene, their expressions remaining calm and collected. What a narrow perspective. Zhongyu, step behind your uncle. Another elder in a black robe stepped forward. The pressure of the late transformation realm surged wildly, once again pressing toward the grand hall at the summit of the Xianling sect. With decisiveness and without hesitation, the well-dressed young master hurriedly took refuge behind the other 3 elders, casting a triumphant glance at the opposing group. Today, they had arrived with 4 late-stage transformation realm cultivators and 1 mid-stage cultivator. This strength undoubtedly possesses the capability to overpower any force in the Eastern Wasteland. And one of the 2 cultivators at the late stage of transformation. This provoked an uncontrollable, triumphant laughter from him, a mere swarm of ants daring to obstruct the brilliance of my Qitian sect, truly unaware of their impending doom. You could not help but cast a few cold glances at him, filled with disdain for this pretentious scion. Even though the other party was a genius of the nascent soul stage, he remained unimpressed. Sensing the contempt in Mo's gaze, Shi Zhongyu's chest heaved violently, his expression turning frigid and sinister. He was certain that the young man across from him was belittling him. You kid, are as good as dead. Shi Zhongyu extended a finger, pointing menacingly at Mo, his face a mask of arrogance and rage. Filth. Mo glanced at him with the same look one might reserve for a corpse, weary of engaging in further meaningless banter. It was imperative that he swiftly advance to the god transformation stage. Mo sighed inwardly. With his innate talent, coupled with the terrifying Tao scriptures, once he reached the god transformation stage, he could effortlessly crush late-stage god transformation cultivators, perhaps even handle 2 opponents with ease. Little did he know, such assumptions were an affront to the Tao scriptures and the chaotic divine demon body. It could only be said that his perspective had yet to expand. At that moment, the oppressive aura of the elder in black was predictably countered by Gu Jiannan. No one was surprised by this turn of events. On the side of Qitian sect, another white-haired elder stepped forward, his demeanor calm and composed, yet his aura unwaveringly ruthless. This time, he is eager to see who else will emerge. To gain a clearer view, many who had been covertly observing have now stepped into the open, engaging in fervent discussions. Surely, the Suanelling sect cannot have anyone in the late transformation stage now, can they? Let us patiently await the unfolding spectacle. Breaking through to the late transformation stage is no simple feat. As these thoughts circulated among the crowd, an aged figure suddenly soared from the summit of the Suanelling sect. The aura emanating from him was as formidable as the vast ocean. Chapter 78. The peculiar gathering. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of this individual, all onlookers were left utterly astonished, their eyes wide as if witnessing a ghost. Among them, the members of the 5 great sects were particularly taken aback. Esteemed ones, is that not Sima Shaoyan of the Suanelling sect? It is said that he had suffered a devastating setback in his cultivation to save Mo, resulting in a fall to the initial stage of the nascent soul. How is it that his current cultivation seems utterly inscrutable? Indeed, he had not made an appearance for a century, rumored to have been in seclusion to heal his injuries. Could it be that he has fully recuperated? The crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment in their eyes. Sima Shaoyan was once regarded as the next individual from the Suanelling sect poised to enter the late transformation stage. If he has truly recovered and dares to confront the late transformation stage cultivators alone, could he have, like Gu Jiannan and the others, ascended to the late transformation stage as well? How astonishing. In this context, the Xianling sect ostensibly boasts 4 late-stage transformation gods, even in the absence of their ancestor. Long Patian, their strength is formidable enough to overpower any sect in the eastern region. Indeed, even the major powers from other regions would think twice before dismissing them. I refuse to believe that you 2 are a late-stage transformation god. The third individual to step forward, a venerable elder from the Qitian sect, suddenly advanced several paces, his terrifying aura surging and boiling. If prior to this moment, they refrained from engaging directly in combat, it was merely an attempt to intimidate the Xianling sect with the simplest of means. However, at this juncture, they genuinely feared a head-on confrontation. 5 late-stage transformation gods are undeniably formidable, yet, if their opponents indeed possess 3 late-stage transformation gods, their strength is not significantly inferior. It is crucial to note that the adversaries also have several other transformation god cultivators, who can ascertain whether there are additional late-stage transformation gods among them. Moreover, there are those elders at the nascent soul stage within their sect. Thus, the esteemed elder of the Qitian sect has likewise opted to determine the victor through the exertion of formidable pressure. As 2 waves of terrifying might clashed imperceptibly in the heavens above, causing the surrounding space to subtly distort. It became evident to all present that Sima Showdown was indeed a cultivator at the late stage of the transformation god realm. Yet, how could this be possible? Fellow Shaos, why does the Xianyan sect exude such overwhelming terror? Individuals from the 5 great sects could not help but murmur in disbelief, their expressions vacant. Alas, others were not faring much better, equally lost in a daze. The Xianyan sect truly harbors profound secrets. Indeed, had it not been for the recent series of events, who could have imagined that the Xianyan sect had attained such an alarming level of power? This was merely what had been revealed. Who knows what hidden strengths remain concealed? They had initially believed that their own sect and the Xianyan sect were merely separated by a low-grade sacred artifact. Yet now, you inform me that the Xianyan sect has already unveiled 3 formidable beings at the late stage of the transformation god realm? Not to mention Long Patian. Moreover, the number of transformation god cultivators within the Xianyan sect evidently surpasses previous estimations by a significant margin, coupled with that terrifying weapon wielded by Gu Jiannan. Who would dare to provoke such a formidable Xianling sect? The esteemed elders of the Qitian sect find themselves in a precarious situation, although they sought to seize an advantage in this opportunity by sending 5 late-stage transformation cultivators. It has now become evident that even the Xianling sect alone cannot be easily subdued. Upon receiving the news, they came with unwavering determination, but upon arrival, they realized they may have overestimated their capabilities. The 3 initial members from Qitian sect halted, their eyes flickering with hesitation and conflict. Behind them, Shizhangita wore a face of urgency. Masters, it is impossible that they have any late-stage transformation cultivators left. We might as well charge indirectly. He had gone to great lengths to follow them, not merely to observe. With the situation unresolved, how could they even entertain the notion of retreat? Unfortunately, the elders offered no response, evidently engrossed in deliberation. Mou, unable to suppress his frown, suddenly exclaimed, Master Ancestor. Should they continue their insolence and attempt to breach our defenses, we ought to eliminate them outright. Otherwise, the world may perceive our Xianling sect as easily intimidated. The sudden call for violence from Mou darkened the faces of the Qitian elders, their gazes directed at him filled with a chilling malice. Yet, given their status, they deemed it beneath them to act against a mere junior of the Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, they were wary of provoking the Xianling sect further, and thus coldly reprimanded him. Ignorant youth, this is not a place for you to speak. And to suggest killing? Even if your elders are also late-stage transformation cultivators, you merely qualify for a chance to engage with us. Among them, the elder clad in black bore the most furious countenance, his face tinged with a deep shade of purple. Another elder in crimson shot him a disdainful glance, saying, Were it not for the fact that you are merely a Foundation establishment junior, I would extinguish you with a mere finger. Now, be gone. Witnessing the rebuke of his obedient disciple, Gu Jiannan's expression turned icy. He drew forth his massive spirit sword and coldly inquired, Is that so? Would you care to test whether you can withstand my strike? Ha! Utterly arrogant. Were it not for the fear of being accused of bullying the weak, I would have already severed you. The red-robed elder cast a fleeting glance at the sword in Gu Jiannan's grasp, a chill creeping into his heart, rendering his words less certain. My goodness, that sword. If I am not mistaken, it must be a sacred artifact. Holy artifacts? In this desolate eastern region, and even in the northern region, such treasures were unheard of. It appears that this so-called Xianling sect truly possesses extraordinary treasures and opportunities, as rumored. Otherwise, how could they boast 3 late-stage transformation cultivators? How could they possess a sacred artifact? While Gu Jiannan and the others outwardly maintained their composure, their hearts brimmed with helplessness. Ideally, they would prefer to remain low-key, concealing their true strength until a day when they could instill fear in the world, rendering them immune to covetous gazes. However, the current situation left them no opportunity to bide their time. They must tread a different path, one that involves using their strength to intimidate the outside world, ensuring that no one dares to challenge the Xianling sect. Henceforth, the Xianling sect must adopt an even more formidable stance to survive. This is also a resolution made by the higher echelons of the Xiansheng sect during this period. Since the world no longer wishes to reason with the Xiansheng sect, the sect must resort to speaking with the sword in hand. Esteemed guests, the Xiansheng sect harbors no intention of making enemies, but should anyone perceive it as an easy target, they are welcome to stake their lives on that belief. Gu Jiannan's words were resolute and imposing. Kill, kill, kill. The resounding battle cries erupted from the main peak of the Xiansheng sect, reverberating across the land. Accompanied by the furious shouts of combat, countless Yuanying and Jin and cultivators, led by the Grand Elder Zhou Buyu, emerged fiercely. Their momentum was fierce and unyielding, fearless of death. The members of the Qitian sect could not help but feel a surge of irritation at the sight. Do these individuals have no fear of death? They dare to charge towards a formidable figure at the peak of the transformation stage, shouting and brandishing their weapons? While it is true that many ants can bring down an elephant, if all these people were to rush forward, even a transformation stage practitioner would find it challenging. However, the enemy would undoubtedly suffer severe casualties. The crux of the matter lies in the sacred artifact wielded by Gu Jiannan, which instills trepidation in them. Should they attack head-on, or retreat to strategize? Just as the members of the Qing Tian sect began to waver, a peculiar group suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. Enormous golden eagles with wingspans exceeding 30 meters, ethereal white cranes, and massive mutated dragon serpents soared through the skies. Without exception, each of these flying beasts bore riders. Approximately 30 male and female practitioners were hastily approaching. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Qing Tian sect's eyes gleamed with intrigue, their lips curling into a mocking smile. In contrast, the members of the Xianling sect felt a weight in their hearts. It appeared that today's challenge would not be easily surmounted. Chapter 79. A calculated move? As the astonished gazes of the crowd lingered, the group swiftly arrived before them, predominantly composed of youthful individuals. Each exuded an air of arrogance and an otherworldly demeanor. Their formidable presence indicated remarkable cultivation levels. MOU scanned the group and noted that the majority were at least at the late Golden Core stage, with not a single one at the mid-Golden Core stage. Particularly striking was the young man in white, whose extraordinary aura made him resemble a celestial being. He was evidently a prodigy at the mid-Yuaning stage. At merely 400 years of age, he was certainly considered young in the realm of cultivation. Presently, even the senior sister Lu Ruyu was only at the early Yuaning stage. Although the difference may seem slight, without fortune, a mere realm disparity could require decades or even centuries to bridge. MOU could not help but lament the abundance of talent in the outside world. Moreover, in addition to him, 4 others were also at the early Yuaning stage. Behind this assembly of young talents stood 7 or 8 mysterious elders exuding terrifying auras. They were unmistakably the protectors of these prodigies, all of whom were practitioners at the transformation stage. The hearts of Gu Jiannan and the others felt heavy. Among them, for exuded an aura that was no less formidable than his own. It was evident that they were also experts at the late transformation stage. Upon noticing the Qing Tian sect, these individuals also displayed expressions of astonishment. The 4 enigmatic elders at the forefront approached with smiles. We did not anticipate the Qing Tian sect to act so swiftly. Have you all made any gains? They jested. Clearly familiar with the 5 esteemed elders of the Qing Tian sect, their status undoubtedly high, allowing them to speak so casually, even with an undertone of mockery. Hearing their remarks, a purple-robed elder from the Qing Tian sect could not contain his displeasure and coldly retorted, "Didn't your Tian Yu divine sect also flee in haste? With your strength, you might not even gain entry to their mountain gate." "Oh, so you mean to say that you did not ascend? How amusing." The short, plump elder burst into laughter, his demeanor rather insufferable. The laughter instantly rendered the members of the Qi Tian sect with a countenance exceedingly grim. "Humph. Our Qi Tian sect merely refrains from bullying others due to our strength. Otherwise, who can stand in our way?" The diminutive elder paid him no heed and began to scrutinize Gu Jiannan and his companions with a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. It wasn't only him. Others around also exhibited expressions of curiosity and surprise. The 5 esteemed elders of the Qi Tian sect had united yet found themselves halted at the mountain gate? When had the eastern region birthed such a formidable sect? It is well known that the eastern region has long possessed little presence on the Qingyan continent. Often ridiculed by other regions as the East Wasteland, dismissed with disdain, the so-called 8 major sects of the eastern region were merely regarded as second-rate powers in their eyes. Hardly deserving of attention, many of them had only gained a superficial understanding of the Xianling sect just before setting out. The expressions of the crowd began to turn serious, their eyes wide with astonishment. The opposing side boasted a number of individuals whose realms were elusive even to them, particularly 3 whose cultivation levels were shrouded in mystery. It was possible they were all at the late stage of transformation, possessing 3 at the late stage of transformation. While still inferior to the 4 major sects of the northern region, was nonetheless comparable to other first-rate sections. No wonder even the Qi Tian sect, one of the 4 major sects of the northern region, dared not underestimate them. The lean, tall elder who had remained silent now stepped forward, extending a courteous salute to Gu Jiannan and his cohort with a smile, saying, "I am Zhujinda, the esteemed elder of the Feiyu divine sect. And this is my junior brother, Xiao Shan." The slender elder gestured towards the stout, short elder, then proceeded to introduce the others in turn. It turned out they were all friends from the Tianyu divine sect. Truly a pleasure to meet. Gu Jiannan and his companions returned the gesture politely, their hearts laden with gravity. Although the eastern and northern regions were separated by vast distances, they were well acquainted with the circumstances prevailing in that area. On that day, both the Tianyu divine sect and the Qi Tian sect stood among the 4 great sects of the northern region, their strength far surpassing that of the current Xianling sect. Previously, the mere presence of the Qi Tian sect compelled them to reveal their full might in order to instill fear. Now, with the addition of the Tianyu divine sect, how could they withstand such pressure? Moreover, it was certain that other forces would soon arrive. Despite the turmoil within, Gu Jiannan and the others maintained an air of calmness. An elderly man named Zhujinda, whether intentionally or not, bypassed the members of the Qi Tian sect and instead took pride in introducing a young prodigy clad in a flowing white robe. "This is my sect's junior disciple, Senshi, who is humorously referred to as one of the 6 talents of the northern region. Today, I have brought him here to witness the talents of his peers from the eastern region." The young man, while outwardly courteous, bore a gaze filled with pride. Not only Gu Jiannan, but all the onlookers from the eastern region couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A genius who had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul at merely 400 years of age? This talent truly deserves its reputation as one of the 6 most exceptional prodigies of the northern region. only a century ago. The unfettered foundation of MO could be regarded as slightly superior. However, the northern region boasts a total of 6 such geniuses. In contrast, the entire eastern region has produced merely one MOU over the span of tens of thousands of years. And now he has been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. This illustrates the vast disparity between the eastern domain and others. Gu Jiannan and his companions were equally astonished, their expressions grave. Such extraordinary young talents raise the question, how exceptional must their sect be? The potential adversaries they are about to confront will likely grow increasingly formidable. However, with Xiaoyu's foundation now restored, his future accomplishments will undoubtedly rival those of his opponents. Coupled with profound opportunities, he may lead the Xianling sect to even greater heights. Observing those around him, who were rendered astounded by the prowess of Cixi from the Tianyu divine sect, the young master of the Qing Tian sect, Shi Zhongyu, was instantly filled with displeasure. Although his cultivation level was slightly lower than that of Cixi, he was also several decades younger. Thus, he never considered himself to be significantly inferior to the 6 prodigies of the northern domain. Among them, there were at least 2 individuals he held in low regard, one of whom was the very Cixi before him. He could not help but spit towards the other person, sneering. To have only reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul at the age of 400. How dare you claim to be one of the 6 talents of the northern region? His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but just enough for everyone to hear. Before Cixi could respond, several young individuals beside him glared in anger. A mere practitioner in the early stage of the nascent soul at over 380 years old. How dare he speak of my junior brother? What a farce. Indeed, every time he ventured out, he took pleasure in proclaiming himself as the young master of the sect. It seems he has no shame. Were it not for his fortunate lineage, he would never have attained such status. Moreover, in terms of talent, there are those who far surpass his senior brother, Lu Wushuang. The caustic remarks instantly drained the color from Shi Zhongyu's face, leaving him trembling with rage. Lu Wushuang, his elder brother, was one of the 6 talents of the northern region and had consistently overshadowed him throughout their lives with unparalleled brilliance. The deepest resentment he harbored was the incessant comparisons made between himself and Lu Wushuang. Unable to contain his seething anger any longer, he pointed vehemently at the crowd before him and shouted furiously, "How dare you speak to me with such audacity? Which of you stands here without the backing of your elders? Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to defeat the trash from the eastern wasteland." After delivering his scathing retort, Shi Zhongyu did not hesitate to sweep his gaze contemptuously over the disciples of the Xianling sect. Consequently, the prodigies of the Xianling sect found themselves collectively ridiculed and labeled as worthless. This incited a furious outcry among them, as they began to hurl invectives. What right does a mere early-stage nascent soul practitioner have to deride us as worthless? Do they believe that our Xianling sect lacks its own young prodigies at the nascent soul stage? Observing the repercussions of that second-generation scion's actions, the elders of the Qing Tian sect could not help but furrow their brows. However, it was too late to intervene. They could only pretend they had heard nothing. For after all, his grandfather was the ancestral elder of their sect. Meanwhile, several elders from the Tianyu divine sect exchanged glances, their eyes alight with understanding. It soon became apparent that since the Xianling sect could withstand the 5 esteemed elders of the Qing Tian sect, there was no need for them to press forward aggressively. Instead, they proposed setting a time for the younger generation to compete against the talents of the Xianling sect. With the victor granted access to the stone forest where the sect's doctrines were preserved. Should they lose, they would retreat and henceforth cease to disturb the Xianling sect. In this manner, there is no need for everyone to engage in a deadly struggle while maintaining a semblance of dignity. Those who have always prided themselves on being the righteous sects of the northern region do not wish to be tarnished with the reputation of opportunistic plunderers or bullies. He is confident that, rather than facing the combined pressure from the major sects, the Xianling sect would undoubtedly prefer this approach. At that time, with the prodigious strength of the Tianyu divine sect, victory would be as effortless as turning over one's hand. When he conveyed this notion to several esteemed elders of the Qi Tian sect, they readily concurred. They had already discerned that the young talents of the Xianling sect were vastly inferior to those of their own sect. This stratagem was virtually foolproof. Chapter 80. Confronting the World. The high-ranking members of the Xianling sect observed the heated exchanges between the disciples of the Tianyu divine sect and the Qi Tian sect, their expressions revealing a contemplative air. It appeared that, despite their familiarity, there was a palpable discord between the two parties. This may prove advantageous. At this moment, Zhu Jinda of the Tianyu divine sect has already waved his hand to halt the disputes among his disciples. The outnumbered Shi Zhongyu has finally caught his breath, his previously ashen face falling silent. Gu Jiannan, suppressing the tumult within, gazes calmly at the crowd across from him and inquires, "May I ask, esteemed friends, what brings you here?" The elders from the Qi Tian sect, having assessed the depth of the Xianling sect, quietly relinquished the stage to the Tianyu divine sect, refraining from initiating conversation. Clearly, they hope for the latter to stir up some conflict with the Xianling sect. Zhu Jinda smirks disdainfully, well aware of the ulterior motives at play. Yet, he remains unfazed. Thus, he strides forward, feigning sincerity as he smiles and bows to Gu Jiannan, stating, "Since the battle against the demons 100,000 years ago, the inheritance of cultivation in the Qiangyun continent has faltered. Even though each generation boasts prodigious talents, The absence of corresponding techniques has rendered the path to immortality elusive. Now, upon hearing that the legacy of the blissful immortal has resurfaced and been claimed by your esteemed sect, I have brought forth the talents of my sect to witness it. Continuing, he strokes his beard and smiles, adding, though it is said that unclaimed treasures belong to the virtuous, it is precisely because of this lack of ownership that your sect should share it with all. He raises a hand to halt Gu Jiannan and others who wish to speak, his expression solemn. As fellow practitioners of the Qiangyun continent, if we were to resort to forceful appropriation, we would surely be ridiculed by the world, which is not my intention. Moreover, should this precedent be set, it could lead to widespread imitation, and I fear it may bring ruin upon your sect. However, if we do not strive for such opportunities for the younger generation, we would be remiss as mentors. What a dilemma this is. Zhu Jinda sighs, gazing skyward as if he is grappling with a monumental challenge. This instantly provokes scornful smiles among the members of the Xianling sect, who perceive his duplicity as a desire to appear virtuous while harboring ulterior motives. Were it not for the formidable strength of the Xianling sect, they might have shed the Fade entirely. Yet, in light of the current situation, Gu Jiannan hesitates to confront them directly. Regardless of the veracity of their claims, the fact that they are attempting to maintain a semblance of decorum is a silver lining. Thus, fully aware that they might not believe him, he patiently elucidates, such rumors are the result of a deliberate scheme to entrap us. Our Xianling sect has never obtained the so-called inheritance. However, Zhu Jinda merely smiles, clearly disbelieving of his explanation. As anticipated, once Gu Jiannan finishes, Zhu Jinda immediately shakes his head with a smile. Dear friend, do not attempt to confine me. The evidence is irrefutable. Moreover, if there were no inheritance, how could your sect have experienced such rapid advancement in strength? Among the 8 great sects of the Eastern region, your sect alone has simultaneously produced 3 late-stage transformation gods. How do you intend to explain that? Gu Jiannan finds himself at a loss for words. This matter truly defies explanation. Should the outside world learn that they attained the late stage of divine transformation solely through the consumption of boundary-breaking pills, the rumors surrounding the blissful immortal would become even more convoluted. The situation for the Xianling sect would grow increasingly precarious. Observing his inability to provide an explanation, Zhu Jinda could not suppress a smug smile. Thus, after deliberation with my esteemed friend, Qiuziqiu of the Qitian sect, we have resolved that our elders shall refrain from intervening. This opportunity shall be left for the youth to contend for, lest we disturb the harmony. At that time, your sect may dispatch young disciples under the age of 500 to guard the arena. Each of our sects may send at most 3 young disciples to compete, with a format of best 2 out of 3, allowing an individual to fight in 3 matches. Should we emerge victorious, the winner shall gain entry to your sect's martial arts monument forest for 3 months of enlightenment. Should we lose, we shall withdraw and no longer trouble your sect. What do you think, my friend? Gu Jiannan's expression darkened significantly. This was akin to a forced capitulation. However, before he could respond, an elder clad in purple from the Qitian sect stepped forward, proclaiming arrogantly, what Daoist has articulated aligns with the sentiment of Qiuziqiu. This is the only path for the Xianling sect to avert annihilation. Otherwise, the myriad forces of the Qingyun continent will converge upon your sect. How will you then contend with such an onslaught? The notoriously tempestuous Tang Fei who could no longer hold back, erupting in fury. What you propose is utterly outrageous. The martial arts monument forest is the very foundation of our sect. How could it be so easily revealed to outsiders? Would the Tianyu divine sect or the Qitian sect permit their monument forest to be displayed to others? His indignation was justified. The so-called martial arts monument forest was the repository of the sect's premier techniques and doctrines, to maintain utmost confidentiality and expedite the teaching process. Nearly all major sects inscribe their techniques on a special type of jade stone. When it is time to impart knowledge to disciples, the user must merely connect with the formation on the jade stone, allowing the techniques to be flawlessly imprinted into their consciousness with remarkable efficiency. The sole drawback lies in the difficulty of engraving, as well as the challenge of mobility. The jade stone must remain connected to the formation at all times. Should it become detached, the techniques inscribed upon it may vanish entirely. These sanctuaries for storing techniques are precisely the martial arts monument forest. Although each technique has a textual copy as a precaution, permitting outsiders into the martial arts monument forest not only brings disgrace to the sect but also incurs tremendous losses. Either the techniques would leak, or the painstakingly inscribed monument would be destroyed in an instant. Furthermore, if the opponents do not discover the inheritance of the blissful immortal within the monument, how could they simply let this matter rest? Yet, if we decline this proposal, their alliance would be inevitable, and it would not be limited to merely these 2 sects. The entirety of the northern domain, and potentially even the southern domain, would unite against us. The allure of cultivation techniques that could elevate one to the great ascension stage is beyond imagination. In response to Tang Feihu's outrage, Zhu Jinda merely smiled faintly, his gaze imbued with confidence. If the prodigies of the Xianling sect can enter our martial arts monument forest in such a manner, I would have no complaints. If you possess confidence, why not bring forth your sect's prodigies to challenge the Tianyu divine sect? His self-assurance exuded an air of supremacy, igniting the ire of all disciples of the Xianling sect. Yet, they found themselves powerless to act. The upper echelons of the Xianling sect fell into silence. with Gu Jianan's mood weighing heavily. Agreeing to this proposal would undoubtedly mean that the sect's young talents would struggle to hold their ground. Although the strongest among them, Xiaoyu, had regained his cultivation to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, he was merely the foremost of the eastern domain. In both the northern and southern domains, there were several prodigies of comparable strength. The 6 heroes of the north and the 5 sons of the south were all true paragons. While it could not be claimed that they all surpassed Xiaoyu, they would at the very least not be weaker. As for the rest of the sect, the strongest among them was merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul. Should the monument be thoroughly scrutinized and the blissful immortal's legacy remain undiscovered, the repercussions would still be dire. The senior members of the Xianling sect found themselves in a state of profound indecision. However, MOU's perspective diverged. If they did not acquiesce, the sect's demise would likely be imminent. Although the words of their opponents were harsh, they contained an undeniable truth. Allowing the younger generation to resolve matters through competition was far preferable to a bloody clash with all sections. At the very least, establishing such a rule would deter the more honorable sects from forming alliances. As for today's humiliation, there would be ample opportunities in the future to exact vengeance. He hastily transmitted a message to Gu Jianan, Master Ancestor, rest assured, I shall never allow them to step into the monument even a single step. As for today's disgrace, it will not be long before we ensure they pay in kind. Gu Jianan found himself momentarily dazed. If they could indeed hold the line, it would undoubtedly resolve their current predicament perfectly. Yet, gazing into MOU's steadfast eyes, he ultimately made up his mind. With great vigor, he bellowed towards Zhu Jinda and the others of the Tianyu divine sect. Very well, we shall abide by your words. The Xianling sect shall immediately construct the arena. In 3 days, we welcome the prodigies of the Qingyan continent to come forth and challenge us for a period of 3 months. Should they return to sow discord after 3 months, it shall be a battle to the death. A tempest of martial fervor surged forth from the chests of the thousands of disciples of the Xianling sect. Fight, fight, fight. Chapter 81. MOU prepares for battle despite their disdain for the so-called prodigies of the eastern domain sects. The morale of the Xianling sect's disciples astonished the individuals from the 2 northern domain sections. In particular, the young prodigies of the Tianyu divine sect felt their spirits soar, their blood boiling with excitement. This formidable and indomitable spirit is not something that an ordinary sect can possess. The northern region has always prided itself as the most valiant territory of the Azure Cloud continent. Believing that its martial prowess surpasses that of the opulent southern region and the enigmatic western region, claiming the top position without question. Consequently, upon encountering the Xianling sect, which exudes a similar aura, they momentarily set aside their previous disdain, their gazes now tinged with a hint of acknowledgement. As for the spies from the various sects of the eastern region, they wore expressions of nonchalance, as if such a sight was nothing out of the ordinary. This is indeed the most notorious sect in the eastern region, and a bit of dominance is to be expected. Zhu Jinda and his companions, invigorated by the atmosphere, couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Very well, let us collectively establish the rules of the competition, lest others accuse us of overwhelming the few with our numbers, or of bullying through our influence. Naturally, the Qitian sect had no objections to his proposal. After all, it was a situation they were certain to win. A touch of magnanimity would enhance their reputation, yielding benefits without any detriment. Thus, they approached, and the 3 parties commenced formulating the competition rules. Meanwhile, the unparalleled prodigy of the Tianyu divine sect, Sinshi, narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing MOU with an expression laden with intrigue. Although this individual has merely reached the foundation establishment stage, he exudes an inexplicable aura. It is a profound, innate confidence and composure that he has only witnessed in 5 other prodigies from the northern region. Naturally, he possesses this quality within himself as well. He could not help but take a few steps forward, then smiled and cupped his hands, saying, I am Sinshi from the Heavenly Feather Divine Sect. May I ask how to address you? Suen El Ingzong, MOU, came the calm reply as MOU returned the gesture. MOU? Could it be the one renowned as the foremost prodigy of the eastern region a century ago? I have heard of you, Sinshi exclaimed. Astonishment flickering across his stern visage, swiftly replaced by tranquility. Indeed, he had heard of this individual, and it was said that MOU's foundation had been destroyed, rendering him a mere husk. Now, seeing only the foundational cultivation level before him, he found confirmation in the rumors. Thus, he lost interest in continuing the conversation. With a slight nod, he turned back to the crowd, his demeanor composed and unruffled, neither sorrowful nor elated. A peerless prodigy would only show interest in those of their own caliber. A fallen genius, in his eyes, was no different from the weeds by the roadside, unworthy of his attention. As for MOU's demeanor, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. His gaze did not even stray in Sinshi's direction. As if this so-called Northern Region 6 heroes was no different from an ordinary person. This is not a matter of arrogance on MOU's part. To be candid, the opponent, despite being merely 400 years old, has already reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, which is indeed remarkable. It is essential to understand that once one enters the nascent soul stage, every minor breakthrough becomes exceedingly arduous. It is not uncommon for individuals to be stuck at a minor realm for centuries, and many may find themselves forever halted at the initial stage of the nascent soul. Although nascent soul cultivators possess a lifespan of at least 2,000 years, the accumulation of such cultivators within any sect remains limited. Thus, a 420-year-old in the mid-stage of nascent soul is exceedingly rare. However, even with this acknowledgement, MOU still perceives no comparability between himself and the other. He had ascended to that realm at the tender age of 180, even after 100 years of neglect. He now stands at the late stage of nascent soul at merely 300 years of age. With the aid of the system, along with the Tao scriptures and the chaotic yin-yang canon, one might say that in the future, such talents would merely be qualified to meet him. Yet, the current Sinshi does not share this sentiment. As for Shi Zhongyu, the young master of the Qitian sect, who had been observing with a detached demeanor, he wore a look of utter disdain. A mere foundation establishment cultivator, who can only shout empty slogans, is worthy of Sinshi's personal greeting? It would be a disgrace to the reputation of the 6 outstanding figures of the northern region. Unable to restrain himself, he pointed at MOU and laughed derisively. You, young one, in 3 days, you shall watch from the stands as we, the prodigies of the northern region, crush you. How dare you suggest that we should not step into the steel forest? What a colossal joke, ha ha ha. Following this, he purposefully cast a triumphant glance at Sinshi, wishing to convey that the individual who approached him was, in his eyes, as insignificant as an ant. Ha! A mere clown. MOU responded with a calm gaze, instantly delivering Shi Zhongyu a crushing blow to his pride. The latter's expression darkened, his eyes turning frigid. Yet, before he could utter a word, Yang Mu stepped forward, his gaze infinitely colder. You, unworthy, have no right to speak with my young master. If you're unconvinced, come forth and see how I will defeat you. The unabashed combat spirit emanating from him left Shi Zhongyu momentarily taken aback. This individual dares to be even more arrogant than himself? Incredible! When has the illustrious young master Shi ever endured such provocation? He is a man who holds even the 6 elite of the northern region in disdain. If a battle is to be fought, so be it. Against a mere insect like you, I could easily vanquish you with a flick of my wrist. Shi Zhongyu roared in fury, eager to engage in combat with Yang Mu. However, he was dissuaded by the old man. Go Ziju. Zhongyu, there is no need for haste. In 3 days, the spectacle will unfold. Why perform now for the amusement of others? After speaking, he cast a brief glance at Sinshi. This strategy indeed proves effective. The boisterous Shizhangita finally suppressed his inner fury and coldly remarked, what status do I possess to engage in conflict with someone like you? Zhujinda of the Tianyu Divine Sect, weary of the antics of these youngsters, made an agreement with Gu Jiannan regarding the rules and then led his companions away. With their temporary withdrawal, others began to disperse, and the latest news swiftly spread, soon shocking the eastern domain and extending even further. In the grand hall of the Xinling sect, a gathering of esteemed elders and the extraordinary young talents of the sect convened. Gu Jiannan glanced at the youthful assembly below and sighed, in this crisis, we must rely on you. However, if you cannot hold your ground, I shall not hold it against you. His disheartening words before the impending battle were understandable. For these young individuals would confront the most formidable geniuses of the entire Qingyan continent, a sect standing against the world. The likelihood of completely defending against such odds was nearly non-existent. His current intention was merely to buy time, executing the so-called scapegoat plan proposed by Xiaoyu. Hoping that other sects could divert attention from the Xinling sect. Regaining his composure, Gu Jiannan stated solemnly, the rules of this competition are restricted to our 2 sects. Whether other sects will adhere remains uncertain. However, once this matter becomes known, even if others harbor different opinions, they will likely refrain from voicing them. Master Ancestor, what are the competition rules? MOU inquired calmly. Gu Jiannan paused before continuing, the rules are straightforward. Each side shall dispatch 3 combatants. The defeated shall retreat, while the victors continue until only one remains. Should our sect emerge victorious, they will withdraw voluntarily and cease competing for the so-called opportunities and legacies. Conversely, if they prevail, they shall enter our sect's steel forest, obtaining all our techniques. Henceforth, the Xianling sect shall be branded with shame. Most critically, they demand that our sect relinquish the dual cultivation techniques of the blissful immortal and share them with the victor. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Failure to comply would inevitably result in a fierce battle. In essence, the only viable path forward was to defend the arena. But was that even feasible? There is no need for excessive worry. Since it has been decided, we shall give our all. Master Ancestor, Elder Uncle, allow me to select the participants, MOU declared. Rising with poise. Brothers and sisters, please follow me. Very well, Junior Brother Mo. The assembly of young prodigies promptly stood and followed. Behind them, the elders exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly perplexed. These little rabbits. However, why does it feel like Xiaoyu possesses such confidence? Chapter 82, Distributing Elixirs. Accompanied by several of the most outstanding talents of the Xinling sect, he arrived at his inviting moon peak. Only then did MOU turn to regard the assembly with earnestness. Each person exuded an extraordinary aura, both men and women strikingly attractive. Junior Brother Mo. How do you propose we proceed? We are all eager to follow your lead. The group gazed at him with anticipation, their eyes ablaze with admiration. As the most central disciple of the Xinling sect, they were already aware of MOU's restoration of his foundational abilities, leaving them all filled with delight and excitement. Their confidence in this unparalleled prodigy, who once led them to dominate the entire eastern region, was boundless. This confidence, albeit somewhat blind, is perceived by them as entirely justified. Imo Shidi is indeed the unrivaled prodigy of the world. With his leadership, what does it matter if they face the entire Qingyan continent? Imo Yu did not respond immediately, instead furrowing his brow in contemplation. Among the 10 prodigies of the Xianling sect, aside from the 3rd and 5th sisters who have yet to return, the rest are present here. Excluding him, the most formidable are the eldest sister, Lu Ruyu, and Master Zhou's eldest disciple, Wu Jinggang. Both are at the initial stage of the nascent soul. Wu Jinggang, the eldest among them, is now 480 years old, possessing a simple demeanor and a tall, robust physique. These 2 individuals are indeed the most suitable candidates for utilizing the breakthrough pill. As for the second senior sister, Gu Qing, Zhang Jian, Lu Xiaojie, and Wang Jingyun, apart from the first 2 who are at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, the other 3 are all at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Even if they were to break through immediately, it would not yield significant benefits. MOU. With a serious demeanor, inquired once more, Little Commander, will the utilization of the breakthrough pill by those possessing special physiques truly not have any adverse effects on their future? The system, with a hint of exasperation in its childlike voice, replied, Dear host, you have asked this question thrice already. I have reiterated that, theoretically, it is beneficial and harmless. Not everyone possesses your extraordinary capabilities. You mentioned it is theoretical, but what if? MOU remained unconvinced. The system paused for 3 seconds before responding. The theory I refer to is aimed at the unparalleled geniuses across the myriad realms, those capable of ascending to the immortal realm. Although your senior sister can be considered a talent, rest assured, let her take it. I assure you there will be no issues. Is that acceptable? MOU huffed softly. Nevertheless, since the system had provided such assurance, he chose to trust it. After all, not everyone could surpass the so-called perfect level of breakthrough, and it was likely that even the 2 senior sisters would be incapable of such feats. He decided to allow the senior sister to break through alongside him. At worst, he could expend a bit of his fortune in the future to procure more precious materials for his sisters. With his resolve in place, he produced 2 breakthrough pills and handed them to the senior sister and Hu Jinggang, stating earnestly, these pills can swiftly aid your breakthroughs and, in theory, will not have any adverse effects on your future, unless your original breakthrough exceeds the perfect grade, for these pills can only elevate your breakthrough to perfection. MOU felt it necessary to clarify this point. Upon hearing his words, everyone present was left dumbfounded. Only able to elevate to the perfect grade? Only? Is that the politeness of only? Hu Jingang's eyes sparkled with determination, and without a second thought, he seized a pill, tossed it into his mouth, and hurried to a corner to sit in meditation. Even Lu Ruyu could not help but cast a disapproving glance at her junior brother. It seemed that in each of her previous breakthroughs, she had always fallen just short of the true perfect grade. Such words can indeed be somewhat disheartening. She did not refuse, for the young disciple required a formidable ally more than a mere elixir at that moment. She understood that to assist him, she must enhance her own strength. Thus, she reached out to accept the elixir and hastened to a nearby spot to undergo her breakthrough. The others gazed on with eager anticipation, their eyes ablaze with fervor. This is indeed a pill capable of transcending realms at once. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Especially after the recent upheavals, everyone has acutely felt the helplessness of their inadequate power. They can only watch as those who challenge the authority of sects flaunt their might, while they remain powerless to retaliate. Observing the eager gazes of his senior brothers and sisters, MOU couldn't help but chuckle. Dear seniors, this elixir is something we all possess, but consuming it now would be a profound waste. This treasure can swiftly elevate a mid-stage transformation cultivator to the late stage. You may decide how to proceed. Although he understood that his seniors would hesitate to use it so hastily, he resolved to present it to them first. For a treasure is only truly secure when it is in one's grasp. Moreover, it would be prudent for this matter to remain unknown to our revered ancestors. Should it be reported, I would surely be at a loss. MOU smiled as he reminded them. Upon hearing this, the others were instantly struck with shock and confusion. A pill that could facilitate a transition to the late stage of transformation? Goodness, what kind of miraculous elixir is this? To utilize this for transcending the Yuanying or Jin realms would be nothing short of wasteful, deserving of divine retribution. No. It must be reserved until at least the Huashan stage. As for the revered uncles and ancestors, naturally we shall heed brothermost counsel. Just after consuming the elixir, Hu Jinggang trembled, feeling a pang of regret within. Yet, he swiftly recalibrated his mindset, for the sect now urgently required his advancement. It was then that MOU produced 5 boundary-breaking pills, distributing 1 to each person. Although this item is precious, it pales in comparison to the bonds of brotherhood among fellow disciples. Over the past century, the sect has invested immeasurably in him. Logically, these elixirs would serve the sect's nascent soul elders far better, yet there are simply too many of them for MOU to attend to at present. He would have to defer such matters until he has sufficient resources. Once his senior brothers and sisters have meticulously stored the elixirs, MOU finally begins to discuss his plans with them. On the day of the competition, there will be 3 matches if the opponents are of average strength. His senior brothers and sisters will take to the field, while he will reserve himself for the final bout. Everyone is encouraged to give their utmost without risking their lives, as they will face more than just a single wave of adversaries. Should they find themselves outmatched, they are to concede, allowing him to confront the challengers. During his mid-nascent soul phase, MOU had assessed that his spiritual energy reserves were at least 3 times greater than they had been previously. Now, with the addition of the chaotic yin-yang scripture, a single night of cultivation with his senior sister and the others would suffice for rapid recovery. Thus, even with 3 matches in a day, his spiritual energy would be ample. Were it any ordinary cultivator, particularly one of equal strength, they would likely be thoroughly exhausted after a single intense battle. Observing his senior brothers and sisters, MOU imparted one final instruction: I will don a mask and enter the fray under the name of Brother Chin. Please be mindful of how you address me. For the time being, my recovery should remain undisclosed. Once this tumult subsides, I intend to use my own presence as bait. Those who conspired against me years ago must not think they can evade retribution. A century has passed, it is time to settle this score. After concluding discussions with his fellow disciples, he returned to the council hall to inform the elders of these arrangements. Upon hearing that he had utilized breakthrough elixirs to aid Huajin Gang and Lu Ruyu in advancing to the mid-nascent soul stage, the elders displayed expressions of concern. However, they understood that this was not the time to lament such losses. As for the distribution of elixirs to other brothers, MOU chose to remain silent. His intention in taking them away first was to prevent the sect's patriarchs from confiscating the elixirs meant for his brothers. In the ensuing 3 days, the entire Xianling sect operated like a finely tuned machine, springing into action. Even the most precious spirit stones, which the elders typically guarded jealously, were provided without restraint to the talented disciples preparing for battle. As for the newly constructed arena, it was already teeming with people. In just 3 short days, word of the upcoming competition spread like wildfire across much of the Qingyan continent. Today marks the commencement of the conflict. Chapter 83. The Great Battle Approaches. The so-called arena is situated within the former training grounds of the Xianling sect, sturdy and spacious, fortified with special spirit-absorbing blue stones and protective formations. Even cultivators at the core transformation stage would find it difficult to shatter the bricks laid upon the ground. In the past 3 days, aside from the previously mentioned Qitian sect and Tianyushan zone, numerous other prominent sects from the southern and northern regions have sent their prodigious disciples to participate. The rules of the competition have spread far and wide. At this moment, countless talented individuals are engaged in animated discussions filled with anticipation. Brother Wang, how long do you think Xianling sect can endure? How long? You must think too highly of them. A young genius scoffs dismissively. From what I know, the first round will likely be Tianyushan zone. When Sinshi takes action, who do you think can withstand him? He is one of the 6 heroes of the northern region. Indeed, and I have also heard that a peerless prodigy has arrived from the southern region, whose strength and reputation even surpassed Sinshi. Is that so? Who is this remarkable individual? It is said to be Tang Lin, the mad immortal of the southern region's 5 sons. What? It's actually him? This is going to be quite the spectacle. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, the high-ranking members and disciples of Xianling sect begin to enter the arena. After Gu Jiannan leads his disciples to take their seats at one end of the arena, their first opponent, led by Zhu Jinda from Tianyushan zone, arrives in succession. Old friend Gu, since everything is ready, let us commence, Zhu Jinda says with a beaming smile, exuding an air of relaxation and confidence. In contrast, Gu Jiannan's expression is considerably grave. Both parties greet each other with polite gestures, maintaining a friendly demeanor. However, within the ranks of their respective disciples, tension mounts, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation. As the challengers, the 3 contestants from Tianyushan zone step forward first, each radiating brilliance and extraordinary presence. The foremost figure, dressed in white, possesses an ethereal grace reminiscent of an immortal descending to the mortal realm. With a slight smile and proud gaze, he exudes an unshakable confidence in every movement. This is none other than Sinshi, one of the 6 heroes of the northern region. Upon his appearance, a fervent cheer erupts from the surrounding young men and women. Sinshi, my name is Yang Jai. I wish you a victorious start, calls out a beautiful female cultivator, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sinshi, look over here. I wish to be your partner. Another female cultivator shouts. The enthusiasm surrounding Sinshi is palpable, with many female disciples more fervent than the first. Back off. Sinshi is mine. How could he possibly notice you? Indeed, Sinshi's unmatched talent means he would never stoop to your level. Sin, you must show the people of Dongwon what a true genius looks like. I'm in awe. No wonder he is one of the 6 heroes of the northern region. He truly possesses an unparalleled charm. Listening to the cheers around them, even the other 2 contestants, overshadowed by Sinshi's brilliance, display glimmers of admiration in their eyes. Sinshi is the pride of Tianyushan zone. He is someone who has always worn the halo of a protagonist, advancing in cultivation at a breathtaking pace. With a solid foundation and formidable combat prowess, he has never deigned to battle those of the same level, instead choosing to engage and conquer opponents of a higher realm. He is a prodigious genius capable of defeating those in the late Yuaning stage while merely entering the mid-Yuaning stage. There can be no luck in ranking among the 6 heroes of the northern region. Each one has risen by stepping upon the accolades of numerous geniuses. Even the elders of Qitian sect, who have a contentious relationship with Tianyushan zone, cannot help but express their admiration for such talent. The enthusiasm from the younger generation of other sects reaches a fever pitch. Even many disciples of Qitian sect are loudly cheering. In stark contrast to the overwhelming support for Tsinshi, the appearance of the contestants from Xianling sect seems rather solitary, although their cheers are equally thunderous. Apart from the new disciples of Yujin sect, the only voices of praise come from within Xianling sect itself. Other sects remain united in their silence. Both the major sects of the northern region and Xianling sect are aware of the consequences of provoking them. Just recently, the Tianhua sect in Zishu Pavilion, along with the Wang, Yin, and Lu families, faced dire repercussions. Their patriarch was slain, their resources seized by Xianling sect, and their entire sects were exiled 30,000 miles away to Ling Mountain County. Devoid of resources and in unfamiliar territory, their decline in strength was inevitable. Consequently, many aristocratic families have learned to tread carefully around Xianling sect, opting for avoidance rather than confrontation, for the stakes are life or death. The first contestant from Xianling sect is Lu Ruyu. Upon witnessing her cultivation level, many prominent figures in the transformation stage are taken aback. Is she truly in the mid-yuaning stage? Incredible! Even if she cannot fight beyond her level, reaching this stage at her age is already an astonishing feat. A mid-yuaning stage at just 400 years old. At the very least, there has yet to be such a talent in the entire eastern region. Even when compared to the prodigies of Qitian sect, she stands firm in terms of cultivation level. While cultivation level does not solely determine strength, it remains a crucial indicator of potential. Xianling sect is poised to defy the odds. With MOU destroyed, now emerges another Lu Ruyu? Then they behold the next contestant stepping forth, Hui Jinggang. At this moment, those present could no longer restrain themselves, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Another genius in the mid-stage of the nascent soul? Although he was considerably older than Lu Ruyu, he still qualified as a youthful prodigy. Could it be that the trials in the outside world yielded such remarkable results? Or perhaps the Xianling sect possesses superior cultivation techniques? Upon recalling the rumors, a fervent excitement ignited within their hearts. Yet, only the esteemed transformation stage elders in attendance could discern the truth. The ordinary disciples remained oblivious. However, when the third member of the Xianling sect made his entrance, a tremendous wave of discussion erupted throughout the crowd. Who was that masked figure? Indeed. Why the need for a mask? Could it be that he is aware of his inability to win and thus dons a mask to save face? Aha, junior brother. Your explanation is rather unique. Not only were the people from the northern region astonished, but even the disciples of the Xianling sect appeared utterly bewildered. Who is the senior brother? Clad in a flowing black robe, his figure remains concealed, though his height unmistakably identifies him as male. Adorning his face is a bronze mask, exuding an aura of chilling ferocity. Not only the youth appear bewildered, even the other transformation stage cultivators from different sects were expressions of astonishment. They find themselves unable to discern his cultivation level, and the countenance hidden beneath the mask eludes their perception. Even the mightiest of spiritual senses can only penetrate to reveal a shroud of indistinct darkness. This ghostly mask is certainly no ordinary object. The once self-assured elders of the Tianyu divine sect now exhibited a hint of caution in their eyes. However, amidst the collective gaze of the onlookers, they found it imprudent to communicate telepathically, for fear of revealing their intentions through fluctuations in their spiritual energy and losing face. The two young individuals, who had recently advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, were of little concern to them. Yet, the enigmatic figure behind the ghostly mask remained inscrutable. At this moment, Sinshi furrowed his brow while observing the trio opposite him, his expression tinged with surprise, though he quickly regained his composure. He possessed unwavering confidence in his own prowess against peers, regardless of whether they shared the same cultivation level or if they were his superiors. He was certain of his ability to emerge victorious. As for the masked figure, he dismissed him as merely a charlatan. With a casual tone, he addressed his senior brother beside him. Brother, why don't you give it a try first? Just be careful not to inflict too much damage. Understood. The exchange was nonchalant yet brimming with disdain and confidence. Hui Jinggang, filled with indignation, stepped forward. Lu Shimi, allow me to take the lead this time. Lu Ryu nodded lightly, remaining silent. Meanwhile, under the bronze mask, MOU subtly adjusted the muscles in his throat. In a slightly hoarse voice, he earnestly reminded Hui Jinggang. Brother, do your best, but do not overexert yourself. I understand, there is no need for concern, Chinshiti. Upon hearing their exchange, those familiar with the Xianling sect began to ponder, but momentarily could not recall the identity of the young genius named Qin. At this time, the prodigy from the Tianyu divine sect had already taken the stage. Zhou Buyu and an elder from the Tianyu divine sect served as judges, meticulously verifying the bone ages of their respective competitors. They nodded in agreement, signaling that all was in order. Only then did the grand elder of the Tianyu divine sect, Zhu announce in a booming voice. After mutual discussion, it has been decided that this competition will adopt a three-person relay combat format. The match will conclude only when all three members of one side are defeated or concede. Should the Tianyu divine sect emerge victorious, the winner shall gain entry to the Xianling sect Steel Forest for observation, while the latter must provide a promised item. As for the nature of this promised item, he did not elaborate. Casting a glance at the icy demeanor of Gu Jiannan, he chuckled and continued, if the Tianyu divine sect is defeated, We shall depart and never again set foot within the Xianling Sect's gates. Should this oath be violated, may heaven and earth bring retribution. Furthermore, while this competition is intended to be light, one must be mentally prepared for inevitable injuries during battle. Gu Daoyu, do you have any additions? As the challenger, the Tianyu Divine Sect assumed an air of superiority, their attitude decidedly arrogant. However, the current situation compelled the Xianling Sect to yield. Not to mention the impending arrival of other sects from various regions, even the combined forces of the two sects before them would be overwhelming. Moreover, with the 5 major sects of the eastern region eyeing them covetously, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire Qingyun continent harbored designs on the Xianling Sect. The burden of this predicament was increasingly difficult to absolve. Yu Jiannan suppressed his fury and coldly declared, "Then let the contest commence." As soon as he spoke, a talented individual from the Tianyu Divine Sect confidently stepped forward. Tianyu Divine Sect, Li Qinlong. The young man named Li Qinlong casually inclined his body in a gesture of respect towards his opponent, his haughty demeanor unapologetic. Following this, he squeezed out a drop of essence blood, allowing it to fall onto the bone-aged stone nearby for verification. As the stone shimmered briefly, golden patterns resembling tree rings gradually emerged in the center, revealing a total of 462 rings, each representing a year of age. Xianling Sect, Huajin Gang. Huajin Gang snorted coldly and performed the same action, the stone displaying 480 rings. You may strike first. If I were to initiate, you might not have the chance to retaliate. Li Qinlong grinned with arrogance. Hearing this, Huajin Gang showed no courtesy and immediately unleashed a downward strike with his sword. The fierce and commanding sword aura soared like a dragon emerging from a gorge, enveloping the surrounding area for dozens of miles beneath its might. Within this range, all energy seemed to be locked in place, as the air appeared to solidify and ripple violently. It was as though a colossal transparent fabric was being drawn outwards by the sword. The once clear air rapidly transformed into a silvery hue, creating a 30-degree angle directed towards Li Qinlong as it sliced through the atmosphere, swift as a falling star. The terrifying might of a Yuanian cultivator was unmistakably revealed at this moment. With this single strike, the prominent figures of the Tianyu Divine Sect furrowed their brows in surprise. They had never anticipated that their opponent would be at the mid-Yuaniing stage. Not only did they find it surprising, but so did the onlookers. Even Li Qinlong, the adversary, was taken aback. As the saying goes, 50 years of qi refinement, 100 years to establish a foundation, to coalesce a golden core. Even those with commendable talent require 3 to 5 centuries. As for reaching the Yuaniing stage, such individuals are exceptionally rare. Each breakthrough at a minor level is fraught with difficulty, and spending 100 years is far from unusual. Therefore, a 300-year-old who forms a golden core can be deemed a genius, and a 500-year-old who enters the Yuaniing stage is considered a prodigy. Li Qinlong, having entered the Yuaniing stage at over 400 years, was regarded as a paragon among his peers and held an air of arrogance. Thus, even though his opponent was also a Yuaniing cultivator, he remained unyielding. "Come on, receive my sword and give it a try," he roared, unleashing a sword strike of his own. As a distinguished genius from one of the 4 major sects of the northern region, while Li Qinlong may not be the absolute pinnacle of his sect, he was certainly not someone from the remote eastern wilderness who could be easily dismissed. If he were to be defeated by his opponent today, how could he return home and face his fellow geniuses and sect members? With a thunderous boom, the first clash concluded amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. The highly anticipated Li Qinlong did not disappoint. He managed to block the attack, albeit with considerable difficulty. After this strike, he had realized that the opponent's realm was, astonishingly, even superior to his own. This is utterly unreasonable. Fortunately, the other party has likely just recently achieved a breakthrough, and their realm is not yet firmly established. This may well be his only opportunity. Li Qinlong's gaze was solemn. As a genius, he did not lose confidence merely because his opponent's realm surpassed his own. On the contrary, he was filled with even greater determination. Only by transcending his limits in battle could he truly embody the title of prodigy. With a cold demeanor, he unleashed a sword strike with all his might, his expression devoid of the previous disdain and nonchalance. Unfortunately, his opponent, Huajin Gang, was also a genius, fearless and relentlessly tenacious. Huajingang's mindset was straightforward. In this first contest, he was determined to showcase the might of the Xianling Sect, no matter the cost. In an instant, the two engaged in an intensely fierce duel. "Senior Brotherson, what is your perspective on this match?" inquired another disciple from the Tianyu Divine Sect, observing the battle. As he furrowed his brow and glanced at the composed Senshi beside him, "Senior Brother Lu is destined to lose, but it is of little consequence. Against such an opponent, I could defeat him in no more than 3 moves." Senshi's gaze was icy, her tone calm and confident. After speaking, she turned her attention to the figure adorned with a bronze ghost mask. This individual perpetually evokes a sense of mystery and discomfort within him. Nevertheless, he does not allow it to weigh heavily on his mind. Even if his opponent is at the mid or late stages of the nascent soul realm, he possesses an unwavering confidence in his ability to triumph over them. Throughout his life, he has never relied on mere realm superiority to vanquish his adversaries. Rather, it is his terrifyingly abnormal combat prowess and an exceptionally solid foundation that serve as the true guarantees for a cultivator to ascend to greater heights. Had he solely pursued breakthroughs, he would have long since entered the late nascent soul stage. The 6 prodigies of the northern region can be regarded as individuals each consumed by an obsession for perfection. With a resounding thud, the 2 combatants once again separated during their fierce engagement. Qilong had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion pale. Yet his gaze remained fiercely filled with an unyielding fighting spirit. Even his opponent, Hu Jingang, could not help but feel a twinge of respect. These individuals, though somewhat arrogant, indeed possess a degree of audacity to justify their pride. Had they not transcended to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, victory would have been uncertain. Fortunately, they have achieved this advancement. Thus, let it conclude. Hawking bellowed furiously, channeling all his spiritual energy into a singular strike, clashing once more with Qilong's desperate sword thrust. There was no embellishment. It was a raw confrontation. A thunderous crash ensued as a figure was violently propelled hundreds of meters away. Blood spurting forth as they crashed to the ground, utterly incapable of rising again. The first round, victory belonged to the Xianling sect. Zhu Jinda's countenance turned ashen, while a resounding cheer erupted from the direction of the Xianling sect, akin to a tsunami. After some time, they quieted at Gu Jianan's raised hand. Xin rose calmly, her gaze composed. Allow me to proceed. The sooner this concludes, the sooner I may visit their steel forest. As these words were uttered, a tumultuous uproar erupted around. Such audacity was truly astonishing. However, if the speaker was Xin, it seemed rather plausible. Yet, the disciples of the Xianling sect harbored a different perspective, immediately unleashing a torrent of scornful remarks. How arrogant! Be cautious lest you attract divine retribution. Indeed, what renowned genius of the Tianyu divine sect? Was he not reduced to a state akin to a beaten dog? Haha. Brother Hua, remember to pummel that pretty little face of his until it swells. Let us see how he continues to swagger. Mou intervened, stopping the eager senior sister from ascending the stage, smiling as he shook his head. Allow me to deal with this individual. You may simply observe. Do take care. Lu Ruyu nodded slightly. Given that the junior brother still needed to conceal his identity, she refrained from appearing overly familiar. Chapter 85. I shall defeat you in 3 moves. Should I exceed that, consider it my defeat. Brother Hua had only just achieved a breakthrough and had engaged in a recent battle. Faced with the superior strength of Xin, he was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. However, as Mou rose, Hu Jingang gravely shook his head towards him. Junior brother Chen, allow me to take this on. Should I falter, you may step in afterward. His reasoning was straightforward. He intended to wear down the opponent first, allowing the more formidable Mou to take over thereafter. In this manner, it may indeed be possible to triumph over the opponent. Otherwise, he would be engulfed in a profound sense of inadequacy. The adversary is one of the 6 prodigies of the northern domain, possessing strength and talent that far surpasses that of the individual encountered earlier. Although he had a higher realm than his opponent, the prolonged battle before achieving victory was not solely attributable to his recent breakthrough. Rather, it is evident that the opponent's cultivation technique is of a significantly superior caliber. This explains why the opponent, despite being in the early stage of the nascent soul, could contend with my mid-stage self for such an extended period. It is evident that these individuals are indeed formidable, not merely boasting empty words. Mou, fully aware of his senior brother's concerns, resolutely shook his head and said, Brother Hua, you need not worry. The 6 prodigies of the northern region are merely trifles, not worthy of my regard. In such moments, it would be foolish to remain inconspicuous. Moreover, such a character does not require excessive exposure. However, upon the utterance of these words, a wave of disdainful laughter erupted from those nearby. Many individuals even resorted to outright mockery, deriding him vocally. This eastern wilderness,